Chapter 1611 The Position of the Hater Empire. The war tower was proposed by the old Duke Kawe as a weapon to reverse the situation in the war against the Abyss. Once announced, the impact will be far-reaching. If it weren't for the battle against the Abyss that the old man was in, the danger would be as if he were on the edge of a cliff. And Lin wouldn't want to get involved in this matter at all. But when he decided to do it, the subsequent developments seemed to come naturally, and many old studies were quickly compiled. Even the most troublesome energy pool problem was solved with the support of the Mithrin nuclear design obtained from the floating island. Although he has never actually built a war tower, in the system of magic tower knowledge, Lin can guarantee that his design will not be impossible unless he can imagine it. Not to mention the actual experience of the Tower of the Great Sage. From the continuous improvement of the Dream Tower and Subdimensional Tower, Lin has tried almost all the ideas that can be tried and the taboos that are not allowed to be tried. The most that other magicians can use their imagination is to set up some mazes and puzzles to test IQ in the tower. But when it comes to the defensive building of the tower, Lin's current knowledge base can even despise the ancient heritage of the floating island. The knowledge passed down in ancient times certainly has its own uniqueness. But except for the parts that have been deliberately hidden or cut off from inheritance, the rest is far inferior to modern knowledge. Especially the environments in which magic is used are different. Many ancient magics cannot be used in this era without modification. The things on the floating island, except for the Miser energy core, can make someone's eyes light up. Other parts visible to the naked eye, including the arrangement of urban buildings on the island, the use of energy pools, and the inherent magic organized by many magic towers, are all so bad that a certain time traveler cannot bear to look directly at them. With just a quick glance, Lin Guang was able to provide several optimization plans to the celestial beings on the floating island, and ensure that the energy efficiency of the floating island would increase by at least 5 to 10 percentage points. However, in line with the principle of not communicating with others, someone remained silent. Anyway, with the arrogance of the heavenly people, they will not easily believe the opinions of the surface magicians. Instead of having to explain and be questioned after saying something, just save yourself from such a thankless task. Talk back to the present. If you want to deal with this Abyss war, you have to carefully consider whether you should still announce the design of the war tower and push yourself to the forefront. For old Ka Gong, the war tower is no longer a necessity, as long as he takes action with all his strength. But considering that the Magic Circle City may be built in the future, it may be useful, as long as it is used, or is used under the eyes of others. There is a need for confidentiality and the possibility of leakage, not to mention the cars, trucks, and airships sold. Is there anyone who imitates or learns from them? Even the Technology Guild, an organization that is self-supported and flaunts intellectual property rights, still faces the problem of leaking secrets and prohibits them endlessly. And will the Magic Circle City be built? Regarding the answer to this question, Lin felt that there was no need to think too much. It would definitely be covered. If the city attached to the Magic Tower is not built, where will the garrison of the Guana Empire live? Where and what kind of land do the farmers, who are responsible for providing food to the residents of the Magic Tower, live? Since the city was going to be built, and it was near the Magic Tower where he planned to live permanently, Lin couldn't let others build a house at will. It must be properly planned. And even the shape of the house will be strictly limited. This is not a ritual to follow, but something that must be done in order to build a real Magic Circle City. If the city is allowed to grow wildly, no matter how good the planners are, no matter how beautiful the city landscape they design, they will cry in the end. Even if not all the buildings in the city are built as magic towers. If they want to become part of the Magic Circle, they must have an energy core. Magic stone energy pools are very suitable for use in such places. Besides, I don't have many rare items that can be used to build energy pools, so I can't build standard energy pools everywhere. The magic stone type is bound to be mounted when it is used on a large scale. It is better not to use such a thing in the first place, and still count on the residents to help conceal it. Therefore, the magic stone energy pool will be exposed sooner or later. So how to make this knowledge public and reduce the negative impact depends on methods. Thinking of this, Lin already had a clue in his mind. Specifically, it is to start from a small start and expose the basic type and expansion formula directly to the Magician Association. Anyway, don't touch the sensitive nerves of all the masters by directly claiming to replace the Magic Tower energy pool. Maybe the name should be changed to something like a Magic Stone Enhanced Storage Device. Anyway, by not making people think of the energy pool of the Magic Tower at first, it should be possible to delay the onset of side effects. Although there was no way to completely guess the old emperor's plan. As a time traveler who was accustomed to flipping tables, he still decided to go his own way. You won't hide things that can and should be used, but you won't act according to other people's ideas either. And there is no need to explain these words to the old emperor. The other party just said it in a casual tone. And he said it and would think about it, which was enough for this matter. The other party should also know that he is not someone who obeys instructions obediently. Everything was settled. Seeing that the old emperor had no intention of speaking again, Lin said, "If there is nothing else to say, then I will send you back. Your Excellency, the great magician." Almanboso, the emperor of Heidel who had been watching the show, interrupted someone and said, "Your Excellency has never asked the opinion of the Heidel Empire. Aren't our thoughts important? Is it important?" Lin asked, maintaining an arrogant attitude, looking at the huge figure that was comparable to a god. He tilted his head and asked calmly, "The Emperor of Hader just wants to scold his mother, who suggested treating this guy like an ordinary human before setting off this time." After returning, those idiots were all stripped of their identities and exiled to the wilderness. In any case, he could not just watch the magician reach an agreement with the Emperor of Guana while he remained silent. This will make the Hader Empire look like a follower who obeys what others say and has no status at all. This is intolerable and cannot even be a precedent. Besides, I was clearly at the negotiating table, but I behaved like an outsider and ended up ignoring what was decided at the negotiating table. Is this okay? Letting an opportunity slip through your fingers is not a good reason to stay out of it. From previous conversations and performances, Almanboso could understand why the Emperor of Guana would personally negotiate and even make such a big concession. Not to mention that his own life now depends on the other party's thoughts. The direction of the entire war is also controlled by the hands of these superior beings in front of him. It sounds incredible, but if you think about it seriously, it's not impossible. Assuming those rumors about magicians are all true, a man who can be so valued by the emperor of an empire should still treat him as an ordinary magician who can come and go at a moment's notice. Correct your mentality and pay attention to the people in front of you. In the war that is about to end, Emperor Almanboso hopes to be a valuable player, rather than a dispensable third party. Everyone knows that the distribution of post-war benefits largely depends on how much effort was made during the war. Your Excellency, even if the ideas of the Hader Empire are not important, if you want to build 2 5-story towers and a city, the resources required are massive. I believe that the Guana Empire can afford them all on its own. But there are some comparison special things still need time to be prepared. Don't you think that with the help of the Hader Empire, things can be put together faster and many things will be easier to promote? When did I say I was going to build a 5-story tower? Lin retorted directly without giving any face. Emperor Hader's face froze and he said, "Well, even if we don't consider building a magic tower based on the Dharma Saint level, the magic tower that needs to guard such a key position will not be a basic 3-story tower. There are currently 3 types of magic towers in MIDI. Basically, there are 3 floors and 1 pool. Then, there are 4 floors and 2 pools that great magicians are eligible to occupy. And finally there are 5 floors and 3 pools that only magic saints can have. It's just the highest level magic tower, because the magic saint encountered difficulties, and the actual number is not enough. There are some flexible entry rules to allow the great magician to take charge. No one would deliberately build a 4-story magic tower, but only build an energy pool. The same goes for the 5-story one. The reason why magicians adhere to such standards is actually to maintain the intimidation of high-level towers, so that people can see at a glance how threatening a certain magic tower is. For every additional floor and energy pool, the cost will double. Therefore, many times, even if the magician who builds the tower is qualified, he may not necessarily build a magic tower that meets his qualifications to live in. There are many great magicians who build 3-story towers. It means that the magic tower is also allowed to be built and expanded, and it cannot be completed in 1 generation. Every tower owner will leave his own mark on the magic tower. Therefore, there is precedent for the initially 3-story tower to have more floors added through the efforts of generations. In ordinary people's perception, a 5-story tower is more powerful than a 4-story tower, and a 4-story tower is greater than a 3-story tower. So magicians of different levels are needed to preside over and guard it. But such a statement is just fart in Lin's eyes. The reason is that the existing magic towers and related knowledge are not fully utilizing the energy pool. Perhaps it is because people are worried that the energy pool is out of control. so they dare not try the limit of the energy pool's output. But such a reason is not acceptable to Lin, a time traveler. For a person who is good at mathematics, careful calculation can only be regarded as his duty. In addition, in the future, it is possible for the consciousness born from the seeds of the world tree to take over the twin towers of Gate. There is no need to be restrained by the energy pool at all, and it cannot meet the standards of ordinary magic towers, so it has to be relaxed. This allows the surplus amount of energy pool to be used again. Lin is more confident that the standard magic tower with 3 floors and 1 pool is definitely more powerful than those 5-story magic towers, especially since this is a 2-tower linkage design. It cannot be classified as a general magic tower. So from the very beginning, the twin towers of Gates were designed to be as large as a 3-story tower, instead of building 2 5-story Fa Shung pagodas, as the Emperor of Hater thought. Moreover, the latter will involve the issue of recognition by the Magicians Association, at the moment when he was planning to leave the association alone and act recklessly. Although he could do all the things that might be scolded in one go with the mentality of not having to worry about the debt, Lin still planned to save trouble, and there was no need to build a 5-story tower just for the sake of face. There are really so many resources, and improving the surrounding magic circle cities is better than anything else. Chapter 1612, The Helpless Choice. If you have carefully considered and planned, you can naturally state it to others with confidence. But when the words came out of his mouth, the strong flavor of Versailles and Lin's tone viciously stung the nobles of the 2 empires. Lin said flatly, "The 3-story tower I built is stronger than those 5-story towers. So what's the point of building a 5-story tower? This is not to help you save resources, but because I don't want to waste my life. Matter." After being snatched away for a while, I thought that the Emperor of Hater would fall out. Unexpectedly, he acted extremely calm, neither licking nor angry. He pretended not to hear the sarcasm in the words and said, "Since your design is already well-founded, of course we laymen will not give random instructions. But to resist pressure from the outside, the support of one empire is completely different from the support of 2 empires. You can make things simpler. There is no need to make it more difficult for yourself. And you must know that there will definitely be objections from an empire. Although I don't want to pay attention to the other party's proposal, which is so vague that it is worse than a piece of paper. The weight of an empire is indeed what the other party said, and it is different from those petty support. However, it was expected that the other party could not bring up anything substantial, because the old Emperor of Guana had said almost everything he could say. I am not in the mood to continue bidding with the other party. What if the other party still tries to ask for more, when his attitude is so obvious? Then Lin would not hesitate to let these indifferent people see his own methods. The threat has been made anyway, and not taking action when it's time to take action will only make the other party underestimate the threat in his mouth. The saying of trying to make the most of your money is not exclusive to my hometown, but is human nature. So regarding Emperor Hater's speech, Lin came to a conclusion and said, "Everything you will get in the future depends on your attitude from now on. Take the power of choice back into your hands. I don't want to deal with such boring things anymore. If there are empires that oppose it, I don't mind letting the 5 empires become 4, 3, or even less. Don't even think about using your previous losses as bargaining chips. Remember, that was the ticket that allowed you to stand here today. And those casualties are not to please us, but to allow you to recognize the facts. If you are not satisfied with this situation, you can endure it, or you can choose to show it. I have said, what you get depends on what you pay. The rest is not important, let alone just talking about it." After finishing speaking, Lin no longer gave anyone a chance to speak. Just snapped his fingers and used the flash technique to send everyone back to the airship piloted by the Emperor of the Hater Empire. In that conference room, because the meeting was a closed-door meeting from the beginning, no one was allowed to monitor the interior. So 2 emperors, 11 important ministers of the empire, and a magician disappeared, and no one knew about it. Now they are back, and so are the tables and chairs. It's just that the magician is missing, and everyone is standing instead of sitting still as before. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in confusion. It was as if what he had just experienced was just a daydream, but they knew that it couldn't be true anymore. Among them, the most embarrassing person was no one else but the old Mr. Kawe, who initiated this meeting. Without the magician, this means that the Guana Empire and the others have lost their greatest reliance and the most convenient way of movement. Fortunately, the Guana Empire was also the party that was washed away and did not take much advantage. At best, the subsequent negotiations were somewhat thorough in giving in. The two empires seemed to share the same concerns and would not get into a fight on such an occasion. So he took the initiative to break the awkward silence and said, "Your Majesty, I might have to trouble you to instruct you to let the airship land on the ground and hand over the personnel." At this time, the Hater Empire looked full of sadness from top to bottom. One of the important ministers, under the hint of his own emperor, said, "Your Majesty Alzania," I boldly asked, "why do you have to make so many concessions to that magician?" The old emperor did not feel dissatisfied. After stopping his ministers, he personally replied, "Then, my lord, do you think we have other chances? In my opinion, we just need to find a way to get them out of the way. If the matter is solved by us alone, there may not be a better outcome. Not intervening at all, just watching and waiting, is not one of their options. So how do you think the lords of the abyss should be dealt with when they come to Lost Land?" The old emperor asked again. "We don't have 4 powerful people who can compete with the Lord of the Abyss, although the number is not as good as that of the devil. As long as we cooperate with the trap and are not afraid of sacrifice, we have a chance to win. And the sacrifice in front of us is for our future life. It makes sense not to be under the threat of those 2 magic towers for generations," Hater's minister emphasized. In fact, many times, seizing benefits in negotiations is not really about money. But if you don't grab it yourself, if the thing falls into the hands of others, it will be a disaster for thousands of years. So you have to grab it. The old emperor stretched out 4 fingers and said bluntly, "The premise is that those 4 will be willing to continue fighting." "What do you mean?" he asked. A ridiculous answer came to everyone's mind. Old Kalway Gong on the side revealed the mystery and said, "Those 4 are also the magician's people. If he really chooses to withdraw his hand, the possibility of those 4 staying to fight is almost non-existent." The old Mr. Kalway only reported the details of the 4 weirdos with different names to his own emperor. Even the important ministers of the Guana Empire didn't know this. So now their expressions are as disbelieving as those on the Hater Empire side. However, the people of the Hater Empire were unwilling to give up, and said, "Can't we bribe those 4? What the Empire can give a magician, as long as we provide higher and better rewards. Their kind are the strong men really unwilling to change their families. I remember there are 3 of them. They may be from the Kingdom of Silk. Do you know their backgrounds?" When it comes to the Kingdom of Silk, the Hater Empire's intention to use threats and inducements is very obvious. But old Mr. Kalway shook his head with great regret and said, "The prerequisite for bribery is that the other party is a human being. I can assure you, sir, that there are no people from the Kingdom of Silk among them. That appearance is all disguised." "What do you mean?" "They are not human beings." "So what are they?" someone from the Hater Empire asked. Old Mr. Kalway revealed the answer to the mystery in public and said, "They are Hakiri." This answer left everyone confused for a moment. Everyone looked at each other. After a while, a group of people gestured at their waists and made slashing movements with swords, asking, "Is this the Hakiri I understand?" Old Kalway Gong nodded and said, "Yes, it is the weapon that claims to be able to kill gods, but will actually drive the wielder crazy." The details of the Hagiri clan are not very clear to ordinary people, so they pursue them crazily. How could these people at the top of their power not know the pros and cons? With their energy, they would not be able to collect any magical weapons they wanted to collect. But the only reason why Hagiri cannot become a weapon they carry, or allow the guards around them to all wear, is that it drives people crazy, which no one can accept. But such a weapon will appear in human form, an important minister from the Guana Empire said unconsciously. "How is this possible? Isn't Hakakiri just a weapon?" Old Kalway Gong spread his hands and said, "Yes. The method of bribery is nothing more than threats and inducements. Anyone who can fight against the Abyss Lord, unless he has a family, is not a person who can be threatened by the Empire. As for inducements, we must first know their desires, whether they like money, power or women, before we can give them appropriate bargaining chips. We don't even know how the Hagiri clan became human. So do we expect them to have the same desires as humans? How do you buy them off in this situation?" On the side of the Hater Empire, an important official said, "We can ask people from the Holy Sword Society to take action. Didn't they claim that all Hakiri should be properly kept in the hands of the right people? Being controlled by a magician does not count as the right person." At this time, it was the Hydel Empire's own people who came forward to refute. Someone's old acquaintance, Count Guha, said with a wry smile, "We can no longer do this." Everyone was puzzled. Count Guha then spoke eloquently. Ever since he took people to see the magician more than 10 years ago, Among the people in the Kingdom of Silk, there were actually people from the Holy Sword Society who attacked the magician at that time. Count Guha has been paying attention to this very secretive organization. On the one hand, they want to know the whereabouts of the people of the Holy Sword Society. He didn't want to go on a mission again, only to be disrupted by undercover people from other organizations. At that time, if no one from the Holy Sword Society had fallen out with the magician directly, perhaps there would be no need to take the detours needed to obtain the magic silk technology. Then as someone who showed up, the family behind Earl Guha could benefit from this matter. But the final result was an unhappy ending. Count Guha, as a rising star in the political arena of the Hater Empire at that time, had a grudge against the secret organization of the Holy Sword Society. I think it was this ungrateful organization that disrupted the good situation. On the other hand, he had the idea of diverting trouble to the east, and wanted to lure people from the Holy Sword Club to harass the magician. And this purpose was also successful in the following years. But the result was different from what he imagined. The Holy Sword Society is actually controlled by 17 ancient families, and has an unknown number of peripheral members. At that time, a certain samurai from the Kingdom of Silk was a peripheral member. Their common feature is that the official members of the Holy Sword Club are all strong men above a certain level. Moreover, Count Guha's intelligence network showed that the Holy Sword Society had suffered a heavy loss, and was desperately trying to find the whereabouts of the Hakiri weapons. So he naturally spread the information about a certain magician holding Hakiri, concealing the source. Just as he expected, the people from the Holy Sword Club went to capture Hakiri, and they all came out in full force this time. It was said that not one of the 17 families was absent, and some families even came out in full force. Then, all the news was lost. The ending of the Holy Sword Club is the same as that of countless top assassins who accepted assassination bounties, but were never heard from again. No one thinks that they are still alive in this world, and no one thinks that they have caused the magician a little trouble, even if they made him lose a hair. That is not an existence that mortals can fight against. When this group of people at the pinnacle of power in the mysterious land also admitted this fact, the situation in Lost Land is also quietly changing. Chapter 1613, The Returned Ally Commander. Old Kagong sent him back to the battlefield on the north side of the Wind Emperor Mountains by the double-headed eagle. The old emperor accompanied him, and the emperor and his ministers went, again to screen out everyone's secret conversation. Content unknown. Of course, the coalition commander who left temporarily did not return to the battlefield openly. Instead, Ezio commanded the Twin Griffins, and the Sky Knights from the Karlsruhe Empire conducted aerial docking, allowing the old commander to quietly return to where he should be. Only a few close associates knew about the commander's temporary departure, and these people were all from the Covey family, either a collateral lineage or a family vassal. They are all close-knit people who benefit from both prosperity and loss. Even the young staff officers in the headquarters are not qualified to know such things, because the backgrounds of these advisors are too complicated. Although everyone can still maintain unity on the big goal of targeting demons. But other than that, they may have their own thoughts. However, the few people who knew that old Kagong had left noticed the old man's expression. He was worried before he left, but now he was smiling, so happy that his whole face was filled with wrinkles, and his eyes couldn't be seen. This is a very good result of the negotiations abroad. Everyone has no worries anymore. Or in addition to the Vader army, the Karlsruhe Empire in the south will also join the war. Then the Hater Empire to the east will also put more effort into this war. The four empires work together to defeat the demons. This kind of confidence generally fills the thoughts of ordinary soldiers and officers. Even the people around Old Kawei Gong believe so. As for the Suli Tang Empire in the north, no one has counted on them for a long time, as the powerful countries closest to the Gate of the Abyss. If they are really willing to join the war and solve the problems from the Abyss, who can be more convenient than them? But the devils seem to have given up the defense of the back door and attacked the south with all its strength. It is difficult not to make people wonder whether the two parties already have some secret alliance. In fact, there is no covenant between the two parties, and the hostility has never stopped. Among the information that only a few high-level officials could see, the Sulatang Empire continued to send out top soldiers to test the area where the Gate of the Abyss was located. But every time he tried to test it, he got no news in return. And even the people he sent failed to come back. The only possibility is that all the people who infiltrated were controlled or killed before they had time to spread the information. With a group of demons as enemies, both endings represent the same outcome. It's not that the Sulatang Empire didn't do anything, but it was just a trial. and the outside world didn't know about it yet. Therefore, in the spotlight of public opinion, the Empire is still the target of scolding and ridicule. The Empire did not bother to explain this kind of thing. On the one hand, the official institutions were not so responsive to the comments on the forum. What's more, even if most of MIDI's forum accounts use real names, some of the people who make insulting remarks may be thousands of miles away. Even though the saying goes, "You must be punished even if you are far away." Although it sounds very touching, it is actually not that easy to do, especially in lost areas with backward transportation means. This sentence is more used to show determination, but the target must have a certain strategic value. Otherwise, after all the hard work and even a lot of resources, the result is just to kill an unknown person, not to mention creating a deterrent effect. It would be great if it does not become a joke that kills a chicken with a knife. Therefore, in Midland, most of the time, national-level organizations will not take much action against unfavorable remarks on forums, except for a few innocuous condemnations. Therefore, the Suritan Empire has always had a negative image when it comes to dealing with the Abyss demons. Even other empires or powerful kingdoms that knew the truth never thought of explaining it to the Suli Tang Empire. Most people are happy to see an empire languish. Anyway, although the empire to the north has been making small moves, it is a big fact that they have not sent troops. The population loss in the southern border of the empire, where the Gate of the Abyss is located, judging from the population distribution of the Suritan Empire, the population of that remote place could not support the population of a town in other countries, even if it is not compared with those poor people who lost their country. The losses of the two empires of Guana and Hader are above that number. Even the Karlsruhe Empire, which did not officially participate in the war, had many volunteers who suffered heavy casualties in the first southern rout. These are all young and strong men in their prime. How can they be the same as the dead and wounded of the Suli Tang Empire? Including the old and the weak? Probably the one with the lowest cumulative number of casualties was the Vader army, which was late in sending troops. But in the face of the military state, there are not many negative remarks. Everyone knows that it's not that the military country doesn't want to fight. It's that the military country's stretched hands and feet were restricted by the surrounding small countries, so it couldn't attack the devil in the first place. However, a few people who understand can see that there is a force controlling the public opinion on the forum and whitewashing the Vader military nation. Fortunately, this force does not confuse right and wrong, but only serves to guide the conflicting public opinion in a good direction. So people who saw it didn't tell anyone. They just silently learned this technique. It's just that in analyzing the situation, those close to Old Kogong couldn't see the reason why the old man felt better, even if the Sulatang Empire rose up and stole the Abyss Gate from the demons back. It would not help the reality that the Abyss Lords threatened the human army on the battlefield north of the mountain range. Even if the door to the Abyss is really closed, the Lord of the Abyss and the demons who have descended on the Lost Land can still stay in the Lost Land. They will not be forcibly sent back to the Abyss, nor will their strength decline. These demons came to Lost Land in physical form through legitimate channels. It is not a mere projection, or something summoned with only a glimmer of consciousness. If it is the latter, when the Gate of the Abyss is closed, they will be forcibly sent back, or their connection with the origin will be severed. But entities don't have such restrictions. Even the Guardian Lord, who hated outsiders the most, had no reason to take action. So what is the reason that makes old Mr. Kawe look so happy? The old man thought so. In fact, the reason why old Kogong's mood improved is very simple. Although the meeting and negotiations he initiated did not develop as best as he expected, and even seemed to break up on bad terms, the two empires still suffered a lot. But this is from the standpoint of the empire. The two emperors finally lost the leadership of this war because of the strong intervention of those superior beings. If we look at the outcome of this talk from the perspective of all mankind, it would be the best thing to do. The magician decided to intervene and promised to solve all the problems within one day. Does that magician have such ability? If he were alone, old Kogong might not have so much confidence. But he also has mastered the power of robots. As a nobleman who was close to the magician, old Duke Kawe had come into contact with robots a long time ago. The target is not an ordinary robot, but the Queen of the Hive, Head Queen, who is known as the strongest robot. Not only is it difficult for ordinary people to communicate with the big boss of the imaginary number, it is also difficult for even a robot to understand the expression of the imaginary number, so that one is not considered at all as the commander-in-chief of the second fleet of original robots. He is also the second super elemental lord besides the imaginary number, who can single-handedly become an imaginary number-class colonial ship, coupled with the unique form of nano-worm aggregation. Hefkin is rated as the most troublesome, if not the strongest, among the robot community. Such a robot has greater ambitions than the imaginary number. Then it would be a very reasonable development for her to have contact with the great nobleman, Old Duke Kawe. Information about a certain magician naturally flowed into the old man's ears. How strong is a robot alone? As long as you don't face boss-level robots that are similar to giants. And be prepared for long-range weapons, such as electromagnetic guns, plasma cannons, etc. Then old Kawe Gong can also win in a one-on-one battle. If you fight against a pocket-level robot, you can achieve a crushing victory. Human extraordinary beings can still have the upper hand when facing the vast majority of elemental creatures. I haven't tried the leader-level robot, but if Hefkin was allowed to simulate the leader-level robot and attack with average strength, the old Kawagong would be the one who was crushed. In the past, enemies at the level of elemental lords could not be won in single combat. You have to fight with the mindset of fighting. As for challenging the Hive Queen, basically after seeing the characteristics of nanoworms, the old man has no idea. As for the battleship-class robots, skip them. Therefore, regarding the strength of robots, I am afraid that except for the magician, no one in the entire universe has a more intuitive understanding of the strength of the robots than the old Kawe Gong. Let's take another inventory of the number of robots. So a long time ago, the old man had no intention of dealing with the magician. Now this power can be used to fight demons. This is the development that I most dreamed of at the beginning of the war. Unfortunately, a considerable number of human beings have to be sacrificed to bring those in power to the negotiating table, face the battle situation where humans are at a disadvantage, and face the ability of that magician. But the next development should be enough to prove that those sacrifices are meaningful. Because from the very beginning, old Kawe Gong didn't think that he could rely on his feelings to let the magician fight the devil for free. In fact, the fact that the four Hagiri strangers took action under the instructions of the magician was beyond old Kawagong's expectation. At the beginning of the war, what old Duke Kawe thought most about was what price it would cost to hire this fearful magician. The first idea is to lead the Demon Alliance to the holy city of Estali, so that the two sides can meet by chance. Once the magician takes action, the devil will not let him go, so he doesn't have to worry about the magician not choosing the path to avoid future troubles. By then, even if the demons don't go back to their hometown, they will become a pile of magic materials prefixed with demon and circulate in the lost land. In the eyes of some crazy magicians, everything can be used as material, including demons and gods. Although the development of the talks almost took a turn for the worst, the robot fleet's blows almost fell on the heads of humans. Fortunately, there was room for change in the end, and both His Majesties chose to give in. The difference between old Duke Kawe and other powerful officials is that he is on the battlefield. Although they are not on the front line, battles break out around them from time to time. He also personally raised his sword and pointed it at the devil's head. Those who stay away from the battlefield can keep thinking about the future and ignore the immediate threats. But he is the only one who knows best. If the immediate threat is not eliminated, there will be no future. Now it's just a matter of waiting one more day. Chapter 1614 Robot Fleet 12 years later. Lin, who sent all the nobles back to the Lost Land, did not return to the holy city of Estali immediately. Summoning a fleet of robots to fight for him was a very simple thing. After more than 10 years, it became not so simple. The reason is simple. The robot is coaxing. The reason for the infighting is even simpler. The grudges from the past era of Earth Elemental Elves have continued to the present after they have been transformed into robots. Just because it didn't break out in the early stages of transformation doesn't mean those hatreds have disappeared. The original 43 robot fleets, which were roughly even in strength, had long since fallen apart, and each one stood on its own. It's almost like going back to the past, when thousands of Earth Element Lords each took the lead and occupied one side. If only there were so many splintered factions instead of just two. A certain time-traveling group almost calls the two parties the Decepticons and the Autobots. However, the new era of robots is still somewhat different from the past era of Earth Elemental creatures. The first is that there are no longer gods among the robots. In the past, the two Elemental Lords, who were in charge of the Gem Pit and the Iron Wall, not only had weak divine powers, but also shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the Earth Elemental spirits. It was still a turn at first, but later on the Gem Pit had the upper hand. In the age of robots, the core of fire, which is equivalent to the spirit of the elements, is guarded. It is the third most powerful force among the original elemental lords. The giant colony ship Imaginary Number transformed by Odessa of the Snake King Ridge. The characteristics of the robots surrounding the Imaginary Number are the same as those of the Snake King Ridge era in the past. They are just a bunch of robots who can enjoy themselves after speaking in a way that no one else can understand. And probably they themselves don't understand either. There are not many robots like this. Even battleship-level robots. Therefore, in the new era, the original designation of the first fleet of the Imaginary Number was cancelled, because its size was no longer enough to be considered a fleet, mainly composed of the Imaginary Number, 3 frigates, and 100,000 robots. This meager number can only be regarded as the middle and lower reaches among the robot factions that are now crowded on the mountain. But no robot dares to underestimate this group. Currently, there are only 2 robots that can build a huge hull of the colony ship level by themselves. The Imaginary Number and Hefkin. However, the latter does not deliberately maintain the form of a colonial ship. Instead, it disperses the nanoworm aggregates and incarnates them into tens of millions. Secondly, the Imaginary Number also keeps the most important items to the robots, namely the elemental spirits in the past and the fire in the present. Nowadays, whether robots are resurrected or transformed, there are dedicated robots to assist. As long as there are sufficient resources, it is not difficult to resurrect in place. There is no need to be like the past era of elemental spirits. Once killed, they can only return to the elemental spirits and wait for resurrection. But the transformation here has its limits and cannot break through the gap in character and rank. In short, a pocket-level robot cannot transform itself into an ordinary-level robot through transformation. An ordinary-level robot cannot transform itself into a leader-level robot. However, battleship-class robots are quite special. They are not actually a rank in the robot classification. The robots can transform themselves into parts and finally assemble a battleship. This is a curved way to save the country. But these assembled ships are ultimately not as successful as those achieved alone. Those who could support a battleship on their own had to be at least an elemental lord or above. The strength is of course not to mention. In today's robot ecology, the purpose of fire has changed from taking care of everything in the past to now only being related to evolution and the birth of new robot life. The former is also divided into small evolution and large evolution. There are very few chances of triggering the latter. The newly born robots will also choose their own path to move forward due to their complete inheritance and will not stay with the Imaginary Number. Grand evolution is like upgrading the pocket level to the normal level, and the ordinary level to the boss level, or vice versa. Small evolution includes changes in the direction of specialization, increased specialties, etc. But the boundary between small evolution and robot self-transformation is not so obvious. In short, the use of fire has become less common in this era. But its importance remains the same. It will not be replaced by other robots because it has quite a lot of functions. So fire is not important. Since it is an important thing, of course everyone wants it. But no one is sure that they can keep it properly. It is conceivable that when a certain robot captures the fire, it will inevitably become the target of public criticism and be besieged by everyone. The gap between robots and robots at the same level is not so big that one can block 100. Or even 1,000. In short, you can rely on luck to win the fire. But you can only rely on hard power to protect the fire. It's just that no robot currently thinks that it has enough hard power. Therefore, allowing the Imaginary Number, a robot that clearly belongs to the neutral camp, to keep the fire, became a compromise among the robots. Another reason is that the Imaginary Number has the best relationship with the magician. Once action is taken, it is self-evident who will help, regardless of whether they still owe the magician a promise or not. No one wants to fight against that magician. This is the consensus of all the robots. This was not because of favor or debt, but simply because of fear of the magician's methods. Who knows if the robots rebel? They will bring out some kind of nemesis. In such an environment and atmosphere, the Imaginary Number, which lost its fleet number, gained another organization. Zero Fleet, or the original fleet. The latter's name comes from the fact that robots with imaginary numbers are close to them. And they are all special individuals who cannot communicate normally with other people. Therefore, most of them maintain their first form after transforming from elemental elves into robots, without undergoing additional transformations or even specialized secondary transformations. It is precisely because this group is quite special and rarely gets close to outsiders. That is, the magician who understands what they are talking about, that the other robots will compromise. It is agreed that the fire will continue to be kept by the Imaginary Number. which is better than the fire being left in the hands of the magician. Another rather special group is the robots of the former Second Fleet who inherited the establishment of the First Fleet. That is, the robots headed by Hive Queen Hefkin. The Queen of the Hive is known as the person that all the robots least want to deal with. In fact, all the robots are afraid to avoid her, because the nanoworm aggregate is so disgusting. Until now, no one has found a suitable method to target it. Fortunately, Hefkin doesn't care about the disputes within the robots. She has been looking for a higher level of power, aiming directly at the gods. Therefore, the fleet she belongs to has become a paradise-like neutral refuge for all the robots, who do not want to get involved in the struggle. The First Fleet has grown to a scale even stronger than before, and is undoubtedly the strongest among all robot factions today. In addition to these two mountains, there are nearly 10,000 other self-numbered robot fleets. There are not even battleship-level robots. And there are no leader-level robots. Living on the ground of the old elemental world, a group of small robots can also have a number of their own, known as a fleet. In short, after 12 years of fermentation and the growth of ambition fueled by humans, the robot world has completely entered the warring states era, attacking and annexing each other, snatching resources, and recruiting new people. The level of chaos is especially high compared to the past era of Earth elemental elves. This is because they have not yet tasted the benefits of external expansion. Otherwise, I'm really not sure who the next target will be. It is not impossible for humans to suffer the consequences when the time comes. Lin didn't interfere. They neither pushed them to make them fall into more chaos, nor stop them in an attempt to put an end to the turmoil. It's like everything has nothing to do with him. As long as the robot doesn't cross the red line he drew, it will invade the main plane. And the fact is that the robot's internal coaxing really has nothing to do with him. It is said that it is difficult for an upright official to settle family affairs, and people are asked to deal with private feuds. Why should I jump out and ask one person to be magnanimous and forgive another person? So Lin happily let it go, and was now troubled. Lin was confident that no robot would dare to disobey his call. But when the people responded to the call and came to the Lost Land, did they treat the Lost Land as a new battlefield and fight happily with their own people? Or did they become a sharp blade in someone's hand, not creating any extraneous problems other than the target? Lin was not sure, let alone guaranteed, what kind of development the robots, who responded to the call and came to the Lost Land, would develop in the future. Therefore, the one-day battle is not only to show off the firepower, but also to send the robots away as soon as possible. At most, some robots, who have no hatred towards each other, will be left behind for use in future threats of force. The main reason is to prevent a large number of robots from starting a war in the mysterious land. Then it will really be easier to invite the gods than to send them away. What he can also do is to spread out the robots according to their love and hatred. Anyway, if you have any grudges, don't stay next door. Just give them a chance to fight. As for the relationship between robots, just ask Head Queen. Although the First Fleet under her command is neutral, it does not mean that she covers her eyes and ears and does not care about foreign affairs. People who remain neutral usually have to pay a greater price to maintain an unbiased position. Hefkin's precise control of intelligence and strength is also one of the reasons why other robots dare not attack the robots of the First Fleet. Something like arranging seats for a banquet could be handled in the blink of an eye with Lin's current computing power. But as a terminally ill patient with lazy cancer, it doesn't matter if he spends little time. Just thinking about it makes him feel tired. So after the arrangements were made, he added another complaint that he mumbled in his mouth. When everything was ready, Lin picked up a feather fan. This fan is usually placed in the secondary plane tower, and is not easily used. This is Lin's most powerful self-made weapon besides Hakiri. Then's four spirits Hanfu only uses the projection of the four elemental spirits of earth, water, fire and wind. However, this homemade feather fan contained genuine elemental spirits, including the fire that the robots thought was stored in the imaginary number. It was something someone did on a whim one day. Moreover, he has personally visited all the storage places of elemental spirits in the four elemental planes. With the flash spell at their side, no elemental elves discovered that they had been robbed by a magician. But getting started with Tinder is even simpler. Just by hooking its fingers with the imaginary number, it handed over the fire and placed a fake in its original position. This time, it can be said that the four ancillary elemental planes of earth, water, fire and wind under the main plane of the land are in hand. However, Lin did not think about using the four elemental planes as bricks. Instead, he focused on smooth and silent usage, so that the elemental elves would not notice that they had fallen into the control of a certain magician. Notifying all the robots with this feather fan is just a twist and a shake. When the feather fan turned 180 degrees and turned over in someone's hand, what he wanted to say was already notified into the consciousness of all the robots. Next, it's all about waiting. Chapter 1615, the beginning of the turning point. It was the beginning of summer, the first day of the 750th year of the Aramaic calendar. If an abyssal demon invasion involving 4 empires will be remembered by the world, then this day, which can be called the turning point of the times, is definitely the most important and will leave a strong mark in history. The changes in this day made the disaster of the abyss demon invasion seem like a joke, because the robots from the earth elemental realm have entered a lost land. It is not the summoning magic of elemental elves that magicians are good at, nor is it that these robots, formerly known as earth elemental elves, found the unstable connection between the lost land and the earth elemental world and made a strong breakthrough. Instead, it uses a special VAP engine to cross the plane realm, and the entity goes straight to the lost land. Not all robots have VAP engines. Only battleship-level robots can bear the energy output and space of this special engine. The smallest VAP engine is the size of a leader-class robot, so this special engine cannot be loaded by non-battleship-class robots. And even small battleships do not have enough space to install it. It takes a medium to large warship of a certain size or above to be able to afford this kind of special equipment. On the one hand, it is also because the VAP engine cannot be used routinely. It is separate from space navigation and gravity engines. Therefore, if the battleship is too small, it cannot accommodate so many types of engines. Therefore, if a robot wants to physically travel to the lost lands, it can only be carried on a battleship. And those small warships can only enter the VAP space and cross the plane realm by attaching themselves to the large ships and fixing themselves on the hulls of the large ships. For the above reasons, the robots coming to Lost Land must be in fleet units. There is no such thing as a fake fleet where a few small robots have their own numbers. And because this is responding to a certain magician's call, as long as there is no deep grudge, the robots are still willing to temporarily find some companions to travel to the Lost Land by hanging on a large battleship. There are more than 300 million robots. Compared with the total population of Midland, this number is still less than the total number of Homo sapiens races in the surface world. But compared to any empire, this is still a shuddering number. In the Empire of Lost Land, based on the results of sampling by region by someone with nothing to do, it is estimated that the population of a single empire is around 100 million. This was already a considerable number in the old days, when transportation was inconvenient and agriculture was underdeveloped. But compared to the countless number of robots that no one can see, the battleship-class robots numbering in excess of 1 million are the truly terrifying existence. Back then, someone dug up the territory of an imperial Grand Duke and only summoned a fleet, which only accounted for 43% of the total number of robots. When I looked up at Karlsruhe, the capital of the empire, I saw that it was not just blocking out a piece of the sky, but filling up the entire visible sky, literally blocking out the sky. Now that the robot fleet is all deployed, if the millions of warships are arranged with a wider gap, they can surround the star Midi more than twice. But at this time, they were all densely arranged above the lost continent. They were densely packed and layered, and no area fell down. For most places in the Lost Lands, the threat of the Abyss demons is not yet fully felt because there are 2 empires in front of them. If it weren't for the Forum, a tool for rapid information exchange, many people might not know about the demonic invasion. But the robot fleet summoned by someone is not just used to deal with a coalition of demons and evil forces in the underground world. The old emperor of Gawana wanted someone to show his strength. Lin felt that since he wanted to do it, he should do it thoroughly. The demonstrated strength can put aside the human factor at any time, directly launch someone's first backup plan, and destroy all the Midland ruling class that gets in the way. If such a show of force can't deter others from thinking wrongly, then don't blame yourself for pretending. Considering the love and hatred between robots, basically those who are closer to the dual abyss battlefield have more reliable combat capabilities, including the colonial ship Imaginary Number and the first fleet headed by Hefkin. As for those robots that are better off not taking action, but once the order is given to take action, the robots that are likely to attack their own people first are placed in the south, away from the battlefield. According to the curvature of the planet's surface, the robot fleet placed here cannot directly attack the evil camp army on the other side of the puzzle. So rather than participating in the war, these robots were called to be used as decorations. Standing in front of the attic window of his home in the holy city of Estali, Lin looked up at this technological space fleet that was incompatible with the land. In fact, it is not entirely correct to say that robots are products of the technological side, because they are Earth elemental elves at heart, full-fledged magical creatures. There are also many special structures on the robot's body, which are all real-life examples of insufficient technology and magic. Putting aside those parts that I can't explain while using physics and mathematics, the mechanical technical level of the robot fleet is still ahead of me for the time being. The reason why I say temporarily is because Lin knows very well that the so-called advanced weapons cannot be maintained for a long time, especially for such a large group of robots. It is simply impossible to keep it completely confidential, even though the technological gap is much higher than that of today's robots. The robot itself is a product of insufficient technology and magic. It is still possible for people to create some knockoffs first, and then slowly catch up, as long as certain conditions are met. It is not impossible for an authentic robot to be killed by a counterfeit product. Take a look at the example of my hometown in World War II, when the Tiger type of a single country was overwhelmed by the T-34 of the Rakshasa Kingdom. And you will know that high technology does not mean everything. Besides, in Lin's opinion, robots also maintain one of the shortcomings of the past era of elemental creatures, which is insufficient research and development capabilities. Although there are many robots with specialized manufacturing capabilities that can help, most robots are also keen on all kinds of imaginative modifications. But it's just like constantly looking for various possibilities within a circle within the known range. Not many robots seek technology beyond the confines of the circle. Hefkin hopes to be on par with the gods, which is a good breakthrough direction. But it is too ambitious, at least in Lin's understanding. Equivalent is not the solution to contending with God. Gods are not such simple beings. In the past, Earth elemental creatures were able to continuously improve by continuously absorbing the understanding of elemental magic from the magicians of Midland. The current direction of robot evolution will probably not change much until the Midisapien race catches up with robot technology. One side is stagnant, while the other is rushing to catch up. This is why Lin believes that the technological gap between robots and robots will not last long. But this is also the same as my previous analysis. Even if sooner or later, the technology of robots will be inferior to that of Homo sapiens. At least for now, I can still maintain an absolute advantage. In 100 or 200 years, the advantages will still exist. Before the knife becomes dull, you can still happily use it to cut meat. As for blunting, that's also a problem with the knife. Lin originally created the robots to solve the problem of the 4 elemental planes. Every time you use it after that, you will earn one more time. And it's not bad if you don't use it. As long as you relax your mind, you won't actually have so many worries. In any case, at this time when most people are not familiar with robots, this overwhelming fleet is still very intimidating. That is to say, even if human technology reaches the level of robots now, in terms of quantity, MIDI will still have to be defeated. Someone thought so, while a certain magician was looking critically at the robot's future, which could be said to have no development prospects. The ignorant natives of the Lost Land were looking at the steel torrent in the sky in horror. This is because the robot fleet is stranded at a considerable height in the air and cannot be attacked by people on the ground. Otherwise, it's hard to protect anyone. Just bend your bow and arrow and try to shoot. Those who are ready to take action are the tower owners of the Magic Tower. Although the location of the robot fleet is quite high, it is not within reach of the Magic Tower. The tower owners didn't have the confidence to challenge just the number that made people's heads tingle. The demons from the abyss, as well as the evil Camp Alliance forces that came out of the underground world and were ready to kill them, did not make any move at this time. Like everyone else in Lost Land, they stared blankly at the robot fleet in the sky. For them who are currently fighting, no one would feel that it has nothing to do with them when they see this formation. Although the first thought of most people in the evil alliance is awe. It's iron. Then you can't eat it. But looking at the posture that almost turns day into night, it would be a lie to say that everyone can still face it calmly. Also worried about gains and losses is the human army. Whether it was the Vader military empire chasing the enemy, or the human coalition forces fighting very hard to the north of the Wind Emperor Mountains. When they saw the scene in the sky, their first thought was there won't be another enemy. No one is naive enough to believe that the thing in the sky is just for armed demonstrations, and then goes home in a circle. If they don't leave, who will be unlucky next? During this period, the human soldiers, who had been beaten by the demon to the point of paranoia, were thinking anxiously. In this generally depressed mood, there are still a few people whose mood is different, especially the great nobles and the 2 emperors who just came back from the high-level meeting yesterday. The magician's threats are still ringing in his ears, and the rumors of the robot fleet are now very much in front of his eyes. To say that there were some small thoughts at first, they are all extinguished now. Looking at the endless traces of the fleet, let alone whether the magician can carry out precise strikes against the powerful class. Even if he wants to destroy mankind, or even destroy the entire lost world, it is not impossible. And the initiator of all this, apart from standing in front of the attic window, filled with inexplicable sighs, was to deal with a person who was originally thought not to show up. Former Demon King. Fanatical. In fact, Fan just lives downstairs. Since the invasion of the Abyss demons, this matter has nothing to do with her. Or it is something that happened in another world. She has never cared about it. Sometimes Lin would knock on the door in the middle of the night, and sometimes she would find it herself. In short, her life was no different from the past. Just like that, when the robot fleet appeared, this person appeared again. I have to say, this surprised Lin a little. Decided to resolve the matter? A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the sky, leaving Lin with only the side face that was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Lin resisted the thought of reaching out and flirting, and said, "Yeah, it's been delayed long enough. It's been more than a year. I hope you won't make the wrong choice like me." Then rarely showed concern. "Don't worry. It won't happen," Lin said with a confident smile. "You know how lazy I am." The incomparably beautiful former devil rolled his eyes. Chapter 1616 Robot Fleet. When the robot fleet appeared in the sky above Lost Land, they seemed to have shut down, standing still in the air without making any movement. But in fact this is an illusion. Someone is taking advantage of the fact that the fleet is spread across the lost continent and is frantically scanning the ground. In addition to improving the panoramic view of the mysterious terrain that I have always wanted to complete, there is also the detection of ground population, biological distribution, and even the location of certain identifiable people. Don't think that people can move. Where they are now doesn't mean they will be in the same place the next second. However, people's living areas have their own regional characteristics. As long as you find a place, you can't guess where the other party will hang out. Even though transportation is as convenient as in their hometown, there are still many people who have never left the city of their birth. The noble lords are destined to be tied to their own land. Unless they are forced to do so, they cannot leave the territory that has been passed down by their families for generations. Even among adventurers, who are generally considered to be the most mobile, many of them actually move within a fixed area and do not really wander around. Therefore, as long as more than 50% of the people can determine the approximate range of their haunts, then this scan will have value. A large amount of scan data also continuously flows into the processing center of the imaginary number through the special network inside the robot, which is different from the forum. In this era, not many people understand the importance of cognitive intelligence, even if the technology of robots has far exceeded the level of a certain time-traveling hometown. But the thinking of these robots, formerly elemental elves, is still based on the logic of the old era. Therefore, even if someone does not specifically request it, there are not many robots that consume a large number of storage units to record this continental level of massive data. Not to mention that those pocket-sized robots can burn out their own built-in brains just by touching a very small part of the transmission. Ordinary robots simply don't have that much free storage space to retain these things. Even the leader level doesn't have the ability to do so unless it uses all storage units to record these data. Only a relatively small number of battleships in the robot community can store complete data and still have room to do other things. But just like the above content, not many robots think this thing is very important. And most of the content is timely. So after they collect and upload them, they delete the data from their storage units. In fact, if all robots want to use this data, they can use the concept of cloud to store it in a distributed manner and then share it for use. However, considering the grievances among the robots may not be willing to share cloud data with those who have grievances. And Lin himself didn't want to spread these things too widely, so he didn't disclose such thoughts. As for complete confidentiality, the information collected through so many robots, if you want to prevent any link in the middle from intercepting part of the information, it is better not to collect it in this very unsafe way in the first place. So someone simply turns a blind eye or closes one eye and pretends he doesn't know. Anyway, the things we collect now are valuable to those who can use them, but they are a burden to those who cannot use them. Of course, the robots didn't just do such sneaky things. They didn't get involved in the business at all. This was supposed to be the gathering place of the Abyss Lords, where the demons kept extremely secret. under this overwhelming level of investigation. Of course, they could not continue to hide their whereabouts. The Lords of the Abyss, who were originally discussing which magic tower to attack, were naturally disturbed by the sudden appearance of the robot fleet. Different from the worried expressions of ordinary demons, the princes just looked at the torrent of steel in the sky with playful expressions. The elemental plane, as a subsidiary existence of the main plane of myth, is of course no stranger to the abyss, which is both opposite and dependent on myth. The changes in the earth element elves actually fell into the eyes of the demons, but most demons were indifferent to it. But when you reach the height of the Lord of the Abyss, nothing is a trivial matter. It's just that this time, all the earth element elves were transformed into robots. When the princes planned to increase their attention, there was no room for them to intervene. But the subsequent contact, including the temptation to seduce the ambitions and hatreds of the robots, was of course also indispensable for the devil's work. Human beings will do evil out of greed and find ways to profit from it. But sometimes demons really do evil just for the sake of doing evil, for no particular reason. If there is one reason, it is to kill some time in a life that is almost equivalent to eternity. Anyway, this is not the first time most demons have met robots. Of course, the princes are familiar with it, and have even tested the robot's combat capabilities in private. My impression is that even if Jean Wuja changes his appearance, he will still be Jean Wuja. Although he looked at the countless battleships in the sky with a contemptuous attitude, this amount still made several princes frown rarely. No Lord of the Abyss is truly alone, and no one has a group of younger brothers to help with some trivial matters. Let's just say that some enemies, who are not qualified, are certainly not worthy of dealing with them personally, so they need some manpower to help clean up the garbage. Unless there are special circumstances. For example, the 4 weirdos in the human army. After they were restrained by other Abyss kings, the remaining kings were happy to massacre the human army. These were not the most ordinary soldiers who caught the eyes of the Lord of the Abyss, but these top-ranked demons who wanted to see the regretful expressions of the 4 people who failed to catch them. Other than that, most of the time, soldiers versus soldiers and generals are the norm. Even in times of war, having the opportunity to bully the weak with the strong is a desirable thing. But the strong usually only use their strength to disrupt the enemy's deployment and demoralize the enemy. As long as the balance between the enemy and ourselves is destroyed, and the balance of victory tilts towards one's own side, unless one is keen on bloody violence, the strong will mostly show disinterest in fighting to kill the weak, and will not be very active. It's even possible to just stop and watch the show. However, if they were to face the robot fleet in the sky, even if there was a gap in strength, facing that level of numbers, even if all the Abyss Lords present would work together, it would be difficult to save the demon army. No matter how strong everyone is, they are still not capable of blowing up a mountain with just one punch. How much damage can they do before the entire fleet of destroyers is wiped out? So the question is, what is the purpose of these elements who are disturbing the scenery here? Just like the human army, the demons do not think that the robot fleet in the sky is just an armed patrol, and will leave immediately without doing anything. Several well-informed princes quickly thought of the big boss behind the robot, and couldn't help but frown again. The civil strife among robots is largely caused by demons hiding behind the scenes, controlling humans and instigating robots remotely. This matter is not a secret among the Abyss Lords. So everyone knows that this group of new life forms transformed from Earth elemental creatures are strong. But they are also somewhat overwhelmed. Now, even if the robots have not cleared up all their previous grudges, they have temporarily suppressed those grudges and set off together to fight. The person who could do this must be the man to whom all robot lives were indebted. Thinking about that man's position again. Not long ago, the evil god of the Abyss, the Big Beholder, withdrew, and everyone knows why. The original plan to transfer its divine kingdom to the Lost Land was also cancelled after the magician came to cause trouble. It means that even if it is not cancelled, most of Big-Eyed Demon's kingdom has been destroyed. Even if a lot of resources are really spent to transfer it, the value that the Abyss Kingdom should have cannot be exerted. Following this clue, we can deduce that the robot fleet in the sky is an enemy rather than a friend. Those Abyss Lords with clearer ideas thought so. As for those who are less clear-minded, or are still immersed in the experience after arriving in the Lost Land, and are ready to do some experiences that the Abyss cannot enjoy, the Abyss Lord in such an excited mood, of course, does not realize that the threat of the robot fleet is greater than theirs. It's even more intense than what the naked eye can see. Between the Abyss Lords with different thoughts, a gust of wind and sand suddenly rolled up in an obvious open space. A small whirlwind blew up unnaturally, and the sand and gravel that had been flying around brought a few crystal clear and shiny particles. In this situation, as the cyclone gets higher and higher, the number of shiny sand particles gradually increases, and there is a phenomenon of gathering inward. Finally, a small and cute robot girl with twin ponytails appeared in the open space with her index finger on her face and her feet raised in a playful posture. Compared to the Abyss Lord, who is at least 3 meters tall, the height of the pocket-level robot girl cannot even reach their calves. But the appearance of the robot girl is so eye-catching that it is difficult for the princes not to notice. Besides, the robot girl's whole body is shining with silver luster. The eye-catching twin ponytail propulsion device, the miniskirt length skirt armor, the wide and trumpet-shaped forearms and calves. This peculiar appearance really arouses the attention of the princes. Curiosity. Speaking of the various weird structures in the robots, there are even more weird ones than the various types of demons, whether it's appearance or personality. If some of the robots hadn't thought they were in the good camp, the demons would have thought they had gained a group of compatriots with metal skins. The twin-tailed robot girl, who appeared among the big guys, didn't feel scared at all. She imitated human female nobles in a graceful manner and saluted in all directions. For demons who love to show off in front of humans, these etiquettes are familiar to them, and they seem a bit friendly at this time. But they still couldn't guess what the robot's purpose was in sending the envoy. After the twin-tailed mechanical girl finished her salute, she stood up straight and said in a serious voice with her sweet and waxy voice, "I am here to convey the order of the Lord of the Four Elements to you all. The war is almost over. Please return to the Abyss to avoid any unexpected events." Just after he finished speaking, there was a clang, and a gorilla-like Lord of the Abyss flattened the twin-tailed mechanical girl with his fist. Metal shards were splashing outwards, looking like a living person was beaten to death, with red and white splatters all over the floor. The Lord of the Abyss, who was beating the ground, sneered and said, "What kind of accident? Is it this kind of accident?" But of course, the mechanical girl, who was beaten into a metal cake, was not dead. The scattered debris, including the sprayed debris, were all turned into particles and reassembled on top of the fist that flattened the girl's body. She inserted her waist and made an angry and accusing gesture. The twin-tailed mechanical girl with only expression number 1 said, "Does this mean rejection? Miss Q is very angry, and the consequences will be serious." Chapter 1617 SH. Ling. Facing an enemy that can be crushed with one punch, even if the opponent can be resurrected on the spot. This characteristic will not be taken seriously by the kings. In the Abyss, there are many demons with the same characteristics. The common characteristic of this type of demon is that they are not strong. They just rely on tenacity to survive. Besides, these demons do not have the ability to be infinitely resurrected. This kind of continuous recovery has limits. As long as you exceed that limit, you will die however you want. At a higher level, there is a specific killing method. But other than that, it cannot be killed. It's just that Hefkin's nanoworm aggregate form is not as simple as the understanding of the Abyss Lords. It is very difficult for nanoworms to destroy, even if they are attacked by 2 objects. The objects are not 100% completely sealed. Nanoworms of the size can be preserved in such gaps. Even if it is destroyed, the nearby nanoworms have taken measures to repair it, seize resources, and create new ones, making the aggregate look like it is recovered quickly. What's more, the form of the robot girl is only less than 1/10,000th of the complete volume of Hefkin. Even if it is really completely destroyed, it is equivalent to the level of a normal human being scratching his skin. And it is harmless. The robots are not ignorant of the application technology of the cloud concept. And Hefkin is the actual user of this technology. It's just that he was formerly a rational person, who was rare among Earth Elemental Lords. Hefkin's character is less like an elemental elf, and more like a cunning human being. We also pay extra attention to the confidentiality of technology and knowledge. At least Hefkin wouldn't want to tell all the knowledge about nanoworms before he thought of a way to deal with him. Here, there is a lot of magic knowledge accumulated during the period of the Earth Element Lord Camilla, which is not the common wealth of the Earth Element Elves, but compared to the fear that Hive Queen Hefkin can really bring, she is currently showing another kind of strength. As the commander-in-chief of the first fleet of robots, and one of the robots closest to a certain magician, Hefkin naturally became the commander-in-chief of this operation. She also did not deliberately show off the characteristics of the nanoworms, and arranged clones of herself in all the robot fleets. Instead, he honestly issued orders through the robot's internal network. In fact, the command is not too complicated. Just set the target and start working. The goal is of course to target all demons from the abyss and allied forces from the underground world, because the delineation of the former was a bit vague. Some demons who were not the evil camp alliance in the north of the Wind Emperor mountain range, or even thousands of miles away from the battlefield, were inexplicably attacked by the robot fleet. These demons were well hidden among the crowd before, just doing things secretly. Now, they were picked out by sharp-eyed robots and attacked together. It was truly an unforeseen disaster. But looking closely at what they did when they stayed in the Lost Land, it didn't seem so innocent. The allied forces from the underground world have designated 2 battlefields on the north and west sides of the Fingi mountain range, and selected a few groups to gather together to form a larger military force. This is because orcs are already active in the surface world. These orcs are not all robbers, or people who do business without capital, but they are people who live their lives seriously, and can be classified as good or neutral. Just say that there are also many orcs logged in within the Adventurers Guild. In combat, these people may have their own talents as a race, and they are all good players who can be trusted by their teammates, as long as some of their bad habits can be tolerated. Of course, such people cannot be treated the same as the army that emerged from the ground. The most terrible thing is that there is no big difference in biological characteristics between gray dwarves and dwarves. The difference between the two is more reflected in customs and habits, as well as language. Although gray dwarf and dwarf have the same origin, they have already become different after such a long time. If the robot fleet were to simply identify the biological characteristics and execute the obliteration order, the dwarf tribe in the Lost Land would probably suffer. If some robots cause harm, races such as halflings and dwarfs, who are around the waist of ordinary humans, may also be eliminated. If you mess around like this, the scope of accidental damage will be too great. Therefore, Lin had no choice but to select a few invading armies that were definitely coming from the underground world from the data fed back by robots from various places on the imaginary number as targets. The disadvantage of this is that it will miss some small groups of troops that have been separated and sentries that have been scattered. For this level of omission, in the future, just treat the other party as a bandit, and it won't be considered a trouble. Anyway, even in the previous mysterious land, there were professional robbers committing crimes everywhere from time to time, and everyone was very experienced in dealing with them. After selecting the target, the robot fleet will certainly not be so stupid as to give up its advantage and send out marine troops to fight the enemy in close quarters. It is said that they have space navigation capabilities, but they do not carry out long-range strikes from orbit, which makes people wonder whether their spacecraft are only equipped with water cannons. Then the troops sent out were beaten up by some heroes without aerospace capabilities, and were finally killed by a nuclear bomb. This kind of strength really made everyone cry and sad. Of course, it is impossible for a robot fleet born out of someone's belief to make such a stupid mistake. If you can fight from a distance, never fight at close range. If you can attack, never fight one-on-one. If there are any concerns, it is that we cannot launch weapons that are too powerful, such as Star Destroyer cannons. Besides, whether the Star Destroyer cannon can work in this world where extraordinary force is rampant, there is a big question mark for someone staying on the imaginary number. But now is not a good time to look for answers. Hefkin's performance in front of the Lord of the Abyss was also simultaneously displayed on the bridge of the battleship imaginary number, allowing Lin and other fleet commanders to understand the progress of the surface negotiations. When the twin-tailed mechanical girl made the decision to attack, the order was forwarded through the combat center on the imaginary number, and was instantly communicated to all the robots. Don't think that except for the battleship-level robots that fire naval guns, the other robots have nothing to do. In addition to the fact that pocket-level robots are really useless in such a battle, ordinary-level robots and above also have their own gun positions. If there is a robot specialized in long-range attacks, it will not be difficult to achieve the same range as a battleship-class robot gun. Therefore, they will also participate in the bombardment, and calculate and coordinate the shooting parameters with the warships they ride on. If the leader-level robot uses the most powerful long-range weapon, it is not a problem to achieve the same range, but the power may be partially reduced. But as long as they can produce damage, most of them will also SHL the ground at the same time in their respective gun positions. Only a small number of leader-level robots and ordinary-level robots will stay at the gun positions, but they will not take any action. The former is because there are other coordination tasks to be performed in order to command an entire battleship, or even an entire fleet. The mere exchange of messages may paralyze the central processing component of an average robot. Of course, the leader-level robot has the ability to enhance this aspect, although it will not be paralyzed. It does not have enough time to do other things, unless you are commanding a small force. But on such a battlefield, the leader-level robots tasked with this task use their computing power to the extreme. If there is not enough, a second leader level will be added to share it. There is no need to be a leader-level robot on the mission coordination platform, but of course to participate in the artillery attack. The latter is simply because the range is not enough. Or when it hits the target, the power will decline to the point where it is close to nothing. So it is better not to hit it. However, this does not mean that ordinary level robots can retreat to the interior of the battleship to rest and watch the show. They also have their respective positions that they should be responsible for guarding. Some ordinary level robots with special abilities may even have special tasks to perform. After all, for a warship to be able to move, there are countless things it should do. And not all crew members must be combatants, even if the battleship itself is an autonomous individual. In order to exert all its functions and achieve maximum performance, it is of course best to have personnel assisting it. Another point is that the reason why ordinary level robots must also prepare for battle during artillery is to prevent hostile forces from attacking. This lesson was learned at a painful cost by the arrogant battleship-class robots during the robot civil war. The process was nothing more than the weaker side, whose battleship-class robots charged against the gunfire and directly engaged in a close-in battle. Not only did this block the warship gunfire that was worried about hurting one's own side, but also relied on the unexpected close combat style to cause a big loss to the originally stronger side. Although the robot fleets that launched the bombardment were all located at high altitudes, there was no guarantee that the demons had any ability to directly attack the fleets. Even if they looked down on ordinary demons, those Abyss Lords are still watching them with eager eyes. And no robot dares to take them lightly. It's just that the reason why the robots are worried is because they regard each other as their opponents. Although robots are no longer unfamiliar to the Lost World, not everyone knows the combat level of robots, let alone experience such large-scale battles, plasma currents, or solid bombs pushed by electromagnetic force were as dense as rain, changing the sky occupied by the robot fleet into another scene. A single stream of dazzling blue light pierced the sky, and the abnormal whistling sound was like a ghost crying or a wolf howling inside the atmosphere. When most people look at such an unprecedented spectacle, apart from a little bit of panic, they only have inexplicable admiration in their hearts. But for those whose heads were hit by artillery fire, it was all panic and no admiration at all. Especially the coalition of evil forces from the underground world. There was no one like the Lord of the Abyss among them. So Hefkin forgot about them, and forgot to convey the declaration of war. So much so that when they were baptized by artillery fire, they had no idea what was going on. The robot fleet in the sky suddenly launched an attack without warning. Most people don't know why they died before they die. Fortunately, people who were directly carbonized by the plasma flow did not feel any pain during the process. Some people even passed the carbonization stage and were directly vaporized. But for those who are hit by physical bullets, unless it is a direct hit, their death will be extremely painful. It may be that they were torn apart by the blast wind, blown up into the sky, or faced the end of suffocation when the oxygen was burned out and the air was sucked away by the center of the explosion. No one has experienced such an attack, and naturally no one has thought about the most reasonable way to defend or avoid such an attack. Under the artillery fire, almost all the evil camp coalition forces stood still, bearing the blow of this era that was ahead of its time. Besides, the efficiency and density of the bombardment of the robot fleet cannot be compared with the armies of the old era. The evil coalition forces did not even have time to flee in panic, and death inevitably came to them. It only takes a moment to face defeat. Chapter 1618 Clearing the Place. The way the Abyss War ended was neither tragic nor tragic. There is no scene of blood and flesh flying around. There is no scene of comrades rescuing each other, or crying and shouting, and there is no fighting or back-and-forth process. A war that was likely to spread throughout the entire mysterious land ended in a haphazard manner. The reason is not complicated at all. There are millions of robot fleets, but the number of evil coalition forces that have already appeared is not even 500,000. Perhaps not every battleship is in a position to attack the target, but the battleship that can be attacked does not only have one gun. Anti-aircraft gun level force has a small caliber and a short range, not to mention that it cannot hit the enemy. Whether it is the main gun or the secondary gun, the battleship level robot can carry out strikes beyond visual range. Even if the position is too far away and the secondary cannon cannot hit it, there is still a main gun that can be used. In other words, every warship capable of carrying out strikes has more than one cannon that can fire. Not to mention there are also boss-level or Robotman coordinated attacks specialized in long-range attacks. This resulted in more guns than people, coupled with a battleship that can directly observe the target to assist in aiming, and the ability to strike accurately. This does not require all battleship-level robots to fire one round. Just one shot will kill all the target enemies. Moreover, even the corpses and equipment were directly vaporized by the high temperature, leaving nothing behind. The battlefield after being ravaged by the robot fleet was completely bare. No living thing exists, including grass, flowers, insects and birds, except for the craters and scars on the ground. It was so clean that there wasn't even a speck of dust. There are no traces of the army's camping ground, no weapons and equipment used by the army, and not even the remains of any man-made items. Under the attack of at least one artillery SH/L or plasma stream per person. Even if there is automatically triggered magic equipment for self-defense, it will not be able to withstand such a dense artillery attack. Even if there is a strong person who can protect himself from live ammunition or high-density energy-condensed plasma, he cannot withstand the aftermath of the explosion that attacks others around him. This is not a 9mm or 12.7mm bullet, and then each person is rewarded with one bullet. If it hits the vital point, he will die. But if he misses the vital point, he can still breathe. The main and secondary guns of battleship-class robots have a caliber of at least 100. Even if such SH/Ls explode at close range and are affected, rather than hitting directly, everyone will be killed. This time it was not just a direct hit. Some people were not only hit directly by one SH/L, but there were also SH/Lings targeting others nearby. With this kind of dense and fierce artillery fire, even those arrogant warriors in the army could only end up in ashes. Although the alliance between the devil and the evil camp in the underground world was completely finished with one shot, the robot fleet did not stop the bombardment. However, they still stopped their main and secondary guns with smaller calibers, and their firing patterns were more inexplicable and unexplainable. The reason is also obvious, because the 7 Abyss Lords who came to the Lost Land were not harmed by this fierce fire. Once upon a time, the Tower of the Great Sage, which was transformed by a certain magician, killed the Great Lord who was stuck in the Gate of the Abyss. This set a great record in the Lost Land. Killing the Lord of the Abyss with a 3-layer magic tower was something that had never been seen before. You must know that before this, the only ones who could fight against the Lord of the Abyss were the gods of the Lost Land. To challenge the demon at the pinnacle of the Abyss as a mortal was something that was only heard of in ancient times, and it took unimaginable sacrifices to find an opportunity to compete with it. The Tower of the Great Sage can achieve such results. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye will understand that this is a bit tricky. First of all, the Gate of the Abyss is just passable. The number of demons that can cross the border is limited, and their abilities have their upper limit. Not any demon can cross the border, let alone the Lord of the Abyss. At that time, the Lord of the Abyss, who was furious and tried to break into the Lost Land, did not completely come to the Lost Land. In other words, the Lord of the Abyss itself is in an unstable state, and a large amount of intensive energy interference destroys the balance in his unstable body, eventually causing damage and making the Lord of the Abyss hate himself on the spot. It can be said that the Lord of the Abyss was not bombarded to death by the Tower of the Great Sage, but the magic bombardment at that time did play a key role, allowing the Lord of the Abyss to kill himself. But the Lords of the Abyss who have descended upon the Lost Lands are now in a complete state. So of course, there is no instability. The physical bullets pushed by the electromagnetic orbit, whether they are explosive bullets or armor-piercing bullets, to them are like being hit by BB bullets when traveling in their hometown. Although there is a feeling of pain, even if it is concentrated in one place and fired thousands of times, it is impossible for BB bullets to penetrate the human body. And the plasma cannon is even weaker. The pair of Abyss Lords are like ordinary dry batteries to a certain time traveler. They can't even break through the defense. No matter how many they accumulate, there is no possibility of causing harm. This is not a concept where the main body is very weak and relies entirely on shields. As long as one blood can be deducted, and millions of attacks can break down the shield, the weak body can be harmed. The bombardment of the robot fleet can be used to deal with the demons, because no matter how powerful the demons are, they are not so strong that they cannot break through the defenses. But a divine creature like the Lord of the Abyss does not rely on a shield, and its body also has physical immunity. Even if millions of rounds were fired, it still failed to cause any damage. So after a round of continuous bombardment with no results, the robot fleet stopped its meaningless attack. Although the battleship's bombardment could not hurt the Lords, or even affect their actions, it still obscured the sight of the Lords of the Abyss. The reason why the fleet adopts the method of shooting in waves is to avoid mutual interference between concentrated artillery fire. After all, the target area is too small compared to the number of SHLs. The stopped attack finally allowed the princes to see clearly what the army they planned to use to conquer the lost lands had become. All I saw was a bare area, so clean that it didn't look like an environment that had once been crowded with demons. The younger brothers who followed him didn't even leave any bones or blood foam behind. It's like they didn't die, but escaped. However, the Lords of the Abyss knew very well that in that very short period of time, no demon, no matter how long its legs were, could not escape the range of the bombardment. The big devil's talent teleportation is promising to escape the bombardment range. But there are conditions for activation. At least in that kind of energy-disturbed environment. No one can even think about teleporting completely. The Lords of the Abyss were also surprised that such a large number of demons had been lost in such a short period of time. Even in the Abyss, in a battle with huge disparity in numbers, it is impossible for the superior side to kill all the inferior sides so quickly. But before the Lords of the Abyss could sigh insincerely, the robots' second wave of offensive came. This time, it was not a bombardment that had been proven ineffective. In fact, it's not like there weren't any robots who suggested using the Star Destroyer cannon to try it out. But the Star Destroyer cannon can't be fired just when it wants to. It needs time to accumulate energy. If you fight an Abyss Lord who can run, you can imagine how low the hit rate will be. What if the shot is missed and hits somewhere else it shouldn't be? Under many worries, the robots had to go back and choose their original idea, which was also the close combat they had to face. The howling sounds in the sky were so dense that they were like the collective screams of the undead gathered together. But in this sound, there is no magical effect that confuses people's minds. It is simply sharp and harsh. The Lords of the Abyss also quickly discovered the source of the roar, because the densely packed robots falling from the sky like falling rain were so conspicuous that they couldn't help but notice them. Almost all robots that landed on the ground did not decelerate and used buffer devices to absorb the impact force. This makes the scene where the robots appear is quite shocking, with all of them being smashed down heavily. Just like dumplings, after a while, it filled up the circle after circle. Almost all those who came were leader-level robots, and only a few specialized ordinary-level robots could enter this battlefield. As for pocket-sized robots, don't even think about it. Facing the Lord of the Abyss, the pocket class is not even qualified to be cannon fodder. The size of a leader-level robot is at least 11 meters tall. It is not uncommon for some to treat themselves as battleships and reach a height of 30 meters. In comparison, the height of the Abyss Lord is between 3 and 7 meters, which is roughly the size of an ordinary-level robot. This made the monarchs, who were originally facing the human army, feel as oppressive as giants, suddenly became like dwarves, having to look up to a group of robots. However, this height difference is not enough to suppress the confidence of the Abyss Lords, because among their other senses, even the strongest leader-level robots are only at the level of a great demon. The Lord of the Abyss is a creature of a completely different level. When the robot landed, it did not start a direct battle. Instead, it surrounded the 7 Abyss Lords. I saw these forest-like steel giants forming a formation, showing an arrogant momentum, not at all inferior to the 7 Abyss Lords. They started fighting without meeting each other, so naturally they had the intention of having a conversation. The Lords of the Abyss, headed by Wolfram, the leader of the 2 wolves, were also curious about what else the robots wanted to say. After all, just a moment ago, the person opposite him just said, hit, and killed all his minions. But it's just to this extent. Could it be that the other party still wants to persuade me? As expected, the person who came forward was still the cute pocket-sized mechanical girl with huge twin tails. She stood on the shoulders of a certain leader-level robot, holding the big face about the same size as herself with one hand, and holding a large iron speaker in the other hand, and said, "Listen to the demons on the other side. You have been surrounded by us. If you surrender now, we will send you back to the smelly cesspool in the Abyss. Otherwise, this battle will be inevitable, and your ending will be doomed." It's too late to say it, but it's soon. It was the Lord of the Abyss, who was no different from a gorilla who punched Hefkin before. He punched the head of the leader-level robot where Hefkin was standing. On the side of the leader's face was the Beehive Queen's metal cake that had been smashed flat once again. This punch was like a signal to start a war. The other Abyss Lords were not interested in talking nonsense to the robots. In their minds, Clearing the visible torrent of steel is not a problem. It just takes more time. Besides, it doesn't necessarily have to be fought to the end. As long as the damage reaches a certain number, none of the remaining robots will hold on. Even if there are a few die-hard elements. If the overall morale drops to a certain level, collapse will become an inevitable result, and no one can save it. But what they didn't expect was that this battle was also what the robots wanted. So Hefkin deliberately provoked them. Whether you have the ability to kill gods or not, ultimately depends on actual performance, not just imagination. This battle is a battle of verification for the robots. Chapter 1619 The Robots' Ambition. What the robots rely on to deal with the Lord of the Abyss is not the science and technology that transcends the mysterious land, but the anti-power equation that someone once revealed. When he was dealing with the two inferior gods in the Earth elemental world, Lin borrowed the computing power of the robot and figured out the solution to deal with the two gods, which allowed the final god slaying to be successful. Strictly speaking, there were many prerequisites for success at that time. For example, Fun, the former Demon King's assistant, and those two gods. But they couldn't even establish a divine kingdom. And they couldn't even reach the level of weak divine power. So they were so easy to deal with. The second factor is very important, but not many people noticed. That is, they were dealt with one at a time, no matter what. The robots who participated in those two battles were fortunate enough to provide their own computing power in the process of solving the anti-power equation. Only a small number of drones are responsible for containing the enemy. This is not an uneven distribution of work. But when dealing with a single enemy, limited by the size of the battlefield, the number of the latter has its limit, the more the better for the former. Since this has happened twice, of course, it is inevitable that the anti-power equation will leak out. At that time, Lin's consideration was simply that the anti-power equation was not very practical. So he did not care about the leak. This thing is not a universal trick that is popular all over the world. It is just a formula. For every god, there is a unique solution for that god. If you encounter a new opponent, if you don't run away, you have to find a way to prolong your life on the battlefield and find a solution before you have the strength to compete with it. Otherwise, the ability of the body alone was not enough to shake these gods before. Linka relied on the robot's fierce fighting regardless of sacrifice. And Finn's restraint. To wait until the final moment when he succeeded in solving the problem and defeated the two gods. It was precisely because the anti-power equation was so impractical, and because he was encountering two new opponents that he had never seen before, that Lin used the computing power of robots in order to solve the problem as quickly as possible. This is completely different from the later attitude of being picky and reluctant to disclose. Since robots provide computing power, no matter how much or how little, they will always be exposed to the content of the inverse power equation. Of course, there are robots that don't care at all. After using it, they delete the relevant content from their memory to ensure that their memory units have space for other uses. But it's not impossible for robots to notice the value of anti-power equations. Head Queen is undoubtedly the latter. She not only collected relevant information from the robots, but also stayed with the magician for more than 10 years without Lin, and then taking the initiative to teach, constantly making insinuations, and finally allowed her to complete the robot version of the anti-power equation. Lin was certainly aware of Hefkin's intentions. After all, it had been made clear from the beginning that the purpose of sending a clone to accompany him was for learning. However, someone does not need to take the initiative and teach systematically. He just needs to give a hint when he gets up. How much he can learn depends on his ability. Even if he learns secretly, it is still his ability, and does not count as stealing. In ancient times in my hometown, this was the status of a registered disciple. Lin did not comment on the robot's results. Of course, Hefkin didn't act like a treasure, and gave the robot version of the anti-power equation she had worked out to a magician for evaluation. The two parties had a tacit understanding and treated this matter as if it had never happened from beginning to end. However, the first battle against the Lord of the Abyss was taken over by Hefkin. Or rather the robot leaders headed by her, and asked a certain magician not to take action. These thoughtful robots want to try out their skills, regardless of the fact that the robot's own technology surpasses the mystery by countless generations. It can defeat all civilized regimes and natural creations, including the mystery and the abyss. But again, this is a world of personal power. Even if humans can't compete with technology, there are even more unreasonable gods. According to Hefkin, the physical immunity characteristics of divine creatures are simply the natural enemies of robots. This is also one of the important factors in curbing the robots' attempts to invade. because in front of gods, they turned back into weaklings without the power to resist. In the past, it was still an era of elemental elves, and the gods were not as helpless as they are today. As long as you are willing and gather enough elemental elves, you can still grind a god back to his own kingdom to wait for resurrection. Or he can be forced to run away. Therefore, the matter of transforming robots into human beings does not seem to be entirely beneficial, but rather has its advantages and disadvantages. But even if there are disadvantages, no one wants to go back to the era of elemental elves, because the robot is now in the mortal stage and has achieved comprehensive transcendence. Only the divinity has become a shortcoming. So as long as they develop mechanical divinity and make up for their shortcomings, that will be the perfect ending of this evolution. Of course, it is impossible to go back and return to the era of elemental elves because of a slight flaw. Now, facing the Lord of the Abyss is the first step for the robots to challenge divinity. Although this step was a bit big, facing 7 people at once, no one really backed down. At least the leader-level robots, who stood in front of the Abyss Lords, were not content with the status quo. Even after the gorilla-like Lord of the Abyss launched an attack, it did not dampen the morale of the robots, but rather inspired everyone's fighting spirit. The two parties immediately got into a fight and became a melee, even though the robots had formed a battle formation in advance. Even though the leader-level robots were all taller than the Lord of the Abyss, but in the face of these divine creatures, they still hit the robots with accuracy. And when a robot attack falls on them, it's just like a mosquito bite. The result was that the robots rushed forward one after another, but it was as if they were being smashed in line. The tall metal body cannot be relied upon, and no matter how advanced the technology is, it cannot withstand the most primitive brute force. The robots have only once again proved the tyranny of the Abyss Lords. However, such sacrifices are not meaningless. A total of 350 million robots, 1 million battleships, and most of the computing power are invested in the calculation of the anti-power equation. It can be said that no matter whether there is hatred between robots or not, no one is really staying out of it now. This kind of battle is even more magnificent than the previous lineup when they challenged the two gods of the Earth elemental world. At that time, there were still some robots who could not make it to the two battles against the gods due to various reasons. And of course, they did not participate in the calculation of the anti-power equation. However, compared to the previous loss, this time it was more than 100 or 1,000 times greater. When fighting against the two gods of the Earth elemental world, they were not just challenging one at a time, but there were also two magicians, Lin and Fin, at the forefront, and the robots were just the henchmen. This time, he challenged 7 of them in one breath. He was not the kind of god who was not worthy of being considered a weak god, but the Lord of the Abyss, who had a more vicious reputation. In addition, without the two magicians in front, the robots bore all the pressure completely on their own. However, outside of this torrent of steel that was constantly attacking the 7 monarchs like a wave, there was a group of robots that remained motionless. Most of them are ordinary level robots, carrying dish antennas that are much larger than themselves, radiating solutions to the inverse energy equation. Of course, the solution here is not the final answer to the 7 kings. It's just a result that may be close to the final answer in the process of solving. Hefkin hopes that this incomplete answer can still play some role in reducing the pressure faced by the robots. The mission of these robots is to create a special environment force field, just like the magician's night starry sky, so that the divinity in it can be suppressed. As long as divinity can be truly suppressed, and the most important thing is to erase the characteristic of physical immunity, then the robot fleet will have a lot to do. On the contrary, if divinity cannot be suppressed, there is no point in fighting against gods. If you can't even fight against it, there's no need to think about becoming a mechanical god. This is the goal that the robots headed by Hefkin have secretly set for themselves. Therefore, even if a large number of leader-level robots were beaten into metal slag, the successors would still be brave enough to move forward without fear of death. And metal debris is also scattered on the battlefield. Everywhere. No matter who stepped on it. They didn't directly hit the ground, but instead stepped on debris. This little trouble is certainly not enough to hinder the warring parties, but it also illustrates from the side how considerable the sacrifices of the robots were. Moreover, the ones that were destroyed were still leader-level robots, not miscellaneous soldiers. In the era of elemental elves, this would be like the death of elemental lords in batches. Although the robot can be restored to its original state through repair afterwards, as long as the memory storage unit is not damaged. But in a battle of this intensity, it is difficult to say whether this strongest part can be preserved. But such sacrifices are ultimately in vain, especially after the only solution to the anti-power equation for the 7 Abyss Lords was obtained. The robots' attack still failed to make any progress, which made Hefkin and other robots realize that there were still some things they had not considered carefully. One key factor may be that there are too many opponents. The robot version of the anti-power equation can determine the means of targeting divine creatures, and then rely on robots that can generate force fields to create an environment favorable to them. But when there are 7 opponents at once, it is not possible to divide the robots that generate force fields into 7, and each generate a kind of force field to deal with 7 Abyss Lords at the same time. Just ask the question whether the 7 force fields will work at the same time or interfere with each other. Reality is no different from mathematics. In many cases, 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. Besides, the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss belong to 2 systems, and it is the latter who can compete with the god of the lost earth. Using methods to deal with gods to deal with the Lord of the Abyss is not to say that it is ineffective, but it is a little less interesting. The difference is that the gods rely on faith, that is, other thoughts to be born, and their foundation is the 8 powers unique to the Lost Land and the Abyss. It is this deep binding that makes the gods, no matter how majestic they are, only be majestic in the 2 places of mystery and the Abyss, and cannot do without the environment that makes them successful. This is also the reason why Lin has never considered becoming a midi-god, even if he found a way possible. This is also the reason why the results of the anti-power equation can have an effect on the gods of the Lost Earth and the evil gods of the Abyss. They are based on the 8 powers. Once they are targeted, it is difficult to resist. The Lord of the Abyss used a saying from a certain time traveler's hometown. That is, the sanctification of the flesh. Use the 8 powers to transform yourself, but do not follow the path of lighting the divine fire, although they also possess divine nature, which according to someone means that their powers have a specific and unique arrangement. They will not become defenseless just because their divinity is targeted. In short, if you want to deal with the Lord of the Abyss, it is not enough to rely solely on the anti-power equation. Chapter 1620. The main character appears. Although the number of robots sacrificed has not yet reached the limit of the leaders led by Hefkin, but after confirming that continuing to fight would still be ineffective, the robots gave in decisively, just as they charged forward without any return. The robots' retreat was equally swift and violent, so fast that even the Lords of the Abyss could not react. By the time they noticed it, a deserted area had been cleared around them, leaving only a piece of debris. This large space was carefully calculated by the robot. As long as the Lord of the Abyss present has no hidden moves and wants to continue attacking through this distance, the robots will have time to react and evade. Even if the princes didn't understand the meaning of giving up such space at first, but after rushing in recklessly several times and being dodged by the robots, even those who didn't understand understood it. This caused them to stop their movements and wait for the robots' follow-up. As one of the main forces in the battle, Hefqueen's ever-changing and invincible characteristics allow her to always appear on the front line. The Lord of the Abyss was slightly shocked at the beginning, but later he became accustomed to it. Besides, no matter how resurrected this little robot is, and how many changes in fighting style it has, it is still a matter of one fist, and it does not cause any trouble. At most, it would just be annoying to see her face all the time. Now the twin-tailed mechanical girl showed up again, and she didn't attack immediately. She seemed to want to say something, but this was not the main reason for the Abyss Lords to stop. Those people who did not show up in the dark were the reason for them to stop. The twin-tailed mechanical girl maintained her original habit and changed into a cute pose before speaking. But this time, before she could say a word, the Lord of the Abyss flicked his fingers, and the compressed air became a powerful weapon of destruction, which directly hit the mechanical girl and exploded. It's also Hefqueen's problem. Ever since her body was made of nanoworms, she no longer likes to dodge the enemy's attacks and allows them to attack her. Most people couldn't penetrate her metal body, even if it is aggregated by nanoworms. Its structure is not loose, and is even stronger than the existing known metal box cuts in MIDI. But at the level of the king, it is normal to destroy Hefqueen with one finger. The Lord of the Abyss, who was too lazy to listen to this little robot's nonsense, did not hesitate to destroy this chatty little thing again. They followed their intuition and looked at several special locations. Hefqueen was beaten to pieces, but she recovered immediately. But this time she stopped talking, because she knows that the protagonist is not herself, and the focus is no longer on her. Since the nominal commander-in-chief of the robot fleet did not speak, it was even less likely that other leader-level robots would speak. It's not that they don't have a desire for power, and don't want to compete for leadership positions. But Hefkin is too evil. And other robots really have no intention of competing with this person. And in those locations that the Abyss Lords were paying attention to, several human beings walked out. Their body shapes are no different from ordinary people. But among a group of giant-sized robots and the Abyss Lord, they are really quite inconspicuous. In fact, these few people have been on the battlefield for a long time. But they are too short among a group of giants. No one will notice them without deliberately hiding them. But as an old rival, the Lord of the Abyss, how could he not pay attention to these human beings who could fight against him? In fact, the princes have long suspected that these people are not human beings. But what it is, no one can guess. Naturally, those who appeared were Hua Defa, who wore a short cheongsam and three-quarter trousers, Shuang Xiaowei, who was dressed in hanfu and looked a bit elegant, Malu Yalong, who wore a sky-high tea-bun and two swords across his waist, tendon meat, slashing Armida in a bearskin cloak. Seeing these four familiar faces, Wolfram, the Lord of the Abyss with two wolf heads, came forward and said in the common tongue of Mysteria, "Finally you are willing to show up. I thought you were going to watch the show until the end. But you didn't willing to take action. There are many chances to die. So don't worry." Killing Armida held up the big blade that was no different from an iron plate, put it on his shoulder, and said with a big smile, "As a strong barbarian who loves talking more than fighting, Armida always talks nonsense during the battle. Moreover, the symptoms were so severe that he would rather say a few rude words to hurt others than seize the enemy's weaknesses and kill them." The great kings who fought against this barbarian all had to admit that they were able to stay in the mysterious land and fight all because this barbarian was so busy spraying people with stinky shit that he forgot how to kill people. So to be honest, no one was surprised at all when they heard such threatening words. But Wolfram still felt a bit inconsistent, feeling that things were not as they seemed. But it kept its expression and said sarcastically, "Who do you think will die? Have you forgotten? Which side is more people now? There are 7 of us. At least 3 of you can enjoy the warm hospitality of the 2 princes." What Wolfram did not say was that if a fight really broke out, it would not instruct the princes to use a 2-2-1 allocation method to deal with these 4 strangers. Instead, 3 people are selected, and each one is said to contain a prince. The other princes use all their strength to capture the remaining person, and then move on to the next one. This type of play is the fastest way to deal with trouble. The words he said were actually used to confuse people. As for the useless metal lumps of the robots, their combat power has been completely ignored by the Abyss Lords. However, Wolfram was not sure whether this small trick could deceive the 4 humans in front of him, who were still intact after fighting with them. If these 4 people were really so easy to deceive, they would have taken care of them long ago, and they would not be alive until now. But this time, killing Armida was like responding to the Lord of the Abyss's words, and it was also making a fuss about quantity. He said, "Do you really think that 4 can't defeat 7? Even so, I just called another person." Regarding the reminder of the 5th person, the Abyss Lords unanimously set the same place. He was still among the crowd of robots. He was still so short that he could only reach the height of the calf of the leader-level robot. And he had no sense of presence. The sky blue Confucian robe, feather cloak, and small sea blue shawl are really inconspicuous among the robot bosses with bright and rich colors. However, the colorful pearl feather fan gently waving in the man's hand made the Lords of the Abyss unable to take their eyes away when they saw it. In fact, the actions of the Abyss Lords were also the actions of the robots present. As soon as they saw the feather fan in the magician's hand, they immediately felt a sense of life-related connection. Those elemental elves who start from scratch, like a blank sheet of paper, may not know the origin of this feeling. But the leader-level robots present were all formerly elemental lords, or were the bosses of an elemental biological force. How could they not know what this sense of connection represents? Fire was originally the spirit of the earth element, the true core of the earth elemental world, the mother source of the existence of the elemental elves. Isn't this thing stored in the imaginary number? Why did it fall into the hands of this magician again? Dissatisfaction grew in the droid's processing units, but then subsided nicely, because the robots also sensed that the lifeblood of their old opponents was also in the hands of this magician. The spirits of the 4 elements are all sealed in the feather fan. Lord of the 4 elements is the name Hefkin used to call the magician before, which also represents the recognition of the robots. Although when it comes to recognition, the robots only regard such a title as a false title. But I have to admit that this magician has the ability to live up to this title. Now that we see that he has truly mastered the spirit of the 4 elements, it is actually just about realizing what he is capable of doing. Can any robot or elemental spirit resist? even without mentioning the promise during transformation. The robots couldn't think of resisting the magician. This is not a gratitude transformed by gratitude. Nor is it because the lifeblood of fire is in human hands. It is simply because the robots can't find a way to deal with the flash technique. It's like the robots have nothing to do with Head Queen, the queen of the hive. So they are willing to succumb to her. As for the time traveler who dug up other people's ancestral graves, the reason why he dared to show off his things in an arrogant manner was certainly not because he drank too much today or had a fever to the point of being delirious. The reason why he didn't show off before was not because he deliberately hid it, but because he didn't have the chance. Now it's time to get down to business. We are still facing the 7 lords of the abyss. If we don't wear all the clothes on our bodies and show our true skills, will we be buried with them when we die? And then we can break into houses and dig graves? Lin could not evaluate how attractive the feather fan in his hand would be in the eyes of the Lord of the Abyss. But from those eager eyes, he could feel that these demons who were already at the peak still revealed their desire. As the feather fan swayed slightly, the gazes of the princes also moved in unison. This funny look made him want to tease these demons. At the same time, he recited in the language of his hometown. The desire for fame and fortune is ups and downs. And the stone light, lightning and fire are in this life. The affairs of the world are endless. And it is an idiot to live in this world without smiling. The demeanor of a superior person emerges spontaneously. After 12 years of experience, someone's state of mind is actually completely different from the past. At least I dared to do that show in a high-level meeting before, and pounded the table in front of a group of nobles. This was something I would never have dared to do more than 10 years ago, or when I had just left the Tower of the Great Sage. Not to mention the time when he was just thrown into a lost place, and even staying alive was a problem. But after traveling to the zero-dimensional primitive world and killing himself, how could he still be the same person as before? In terms of age, he should be placed in his hometown when he is about 5 or 6 years old. If his life course runs normally, this is also the age when he becomes a grandfather. But the body under the Confucian robe was full of youthful vitality. And Lin did not make his face look mature or add a few extra beards in order to create a majestic look. He just used the appearance he showed at the moment to confidently meet the 7 Abyss Lords. Although his attitude seemed a bit frivolous. In fact, he still attached great importance to this battle in his heart. I boasted in front of World Tree and the emperors of the 2 empires before, saying that I could solve the problem of the abyss in one day. And I could indeed do it. But before the results come out, there is still the possibility of capsizing. Lin didn't want his plan to collapse because of his negligence. Today's situation can be said to be a hard one. So from the moment he showed up, he was calculating every step. The goal is to achieve the results you want in the end. Chapter 1621 Temptation and Provocation. The gorilla-like Lord of the Abyss was eager to try, wanting to rush in front of the last magician to give him a hard blow. In addition to washing the face of this ignorant human being, I also needed to suppress the inexplicable emotions in my heart. But under the gaze of those deep eyes, the prince did not dare to take action. In the end, such a result can only be attributed to the lack of opportunities, rather than being afraid or intimidated. However, if it doesn't move, it doesn't mean that other princes won't move either. You know, among these 7, there is an old acquaintance of a certain magician, the succubus king who once fought with the magician in the abyss, and the goat-headed king who became the tribute of the abyss and was devoured by someone. The 2 of them could be considered acquaintances with Lin, but they were also enemies rather than friends. Just as Ling Quanshan was on guard against the gorilla king who had a history of sneak attacks, the sheep-headed king seized the opportunity, picked up a horn knife, and slashed at someone's neck. Facing the Lord of the Abyss, no matter how many layers you put on yourself, or how many layers of magic shields are solidified on the equipment itself, it will be useless. It takes no effort at all for a divine creature to penetrate that thing. And it doesn't even have to think about how to break it. Anyway, the thing is penetrated by its unconscious actions, with every movement of its hands and feet. So of course Lin couldn't rely on the built-in protective function of the equipment. He did not dodge, but raised the colorful pearl feather fan in his hand, just in time to block the slashing knife. One thing that most ordinary people are not used to in the confrontation between divine creatures is the issue of strength. When mass and acceleration are no longer factors in force calculations, all rules will be rewritten. This is also why a powerful knife will be blocked by an understatement. It's not that Lin's strength is greater than that of the sheep-headed lord, but that the weight of the feather fan in his hand is far higher than that of the sheep-headed lord's natural weapon. Nonsense! At the core of the 4 elemental planes, perhaps those 4 worlds are not as complete as the main plane of the land. a universe with a complete system. But as the core part, it also carries the weight of a small universe. Not to mention an Abyss Lord. Even if the entire Abyss is tied together, it may not be able to shake the colorful pearl feather fan in the hands of a certain magician. This was also the reason why everyone who saw this feather fan had such hot eyes. Of course they want to take such a strange object into their hands. But whether they can deal with someone who can create such a thing is a question on another level. This is not something that some lucky young man can pick up just by walking on the roadside. It is not impossible for a person who is not strong enough to be crushed to death by this feather fan. There are countless powerful weapons in the Lost Lands and the Abyss. But these weapons are not like the firearms of a time traveler's hometown. Even a child can use them to kill a strong adult. The powerful weapons of MIDI cannot be used by anyone but the strong. If you insist on using it, autophagy itself is a basic operation. Therefore, being able to use these powerful weapons is itself proof that the user is powerful enough. The Sheephead Lord's temptation let him know that the magician in front of him had once again transformed in just over 10 years. He was no longer comparable to the man who fell into madness under the influence of the Abyss consciousness. This quickly extinguished the Sheep-Headed Lord's desire for revenge. The hatred of a devil is similar to the hatred of a villain. A small grudge can be remembered for a lifetime. He is always thinking about how to repay 10 times or 100 times. He will take advantage of opportunities when there are opportunities, and create opportunities when there are no opportunities. But if you don't do anything serious, you can tolerate it with a smile instead of having an attack regardless of it. This is how you become a truly high-level villain. But this is not the time to accompany smiley face yet. Strictly speaking, the temptation of the Sheep-Headed Lord only proves that it is impossible to eat alone. There were 7 Lords of the Abyss present, and the only ones facing them who could compete with them were the 4 strangers and the magicians. A total of 5 people. In terms of numbers, the Abyss side still has the advantage. As long as it works well, there is no chance of killing people and taking possessions. This judgment was quickly recognized by all the princes in their eye contact. Lin seemed not to notice the exchange between the princes. He just pretended to recite a poem and appeared, then blocked an attack, and then acted as if nothing had happened, waving his fan and looking up at the transcendent beings overlooking him. However, he still stared at the sheep-headed king mischievously for a while, and smacked his lips a few times, as if he was recalling the taste of chewing the other man like a big bone stick. This is undoubtedly a provocation. Seeing that the sheep-headed king was furious, the succubus king secretly took a few steps back. Different from the sheep-head, the succubus was influenced by the consciousness of the Abyss in the past chase battle when the magician lost control in the Abyss. But the cautious succubus king finally distorted the instilled idea at the last moment. He did not treat himself as a dish and serve it into other people's mouths, but escaped. Don't think that a demon at the level of a monarch is registered with the Abyss consciousness and will be resurrected even if it dies, so it can be free to wander around. This resurrection is not without cost. Not to mention how many enemies would come to him during the week period after his resurrection. Although the sheep-headed king can now stand here intact and confront a certain magician, but the past experience of death and resurrection still cost it a price that will be remembered for a lifetime. Therefore, facing the provocation of the magician, the succubus king who watched everything happen only felt fear, but in the heart of the sheep-headed king, there was only rage. Of course, Lin's provocation is not just looking for trouble, but asking for trouble. What he was thinking about was how the subsequent impact would change after the matter was resolved today. After finishing this battlefield, not everything will be fine. There are still demons near the gate of the Abyss to deal with. Even if the demons on the side of the Abyss and the coalition of evil forces from the underground world are defeated, the gate of the Abyss still needs to be blocked so that the demons on the Abyss side cannot hinder their ability to build the magic tower. Fighting all the way through is an inevitable development. But there is still something to be learned about how to kill. If he fights extremely hard and wins at the critical moment, it will give an illusion to the subsequent demons who intend to invade the Lost Land. It seems that as long as they work harder, they can get rid of themselves as an obstacle. Therefore, this battle is not only about killing, but also about killing with momentum and majesty. Doing this may not completely deter the demons from invading the Lost Land, but at least it can cut off the timid group of demons from thinking that invading the Lost Land is a sure profit business. Therefore, in addition to using a crushing advantage to win, you should also continue to use that kind of soft and silent attitude. But behind the scenes, you can't scare people with extremely ruthless actions. Here you need to be arrogant, confident, and confident of victory. This attitude will make other demons take you seriously. After all, most people in the world look at the external appearance. But few examine the inner essence. Demons, a group whose muscles are bigger than their heads, also have the same problem. You can't scare them by always saying cruel words that are neither negative nor positive. You have to be fierce and powerful. But it's not a big deal if you always put on airs and don't fart at all. You should always speak up and let people understand what you want, rather than asking people to look at you and figure it out on your own. Lin said, I'll give you a chance to go back to the abyss. If you don't want to go back, you insist on challenging me. Isn't this a stupid decision? The two wolf-headed Lord of the Abyss, Wolfram's crazy wolf head, looked up to the sky and roared, as if in demonstration. The wise wolf head said in a majestic and unquestionable tone, Magic, there are only 5 of you, and there are 7 of us. I heard that you are the inventor of the mathematics of mystery. With such a simple comparison. You don't know? Lin said contemptuously. Look, this is the misunderstanding between us. In fact, we are 11,213 plus 1. And we will beat 7 of you. To be honest, I feel a little bit overwhelmed. As soon as a certain magician finished speaking, the world suddenly changed. The signature night sky is once again shrouded in stars. In addition to himself and the 7 Abyss Lords, there were also many leader-level robots in close proximity. As for the position of the battleship-class robot, which is too high, it is not within the range and will naturally not appear in the night starry sky. However, the focus is on 4 strangers, including Detha and Hua. This time, they no longer pretended to be human beings. The weapons on their waists or backs dispersed and turned into sword pills, flying in all directions. But they didn't all fly away. Instead, they left a stickman-like skeleton and picked up the core that was originally hidden in the human SHL, that is, 4 of the 5 swords in the world, Yin and Yang, Wind and Thunder, Mountains and Rivers, and Khan. The scattered sword pills were not running around aimlessly. Instead, they flew into the night starry sky, each guarding a star position. I saw tens of thousands of stars, twinkling and flickering, as if they could turn into sharp swords and fall at any time. At this moment, when Tu Cheonggin saw it, Lord Abyss realized what he had dealt with before. Just ask Haikiri if they are afraid? To say you are not afraid would be a lie. Most people may not know it well, but at the level of the Lord of the Abyss, how could they not know that a weapon like the Haikiri, which has a proven record of killing gods, is a professional counterpart to deal with divine creatures like them, and it can be used accurately every time. But to say that I am afraid, I am not afraid at all. That's because the limitation of Haikiri is there. Without a good swordsman, you can't use the weapon to your full potential, let alone slaughtering gods. Even killing a chicken is a bit risky. But no matter what it is, once the quantity increases, the meaning becomes different. What's more, these Haikiri can fly. Without the restrictions of the swordsman, no one knows how much destructive power such Haikiri can exert. Let's just say that the 4 stick figure-shaped stands look even shabbier than the skeleton soldiers controlled by the necromancer. But does the Lord of the Abyss dare to despise them? Who has been able to challenge the kings in a duel without losing? Such an opponent is far beyond the imagination of the Abyss Lords, let alone dealing with it. You don't even know the details of your opponent, so you have to deal with him. And it seems that the only one who has a chance to fight is the magician. Just looking at his confident appearance, the more conservative princes couldn't help but murmur. Who told him that the person opposite had a record of killing the Lord of the Abyss? Although what was delivered to the door was a sacrifice weakened by the consciousness of the Abyss. But such results are real. This battle is inexplicably suspenseful. Chapter 1622. The war begins. It seems to be the weakest link in the field. In fact, the Lords of the Abyss all know the upper and lower limits of the human species, and the gap is so huge that it is ridiculous. So they didn't dare to underestimate the magician in front of them. However, as the most powerful person in the Abyss, he still has the arrogance he deserves. The princes just don't dare to underestimate it. It doesn't mean they have lost the courage to challenge. What if the opponent has a record of killing gods or other great kings? That only proves that the other party has such strength. It reminds me to be careful. It does not mean that I will definitely die at the hands of the other party, even in the face of millions of battleships and countless robots. The 7 Abyss Lords had no idea of retreating. Those who are timid cannot climb to the level they are today. Of course, Lin will not retreat. If you want to scare the monkeys, you have to show off your authority. Making a small fuss will be detrimental to future plans. So he pretended to be arrogant. But he actually wanted to find the most dancing monkey. But now everyone is like a lion or a tiger. not even roaring, but lying on the ground waiting to pounce. Everyone was so steady, and a certain magician felt that he might have been pretending too much before. But Lin didn't want to think about it. The sword of Damocles that really hung over the heads of the Abyss Lords was actually the starry night sky where the Hagiri Kimura merged with the stars. This magical barrier in the eyes of others is the source of crisis perceived by the monarchs. But the princes don't know how this magic barrier will be attacked and in what form. This made them hesitate to move forward and choose not to take the initiative to attack in order to cope with possible attacks. However, they are not just standing around and doing nothing when they are ready to go. Among the many good qualities of demons, there is no such thing as waiting patiently. Everything they do has a purpose. A certain magician has been playing tricks on them since he appeared. So are the Lords of the Abyss. Just like in anime stories, it is normal for there to be 5 of the 4 heavenly kings. It is normal for a team of 5 people to often have a 6th or 7th person and other non-staff members. In particular, these people are sometimes enemies and sometimes friends, which always makes the audience quite confused. A certain magician who was riding a tiger was racking his brains, trying to find a way to scare the monkeys. Unexpectedly, a sudden warning message rushed into my mind like lightning, making me realize that something was wrong. The next moment, the skin on the back of the neck felt cold. The next moment, the thing on the back of the neck was about to dig in. Lin's demonic body couldn't keep up with such movements. With important treasures such as the colorful pearl feather fan in hand, his response to the flash technique was also a beat slower. Just when I thought I had to hold the back of my neck no matter what, the mutation reappeared. The stickman holding Feng Lei Sun slammed into it, knocking away the sneak attacker behind a certain magician. The 8th Lord of the Abyss, who was knocked out from the darkness, suffered a heavy blow. In addition, the one who hit it was a stick figure transformed from Hagiri. So how could it be just a simple collision damage? The sharpness of the Hagiri Slayer god does not lie in how fast or sharp the blade is, but in another level of sharpness. When he collided with the 8th Lord of the Abyss, who was hiding in the dark. Especially when Feng Lei Shun attacked at full speed. This Lord of the Abyss, who could only see a black shadow, opened several scarlet gashes on the spot and sprayed out. Blood splattered. A certain pretender was secretly sweating coldly. But on the surface, he still pretended to be calm and calm. He casually glanced behind him, as if the demon who came to assassinate him was not worth mentioning. But in fact, this time, there was a false start, and the Hagaris had already laughed to death in their exclusive communication network. Feng Lei Shun came to the rescue. But it was not because the Hagaris really cared about him and took the initiative to assist him. It was someone in there who made a cry for help that made Hagiri take action. In fact, from such a small place, it can be observed from the side that someone's conscious communication with Hagiri has long ignored the concept of time. This is the main reason why he no longer needs external computing power when doing calculations. It is also the reason why he still has a way to seek help in such a special environment when facing a crisis. But in reality, the factor of time cannot be ignored, unless magic is used to create an area that is temporarily isolated from the time element. But before you want to do such a move, you also need time. The activation of the flash technique also takes time, even if it is a few nanoseconds. Before today, someone thought that such a processing time would ensure that he would be foolproof. And he never thought that an enemy could break through this time limit barrier. But that's what happened. The only one who can save himself in this crisis is the heretic Hagiri Feng Lei Sun, who has transcended the physical rules of the world and remade the rules to fit them. It can be said that if it were not for the presence of one of the 5 earthly swords, I am afraid that today next year would be the anniversary of his death. Even if he could survive, according to Lin's estimation, if he did not become a vegetative state at the position where the 8th Abyss Lord attacked, he would still end up paralyzed from a high position. However, all these ridicules and serious consequences cannot be shown in reality. Lin calmly looked at the 8th Abyss Lord, who was beaten out. It was a very rare shadow demon. It was a demon that became a member of the Abyss after the fall of a shadow plane creature. In fact, this is why the abyssal species are so diverse. There are many species that are not actually native to the Abyss, but are the result of the degeneration and abyssalization of life in other worlds. This shadow demon lord has no fixed image. It is like a slime-like creature composed of black shadows. But it does not maintain a round shape in daily life, but constantly deforms between various biological forms. But after it becomes abyssal and demonic, it is difficult to avoid having certain characteristics of abyssal creatures. For example, there will be bleeding and injuries. If it were still a shadow creature, there would be no such concept at all. Of course, it would not be injured, and there would be no blood to shed. Although he switched to a stronger power, he also created more weaknesses for himself. The choice between the two. It's really hard to say whether it's a profit or a loss. However, first the 8th Lord of the Abyss made a move, and then Higiri Wind and Thunder blocked him. And the situation that was already tense and on the verge of breaking out instantly broke out. The battle is just like the arrangement of the 2 wolf-headed Lords of the Abyss. Wolfram. Each of the 4 stickmen holding Hakakiri is restrained by one of the lords. The other princes went towards the weakest link, the human magician. The stickman who showed greater speed than Malu Yelong was restrained by the injured Shadow Demon Lord. Wolfram believed that the latter's ability to move and assassinate was quite strange, so he didn't have to worry about the fast alien distracting others. If that guy who was so fast that he couldn't react faced other Abyss Lords, he could probably play with them, at least until someone finds the other's pattern. No one has a way to deal with it. But by the same token, among the 4 aliens, who looked similar, but had different weapons in their hands, only the guy with the short thorn came forward to deal with the shadows. Didn't it prove that the other aliens could not use the shadows? So there is no need to worry about this guy with fast speed not being restrained. The 4 aliens were restrained by the 4 lords, and the remaining 4 Abyss Lords besieged the magician alone. Wolfram was confident that he could resolve this battle in the shortest time and seize the treasure in his hands. As for who the treasures will be distributed to in the future, that is an internal matter among the Abyss Lords. Faced with the siege of 4 Abyss Lords at the same time, Lin was not as flustered as others imagined. Although his current Confucian robe is not as defensive as the Divine Xuanwu robe, it is still improved by taking the advantages and disadvantages of 4 sets of robes in the shape of the 4 spirits. The name Antianpao is taken from a time traveler's favorite puppet show character, including the poem number that appeared before. The Confucian clothing does not focus on aspects, but focuses on moderation and balance. Simply put, it is like snake oil. But that doesn't mean that this new set of clothes is useless. It also depends on who is dealing with it. If faced with an ordinary warrior or magician, Lin has the courage to stand still and let others beat him. And he is also confident that no one can break the house. But to deal with the Abyss Lord, especially 4 of them at once, someone certainly wouldn't dare to trust him. Those who should be blocked must still be blocked, and those who should be dodged must still be dodged. What's more, now I no longer just use the flash technique to hide thousands of miles away, but use the flash technique to fine-tune my position so that I can still attack or counterattack. Coupled with his current astonishing computing power, Lin Jian used this demonic body to formulate the best strategy to deal with the 4 Abyss Lords. In terms of the number 1 contributor, apart from the Ant Sky Robe, the colorful pearl feather fan also played an important role. This heavy treasure cannot be broken through by ordinary attacks, even if it is attacked by the Lord of the Abyss. However, holding this light-looking feather fan to block other people's big blades, even if the leader-level robots, who became the audience, had no nerves and muscles, they still felt their faces twitching. The colorful pearl feather fans contain their fire. Although the fire that has been promoted to a rare object is not so easy to be destroyed. What if there is an emergency? The future of the robot race, as well as the other 3 elemental planes, are all in ruins. In fact, the robots were too worried. Can an ant sky robe and a colorful fan alone withstand the siege of 4 Abyss Lords? Even with the help of powerful computing power and the use of flash techniques, it will not help. Lin Khan's lowered hand picked up the Year Wheel, the last of the 5 swords in the world. The Wheel of Time has changed again. The bronze sword body, then blade, and back do not look like a sword, but like a long pestle. The blade of the sword is not long, just enough for the arm. The hilt of the sword is single-handed and has no decorations such as sword spikes. The head of the sword is a 48-layered exquisite ball the size of a hand. Each layer is as thin as a cicada's wing and cannot be made by manpower. The innermost layer of the exquisite ball is a rare foreign object among Hikiri weapons. It is also the core of the Wheel of Time, which is the sand of time obtained from the plane of wind element. The sword's hilt is not designed like a general weapon's hand guard, but is replaced by a wooden prayer wheel, in addition to opening a wind tunnel. There are so many fine secret texts that no one can see traces of lines, but look like a block of color. This secret text is not the magic array pattern that Lin is accustomed to using, nor is it the circuit design of a certain time-traveling hometown, but the language of the world tree, the essence of everything in the world. Although this series of new designs has not pushed the ability of the time wheel to perfection, it is not as crude as the initial stage. This Hikiri, which was rarely used in front of others, was now taken out by someone to deal with a group of Abyss Lords. Chapter 1623 The Secret of the Great King. The colorful pearl feather fan contains the spirits of the four elements and has the power of command. But when it came to close combat, someone thought more than once that if they had not made a fan and made it into a heaven-shaking seal, or they could have made it directly into bricks, it might be more practical. To expect to use a fan to attack an enemy of the Abyss Lord's level, and to deal with 4 of them at once, is beyond the capabilities of one's kung fu skills. Even if I broke into that magical zero-dimensional world, I gained a lot of knowledge that I didn't know before, including the fan skill that someone had seen or not seen. But if you want to apply what you have learned, and use it in a battle of this level, someone still doesn't have much confidence. Besides, the fan skill in traditional martial arts in my hometown basically uses folding fans, not feather fans. It's not that I don't have confidence in my hometown's traditional martial arts, but I don't have confidence in myself. The saying every inch long is strong, every inch short is dangerous is not nonsense. Although the colorful pearl feather fan is a heavy treasure, it is not enough to use it against the giant-sized Lord of the Abyss. Just like a dwarf challenging a 2-meter strong man with a brick the size of a fingernail. So instead of using his free hand to make fists, Lin took out a Hakakiri as his main attack weapon. This is how it is in the eyes of outsiders. After all, before the Wheel of Time exerts its power, it only has the sharpness of the Hakiri level. Speaking of today's Hakakiri, as long as it is in the form of a sword, single molecule blades and super vibration modes are almost standard. As the first Khan to possess these 2 technologies, it has actually already done more tricks. In short, if someone can get a sword-shaped Hakakiri from the new era, comparing it to the one from the old era, they will definitely feel that they are like 2 different levels of weapons. The difference between a fruit knife and a chainsaw. However, now that the Hagiri clan can move in human SHLs and have mastered the basic flash technique, it is a good question whether they will still be willing to use them as weapons in the hands of others in the future. Perhaps the 5 worldly swords will be the last word of Hakakiri. But right now, the people and demons at war don't care about future changes. Even someone who can listen in on the Hagiri network will not interfere with this kind of thing. Lin is now focused on dealing with the 4 Abyss Lords, verifying some things that he had no chance to test in the past. Regardless of the fact that the opponents are 4 Abyss Lords, just one oversight will lead to death. In fact, one person became more confident the more he fought. But on the contrary, the 4 giant kings had their hands and feet tied. In fact, this is like 4 adults trying to catch a loach in the water. Not only is it slippery, there is also the problem of 4 adults getting in each other's way. If the loach has teeth, bite it from time to time. Although for 4 adults, this would only feel like being poked with a toothpick. But it must be a bad feeling if you can't crush the loach to death in one breath. In such a situation, how could the 4 Abyss Lords not notice it, as they were all battle-experienced demons? They also adjusted their tactics immediately. Such a trivial matter as controlling body size is easy for the Lord of the Abyss. But they did not all shrink to the same size as the magician. Instead, they were changed to too large and too small to gain more space for expansion and contraction while maintaining oppression. And during the fight, they also noticed something was wrong. Although their strength has not declined in the slightest, they no longer have the feeling of endless strength springing from their chests and abdomen. Taking out the year wheel. The reason why someone did not directly use the ultimate move was to verify his guess, the source of the power of the Abyss Lord. This conjecture is also related to another powerful divine guardian Apollos, who Lin also feels a headache. Although Lin has, completely, cracked the unique divine power of the Lord of Guardians, he has only fought 5 or 5 waves. Even speaking more thoroughly, it has not reached the level of 5 or 5 waves. At best, it is just trying not to lose. It is different from those gods, who can only be suppressed and killed after their divine power is cracked. The power of the Guardian Lord is another level of power. The reputation of being the most powerful god in Lost Land is definitely not something to brag about. To fight against many, the more you fight, the stronger you become. For this person, it is just a basic operation, being able to stand up again and again after falling down, and come back in danger, with the belief that, as long as there is something protecting behind him, he will not retreat, makes this powerful god vaguely touch another concept of infinity. How to deal with such a god? This has been an important topic that Lin wanted to solve. People without thought, he must worry about. As a magician who couldn't deal with that powerful god and had caused trouble for each other several times, it was impossible not to study ways to deal with him. Otherwise, when this person really wants to kill him one day, He will really have to flee thousands of miles, and let the other party chase him thousands of miles away. It will definitely not work to come to him directly, and say that you want to study ways to deal with him. Doing so will only make the final battle between the two parties come earlier and continue to the death. But if you don't understand the other party's situation, how can you think of a way to crack it? After confronting the Lord of the Abyss for a long time, Lin saw with today's perspective that there were similarities between the two. In other words, the Guardian Lord can be regarded as not a god, but a Maharaja belonging to the Lost Land. The term sanctification of the flesh is actually not very accurate. The fact that faith is everlasting and never takes a step back actually has some hidden concepts. The Lord of Guardians is able to stand up again and again, not because of his firm belief, but because of the endless support given by the consciousness of the lost world. The reason why the Abyss Lords are powerful is because they have the support of Kaishuzao, the Abyss consciousness. What the two have in common is that they both have actual bodies in the main plane of mystery and the Abyss, rather than false bodies condensed by high-density energy. Although the Lord of Guardians usually lives in his own kingdom of God, he can come to the Lost Land in his true form at any time. Perhaps it is because the Lord of the Guardian is so prestigious. Or perhaps because people in Midland rarely have the opportunity to encounter the true form of the Lord of the Abyss. So few people realize that the characteristics of the Lord of the Abyss are actually similar to those of the Lord of Guardian. Of course, it is impossible for ordinary people to beat a Lord of the Abyss until the opponent activates unlimited blood recovery mode. So of course, I didn't know there was such a situation. As for those who have the opportunity to discover it, they may not realize the connection between the two. The reputation of the Lord of Guardians is of course established through difficult battles with one enemy against many, and the final victory. But demons rarely put themselves in such a disadvantageous position. When you see something is wrong, it is normal to apply oil on the soles of your feet and run away. Not to mention that for a long time, the demons at the pinnacle of the Abyss did not change dynasties, or who was defeated by whom, even if there have been such examples in the past. In fact, far more people died due to conspiracy and machinations than because they were inferior to others in terms of hard power. The only recent exception is probably the time when a certain magician entered the Abyss, was assimilated and went crazy, and devoured many Abyss Lords who were sent to him. At that time, there were quite a few princes lining up to be resurrected. So someone's reputation in the Abyss was louder than he knew. Later, even if he met the Lord of the Abyss, who was eaten by him and then resurrected, his strength would not be the same. At least I want to defeat the opponent easily again. And it is unlikely that I will be able to do so without mentioning whether to eat or not. He was talking about none other than the Lord of the Abyss with a goat head who participated in the siege. Although he fell into madness at the beginning, Lin still remembered that he was still under siege when facing the sheep-headed Lord. But at that time, he easily defeated his opponent and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. But this time they met. They came and went, and there was nothing they could do. Compare the differences between the two encounters before and after, and think about what factors caused the different results. Lin wouldn't think that when he was completely demonized and out of control, he would be stronger than what he is now. After going through several transformation-like upgrades, I should be able to defeat 3 or 4 of them. Not to mention that I can defeat 10 of them at once. As for saying that the comrades of the Sheephead Lord are different, the Abyss Lords currently participating in the siege have higher average combat power and better cooperation. This is actually a false proposition. If we use numbers to evaluate the comprehensive combat power of each Abyss Lord, there is actually not a big gap in their strength. It was the strange and eccentric abilities that allowed the monarchs to firmly occupy a hilltop each and form their own power. In other words, the Abyss Lords encountered twice before and after, regardless of their unique abilities, actually have similar ability levels. Now I am stronger than before, but I can't defeat the Abyss King like last time. The biggest difference should be the ethereal consciousness of the Abyss. Although the reason why he is able to promote the 9 power plan so smoothly now is that, in addition to the support of the World Tree and the Goddess of Gold Coins, Lin believes that the consciousness of the Lost Land is also supporting him. But I have never seen the anthropomorphic consciousness of the Lost Earth. Even if this thing exists, there is only some weak indirect evidence, and there is no strong direct evidence, compared with the consciousness of the Lost Place. The consciousness of the Abyss is so active that it almost seems to jump directly in front of people, trumpeting its existence. Although there is no explicit instruction, the consciousness of the Abyss is everywhere. But it is the most profound impression on all those who come into contact with the devil. It's just that most people don't attribute the whispers from the Abyss, the confusion in the devil's gaze, and the greedy thoughts that keep pouring out of their hearts to something. But these elusive things have their roots. The Guardian Lord, supported by the consciousness of obsession, has the ability to be invincible even if he is beaten. The Abyss Lords with the support of the Abyss consciousness are extremely fierce, and will be resurrected after being killed. Being resurrected means that they will come back to seek revenge. To deal with such existences, the first priority is not to find a way to restrain their divine power, but to isolate them from the backers behind them. The reason why the robots headed by Hefkin were so completely defeated was because their first step was in the wrong direction. Although Lin's night starry sky can provide isolation, it is still not foolproof when facing the spiritual pressure of 8 Abyss Lords at once. But these can be corrected in battle. And the Shikiri Kimaru, who occupy the star position, are also operating such a blockade. As the night sky was perfected step by step, the Lords of the Abyss felt that something very important had been stripped away from them. Chapter 1624 Changes in the Year Wheel. Don't the Abyss Lords know that the blessing from the Abyss consciousness is their most important backer? The answer to this question is of course no. In other words, when the murmur that had been echoing in the ears suddenly disappeared, even the muscular person, who usually didn't like to use his brain, knew that something was wrong. So before Lin could make any changes, the Lords of the Abyss who surrounded him, and the 4 stick figures holding Hakakiri turned their heads and attacked Hakakiri Kimaru, who was staying in the night starry sky. As long as you destroy those stars, or just disrupt their layout, you can break through the blockade caused by this magic barrier. The people or demons who are in it, the first thing they think of is the way to solve it. Faced with such a quick response from the monarchs, someone couldn't help but secretly express his admiration. Although it was said that it was useless to do so. At least, it was dealt with as soon as possible. But is it too much to leave yourself alone and turn around to attack elsewhere? Lin felt the need to make his presence felt. Anyway, everything I want to verify has been proven. Although I have exposed my fangs, I haven't really bitten anyone yet. Could it be that others have misunderstood me and think that my teeth are not harmful at all? Standing alone on the battlefield with no opponents around him, Lin thought mockingly to himself. It's not that Lin can't pursue the Lord of the Abyss. In fact, the devil's move is more or less intended to expose his own flaws and lure the enemy deeper. As long as a magician rushes after him recklessly, they will naturally have a way to target him. This is much easier to deal with than someone who is always on the defensive. But Lin Kai didn't focus on the chrysanthemum sold by others, even if their buttocks were shaking right in front of him. Lin just inserted the colorful pearl feather fan into his waist and turned the ears between his hands. Taking advantage of the situation, he rubbed the rotating barrel at the sword's hilt against his arm. There is a wind tunnel in the design of the drum, and there are cassettes, which are experts in physical and mechanical design above the robot. The rotating drum can emit a high-pitched whistling sound. The voice sounded like a whimper, like weeping. To put it more simply, it is like a ghost crying. This sound is not entirely caused by air vibration, but more of a magical effect. So even if the sound is silent, it reaches everyone's ears, including the robots. And of course the Lord of the Abyss. If someone pays attention to the sword head of the year wheel, they can notice that except for the outermost layer of the exquisite ball, all the inner layers are rotating in different directions. And the closer to the inner layer, the faster the rotation speed. The innermost layers, the parts wrapped with the sand of time, rotated until bursts of electric light were produced. One layer in one color, seemingly connected but with clear barriers. As the holder, Lin does not let the Wheel of Time support all its functions by itself. In the past, when the year wheel was used once, it always took a long time to recharge, which could range from several months to more than half a year. There is no exact time when it will be recharged. It all depends on feeling. If there is no such cooling time, if the year wheel is used multiple times in a short period of time, the sands of time will be directly consumed. It may not take more than a few times before the power of the sands of time will be exhausted, eventually causing the Wheel of Time to become mediocre. Therefore, the research on the year wheel has always been about how to shorten the cooling time, so that it can be reused in a short time without consuming the original power of the sands of time. To achieve this level, Shikuri itself is not enough. No matter how the year wheel transforms itself, no matter what improvement suggestions one Yuheki puts forward, it always fails a little bit in the simulation experiment. Someone can neither explain why nor have the courage to see it in practice. If the only grain of sand of time is consumed, the year wheel will be useless. The key to the final answer lies in the original power of the sands of time, which is the 2 words make a wish. Although the world of Lost World does not place great emphasis on the principle of equal exchange, there are still many powers that seem to be free. But in fact, if we look deeply into the mechanism behind it, we may have inadvertently paid a high price for what we thought was free prostitution. Similarly, the power of annihilating cause and effect that someone hoped for in the year wheel was originally thought to be the power obtained by Aguirre extracting the sand of time. But from another perspective, this is not someone's wish. It's just that the previous desire was not strong. And I thought that if the sand of time was used many times, the power contained in it would be exhausted. It's like someone was chasing the dragon of the void before. But in the end, the dragon of the void was created by himself. How did the various settings of dragon of the void come about? Someone imagined it. Therefore, Lin lost the opportunity to return to his hometown because he believed that there was only one spot. And this spot was also given to Leonardo, the apprentice who should not stay in Lost Land. In other words, the rules for using the year wheel are actually drawn by yourself. This kind of thing can be regarded as a self-inflicted mistake, and there is no need to regret it. So if you want to break through the red line you have drawn, you can only use stronger willpower to break through. And it has to be strong enough that you can believe it. Otherwise you won't be able to erase the originally set rules. But people's thoughts are the hardest to control. Especially for a fat nerd who once lived in the second dimension and likes to think wildly. Therefore, in order to forcibly add settings to his brain augmentation, Lin chose to use special techniques that he would not dare to use. That is compressing multiple parallel worlds into one. Although he doesn't believe it subconsciously, he amplifies the ideas that are constantly instilled in him consciously to the extent that it can affect the wish-making power of the sand of time. The unified body in multiple worlds is actually the truth of the gods obtained by someone's research. This is why they cannot be killed. In fact, it can be said that killing the gods in only one world is not a true and complete killing. The gods can return at any time through the marks left in other worlds. As for how the power of faith supports such characteristics, this is another complex issue. But in conclusion, compressing the selves in multiple parallel worlds into the current self can also be said to condense some kind of divinity, and then drive the power of the sand of time in the wheel of time. From this perspective, it's no wonder that Aguirre can't find the right way to cut. This was only the second time he used this method, and he was still facing the Lord of the Abyss in actual combat. Of course, a certain magician's performance was not considered proficient. Linyu seemed to have returned to the way he looked when he was tortured by time and space in the past. Every time he moved his hands and feet, his hands and feet would leave stumps in the air. These stumps are not after images that disappear on their own after a while. Rather, they are real limbs, coming from the parallel world of the previous second and continuing to the next second. In someone's flash worldview, time is just a coordinate axis in space, not a new concept independent of space. The so-called movement is actually the result of countless static parallel worlds connected together. Such a phenomenon is of course abnormal, and will have a negative impact on the body. Therefore, Lin focused most of his energy on constantly compressing himself in other worlds and reigning in the manifestations of out-of-control residual limbs. But as Lin's divinity condenses more and more, the number of layers glowing with electric light in the exquisite ball of the year wheel also tends to increase. In addition to the changes in the wheel of time, Lin's eyes are particularly stunning. The pupil of the left eye changed into the appearance of a sub-dimensional tower in the dimensional gap. It was as if there was a connection between the two. An endless stream of power emitted from the secondary plane tower in the eyes, and was absorbed by the mouth, nose, ears, and other 5 orifices. In the right eye, one pupil after another dangled out of the eye socket, colliding with the original pupil. And as more and more pupils squeezed into the eye sockets, each black pupil also began to shrink. By the end, there were dense black spots in one eye, which looked very scary. The time that passed between someone changing hands and taking the sword to the present moment was very short. So short that the Lords of the Abyss had no time to react. In fact, when they heard the low whistle from the Wheel of Time, their ears, which had lost the whisper of the Abyss, were immediately filled with a whimpering low sound. This made their hearts instantly filled with warning messages. Who can do the same thing as the Abyss consciousness? Will it be a good thing? It was impossible to immediately turn around and cause trouble for the magician. Even if 8 princes attack at the same time this time, they will not achieve better results than the previous 4 sieges. Because not only is the opponent impeccable, the besiegers also have poor tacit understanding and poor coordination. And the resulting mutual obstruction may be fatal. Of course, it's not a problem to leave the magician alone. Something that can touch the nerves of the Abyss Lords and trigger that kind of warning signal is unforgivable without suppressing it in the early stage and directly nipping the matter in the bud. If you leave it alone, do you want things to get out of hand? Since it is not advisable to siege them all, It is not advisable to let them go. Of course, strategy is required to deal with this magician. Wolfram, the two-wolf-headed lord, gestured to his temporary comrades with his eyes. Without saying a word, a group of demon lords accustomed to all kinds of conspiracies and tricks understood their respective duties. The next second, a dazzling ultimate move with various sound and light effects and terrifying and astonishing power bloomed in the air. Not only did it shake up the star position maintained by Shigiri Kinmaru, but it also wiped out a large number of leader-level robots that had been reduced to backgrounds. Such a sudden outbreak is not so much to kill the largest number of enemies as possible, but rather to divert attention. The kings don't care whether the purpose of the explosion is achieved or not. They will make their next move immediately. As the only stick figure who could possibly do bad things, he was holding a box ribbon with a thorn-shaped wind and lightning in his hand, and was entangled by a king of the abyss. The succubus king swung his multi-headed whip and whipped out whips with crackling sounds, blocking the stickman's up, down, left and right directions. The most important point is that the magician was once again targeted by the Shadow Demon Lord. Compared with the low-end stealth skills of walking in the shadow plane, this prince's daily operations are more sophisticated. Because divinity possesses the uniqueness of plural worlds, it can be broken into parts and disperse itself into the shadows of all worlds. They only reappear at the last moment and reunite at a specific location. It was this approach that allowed Lord Shadow Demon to avoid someone's detection of the surrounding environment. When it was about to take action, it could not use this form to cause harm to others. So it reunited and was discovered by Lin. This time, it used the same method to sneak into the blind spot of the magician's sight. At the last moment, fight out. Chapter 1625 Double Kill. A certain magician's ability has not reached the level where the same move will be ineffective on him for the second time. This does not mean that his learning and analysis skills are too weak. It is just that when faced with the same moves from the Shadow Demon Lord, the time between the two attacks was too short, and there was no chance for him to calm down and reflect. Therefore, the same move allowed Lord Shadow Demon to succeed again. However, the results are still different if you are prepared or not. Last time, Linda had to rely on Feng Lei to save the situation, and was able to escape from the Shadow Demon King. But this time, although he was slightly distracted by the other Abyss Lord's tricks to attack the east and west, he did not dare to completely relax about the surrounding environment. The cold feeling on the back of my neck is still impressive. It's just that sometimes people know that there is a trap in front of them, but people still step into it involuntarily. It's like watching a horror movie. The weird music has already come out, and there are many shadows on the screen. It tells others early that the director is going to cause trouble. When a scary monster appears, most people's hearts will still throb. The same is true for Lin. At their level, it doesn't take many good opportunities, just a moment of negligence, and things may be completely different. Although he knew the purpose of the Abyss Lord's performance, Lin was still slightly distracted. At this moment, the cold feeling that he had experienced once again hit him again. As long as Feng Lei Sun doesn't disrupt the situation, he should be able to succeed this time. This is a thought common to all Abyss Lords. In fact, they are not wrong to think so. It's just that they ignored that even though there was a king to restrain the stickman holding the wind and thunder, if it wanted to leave, it was just a thought. Feng Lei is very fast, but it is different from what everyone imagined. Furthermore, the weapon in the hands of a certain magician is a year wheel that is even more unreasonable than Feng Lei Sun. Feng Lei Sun just ignores the existing rules and embeds his own unique rules in the main world. The year wheel is a true representation of the power of making wishes, and both reasonable and unreasonable ones can be made out. This stab from the Shadow Demon Lord also failed to accomplish anything. Lin, who entered the divine state, held the year wheel in his hand without any preparation or swinging process. When the Shadow Demon Lord realized it, just like its stab, the magician's sword had already touched its shadow body. The magician's position and posture were completely different from the previous moment. There was no process change in the middle, as if part of the time had disappeared from him. In this moment of shock, the Shadow Demon Lord took a small step back, and the year wheel also passed its shadow. At the moment of this passing, the naked eye could see a colored electric light splitting into multiple strands from the sword head of the year wheel. It bypassed the hand holding the sword and poured it all into the rapidly rotating sword drum. Finally, it sprang out from the tip of the sword, and connected with the part that the Shadow Demon King had brushed to form an irregular arc of electricity. However, the arc did not cause any substantial damage, and the year wheel blade only brushed the outer shadows and did not hit the inner body. It stands to reason that neither the arc nor the blade will cause any harm to the Shadow Demon King itself. So it naturally doesn't take it seriously. Just when the Shadow Demon Lord was about to attack again, his retreat was exhausted, and he was about to charge forward. His world seemed to be different. There seemed to be something important in his mind disappearing bit by bit, and the shadows that made up its body kept disintegrating and drifting away. It is disintegrating. The Shadow Demon Lord was not the only one who was affected. Everyone present was also affected by the power of the law of causality of the Wheel of Time. The leader-level robots are considered to be the weakest group in the field. Part of their memory units was directly erased. From the time when the Shadow Demon Lord attacked a certain magician until it was hit by the time wheel, this short-term memory was erased. Instead, there was some kind of reasonable development. And again, no matter how many robots you asked, you would get the same answer. Hefkin's situation is the most special. The memories stored dispersely and backed up by countless nano-worms through cloud storage technology are not easy to delete and replace. The unreasonable ability of the year wheel reached Hefkin, causing some memories to be tampered with, while some backup memories remained intact. Two different memories. I don't know which one should be dominant, which directly caused Hefkin's confusion. Also in chaos, or in a state of panic, were the other 7 Abyss Lords. This time they did not care to continue to besiege a certain magician, or to destroy the Shikiri Kinmaru star position in the night sky. They are all fighting against the power that changes parts of their minds related to the Shadow Demon Lord. If it is the Lord of the Abyss who is not present, no matter how high their rank is, because their impression of Lord Shadow Demon is an unimportant part at the moment, there is a great possibility that it will be tampered with without knowing it. Memory. But to the 7 people present, they are cooperating with the Shadow Demon Lord, not to mention the previous exchanges. At the moment, they saw with their own eyes the process of the Shadow Demon Lord being killed by that box cutter. If that kind of touch, which wasn't even a scratch, could be called a kill, just because I saw it with my own eyes, the impression was very strong. When the power of the year wheel attempts to tamper with their memories, the idea of resistance will naturally arise. On the battlefield of spiritual conflict, as long as the thought lasts, it is actually resisting, because they were resisting. The Abyss Lords knew exactly what was going on. Just because they knew it, they were even more horrified by what was happening. The instigator of the magician has returned to his normal state, standing at the position where he killed the Shadow Demon Lord without moving. The rotating cylinder of the sword of the year wheel also stopped, and the exquisite ball at the head of the sword also did not continue to rotate. Lin just responded to the gazes of the monarchs with a sneer. What did you do? Maybe it wasn't right to speak first. Or maybe there was a hint of timidity in his voice. But Wolfram, the 2-wolf-headed king, had to ask what happened. Lin suppressed his sneer, put on a serious expression and said, Half-Queen has already said on my behalf that everyone's actions in the Lost Land are over here. It's time to pack up and return to the Abyss. Since I don't want to go back, I naturally want to. There is no other way. While someone was talking, he rubbed the year wheel on his arm, and the sword tumbler started spinning again. There was the same ghostly whine, and the exquisite ball at the head of the sword also rotated. But this time there were fewer layers of electric light. But outsiders couldn't see this. They only noticed the way the strange box was fired, just like the way it killed the Shadow Demon King before. As for whether that person can return to the Abyss and resurrect, to be honest, the 7 people present are not very confident. If even the sense of existence is erased, will the mark of the Shadow Demon Lord in the Abyss still exist? As for weapons that can interfere with the mark of the Abyss, the princes simply don't dare to continue thinking about it. The nominal initiator of the Abyss invasion and the commander-in-chief of the evil camp, Wolfram, the 2-wolf-headed king, said with a grim expression, It is impossible to use this fighting method for the 2nd or 3rd time in a short period of time. Do you think you can kill us all before you can't continue? The ultimate move relies on holding back, and you need to accumulate strength before using it. It is impossible to fire it in succession. This is considered common sense in Lost Land. After all, if it can be used casually, it will definitely be regarded as a regular move and sweep away all dissatisfaction. But a certain magician has been suppressed and beaten for so long, and it has been nearly 3 years since they crossed the gate of the Abyss. If this magician really had the ability to use that move continuously, the war between the Abyss and the Lost Lands should have ended long ago and would not have been dragged on until now. So Wolfram emphasized this point. I don't know if it wants to increase the confidence of its own camp, or if it just coaxes other princes to come forward. Of course, Lin could see that the year wheel in his hand had now become the object of fear among the great kings. The temptation of the two wolf-headed kings is also to know the details of the Wheel of Time. If his words show cowardice, I am afraid that the 7 Abyss Lords will use all their strength to kill me in the next moment. Lin simply didn't want to fool around with these demons, and after entering the divine state, his way of thinking was close to mechanical rationality. Now that I know that no matter what I say, it will just be reduced to a verbal dispute, and today's matter cannot be solved with a few words. Lin Yi suddenly appeared in the crowd of Lords of the Abyss, turning around and brandishing his sword. Replace meaningless nonsense with action. A certain magician's teleportation action caused the gathered Lords of the Abyss to explode in all directions. They all showed their unique moves and fled in all directions. It is not in line with the devil's character to be stubborn before knowing all the details. This sword seemed to only cut through the afterimage left by the two wolf-headed kings, but failed to harm the main body at all. But what frightened all the princes was the subsequent development. What happened to Lord Shadow Demon happened again to Wolfram. Whether it was a crazy or a sane wolf head, they all had desperate eyes, opened their mouths to the maximum and roared. But there was no sound. Wolfram wanted to unleash the final madness, but it could only extend its human-like wolf claws in the direction of a certain magician. It could not move even half a step. And of course, it could not hurt anyone. However, no one on the battlefield cared to watch the development of the two wolf-headed kings. Lin succeeded with one blow, and before the time cycle returned to silence, he quickly rubbed the rotating drum on his arm again. This time the whimpering sound was sharper, and a little more impatient. The remaining 6 Abyss Lords also reacted equally quickly. Some of them fled in the direction of the Gate of the Abyss without looking back. Others went even more extreme, turning their heads to kill the stickman holding a box cutter. The latter's reaction was somewhat unexpected. But what is even more surprising is that the purpose of these Lords of the Abyss who killed Haikiri was not to fight, but to commit suicide. They were seen attacking the Hakakiri stickman with great force, and the latter naturally raised his sword subconsciously to deal with it. Then I saw the Lord of the Abyss clashing swords in various ways. He was also afraid that if he hit the vital point, his death would not be clean enough. If he was beheaded, he would cut off the head neatly, then die peacefully, looking at the corpses on the ground. The whine of the time wheel sword is still ringing. In his divine state, Lin Zheng was thinking, if he inserted a sword into the corpse at this time, would the year wheel have the same effect? In the end, he did not insert the knife into the corpse, but held the sword and stopped the rotating cylinder. The exquisite ball at the head of the sword also stopped rotating, and the Wheel of Time returned to ordinary. Chapter 1626 ending. The body of the dead Lord of the Abyss did not last long. After the night starry sky lifted, it turned into little bits of fly ash and disappeared in all directions. The Hagiri Kinru and the others formed their human SH.LS again. In addition to the Wheel of Time, the fourth of the 5 earthly swords has become the core of the human SH.L and is hidden deep inside. It is completely inconsistent with Hagiri's personality, but the other sword pills that make up the human SH.L still insist on staying in the outermost position. In other words, even the clothes are transformed by the box cutter, but there is nothing underneath the clothes. This does not mean that I am not wearing any clothes, but that I am without any substance in the physical sense. It's just that this time the human SH.L appears. It doesn't use those 4 weird shapes and names. Instead, it continues the stickman style and becomes 4 balloon-shaped figures. From the original match skeleton, it expanded into hot dog level strips and pieced together into a human figure. There are no complete facial features on the face, just a mouth used for talking. It looks very scary. But before the Hagaris could move the battlefield from the private network to reality, another mechanical girl with twin tails appeared next to a certain magician and spoke first. The Lords of the Abyss committed collective suicide. This kind of spectacle is really rare. After saying that, Hefkin did not forget to look at the year wheel in the hands of a certain magician. And the collective brain of the nanoworms was also quickly analyzing the scene just now. War experiences. The night starry sky blocked the connection between the Great Lords and the Abyss. And of course also blocked the contact between the nanoworms trapped in the night starry sky and the rest of the world. In addition to the previous battles, the robots that serve as the background are only responsible for being smashed and destroyed. And Heg Queen is certainly no exception. The number of nanoworms belonging to the Hive Queen trapped in the night starry sky has fallen below a certain threshold, which has reduced Hefkin's computing power to a terrifying level. It's almost like an adult's intelligence has regressed back to that of an infant. Even the basic functions of nanoworms are difficult to maintain. One of the most direct phenomena is that when the twin-tailed mechanical girl was broken up, the support Repair and reorganization functions between the nanoworms were all stumbling. And the robot girl naturally could not reunite. But even if the robot girl cannot exist completely, and cannot run thinking logic and analytical abilities, the most basic memory function is still there. The battle process between Lin, Hakuri, and the Lord of the Abyss was recorded in meticulous detail. When the night sky cleared, a small number of nanoworms, who regained contact with the large army, quickly shared the information in the memory unit with other groups and performed routine analysis. What caught her most attention was the effect of the night sky blocking out the inside and outside. When the magical barrier of the night sky was first laid, Hefkin could also use her knowledge of space magic to find loopholes to communicate with the isolated nanoworms. As the Hagari Kimaru and the Hashiboshi perfected the barrier, the blocking power became more and more complete. And in the end, the inside and outside of the night became two worlds. This is also why the Hagaris, who have combined their star positions, cannot participate in the attack, because they are busy. As for why this magician worked hard to block the world inside and outside the night starry sky in the first step, instead of calculating the anti-power equations of the 7 Abyss Kings, this also made Hefkin realize something. However, Hefkin did not directly confirm the insights gained here with the magician. The way they communicated during this period was neither straightforward nor indirect. One is stealing lessons, and the other is pretending to be stupid. How much you can steal depends entirely on your own savvy. Therefore, Hefkin did not discuss the possibility of defeating the Lord of the Abyss based on the effects of the night sky. Instead, he lamented the power of the Wheel of Time regarding the collective suicide of the great kings. Such power undoubtedly threatens her, and may even clear out the nanoworms scattered in different worlds in one go. The first time I felt the threat of death since I transformed into a robot was at the hands of the magician, who led the robot transformation. The things behind this are all very scary to think about. Lin was not particularly surprised by the attitude of the robot girl. Sometimes it's not that Hefkin doesn't ask. It's that he doesn't answer. It's the pride in the heart of this former top-ranked elemental lord, who is now the strongest among robots. He doesn't want to simply get the answer from others, and has to think and find it out by himself. It's really hard for Lin to comment on this twisted personality, because from a certain perspective, Hefkin's attitude is also correct. Just like the plagiarism debate back home, the most despicable copy-pasting situation is undisputed and needless to say. But there is a situation that is difficult to judge. Creator B sees Creator A's design framework. Then when B creates his own results, he will inevitably bring in A's design subconsciously. Whether it counts as infringement or plagiarism at this time is a matter of opinion. So the best case scenario is that B will find his own way without seeing A's answer at all. In the real world, it is not like mathematics. 1 plus 1 will only have an answer of equal to 2. So how to find another answer depends on the attitude of the solver. Since others don't want to follow the path he has taken, Lin certainly won't be so cowardly as to insist on pressing the other person's head to make them listen to him. So regarding the emotion of the twin-tailed mechanical girl, Lin asked about another thing. Have you also cleared out the demons around the Gate of the Abyss? When it came down to business, Hag Queen had no intention of continuing to act like a sentimental girl. Instead, he put on a few cute postures of raising his feet and scissoring hands, and said, "Empty everything that can be cleared. There is nothing we can do about the remaining ones that cannot be destroyed. Who told us that we are still incapable of dealing with divine creatures? Woolen cloth." Lin, who had escaped from the enhanced state of the year wheel, twitched his eyes a few times after listening to this sentence. What Hefkin means is that there is an Abyss Lord lurking near the Gate of the Abyss, or at least the kind of altar that has condensed divinity, and is ready to summon demons at the level of the Lord of the Abyss is already brewing. So this is the reason why the 8th Lord of the Abyss came out. So is there a 9th or 10th place? Have they already arrived? Or are they on the way to be called? Without thinking, Lin said to the 4 meatball men aside, "Please go and fight the outpost first. For those who escaped, even if they want to go back through the Gate of the Abyss, it is not that easy. If possible, like the ones just now, it's good to give them a ride." The Hagaris didn't object. They just split open the only organ in the lump of flesh that looked like the head and limbs. A big mouth with the corners of the mouth raised. The next moment, they flashed away. Well, Lin couldn't tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for this ethnic group to have the ability to move freely in the Lost Land. But once it comes, let's make peace with it. Things are already like this, and it's too late to regret. So Lin no longer thinks about these things. Hefkin was a little surprised and asked, "Why don't you catch up and deal with those demons yourself?" Lin spread his hands and said, "My purpose is just to drive away the demons, not to kill them all. I will chase them personally. If they are really what I think, they are still stuck in front of the gate of the abyss, unable to return home. So what should I do? Use the year wheel to kill them one by one? What good will this do to me? Or promise to let them go? This kind of thing will be difficult to handle if I come forward. A lazy person talks about his fallacies very seriously. Of course, it doesn't matter to Hefkin. Whether the abyss demon is dead or immortal has nothing to do with her. On the contrary, it was the robots who died in this battle. After the abyss lord chose to retreat, the robots began repair and rescue operations. As long as the center is not damaged, the injured robots can be restored to their original state by relying on robots specialized in repair and modification. But after all, the opponent is the Lord of the Abyss, and the opponent has no mercy or strength in the battle. It is inevitable that some robots will be damaged beyond repair. At this time, these robot consciousnesses usually return to the fire to warm up. Until a certain opportunity comes, they will appear as robots again. But if the fire is in the hands of a certain magician, the robots will not have much confidence in whether the subsequent process can proceed smoothly. In the past 10 years, no robot has dared to challenge the magician head-on or backstab him. But there are still some thorns that cause trouble in private, some of which are known, and some of which may not be known to anyone yet. Under such circumstances, the relationship between a small number of robots and magicians is a bit delicate. But Lin didn't deliberately try to embarrass any robot. He glanced at the situation around him. The robots being rescued were looking for his broken limbs everywhere. Or maybe some of them are not yours. So you just grab them and weld them on your body anyway. More of them are broken remains that no one cares about. In some cases, it was obvious that only half of the heads that originally belonged to the robots were left. If there were any remaining eye structure, he would still be staring straight at himself. Lin didn't try to take advantage of others. He took out the colorful pearl feather fan inserted at his waist, and with a flick of his wrist, the evolutionary lightning belonging to the fire instantly hit all the robots present, whether they were complete or broken. And this time the evolved electro-optical light is different from the original transformed robot. In the past, during the first large-scale transformation, there was only an immature fire, allowing robots to arrange and combine their own unique personalities among limited choices. But this time it's not just the fire that has more mature robot structure data. The colorful pearl feather fan contains the complete spirits of the four elements. The gathering of earth, water, fire and wind actually gave the robots soaked in this wave of lightning an indescribable and unexplainable feeling. Those robots that should have been reprocessed have also regained their activity, and their body remains have been transformed into the most primitive materials, and everything has been recreated. All the dead metal objects seem to come alive at this moment, constantly gathering and shaping to form new leader-level robots. Most robots still don't understand what's happening to them, even if it is a survivor after the battle with the Lord of the Abyss and has witnessed everything that happened. They still don't know what is happening to them now, because these changes are fundamental transformations. Everything looks to the robots as they should be, now just back to their original state. Only Hefkin's attitude is different from other robots, because only some nano-worms have been infiltrated by this wave of evolutionary electro-optical light. The differences between these nano-worms and other nano-worms make them a reliable control group. So this Hive Queen knows better than any robot what changes have happened to her. Perhaps the current robot life is not a truly evolved form, because they are still Earth element elves at heart. Perhaps we have to wait until one day when the four elements become one. Then the next stage of evolution will begin, and we will be able to touch the realm of the gods. Chapter 1627 in front of the door. At the gate of the abyss, Lin asked Tagiri and others to go ahead, and he went there immediately after repairing the robot. The robots left behind did not question a certain magician about their own secondary evolution. They don't have the guts to stop a man who can single-handedly kill 8 abyss lords. And there are 2 other strong men who may say goodbye forever. It seems that the robots still maintain the character of the elemental elf era, which is to bully the weak and fear the strong. Even Hive Queen Hefkin seemed to have forgotten this, and followed a certain magician to the gate of the abyss. After all, the magician still needs to have a separate body for communication, which is better than letting him directly connect to the network used by robots. You must know that there are many secrets of robots in that network. Although they now obey the magician's instructions, they do not want to become vassals. Therefore, in these 12 years, the 2 parties have gradually drifted apart. Lin doesn't try to forcefully restrain other people's personalities. If others want to keep a distance, he just thinks it saves trouble and doesn't cause any harm. Therefore, Hefkin's role as liaison officer is very important. This is also a big reason why she can become the commander of robots. When we arrived at the gate of the abyss, all the ordinary demons had been cleared away, and there were no corpses or remains of the camp. The entire territory was bare, with only one demon altar still intact. And the reason it remains intact is because the altar is functioning. From the looks of it, the altar is summoning a new Lord of the Abyss. The sacrifice of flesh and blood and soul is not enough, and the summoned king has not yet arrived. In fact, now that the gate of the abyss has been fully opened, the restrictions on the exchanges of the great lords have been reduced to very low levels. Although it is not yet at the level of free passage, it is much easier to compare with the previous situation. But even if it is easier, it is only to the extent that there is no need to sacrifice the entire population of the kingdom at once. If the opponent wants to come over faster, and with less damage to himself, the summoning sacrifice is still needed. This means that when the altar has been activated and is protected by the Lord of the Abyss, it is possible for those on the other side to force passage. It's just that in a short period of time, the Abyss Lord's own strength will be reduced. As for how to restore it to its full glory, that is something for the devil to consider, not for anyone to worry about. But now Lin is not worried at all about the other party not being able to get through. Even if force were to come, Lin looked at the dead bodies of the Abyss Lords, who had escaped earlier. This guy who broke in randomly would not end up well. If you were well informed, you would definitely know that this is not a good time to come to Lost Land. And someone appeared at just the right time. And it was those few who escaped and saw that they would not be able to pass through the gate of the abyss and return to their hometowns for a while. After seeing Higiri catching up, he decisively followed the footsteps of his comrades and used Higiri's edge soldiers to get rid of them. The consciousness of the abyss is also busy recycling them. Those corpses that could still be salvaged and resurrected directly turned into fly ash, and the ashes fled back. Lin can say that he is not surprised by this result. Not to mention that the Lord of the Abyss is afraid of death. The Abyss consciousness is probably also afraid of wasting the good cards in his hand and not getting anything in exchange. The human L of Higiri still maintains the appearance of a meatball, but he holds the core of Higiri in his hand. In the two previous battles, they were like tool men, used to help the Lord of the Abyss commit suicide. This kind of battle makes them somewhat dissatisfied, but it is not without gains. At least, they have gained a lot more experience in how to fight against beings of the Abyss Lord level, and are communicating with each other internally. Although the anti-power equation designed by someone is aimed at divine power, a god will have an inverse solution. But the Hagaras seem to be discussing how to find a universal solution. It is said that while the robots are still studying how to kill the gods, the Hagaras are already studying how to kill the gods more efficiently. Lin was speechless at the disparity between the two. Perhaps from a certain perspective, the shape of Higiri may be the evolutionary goal of robots, or even the end point of evolution. But I'm not busy thinking about such things right now. Now that all the demons have been cleared out, and the Lord of the Abyss is dead and alive, he should continue his next move. Lin took out a red magic stone of the lowest level, and threw it to Hefkin, who was staying beside him. He said, "Here is a list of materials for building the twin towers of the gate, as well as the complete details of the twin towers of the gate. Design diagram. You helped me collect the accounts from the Guana Empire and the Hater Empire. After collecting the accounts, I will deal with the energy pool part last. There is no rush in the early stage." Catching the thrown redstone, Hefkin's big eyes were like light bulbs, turning on a high-energy beam like a searchlight, scanning up and down the red stone. The contents of the memory were quickly learned by Hefkin. After reading the content, the twin-tailed mechanical girl assessed that it would not be difficult for them to construct the original Earth element Ls, so she uploaded the information. Naturally, there are other clones cooperating with the robot fleet to ask for needed supplies from the two major empires of the human world. When all the robots arrived in the Lost Land, Hefkin was not afraid that anyone would dare to default on their debt. Although a certain magician and the two emperors had a secret conversation at the High Seat meeting, no robots participated, but the standby nanoworm sent by the Queen of the Hive next to a certain magician still recorded the conversation in detail, and naturally knew the plan of the twin towers of the gate. So there is no need to ask at this moment. It is quite obvious that someone will do it if they don't accept it. If any human being jumped out and said some nonsense at this time, he must have been baptized by fire first, and he could only survive to be qualified for dialogue. In the previous bombardment of the robot fleet, not to mention the evil camp troops in the underground world, the demons alone died 151, including 8 Abyss Lords, and 2 more were completely dead. Resurrection is a bit confusing, killing so many lives in one breath, destroying one more person, one more city, one more country. Would there be any psychological obstacles? Isn't this too pretentious? So Hefkin didn't want to ask what to do if the human kingdom didn't cooperate. Such a mentally retarded question. Instead, she asked about the magician and said, "Sir, are you going to prepare the core materials for the energy pool of the magic tower?" As a former Earth Element Lord who was proficient in magic, Hefkin certainly did not throw away all that knowledge. Naturally, he knew that the list of materials for building a magic tower given by a certain magician was missing some key things. So asked, Lin waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. I'll take care of it after you have roughly built the magic tower. Anyway, the things are just at home and can be taken over at any time. I have to go there first." With that, Lin, point your finger at the door to the abyss that stands alone. It is said to be a door, but it actually does not have any physical frame. The gate of the abyss on the ground is just a space crack that is clearly visible to the naked eye, with the inside and outside being two different worlds. Of course, such a portal will not be destroyed by the gunfire of the robot fleet, but can remain intact. Lin had no intention of staying to supervise the work. This was because the Earth Elemental Elves were the best builders in the land, and the robots should also inherit this trait. It is said that the magicians in the old days built whatever they thought of, so they had to keep an eye on it all the time. But for a generation that relies on drawings, Lin believes that the design drawings he gave for the construction of the magic tower are detailed enough. It makes no sense that a silicon-based race that can magically modify mechanical structures would be unable to build a house according to the drawings. Although what is to be built is not an ordinary house made of earth and wood and bricks, but a magic tower stacked with circuit boards and various components. The difficulty is unlikely to be higher than rubbing chips by hand. So Lin simply let it go and let the robots do it. Anyway, even if something goes wrong, as long as the energy pool is not officially in operation, modification or other modifications are just trivial for a 3-story building made of all magic materials. When he got to the other side, he had more important work to do. For the twin towers of the gate, it doesn't count just to get this side of the puzzle. The other side of the abyss may be even harder to get. The reason why Lin dared to play the trick of disowning his relatives on the side of Midi was that, to put it bluntly, he was backed by 25 world trees and a powerful divine backer. After that, he still had a vague consciousness of Midi. So I dared to slap anyone in the face directly. But on the other side of the abyss, let's not talk about his identity as a demon deserter. Although after the establishment of the 9th gate of the abyss, there will be an improvement effect on the land of mystery and the abyss at the same time. It is uncertain which side will suffer and which side will take advantage. But under the consciousness of the abyss, almost all of them are enemies. In the absence of any friendly forces, extreme measures can only be used. This is why he sent away the 2 Abyss Lords directly with a dangerous trick. Otherwise, after entering the abyss, the demons will really fight against you regardless of the loss. And the year wheel will not be able to clear it. So after thinking about it, Lin turned to Hefkin and ordered, "Order half of the fleet and follow me to the other side of the door." "Oh, are you going to start a war?" Hefkin asked happily. At the same time, the jets under her ponytails also flashed with sparks several times, lifting her petite body to the surface. Lin was a little helpless about the little robot's attitude. After conquering the 4 elemental planes and dispatching a fleet to dig out the Grand Duchy of an empire, I thought that since I had no need for external war, I would let the robots enter a period of self-development and calm down for a while. Unexpectedly, the fighting nature of elemental creatures has not disappeared even in the era of robots. It can be said that if they had not found a way to deal with the gods, I am afraid that the Lost Land and the Abyss would have gone to war with the silicon-based life forms that they created, mixing science and magic. As long as there is a chance, the robots are still willing to fight fiercely, as if the previous fights were not satisfying enough. In fact, this is not how bellicose the robots are. If their character is a continuation of the Earth Element Elves, with a heavy Earth nature, they will generally have a quite calm character. Even if there are individual militants, they are occasional exceptions. But just like a child who gets a new toy, he can't put it down, even if he doesn't show it off to others. He will definitely play with it. The robots are still in the stage where they want to prove how strong they are, even if they know that the gods are an insurmountable limit for them for the time being. There are still many projects that can be challenged. The abyss where the devil lives is one of them. Slightly understanding the attitude of the robots seeking war, Lin nodded and said, "Let's make preparations first. The decision of whether to start a war is not in our hands. But we must also ensure that if a war does start, we can cope with all situations. Chapter 1628 The Other Side of the Door. After passing through the gate of the abyss for the first time in a long time, Lin's vision was different from before, and he realized why it was so difficult for an existence of the level of the Lord of the Abyss to pass through this complete gate. The problem lies in divinity. The so-called God, from Lin's current perspective, is a multidimensional, multiplane, multi-world unity. It's like there are actually 100 vehicles marked number 1, and when they want to pass through a single-lane tunnel, it takes time to pass one by one. A mortal like himself is like a vehicle marked number 1, but there is actually only one. Of course, it's not that troublesome to go through the single-lane tunnel. You can just drive through it and pass it. Although my current strength is no longer so easy to evaluate, someone is still very self-aware. Today's achievements are mostly due to external help. If you take away those things, half of your ability will be wasted. But in terms of life level, I still belong to the category of mortals. Naturally, there won't be many obstacles when passing through the gate of the abyss. Coming to the other side of the door. The size of the camp here is not as complete as the camp on the Midi side before it was bombarded. The camp on the abyss side is only for transit. Most of the demons who come here will go directly through the gate of the abyss to the other side. However, sometimes too many demons pass through in a short period of time, causing the stability of the gate of the abyss to decrease. The most intuitive manifestation is that the scenery on the other side is distorted when looking through the door. At this time, it is best not to pass through the gate of the abyss for the time being, to avoid being thrown into an unknown place by the unstable passage. As a result, the chance of death is as high as 99%. Those who survive are very lucky. Those who survive and find their way back are even rarer. Since there is such a phenomenon, it is inevitable that there will be some temporary camps on the side of the abyss, and there may even be demons stationed there. After all, it cannot be ruled out that the demons are fighting among themselves and coming to seize such a sweet potato as the gate of the abyss. Lin, who just passed through the door, came to the abyss and took a look, and it turned out to be a desolate place. The set-up camp had obvious signs of mess, as if someone had left in a hurry. Does this mean he knew what was happening on the other side of the door? So the devil here chose to escape regardless of his face? Considering that although it is inconvenient for the Lord of the Abyss to break through the gate of the abyss directly, it is still very easy to deliver a message. As long as the demons on the opposite side are not broken-minded and see the great kings running away in panic, they will definitely not stay and die. Lin didn't comment much on the demon's choice. He found a nearby high ground as a coordinate reference point and passed the relevant data to Hefkin, who was following him, who then distributed the data to the selected robot fleet. The robot fleet that was brought over to the abyss, the kind that contradicts each other, must not be allowed. Some that work against each other and are obviously fishing must also be excluded. Those who were picked were those who responded to a certain magician's call and fought harder. Although everyone had consumed a certain magician's power to command them, the number of enemies was not proportional to the total number of robots. It's just a matter of trying to catch a fish and not doing anything. And it's also a matter of working hard without making sacrifices. It seems that the latter has suffered a loss. Of course, Lin also knows this mentality, and it is a helpless choice to let those who are willing to cooperate take more responsibilities. Therefore, many leader-level robots were destroyed by the Lord of the Abyss before. Lin did not hesitate to take out the colorful pearl feather fan and directly use the fire inside to repair the destroyed robots. This also allows people who are willing to cooperate with you to get more benefits, rather than just paying without any proper aftermath. In his vision, being able to repair the damage early was also a benefit. However, Lin himself did not expect that the spirits of the 4 elements would gather in the feather fan, allowing the robot that was infiltrated by the fire and lightning to be improved to different levels. If the transformation from earth elemental elves to robots is considered the first evolution, then this time, blessed by the power of fire that gathers the power of the 4 elements, the robots can be regarded as the second evolution. The benefits of this second evolution have not yet spread among the large group of robots, but it also made those robots who were willing to cooperate with a certain magician act more actively. You must know their original thoughts. In fact, they just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to collect more combat data. With more data support, robots can go further on their own evolutionary path. But since there is an unexpected surprise, it will certainly make these robots, who have tasted the sweetness, more willing to cooperate. Therefore, Hefkin ignored the request in the robot's internal network and was dispatched to the abyss, which was also due to the magician's order. Instead, find those robots who are willing to cooperate and assign tasks in the abyss. But a part of the robot fleet must be left in the Lost Land to carry magic materials from the human empire and build a magic tower at the gate of the abyss. This task must also be handed over to a robot that can be trusted. Don't think that these robots, who were originally elemental elves, will not be corrupt. Let them have the opportunity to come into contact with valuable things. If the master who orders them does not get along well with the robot, then it is normal for them to have their heads cut off when they do. Elemental elves always believe that when others ask them to do things, they must make themselves feel that they will not suffer a loss, so that things can move forward. This is why the reputation of elemental elves is not very good among magicians. Because if the elemental elves feel that they are at a disadvantage, it is very common for them to avoid doing things. In comparison, the devils seem to be more trustworthy after signing the contract. In the end, the robot fleet that started the VAP engine and came to the abyss only accounted for 1/5 of the total. This is probably about half of the robot fleet that Lin can effectively control. The robot fleet that performs tasks of carrying materials and building towers in the mysterious land is actually less than 200,000 in number. However, Hef Queen considered guarding against her own people, so she had to leave a sufficient number of robots to shock other robots. In fact, Hefkin spent a lot of computing power just to control the plunder and killing of the human world by the robots after they came to the Lost Land. Fortunately, most of the robots stayed on the battleship-class robots and did not land on the ground. If anyone dares to disobey orders and land, there will definitely be a battleship-level fighter above him waiting to blast him. It is such a deterrent that prevents the robots from acting rashly. However, even if only 1/5 of the robot fleet goes to the abyss, it is still an unimaginably large number for the devil. Not to mention that the demons near the gate of the abyss escaped without a trace. Even the robot fleet spread out and covered the territory of some demon lords, making these demon lords restless. Although the results of the Midland side have not yet spread to the abyss side, the darkness in the sky and the visual sense of oppression still make the demons panic. Of course, Lin had no intention of starting a war. He just put on a silent warning posture of "I'm not easy to mess with. Don't mess with me" to make himself more relaxed. It's like a dog that shows its teeth to scare people, but actually doesn't want to bite at all. Of course, the robot fleet will not be idle either. The work that was done once in the Lost Land was repeated after coming to the abyss. That is, frantically scanning and recording the surface topography of the abyss. It's just that this time the number of robot fleets is not enough to completely cover the abyss, so it is impossible to obtain a complete topographic map of the abyss. However, being able to record the topography of hundreds of miles around with the gate of the abyss as the center is still very helpful for defending this gate. So Lin is quite concerned about this matter. Of course, it is impossible for Abyss to remain completely silent and allow someone to do whatever they want. Just when Lin was thinking about a suitable place to build the magic tower, the messenger from the Abyss side came to him. It is said to be a messenger, because compared to Lin, although he is alone, there is also a half-doll pocket-level robot, the twin-tailed mechanical girl Head Queen, and 4 meatball-like Hikiri. Human SH.L. There were only 2 demons coming on behalf of the Abyss. Actually, it's not quite accurate to say it's a demon. Only one of them is. And the other one is an acquaintance. The demon Prince Azad, whom he has not seen for a long time, is sitting on the shoulders of the great demon Starry, swinging your legs and humming a tune. Come leisurely. Don't look at the 2 people who look like humans and animals are harmless. Just seeing the demon Prince Azad appear on the stage, Lin raised his alert state to the highest level. This madman with a volatile and unpredictable temperament, despite his smiling expression towards her. The next second he drew his sword and attacked without any hesitation. In addition, apart from Fon Lei Sun, Lin has never seen anyone faster than Azad. There is some truth in the saying, all martial arts in the world are invincible, except speed. Lin did not dare to underestimate this person, although this person has been hiding from me in recent years. But Lin knew that this was for the sake of protecting his body, so he hid far away. If I didn't have Higiri to protect me, I might have had my head taken away by this guy at some point. So does it mean anything special that he will appear here? Lin looked at the visitor curiously without saying a word. The original appearance of the great demon Starry was like a silverback gorilla with bat wings, but the overall color was darker red, and the face was ferocious. No one could have imagined that it would look like a tall beauty after humanization. At least it would fit someone's aesthetic sense. However, this big demon has completely become the pet of Demon Prince Azad, and he is the kind of person who will die without hesitation even if he is told to do so. Lin was still wary of that acquaintance, who showed up uninvited while someone who refused to comment on the devil's views on love. I remember that this person seemed to have awakened his own demonic bloodline. I wonder if he has been recognized by the Abyss consciousness and obtained the position of Great King. As for whether he could master divinity and register in the Abyss, Lin would not doubt whether Azad had such ability. For this proud man, there is only a question of whether he wants to do it or not, and whether he can do it or not. Perhaps when facing yourself, it may be the time when the other person cannot make their wishes come true. Is that why you are so obsessed with killing yourself? Shake your head and forget about those questions that make you scared just thinking about them. Lin broke the silence between the two and asked about the demon prince, who was standing near him, saying, "Long time no see. Are you here to be a lobbyist or a challenge? Or are you here to be an audience and just want to find a good seat first?" Chapter 1629, The Meaning of the Abyss. Azad, who was sitting on the shoulders of the big devil, raised his head. He was originally staring at his dangling feet, but then he changed his gaze to look at someone. He put on an exaggerated expression and said, "Oh, isn't this my friend who's not dead yet? Has his neck been washed? Has his underwear been replaced with new ones? When someone else stripped him of his body, you can die with dignity." For this person who often talks to himself and has become accustomed to his attitude, I can only sigh helplessly. This was also the reason why he didn't want to ask first, because he couldn't actually ask anything. But when Azad speaks first, he can usually make himself so angry that his brain becomes congested, and then he forgets the main thing. In other words, even if he speaks first and is deceived by the other party for a while, the result will still be the same in the end. It doesn't seem to be any different. So what is the purpose of speaking first? Someone is in self-doubt. You don't want to reply to me? Then I'm going to be angry. After Azad finished speaking, he casually took out the Shikiri Inzadu that was carried by the big devil and threw it at Lin. This sword came quickly and urgently. But for people on Lin's side, it's not a big problem. Lin didn't even move, so he naturally caught his compatriots in their SHLS. Hagiri, the only one living outside the world of the Lost Land and Abyss, finally reunited with the large army. Seeing the sudden freezing of Hagiri's human SHL, Lin speculated that this was because the Hagaris were entering into a deep communication. After all, the famous demon sword called Inzadu is also infamous within Hagiri. Lin wouldn't be surprised if other Hagiri destroyed Inzadu on the spot. Just when someone was wondering about the fate of the Hagiri and Inzadu, Azad said inappropriately, "According to that noisy sword, as long as there is only one Hagiri left in a world, the Hagiri will things like that can turn into the core of the world. But there are more and more boxes on your side. So many of them are noisy. So I don't want them anymore. So I give them to you. You do it. Kill or chop him up if you want." Azad said it lightly, but in fact the content was quite informative. Lin had never heard any information about the core of the world from any box. But the condition is that the last Hagiri is left. This makes it understandable why Inzadu keeps hunting other Hagiri, and why it gave up now. Not to mention what kind of quantity it is if the box is cut over 10,000. Let's just say that other Hagaris can use human SHLS to move. But Sadu is still a weapon that needs to be used by a swordsman. Such a gap can make the latter feel desperate. So, does this mean that if you can't beat me, you'll beg to join? From the corner of his eyes, Lin looked at the Shikiri SHLS that were still in the shape of meatballs. Soon, Lin turned his attention back to Azad. It couldn't be more dangerous to be distracted in front of this person. Even without Inzadu, Azad's threat would not be reduced by half. To him, Hakakiri was just a dispensable addition. But Azad, who was sitting on Starry's shoulder, looked uninterested. Lin, who had never seen the demon prince's expression before, felt a little surprised. As for the happiness of a psychopath, normal people will never understand it. Similarly, normal people will not understand the low ebb of neurosis. But no matter what kind of extreme emotion it is equally dangerous in Lin's eyes. Because when Azad is happy, he will keep talking about and emphasizing the things that make him happy. Although others know what to be wary of, they can easily be led into a ditch by his words. Or else they may suspect that they are also mentally ill. When he was in a low mood, his terrible silence and the possibility of his emotions bursting out at any time made others even more frightened. Because we don't know when he will have an attack and how severe it will be. Just when the low pressure filled the air to the point where someone wanted to temporarily transfer to another place, so that the demon prince could achieve the great feat of defeating the enemy without fighting, Azad suddenly spoke. "Although I don't know who it is, someone asked me to tell you that he will not interfere with things here. Just do whatever you want to do. Such a nonsensical sentence brought Lin more than he imagined. Who told Azad? Explain the intention of this sentence? Why did you ask Azad to tell him? There are so many questions to ponder. But there seems to be no clear answer. However, this doesn't seem to explain why Azad is in such a low mood. Lin couldn't help but said honestly, "It's not a big deal if someone asks you to tell something. There's no need to be disappointed like this. Your appearance scares me." Azad turned over with a sad look from the corner of his eyes, looking so charming that it made people's scalp numb. He said, "I had a two-headed dog before. Not only did I encourage it to pass through the door," pointing to the location of the door of the abyss, "I also helped it find a lot of helpers. I originally expected it to bring me some fun. I didn't expect my dog to be chopped down. Do you think I'm sad to lose my beloved dog? I dare to say that this is the initiator of everything." Someone roared inwardly. Lin gritted his teeth and asked, "So, you plan to take revenge? Revenge? Why?" Azad pretended to be innocent and said, "It's just a dog. If it dies, it dies. What's the point of revenge?" Then he put his hands on his hips and said, "What I'm angry about is that some people are playing chess without quality. It's obvious that both sides are playing chess. You have to do well. But when I see that I am about to lose, I flip the chessboard. Do you think I have the right to be sulky when I encounter such a dishonest opponent?" Hearing this, Lin was so angry that he laughed and said, "If you lose, you lose." He also complained that they didn't have chess pieces. Were the rules explained at the beginning? Didn't you do any tricks? Besides, if someone flipped the chessboard, he couldn't continue playing. Well, it's because of your upbringing. If you pick up all the chess pieces, you will not lose until all the chess pieces are dead. I admire the guy on the other side for being a man. Humph. You are a cheap and stingy guy. I won't play with you anymore. If you want to play, just play with the birds yourself. Azad shook his big middle finger, learned the national curse gesture from someone's hometown, and patted the big demon Starry. The big demon turned around and walked away. One person and one demon, drifting away. Lin was a little surprised that the demon prince retreated so simply, which was quite anticlimactic. I originally thought that I would have to do one more thing with him today before it would count. But I didn't expect that I would just leave. It was as if someone owed him money somewhere, and he was rushing to collect the debt. But the demon prince left in a hurry. So Lin certainly wouldn't go to comfort Lu foolishly. I was just worried about how to send the Sangmixing away. He left by himself. That was a great thing that he could only hope for. How could he take the initiative to cause trouble? So Lin quickly forgot about this incongruous episode and focused on choosing a suitable location for the construction of the twin towers of the gate. Although the location of the twin towers was not very particular, all the effort was put into those two magic towers. But considering those abyss gates as reference, the topography on both sides of the non-biological gates are similar to a certain extent. Then it is impossible for Lin to find two completely different terrains and build two towers. Coupled with the possibility of building a magic circle city, there is a need for land preparation. At least it would be much easier to plant a city on a large plain than on a mountainous terrain. Then the location of the magic tower will also be with the gate of the abyss as the center point, located at a relatively symmetrical distance and position, basically in a straight line. However, this can be slightly modified to match the magic circle city. On the whole, it still depends on what you want to accomplish, which requires detailed planning in the early stage, rather than doing what you think of. The design drawings given to Hefkin before were actually only related to the two magic towers. The idea of a magic circle city only exists in my mind, and there is no complete plan yet. Now that things on the abyss side seem to be settled for the time being, and there will be no demons to disturb them, we can start making early plans based on the terrain on the side of the abyss and the side of the abyss. As for the problem that the topography on both sides is not similar, Lin decisively chose to use land preparation methods to unify the topography on both sides. After all, the magic tower is also a man-made building. Since the main body is man-made, there is no need to care whether the topography is natural or not. The feng shui of your hometown can also be changed. It doesn't matter what it looks like. You have to accept what it is like. To plan these things in detail, of course, you need to pick a suitable venue. At least Lin didn't want to do such laborious and delicate work in this dusty, deserted devil's barracks. Even if you don't have to bathe and fast for 3 days and 3 nights, you still have to choose a good place with a pure heart. Of course, it would be best to enter the secondary plane tower. The environment is quiet, and there is no one around. No one will disturb you. You can even ignore time. When you make plans, it's just the next second. But why do you have to plan out 2 cities by yourself? One on each side. People who play 007 also have an upper limit. They will not work more than 24 hours a day. And they will not work more than 7 days a week. I went into the subdimensional tower to work. In that place where there was no time. I really couldn't do it to death. I didn't know that I was overworked. Anyway, the Zeroth robot fleet headed by the imaginary number has also come to the side of Mindy. You can just work in its large conference room and call on other robots to help. Construction also relies on them. So just let the robots complete some repetitive designs. Do you really think that the extremely hard Windows operating system was created by one person's hand typing code? Think about how many social animals have worked hard and dedicated their health and time to achieve the reputation and profits of capital. A certain person does not think that he has risen to the level of capital, but considering that the robot is just idle there, he does not use it in vain. As for whether the robot would stuff some private goods inside, Lin wasn't worried about that. According to the past practices of the elemental elves, they would dodge and cheat, but it was impossible for them to use their brains to change the design. Apart from humans, the only ones who are opportunistic and open some backdoors to facilitate their own affairs are demons. Lin was just about to call Hefkin and ask her to find some robots willing to help to meet up on the imaginary number, when she saw the 4 motionless meatballs and human LS that finally broke the silence. With the Inzadu in their hands, they all turned their attention to a certain magician. Chapter 1630. The Demon Prince is busy. The last time the magic sword Inzadu appeared in history was before the Dark Ages, when King Fin came to Lost Land. At that time, Inzadu's reputation was not very glorious. It was in the hands of a powerful swordsman known as the Hero Killer, and this one killed many admired folk heroes and kingdom warriors, and cut off their swords. There is no doubt that the swords of these murdered heroes were weapons of the Hagiri clan, although the swordsman holding Inzadu did not commit any massacres or do anything outrageous. The people he killed were indeed good people who had done many good and great deeds at that time. So this person was naturally classified in the evil camp, and was called the Evil Swordsman. The Evil Swordsman ended up being besieged by more than 100 strong men led by a king. And Inzadu was also sealed in an underground palace. The location of the underground palace became an unknown inheritance, and was later inherited by the Guana Empire. But the warning about the magic sword made the people of the Guana Empire choose to keep it secret instead of digging out the sword. The Evil Swordsman, who was punished, was not an evil person, but the weapon in his hand was extremely evil. The holder will eventually become a demon. This is a warning about Inzadu. In addition, many powerful people who are close to the truth know what the weapons of the Hagiri clan are about. Therefore, no one challenged the issue of whether this magic sword was as evil as the rumors. So Sadu's underground palace became a forbidden place, until the naughty kid Azad showed up. When evil meets madness, which side will win? No one knows the answer to this question. The only thing that is known is that the actions of the Demon Prince Azad are no different from the past. So it looks like the madman won. In terms of getting along with one person and one sword, the Demon Prince Azad learned from someone's experience, and knew that the weapons of the Hagiri clan can greatly replenish their unique energy through the flash technique. Although he doesn't know how to flash, the virtual movement method obtained from the Great Devil's talent is somewhat useful. When the Great Demon Starina became his partner, his ability to flicker and move really enriched Insado's energy. Although it can't be like the Hagiri in the hands of a certain magician. It changes a little in 3 days, and a big change in 5 days. But the true power of Hagiri is its ability to change freely. It's just that Azad's madness lies in his behavior. His ability to think about items is obviously no better than that of a certain time traveler. Therefore, the image of Inzadu has not changed much since it was held by Azad. That is to say, after cutting someone, the dulled sword blade can quickly return to its sharp state. Of course, Lin learned about Insadu's past from Khan's mouth. To be honest, Lin didn't understand the origin of the conflict between the two parties at first. All I know is that Sato kept encouraging the holder to hunt other Hagiri. So it led to a counterattack. But it was Azada's revelation, whether intentionally or unintentionally, that allowed Lin to know Insadu's reasons. That is to become the only Hagiri and achieve the so-called core of the world. Although I don't know what that thing is, what's special about it, and what it can do. But in this magical world, anything named world is not an insignificant gadget. This is not the unscrupulous era of some time traveler's hometown, where any piece of trash can be given a shocking name, and then sold for a sky-high price through advertising. Of course, there will be situations where Lao Wang sells melons in Lost Land. But if the hard power is not up to par, not many people will buy it. But as mentioned above, the number of Hagiras today, as well as the abilities Hakiri currently possesses, can make anyone who tries to achieve such an achievement as the only Hakiri feel despair. In the end, Inzadu gave up his original plan, which was a perfectly reasonable thing in the eyes of other Hagiras. After all, no matter how hard you try, something that is impossible to achieve is no longer a dream, but a delusion. Lin did not delve into what the two sides, who were originally regarded as sworn enemies, discussed after the meeting. Of course, he did not enter the internal network of Hakiri to eavesdrop on their conversations. If a normal person enters the network inside the box cutter and cannot get used to the noisy voice that penetrates directly into the brain, he will definitely go crazy. In terms of results, the probability of getting used to it is very low, and the probability of going crazy is very high. So someone is mostly in a shielded state. Now, Hagiri may have reached a reconciliation with Inzadu internally. So this demon sword was not broken on the spot by Hagiri's human SHL. However, Lin felt a little puzzled by the Hagira's return of attention to him. Seeing Insado's fleshy human-shaped box-cut human SHL walking towards him while he was casually grabbing it with one hand, Lin asked, "Well, you guys came up with something after discussing it. Do you want my help?" Hayashi and Hagiri are actually in a cooperative relationship, although in many cases we are neither big nor small. But when it comes to serious matters, Lin won't let it pass in a haha manner. Anyway, Hagiri can directly read minds, whether they are serious or joking. They know clearly. And Hagiri will not, like humans, use some social rhetoric to cover up their mood, or say something pretentious that goes against their true intentions, or put on a show. Any conversation between them is still very serious, but they often go sideways. The Hagiri human SHL walking towards him did not use the only organ on his face, which was his big mouth, to speak. In fact, human SHLs don't necessarily need to use their mouths to speak. The Shikiri on any part of the body can make sounds by vibrating the air, but they just don't say anything. Human SHL just handed out the Inzadu in his hand. Although Lin was full of doubts, he still reached out and took it. Inzadu, who has just arrived, does not have other Hikiri skills yet, and must contact it before he can communicate with the holder's mind. If other Hagiras had already become sperms, this level of closeness would have already started to speak noisily in other people's minds. Human, give you a chance to make me the strongest sword that surpasses the 5 swords in the world. I shall. Without saying a word, Lin threw Inzadu back into the hands of Zakakarinwi with a straight face. And the result of this is just to make the 4 fleshy humanoid SHLs with only mouth smile even brighter. You can all see the back molars. Lin said, "You didn't consider breaking it directly? Opponents who are no longer a threat are entitled to mercy." The human SHL that took over Inzadu said. At the same time, he put the magic sword in his hand behind his back, and a short limb immediately grew out of the fleshy man's back and grabbed Inzadu. Hearing Hagiri's answer, Lin couldn't help but smile. The word mercy can sometimes be extremely insulting. Who has the right to show mercy to others? What about those who are pitted? If you think clearly about the relationship between the two, you will understand that sometimes kindness is not necessarily kindness. However, during the short period of holding Inzadu, the information about the demon prince Azad was more worthy of attention than the crazy talk about this demon sword. To put it simply, it is 4 words: Prince of the Abyss, ranking above the evil god of the Abyss and the Lord of the Abyss. He is the king of demons and the ruler recognized by the consciousness of the Abyss. Don't look at the name Prince, but think that there is a king above, or even an emperor, just like the emperors of past dynasties who traveled across many hometowns. They all called themselves the emperor. This was acknowledging that there was heaven first, and he was the first person in the world, so he was called emperor. Prince of the Abyss is also a name with the same meaning. The first demon under the abyss, just like the first emperor in all dynasties. This title is not inherited by the influence of the father or the appreciation of a certain consciousness. It is earned through strength. Only by overcoming all dissatisfaction can you be qualified to ascend the throne as emperor and be recognized by the abyss. Therefore, this demon prince, who has not been heard from for a long time, is busy unifying the abyss. If we really want to clarify Azad's recent actions, it would be another romance of the 3 kingdoms. And invading the lost land through the gate of the abyss was also what Azad encouraged. Regardless of the failure of the invasion, Azad will have to shoulder the responsibility for the failure and suffer a heavy fall on the road to the abyss. But if you don't have the ability to turn bad things into good things and overdraw the good things, how can you compete with a group of unbeatable demons for power? However, the layout was destroyed, and Azad really had to spend some energy to find a way to remedy it. So he had no time to deal with a magician coming from the Lost Land. Besides, someone just wants to build a magic tower that is allowed by the Abyss consciousness. It's not like he came to the Abyss to develop and expand his power. It's not like he wanted to compete with the demons for power. Therefore, the demons tacitly ignored the actions of a certain magician. This is like the entire romance of the Three Kingdoms, where there is not much mention of the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Wuhuan and other nomadic peoples, as if they do not exist. But the threat of nomads in that era did not disappear, but still existed. However, as long as the nomads do not interfere with the war in the Central Plains, the romance of the Three Kingdoms will still be the romance of the Three Kingdoms, not the history of the Han people against the nomads. This was the response a certain magician received today after he led a fleet of robots into the abyss. As long as he does not cross a certain invisible red line and is just making a fuss near the gate of the abyss, his actions will be ignored by the demons who are busy scheming. So, this is an unexpectedly good time. Someone sighed inwardly. If the demons were left idle, Azad would scream boredom all day long. Even if they can't defeat you, there is still a possibility of being completely killed. And they will probably find other ways to cause trouble. Take a look at the powerful bosses in the game in your memory before time travel. Will there be no players to challenge them because they are designed to be too strong? Lin would not be so naive to think so. But wouldn't it be a great thing if there was another more attractive game that would draw most of the demons' attention in other directions, thereby neglecting themselves? Therefore, Lin secretly made up his mind to build the magic tower on the abyss side in the shortest possible time. The original idea was to build the magic tower on the side of Midi first. Then, using that magic tower as the base point, it extended toward the abyss, and finally began to build the second tower of the twin towers of the gate. But now it seems that it would be good to deal with the magic tower on the abyss side first. Lin thought seriously. A thought even came to mind. Should we join forces with Azad to do something in the abyss? But thinking of that person's repeated out-of-character behavior, Lin quickly gave up on this unreliable idea. It is said that you are not afraid of enemies who are like gods, but you are afraid of teammates who are like pigs. And when a teammate is a pig god, all he can do is burn incense and bless him. Chapter 1631 Collecting Materials. The speed of the two empires of Guana and Hader is not unsatisfactory. When they learned from the officers and soldiers on the front line that demons and other evil camp armies were completely destroyed by steel monsters in the sky, there was a direct order from the emperor to conduct a comprehensive inventory of the treasury directly under the empire that could be used to build magic towers. How many materials are there? Not even satisfied with those directly under the empire. Even the treasuries belonging to the great nobles and wealthy merchants within the empire are also the focus of the investigation, and asked to report back the news within 1 day. At this time, of course, the traditional communication method of letters cannot be used. Merely sending messages back and forth through messengers may exceed the unspecified time limit. The forum delivery method, which is rarely used in formal occasions, finally comes in handy. At the beginning, no one understood the purpose of rushing in such a hurry. But this is not an era that pays attention to human rights. It is the norm to say something above and break a leg at the bottom. Since the emperor has issued an order, then execute it. There is nothing to bargain with. When the robot fleet sent a representative, who was actually Head Queen's mechanical girl clone, into the palace, even people who didn't understand it at first knew what was going on. The robot fleet was hovering clearly above everyone's heads. It had destroyed an imperial Grand Duke, and its territory was now part of the ocean. With such achievements, few people were holding their necks and refused the robot's request. Besides, the emperor also made it clear that this was the price in exchange for them taking action against the evil camp's army. And the enemies on the front line were indeed wiped out. Now is the time for them to pay the price. It is a normal and equivalent transaction, and there is nothing wrong with it. It sounds reasonable at first glance, but everyone who heard it felt as if something was blocked in their hearts and felt strange. But the emperor's attitude was very calm and without any hesitation. So no matter how many opinions the people below had, they could only swallow it. Moreover, the great nobles who were requested also used their own channels to learn about the situation on the front line. When they knew that the enemy had been wiped out, rather than simply defeated or retreated, they became even more wary of the fleet above them. What level the enemy is supporting the front line? They know better than anyone even after having been on the front line for more than a year. They are not qualified to fight against such people, who can easily defeat these enemies. The most confusing thing right now is the two leaders of the human camp. The Vader military state and the floating island Etta. On the battlefield to the west of the Wind Emperor Mountains. They didn't know the agreement that the emperors of the two empires, Guana and Hader, had reached privately with a certain magician. They didn't know why the robot fleet came. When the bombardment begins, who is not afraid that those attacks will fall on their head? Whether it was the Vader military state at the pinnacle of the forces in the mysterious land, or the magicians of the floating island who thought highly of themselves and claimed to be celestial beings, none of them faced an attack that completely wiped out the enemy in an instant. Able to remain calm. Everyone has the same idea, no matter whether it was them or not. They have just chased away an enemy, and a more powerful one comes. How to deal with this? In particular, the superiority of the Sky people on the Sky Island is based on the fact that they live in an area above the humans on the surface. So they call themselves Heaven. The robot fleet is now hovering at a higher altitude than the floating island. This is the height where gods have determined that ordinary people cannot maintain normal physiological functions without protection. Staying in such a place, let alone whether I can defeat them. I may not be able to fight at such a height. So what are these monsters going to do after they return to silence after a round of SH? Ling? If only he came to help humans and defeat demons and enemies from the underground world. So after being defeated, why didn't you leave? In fact, this kind of panic and uneasiness is not only felt by the Vader military state and the floating island, but also by most of the Homo sapiens species on the surface. There is even the same question. That is, why are these monsters here? After all, the robot fleet covers the entire lost continent. Regardless of whether their position can be effective in the battlefield against demons, they still maintain their sense of existence and continue to oppress the living creatures on the surface. The hovering robot fleet has not yet communicated with the Homo sapiens on the surface, and no one has the means to talk to them at such high altitudes. After part of the fleet was transferred to the abyss, the robot fleet readjusted their layout in the air. Basically, it still maintains the situation covering the entire lost continent, and continues to maintain the invisible sense of oppression. It's just that this adjustment of formation, which is very common among robots, also caused a commotion on the surface. Fortunately, he just moved and didn't attack again. But for the two empires of Guana and Hader, the robot fleet is not such an unreachable object. In order to deliver the materials used to build the magic tower, they had to figure out a proper handover method. And it couldn't take too long. The situation now is obvious. Why does the robot fleet maintain an oppressive posture? 9 times out of 10. The robots will simply switch from unilateral reception to robbery if they don't get a quick response. The imperial ministers, who had participated in that high-level meeting, knew the magician's attitude very well. Moreover, this robot fleet can instantly solve the problems caused by the demons. I believe it will not take much effort to solve their problem. Therefore, these well-informed ministers carried out the emperor's orders with all their heart, and did not dare to disobey them at all, even if they don't know the full details. No one can afford the consequences of causing the robots to fall out. So no one clearly holds the flag of resistance. The manifest delivered by Head Queen is divided into 2 parts. One section is a required list for building a magic tower, with clear quantity requirements and a list of alternatives. This part is non-negotiable. The other part is a list of materials used to build a magic circle city. This part only lists the items without detailed quantities before a certain magician completes the city planning with the robots. Fortunately, the latter part of the list probably contains the largest amount of materials, which are ordinary materials that can be collected on site and are extremely common, like sand, limestone, etc. Since the development of the technical guild in the holy city of Starry, cement, a previously inconspicuous building material, has finally been promoted. Cement was brought by a certain time-traveling predecessor. However, due to various shortcomings, cement was eventually abandoned by everyone in the land. The reason is simple. People who have contact with related industries should know that cement has a formula, and different formulas of cement are suitable for different purposes. That time-traveling senior basically conquered the world with one move, and he had no problem using it himself. At least the formula that was researched was tailor-made for the senior's purpose. But when this kind of cement wants to be promoted overseas, it runs into a wall. After all, other people's uses and usage environments may not be exactly the same as the inventors. Not to mention that cement is resistant to compression but not tension. So building materials such as steel bars must be used to reinforce it. but in MIDI, a world where iron smelting technology is not advanced, it is impossible to promote the luxury of using metal to build houses. Naturally, cement silently stepped down from the front stage of the world and bowed. It wasn't until the Technical Guild introduced the concept of formulas and conducted some serious research and records that cement, a thing that already existed in the Lost Land, was revived. The reason why we want to come up with this thing is that there are many benefits to building a house with cement. It is cheap, durable, and easy to apply. These 3 points alone have the value of large-scale promotion. Cement is certainly not without its shortcomings, especially in terms of environmental damage. But people in this era don't care whether they destroy the environment or not. Technical guilds use cement on a large scale. As the empire closest to the Technology Guild, it also spent a lot of money on the construction of roads for automobiles, as well as fortresses, castles, and new buildings. Such extensive use certainly attracted the attention of the emperor. As soon as the old emperor Armin Kazalnia saw the list of materials, he realized that a certain magician planned to use cement to build a house. This is a good thing in the minds of people who had heard about the magician's plan for the twin towers of the gate. The first thought they had about the concept of a magic circle city was a city filled with a large number of small magic towers. Even if the material level is lowered by a few levels, the value of the materials required for a city-sized magic tower is so great that an empire cannot afford it. If it were so easy to do, the capitals of these empires would have been completely magical. However, this is not the case. In the existing cities and towns in Lost Land, magic towers are still distinct from ordinary buildings. Normal buildings will not use magic materials to build, which is an unwritten tacit agreement. Just like someone's home in the Holy City, the construction method of mixing ordinary materials with magical materials is an unprecedented innovation in Lost Land. The Magic Circle City planned by the magician will use cement as the largest building material, although it is not yet known how this magician will enchant ordinary buildings. At least one thing is certain. That is, the cost of building the city will not be too high to be unaffordable. So if this is not a good thing, then what is a good thing? The old emperor thought so. Compared with the emperor, who only needs to speak out after making a decision, the ministers, who are actually responsible for commanding, are really busy. Since the robots are very urgent in asking for things, it is definitely not possible to collect the required materials and then deliver them to the robots together. The time spent gathering materials from various places may exceed the time limit of 7 days planned by a certain magician to complete the twin towers of the gate. If the empire is slow in collecting materials, it's hard to say what the magician will do. Therefore, whether it comes from the treasury of the empire, collected from the nobles, or half purchased and half collected from the Chamber of Commerce, warehouse managers in various places will move the required materials on the list from the warehouse to nearby open spaces, and then notify the robot fleet to come and receive it. This practice is undoubtedly rather trivial and scattered. Fortunately, there are enough robots available to handle the transportation tasks, so it's not a big problem. It's a pity that those responsible for liaison and records have to sort out this messy entry and exit account. In short, the two empires of Guana and Hader were in a state of chaos. Chapter 1632 Northern Battlefield. Of course, the work of collecting and transporting the materials needed to build the Magic Tower and Magic Circle City cannot be completed in one day, even with the assistance of the organic fleet. At the same time, it is so big that it involves the actions of all the nobles and large chambers of commerce in the two empires. Of course, there is no way to keep it secret. And because the emperor was only responsible for giving orders, and was not responsible for explaining to anyone, for a time, all kinds of rumors were flying everywhere. Rumors are spreading wildly, and some people are watching the show. But of course, there are also people who are concerned. Especially the two major forces, the Vader military state and the floating island Edda, stopped their respective military operations and devoted all their efforts to dig out the truth behind these things. However, there is an insider who is busy with different things than others. That is the former Grand Duke of the Guana Empire and the current Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition forces in the Northern Battlefield, Ricardo Covey. He spent half a day asking his airship troops to investigate the north of the Wind Emperor Mountains to see if there were any remaining demons or evil alliances from the underground world. As someone who was close to the battlefield and witnessed a round of bombardment by the robot fleet, and watched the almost obscured sky turned into a strange color by blue electric light and red firelight, the old Grand Duke did not believe that the demon army could still survive. Now his only question is whether there will be any remaining lone demons left in the Lost Land. Or perhaps an out-of-standard strongman, like a strong beastman and a half, could survive such a bombardment. With such doubts, the old Grand Gong ordered all troops to stand by and send sentries and cavalry in all directions to ensure the safety of the surrounding area. At the same time, the airship troops were ordered to set out for reconnaissance. After all, the airship's reconnaissance range was wider and faster. Half a day may not be enough for the airship to sweep every inch of land designated as the northern battlefield. But it is enough for them to confirm one thing. That is, all the enemies have disappeared. Disappear. Such words meant that they couldn't even see the corpses. And of course, there were no traces of the battle. This refers to the battles in the cold weapon age, such as broken swords, broken shields, broken flags, arrows, etc. Even the suspected military camp was nowhere to be found. There are some abandoned campsites, but these locations were abandoned earlier, rather than just happening not long ago. To be honest, even if the magician troops were washing the ground on a large scale, it would not be what they saw. Therefore, no one dares to guess or imagine what happened behind this silence of life and death. The old man who got the information was the quickest to adjust his mentality. Rather than saying that he had raised the upper limit of what the magician could do, it was more that the responsibility he shouldered prevented him from immersing himself in that inexplicable fear. The troops are out there. People are eating horses. And money is being burned every day. Besides, the war continues to this day. If the Lord personally leads the team, after the enemy is gone, they will naturally focus on their own territory. If the team is led by a general, how many kings or nobles can rest assured that military power is in the hands of outsiders? And this army has nothing to do. Therefore, all armies have to be reorganized. And some are even disorganized in place. When there are no enemies left, if any general dares to hold on to military power, he will probably be preparing for a civil war next. However, old Duke Kalway has not yet been relieved of his duties, and returns to the imperial court to obey orders. He took over another responsibility, which was to lead 3 regular legions of the empire to stand by at the gate of the abyss and defend it on the spot. Also receiving similar orders was the airship force of the Hater Empire. Since the Hater Empire did not send many ground troops, the emperor of the empire was in no hurry to recall the dispatched troops. Instead, he ordered the airship troops to assemble on the spot and also go to the gate of the abyss to wait. In particular, it was explained that the standby was not to interfere with the gate of the abyss, but was just watching from the sidelines, although there was an intention to supervise. To be honest, even if the robot fleet and the magician did not follow the agreement, it seemed that they were unable to stop or change anything. This expatriate commander of the airship force is also a powerful figure within the Hater Empire. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to master the important weapons of the country and would be sent abroad. What's more, one of the 5 important imperial ministers who followed the emperor to participate in the high-level meeting was the eldest brother of the commander of the airship force. So he naturally knew more inside information than others. Then, there are not so many questions about the current actions. To say that the situation is the most embarrassing. Those who are neither better nor worse at this time are the troops organized by civilian volunteers and the armies of small countries. They didn't know the truth behind the matter. They only knew that the enemy that originally gave them a headache was solved by the monster in the sky without any idea. Although the order from the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces was to disorganize and go home. But what will happen next? Will there be enemies coming out of nowhere? If they disband, will they be caught off guard? Many unanswered concerns make them afraid to act rashly. Those armies of small countries led by kings themselves, or private armies led by noble lords, are also afraid that after returning to their country with such an anticlimactic outcome, if the enemy comes back, they may not have time to react. You must know that the current balance of power in the northern battlefield was actually achieved by the defeat of the original Suli Tang Empire's southern front. With that big defeat to wake everyone up and delaying time, the Guana Empire had time to react. Not only the defense line against the demons was deployed, but also the later counterattack and the current stalemate, all of which came at a cost. What if they now voluntarily give up these slight advantages they gained at great cost? And if the subsequent development is different from what everyone imagined, and the war is not really over? On the other hand, those volunteers who came voluntarily did not have as many psychological activities as those kings or noble lords of small countries. Some ambitious people, who planned to use this war to establish meritorious services and gain fame, took advantage of this moment to form gangs. Their eyes were all set on the war-torn northern battlefield. Assume that the war is truly over, and that the war actually didn't last very long. Then the cultivated land that has been previously cultivated can resume production at any time as long as it undergoes some sorting and additional manpower. This is a fortune that is coveted by everyone and within reach. Don't talk about whether the people who fled the northern battlefield were the legal lords of these lands, or were descendants of the royal family. Once they escape, these lands will be considered terra nullius, even if these people can come back later and claim ownership of the land again, if there are already new residents on these lands. In terms of the legal theory of lost land, the two groups of people before and after can be regarded as the legal owners. The next thing to play is the winner-take-all game. Simply put, if you don't choose to use force to solve the problem, you will have to seek support from everywhere. It depends on who has many supporters and who can come out to justice, who can stay and truly own this land. This may sound a bit confusing, but in fact, it is true that in political science, a country is composed of four elements: territory, people, government, and sovereignty. Territory, a bunch of no man's land in the northern battlefield. People, many people picked up swords and became warriors, and picked up hoes and became farmers. Therefore, as long as those ambitious people can station an army and absorb some refugees who have returned after fleeing before, it is not a big problem for them to call themselves a country. Government, those who are willing to stay will of course form a ruling group with themselves as the core. The definition of government in MIDI is not that strict. Basically, the fact that there is rule counts. Sovereignty, there is no word sovereignty in lost land, nor are there many convoluted terms. After all, one thing is that people with big fists speak, if your fists are not big enough. It counts if you can shake people with big fists. Judging from the situation on the northern battlefield, ambitious people will inevitably mobilize a force and then occupy the land and become king. At this time, even if the people who originally fled from the famine return and claim ownership of the land, they have only three options. First, compromise with the new occupiers and join them. At this time, you can usually only succumb to others, and you may not be able to obtain the same complete power as before. Civilians are the easiest to compromise, but the former ruling class is not. Second, expel the new occupiers by force. On one side are the people who were driven away by demons and other evil coalition forces and fled. On the other side are the people who are in the army and have fought fiercely with the evil coalition forces and have survived to this day. If nothing unusual happens, the former's force is weaker than the latter's. Third, find daddy and hug him. Then compare whose thighs are thicker and whose backstage is harder. More importantly, if you were to lose face, would these thick thighs showing off their flags be willing to fight hand to hand for their own fate? You know, some people are just borrowing their names to use it as a pretense. If they really want to end up on their own, they will definitely refuse. Therefore, those who have ideas naturally want to hug the former Grand Duke of Cubby of the Guana Empire, who is the strongest thigh on the northern battlefield. Inevitably, those people who were preparing to return after fleeing, if there were nobles among them, in order to maintain their dominance, they also approached the old Lord Kawe for support. There are even those who come from business backgrounds and have some money in their pockets. They are not necessarily residents of the original northern battlefield. They just plan to take advantage of this chaotic time to get a noble title, no matter whether it's a replacement, adoption, or name change. It doesn't matter. I just want to realize my desire to enter the power class. Faced with the farce of these little people, old Kawe Gong certainly has no intention to deal with it. With his status, he has no need to deal with it, and he is not suitable to deal with it. The Grand Duke of the Empire would not care about the affairs of the village chief and town mayor. Is this because he is too busy at ordinary times? Therefore, those who are interested have no choice but to resort to the next best thing and seek support from those who also hold real power. For a time, there was no enemy in the northern battlefield. Although it was not as bright as before, it also secretly set off a complicated wave. Some people take advantage of the situation to rise, and some people just wipe out all sentient beings. Don't think that those fleeing noble lords, who have been passed down from generation to generation, can definitely get the support of other people who still have strength. Guarding the territory is also one of the nobles' responsibilities, since they have all been driven out by the enemy and none of the people are left. How can they still claim their ownership? Although there is a so-called tacit understanding among the nobles, they will join forces to prevent those below from trying to transcend or subvert the noble class. But this premise is that the price paid can be rewarded. If there is not enough reward, whether it is substantial or humane, who would be willing to work in vain? Chapter 1633 Reactions to building the tower. Compared to the northern battlefield where there are no enemies, A violent storm is about to come. Outside of the northern battlefield, the demons being expelled were not calm and completely insignificant. The robot fleet transported goods from the two empires. And this matter could not be concealed, because there were too many nobles involved. There were even private chambers of commerce. Even the contents of the goods cannot be kept secret, because too many people feel as if they have been robbed and cannot let go, even though no one wanted to know these things at first. As those who handled it complained to their relatives and friends, the whole thing inevitably spread to the outside world, fermented, and expanded. At first, everyone just felt unhappy that they had been robbed, although the organic fleet defeated the Abyss Demon in exchange for these supplies. But before this, mankind experienced 2 or 3 years of suffering and war. It had only been a few days since the robots had appeared. Such a huge disparity made it hard to believe that the abyssal invasion had been resolved in this way. It seems that at any time, the devil will suddenly appear again, catching everyone by surprise. But such negative emotions are only brewing. MIDI is not like the hometown of a certain time traveler. The internet and various self-media are developed. A small thing can be hyped to the sky in 3 minutes, and will be forgotten by the masses in 3 minutes. There have been a lot of changes in the public opinion of Lost World after the emergence of the forum as a tool for people to communicate. But it has not reached a crazy level. According to the general process, the magic tower may be built within the scheduled time limit. The robot fleet will return to the Earth elemental world, and the relevant information on the forum may not have developed to the point of causing an uproar. As soon as the robot fleet retreats, and there is no target to attack, the whole thing should naturally cool down, and no one will care about it in the end. This is also why someone intends to move quickly, rather than dragging his feet, and leaving opponents with the possibility of stirring up trouble. However, things did not develop as some people expected, because the contents of the goods searched by the robots led to some speculations, which eventually triggered the dissatisfaction of the Magicians Association. The nobles competed with the magicians for materials that could be used to build magic towers, which in itself was quite dissatisfying to the magicians. When the nobles gave these materials to the robot, the final purpose was to build a magic tower at the gate of the abyss. This can be said to have violated the taboos of magicians, and it is that man who leads the construction of the magic tower and will eventually settle in it. This betrayal of the small tacit understanding of the ruling class exploded directly on the forum, where all public opinion circulated. Gabriel Tripwood is a man recognized by the world as the man who is not allowed to touch the magic tower again. Such a person wants to lead the construction of a... No! They are 2 magic towers, and take them under their control. How could the Magicians Association agree to such a crazy thing? But is there any point in protesting? In the 2 major empires, the Magician Association has no control over the orders issued directly by the Emperor. If anyone within the empire fails to comply, he or she will be charged with treason. You must know that after experiencing this war against the Abyss invasion, power is the most concentrated moment. The emperors of the 2 empires, one old and one in their prime, were even more powerful. There is no such situation where the young master is in power, and the master is weak, but the minister is strong. At this time, who within the empire would dare to jump out and be a thorn in the side? It doesn't matter if he dies or not. He won't get any sympathy if his whole family is wiped out. As for the outside of the empire, if internal affairs can be easily affected by other forces, then it is not worthy of being included in the empire. Only the empire has always been able to point fingers at people. When will it be someone else's turn to point fingers at the empire? Even an empire of the same level would not do such a thing. Because if the 2 parties have opinions about each other, they are not just talking about each other. Directly attacking them with real swords is the way to solve the problem between empires. Just like the Karlsruhe Empire and the Hader Empire. How does the Magician Association control the actions of the robot fleet? Not to mention the original body of the robot. The elemental lords among the Earth elemental elves. Any magician who comes to talk to them will always have a discussion tone. How many people dare to order an elemental lord? Moreover, the robot fleet is so high above that it does not come into contact with humans at all. Nor does it respond to any magic that summons elemental spirits. Even those improved special magic circles. When all the robots responded to a certain magician's call, the magic circles that could have summoned the robots could only consume the sacrifices in vain and only summon a wisp of smoke. For those robots with ulterior motives, there is nothing they can do about it. If everyone is far apart, no matter what small gestures they make, if they see it, they will treat it as if they didn't see it. But since everyone is gathered together, and there are so many eyes, it is naturally impossible to do anything too outrageous. Therefore, Many people focused their attention on the most conspicuous target, which was the magician's home in the holy city of Starry. It is a pity that the magician fled to an unknown place early to take refuge, as if he knew that he would be at the center of a dispute. A person who no one dares to offend if he leaves an empty room. Not to mention the unconfirmed former demon king, who is now a guest of the life system in the Church of Three Holy Lights. The other half of the 2.5 owners of the mansion is the Marquis Balan of the Guana Empire, the granddaughter of the old Duke of Kauai, and the niece of the current Grand Duke of Kauai. Who dares to offend this family? Whether the demon king is real or not is another matter. But the Marquis Balan is a powerful noble, coupled with the forces behind him. Provoking this person is no different from directly declaring war on a kingdom. Therefore, after impartial people were specially allowed to enter the mansion and confirm that the target magician was not inside, no one continued to target the mansion in the holy city of Starry. For magicians who want to make things bigger, making such compromises is not without cost, because the Thieves Guild has made it clear that it will no longer accept any tasks related to that magician. The Magician Guild will have no choice but to do it on its own. When you want to arrest someone in the Lost Land, your first thought is definitely not to go to the police. Instead, he relied on his own strength to break into the enemy's base camp, and then snatch the people out. Of course the magicians want to do this too, since direct provocation in the open is not feasible. Let's do it secretly. It's just that the magicians didn't understand why the Thieves Guild no longer accepted tasks for that person, after they lost hundreds of people who had infiltrated the mansion in just a few days. The magicians finally stopped using their methods behind the scenes. With over 100 elite men, no one could come out of that devil's cave. I heard that the crippled black dragon kept inside has had a lot of feasts these days. That's it. Who dares to question it? So the matter can only be put on the table. And some connections have been found. Due to the huge pressure and the concern that people would not want to break up easily, people had to enter the mansion to confirm that the magician was really not inside. In fact, everyone knows it well. Even if the magician is really in that home and wants to hide, who can find him? He is good at using the flash technique and is known as the magician who is the best at escaping. Such a name does not come from nothing. At this time, someone suggested that they go directly to the Gate of the Abyss to stop the magician from building the tower and close the Gate of the Abyss. Lin and other people who knew the inside story of this door's effect on the World Tree and even on the mysterious land did not disclose it to the public. Therefore, most people think that the door to the Abyss must be closed. And the way the magician built the tower in front of the Gate of the Abyss also smacked of taking advantage of the devil's self-esteem. So it was particularly offensive. For some old diehards at the top of the association, they can't beat the devil, but they are good at pointing at a young man's nose and shouting curses. These people who are accustomed to holding great power gathered their friends and families, creating a huge momentum to denounce a certain magician, and with the call of being willing to dedicate themselves to closing the door of the abyss. It attracted more people to join. Unfortunately, Midi is not the hometown of a certain time traveler. As the demonstrators set out one after another, the front group was shot dead by the fleet of robots hovering in the air as they approached the Gate of the Abyss, leaving no trace behind. This caused those who were following up to stop and not dare to move forward. Even most of the crowd broke into pieces and dispersed. The fleet of robots in the sky was clearly hovering over everyone's heads, and they were not even aiming at the bombardment. Who wouldn't be afraid? The allied forces of demons and the evil forces in the underground world did not even survive a round of bombardment by the robot fleet. Most people didn't know that the robots were attacking the Lord of the Abyss after the first attack. They are not worthy of being taken seriously by the robot fleet all over the Lost Continent. For a time, all kinds of letters were sent to various places like snowflakes. There are also many messages about the Gate of the Abyss on the forum, all of which severely condemn the magician. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that as long as there are no substantive actions, these remarks are just used to vent dissatisfaction. It can't affect the magician who is acting recklessly. And of course, it can't stop the development of things. In a word, the magic tower is finished. However, there is still a group of people who are at a rather awkward position. That is the civilian volunteers who joined the northern battlefield. Especially the Brotherhood members headed by Ezio, who came from the holy city of Starry and were educated in elementary schools. Those old diehards who plan to go to the Gate of the Abyss to protest. Although not all of them are considered old and hold important positions in the Magician Association, they still belong to the civilian class. There is a clear distinction between civilians and nobles. That is, the former cannot support their family's private army, while the latter can. And it is on a regular basis. Maybe some wealthy merchants will recruit them in the name of bodyguards. But these people can rarely become a prosperous community like the noble private army. In reality, the masters of the Magician Association are very dissatisfied with the fact that someone is preparing to build a magic tower with the support of resources from the two empires. But what if they are dissatisfied? They just protest a few words. And at most they go into battle in person to point their noses at others and scold them. But the Gate of the Abyss is protected by a fleet of robots in the sky. If the Magician Association wants to recruit an army to fight, it will need time and resources and money. After all, the Magician Association does not have the size of an empire. It is unrealistic for them to immediately recruit a reorganized magician army. Of course, it is impossible for the armies of empires, kingdoms, and nobles to respond to the requests of the Magicians Association. The positions between the two have always been antagonistic, or not so harmonious. What's more, the two empires of Guana and Hader support the construction of the magic tower, which is also inconsistent with the interests of the association. Of course, there is no possibility of cooperation. But those disbanded folk warriors can cooperate. Chapter 1634 Civilian Volunteerism. A set of righteousness to close the gate of the abyss fell on these adventurers and mercenaries, who originally came from all directions and have not yet returned home. Of course, this also includes Ezio Augustus, one of the heroes in the war against the abyss. When the commander-in-chief, Duke Kalway, ordered the civilian volunteers to disband, and the private armies of the nobles, and the armies of various countries, to return to their original positions, Ezio handed over the command of the airship Twin Griffins, and gathered with the members of the Brotherhood. Together, although the airship could be used if he wanted to, Ezio decided to stay with his brothers in the Brotherhood when there was no battle to fight. Ezio didn't want to command the airship and do trivial tasks like delivering orders and conducting investigations, with the magician and the being behind him already taking action. He didn't think the devil would have a chance to come back. But others don't know these things. Therefore, it is still necessary for Ezio to stay and take everyone back well. The main reason is to guard against those ambitious people who trick their friends into doing those people's private affairs. Although the order of the coalition forces has been issued to everyone, Old Kalway Gong is not so unkind as to ask everyone to leave immediately. Those who do not leave will be treated as disobedience. Instead, a time limit was given for everyone to prepare. The most important thing is how to distribute the remaining weapons, equipment and food supplies. It's easy to say that weapons and equipment can be divided among several countries and confiscated directly. But when you let people go home, you can't let others starve along the way or be robbed along the way. The northern battlefield has long been a wasteland, and there is nowhere to grab it even if you want to. Unless it's your own head. Even if you bring your own food to join the army at the beginning. After the war has been going on for a year or two, the food you brought has long since turned into shit. All supplies are coordinated by the Guana Empire. So the supply requirements for returning home after disbandment will naturally be the responsibility of the Empire. From the Empire's standpoint, supplies are not urgent enough to require restrictions and planned distribution. Besides, they were all bleeding profusely, supporting a certain magician to build 2 magic towers and build a magic circle city. Of course, there is no need to be too stingy in providing supplies. There are 2 advantages to doing this. First, it can win people's hearts and gain a good reputation. Face engineering is the same thing at all times and in all countries. People who have the opportunity to do it and know how to do it will not miss any opportunity. Another benefit is that even if the food is not divided and eaten on the spot, does it not require human resources to move it home? The food that has been stored in the rear will not be sent forward. The food that has been sent to the front line will only be left to rot if it is not eaten. So what to do is an obvious choice. Although there is still the option of selling it to enrich his own pockets. How could a veteran like Old Kagong leave such an opportunity to others? Controlling these grains has another unspeakable purpose. Those who are ambitious and want to become king in the northern part of the Fingdi mountain range, which has just been devastated by war, will not only find ways to recruit a group of people, but also pry out some food resources from the hands of Old Kalway Gong. Otherwise, there are only a few people. It is early summer, after the spring plowing period, and the snow in the north comes early again. Even if all of them turned into farmers, they would not be able to harvest until next fall. If you don't want to starve to death during this period, you can only rely on the support of Old Kalway Gong. Although the old man does not directly contact these people, it is impossible to use the supplies in stock without his nod. From this perspective, Old Kalway Gong has indeed grasped the lifeblood of these people. If those who plan to do big things are smarter, They will not bypass the coalition commander and secretly find those in charge of the warehouse to get some scrap. Because with the approval of the coalition commander, they can advertise to the outside world that they have the support of the Guana Empire. No matter when something goes wrong, the Empire will send troops to help them get justice. It is better to have a reputation than to be born in a wild way. So despite the fact that the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces has announced their dissolution, the Magician Association can take advantage of the situation and pull these troops, who have actual combat experience, and do not belong to various countries or nobles to the gate of the abyss to carry out their will. People who want to cause trouble are all greedy for the resources in the hands of old Kagong, who can be attracted by the empty talk of the Magicians Association, even if the association is willing to pay the price. Of course, they have to wait until they get it before discussing the follow-up. If things are not in place, it is all empty talk, compared with those who are thoughtful and do not give up on the requirements of the Magician Association at all. The other group of people are a little shaken. That was a group of people led by Ezio, who remained on the northern battlefield. In addition to the fraternity members, who came from elementary schools, the largest number of people in this group were some noble children. Most of them do not have the main inheritance rights of the family, or need to compete, so they come to the battlefield to gain some qualifications. The largest number of such people came from the Karlsruhe Empire. The main reason why they will stay on the battlefield and have not returned home is because they are worried that the evil camp coalition forces will come back. If everyone is separated, it will take time to come back, let alone reintegrate. Then it would be better to stay and wait until the situation is clearer and ensure that the crisis is really resolved before going back. Anyway, during this period of time, the old man is in charge of the food. I dare not say for a long time, but I can still hold on for a month or two. Then when news came out from the Magician Association, they called for closing the gate of the abyss in order to block the way of demon invasion. Only in this way can the evil scourge be completely eliminated once and for all. Instead of building a tower and blocking the entrance to the gate of the abyss to prevent the devil from attacking. The most worrying point is that what should we do when the tower owner of the magic tower betrays Midi and condones the invasion of demons? By that time, if you want to close the gate of the abyss, you will have to pay a higher price. It's not just about exorcising demons, but also capturing a magic tower before it's possible to close that damn door. It has to be said that there is still a certain market for such panic-inducing anxiety statements. At least many people have come to lobby Ezio, asking him to lead everyone in attacking the gate of the abyss. Of course, many of these people came to join Ezio's team. Their purpose is not necessarily to respond to the call of the Magician Association to help close the gate of the abyss. It is possible that after recruiting Ezio and others, he can plan his own ambitions. For example, enclosing the land and becoming the king. Ezio, who had gotten the truth about the whole thing from a certain magician early on, would certainly not follow those unreliable opinions, not to mention those who have ulterior motives. Although Ezio is young, he has not experienced enough things. But the principles of secrecy he learned from a certain magician in the past were actually used for intelligence purposes. This is not to mention that most people don't know how to keep secrets. Many things are almost always talked about on the table. It's just that when facing different people, they will use different words, or even lie, then naively think that the other party does not know other things. Therefore, the young man also knows the real purpose behind those who come to contact Ezio. Of course, if there are members of the Brotherhood who are willing to stay, Ezio will not deliberately stop them, but will only persuade them, whether those who remain want to be the leader or follow others. But Ezio stood in his way, and he couldn't arbitrarily demand that others listen to his opinions. Although he is considered the leader of the Brotherhood does not implement an arbitrary system with one word. Ezio became the leader largely because his personal charisma was high enough to bring everyone together. The most important thing is that we will value everyone's opinions, and will not act arbitrarily. Everything is discussed, even if you want to act on your own ideas. You will have good reasons to convince others. So Ezio chose to tell the whole truth and let everyone understand. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to say that he knew these things a long time ago. It's that he was very worried after the incident happened. So he went to question the magician to get the truth. The reason for not telling the complete truth was to prevent Ezio from falling into the trap of someone who already knew the truth, but helped the magician to deceive everyone. An unknowing third party and an accomplice of a fraudster have completely different levels of credibility, due to the convenience of the forum. Even if Ezio did not leave everyone's sight, no one would doubt whether he could contact the magician. Secondly, everyone knows where Ezio comes from. With the support of the old black dragon Augustus, He can be considered a part in that family. Even if the magician doesn't answer in person, he will definitely be able to find out some information that is difficult for others to know. As for whether those answers are the truth, everyone has a brain. Can't they judge for themselves? Lin basically does not interfere in primary school education, but one thing he emphasizes is not to follow what others say. Everything has to go through your own head. Don't believe anything you say without proof. Even if you provide evidence, you should still doubt the authenticity of the evidence to a certain extent. There are so many deceptions in this world, and even the smartest people can be fooled. Under such an education, it is unrealistic to train these people to be like SS soldiers. So someone just lets it go and doesn't expect the children in primary schools to help them. Don't be like the academies established in the Southwest Peninsula in the past, where a group of children who worked hard and dedicated, but in the end chose to stab themselves in the back. It was already a blessing from the Buddha. In short, although Ezio gave an answer that might be the truth, it was still a little short of convincing everyone. The main reason is still that little concern. What if the tower owner of the magic tower becomes a traitor and actively introduces the demon army? You wouldn't think that neither empire would guard against this move, Ezio said. The movements of the two empires were quite clear, and even after the commander-in-chief Old Kogon gave the order, they took action immediately. The regular legions and noble private armies belonging to the Guana Empire set off on the march after receiving supplies. Some people go forward, some people go backward. Likewise in the Hater Empire, all the airship troops gathered at the captain, reorganized, and flew towards the Gate of the Abyss. Chapter 1635 Ezio's Decision. It is easy to understand that the army is returning to the empire, each looking for its own mother. But moving forward, there were also abnormal movements of the airship troops. But it was hard to understand. In the northern battlefield of the Wind Emperor Mountains, the Hater Empire is to the south, and the Gate of the Abyss is to the north. Airships flying in the sky have no restrictions on waterway rights in Lost Land, unless there are special circumstances, such as a large-scale environmental curse in the Fingdi Mountains. Everyone will just walk in a straight line, even if the directional judgment ability is not good enough and the target is not heading straight. It still does not mean that the north and the south are indistinguishable. Therefore, the movement of the airship troops proves that the top management of the two empires do not simply deorganize and reorganize the troops, but also have other ideas. As one of the generals during the war, Ezio maintained a good relationship with the old Duke Kawe. The unit's action plan and purpose could be known with a little prying. Besides, these things are not considered secrets. And of course, they are not hidden from everyone. The 3 regular legions of the Guana Empire and all the airship troops on the battlefield of the Hater Empire will go to the Gate of the Abyss to assist in building the city and station themselves there. But if you want to inquire about specific things, you will be refused to let go on the grounds of confidentiality. The person who came into contact with Ezio was the vassal of the Carvi family, and was also the main person who contacted Ezio when he commanded the airship Twin Griffin. He made it clear that the old Grand Duke wanted to prevent outsiders from affecting the army and their actions. So he strictly ordered confidentiality and isolation measures. Selecting part of the information to be disclosed to the public carries a strong warning. It's like saying, the empire is doing its business, and no one else should be disturbed. The purpose is also told to everyone. Just like saying, if you don't accept it, come and do it. In short, if Ezio wanted to know more in-depth things, he could only ask the old grandson himself. The old man said it was not a leak, but if others did, they would be dragged out and beheaded. Things are so double standard. Of course, Ezio didn't bother the old man who was so busy these days. Don't think that after announcing the disbandment of the troops, the coalition commander will be fine. All kinds of aftermath, chores, and matters related to dealing with nobles can be dealt with in one time. You can be as busy as you want. Let's talk about the army going to the Gate of the Abyss. Now that the purpose is known, if we continue to understand it in depth, it will be nothing more than the details of the army establishment, the defensive layout of the city, etc. Ezio didn't care much about this part, so of course there was no need to ask. As someone who knew the truth but chose to help hide it, Ezio certainly knew what the difficulty was in this whole matter. It is nothing more than trying to dominate or control all this from a human standpoint. Precisely this is impossible. Then the next best thing is to at least be able to stand in a supervisory position. And this was the result of the compromise between the two empires. Although he didn't know how much he guessed correctly, Ezio believed that this was the most reasonable explanation. It is of course used in this place to persuade everyone. So Ezio explained to everyone. I believe that the two empires must have considered similar situations. So they sent legions to guard around the magic tower. When necessary, this army can also afford the first-line early warning and defense mission. Without this level of protection, it would be impossible for the two empires to agree to assist the magician in building the tower. But one participant in the discussion spoke up. If what you said about the ninth power has nothing to do with the gate of the abyss, that door can actually be closed and it won't affect anything, then why do we have to open a portal over there so that the devil can have opportunity to invade? Although Ezio did not gather all the people who were temporarily hanging out with him for discussion, but there were quite a few leaders gathered. And of course, no one was restricted from asking questions. That's why some people raised doubts. Ezio did not shy away from questions. Instead, he raised a rhetorical question from another angle and said, "Then if this matter is true, the ninth power will definitely open a ninth door between the land of confusion and the abyss. This means that we have forcibly closed the door we have discovered now. This door is bound to open somewhere. And then we have to fight the war we have experienced. Is this better?" This rhetorical question silenced everyone. From the standpoint of ordinary people, they do not have many conditions to verify which statement is true. In fact, what they don't know is that even the group of beings who are leading all this do not dare to be 100% sure that this method is effective. Ezio looked at everyone's silence and continued. If the things about the ninth power are true, and we want to close the door to the abyss, then the only way is to kill those who have the opportunity to achieve the ninth power. That God is the bank lady. Can you imagine that the various functions of the bank are no longer available, or are controlled by private individuals like they were more than 10 years ago? Banks were privatized and made large-scale loans for profit. Debt forced countless people to breathe. And finally a German government decree was issued. Don't look at how many private banks have had their capital chains cut off and eventually collapsed under the German government order. Depositors also lost all their money. And the immature financial market of MIDI was directly crippled. It's not just the people involved who have lost their money or their credibility. Even people who were not directly related were affected. It can be said that no one is a winner in Lost Land. All are losers. It can be said that in order to stop the ninth door of the abyss from opening continuously, the idea of moving the goddess of gold coins is not feasible. Let's just talk about how much money the goddess kingdom of gold coins has saved. If the true god slaughter is successful, can the money be returned to the original depositor? Based on this alone, there will be countless opponents. The reason is very simple. Those who have the ability to kill gods must be those from the empire or super powerful men. Even if they really succeed, everything in the country will definitely become a spoil of war. It is better to expect these strong men or empires to spit out what they have swallowed than to expect the sun to rise from the west tomorrow, which has a better chance of happening. So to speak of the goddess of gold coins is almost like making the entire lost world an enemy. Then Ezio asked another question and said, if everyone can't tolerate this ninth door, have you ever thought about how to deal with the first 8 doors? What if each fixed door of the abyss is connected to a powerful person? If a door to the abyss is opened, it will be like declaring war with the 8 lords of power at the same time. Who has the ability to do so? It's impossible for me. Good. Well, maybe. Someone with a tough tongue wanted to find a reason, but he hesitated for a long time, unable to come up with a single word. At this time, someone suggested, Ezio, don't you guys in the Brotherhood have a close relationship with that magician? Since he can easily solve the trouble of this abyss invasion, he can solve the second time. Why don't you call him verify once that after the door of the abyss is closed, another door will inevitably open in another place? If things really develop like this, then he will use the magic tower to act as the guardian of the door of the abyss. I believe it. Wouldn't it be more acceptable? Huh? You think too highly of us. Ezio and a group of fraternity friends all showed wry smiles. Then Ezio said seriously, that magician is not something we can instruct. I believe you will have such an idea, and you will not be satisfied with just making suggestions, but the magician is unwilling to implement them. But let me tell you, the point of this whole thing is not actually the issue of whether the damn door is closed or not, but that the magic tower will be controlled by the magician. This is what those big shots are doing reasons for objection. If today the dominance of the magic tower of the Gate of the Abyss is handed over to the Magician Association, do you think there will still be these objections? Just look at the current trend on the forum, and you will know who the main opponents are. The 2 major empires took the lead and clearly expressed their opposition to a certain magician controlling the twin towers of the gate. None of them belonged to the noble lord class. What is quite surprising is that even the Suli Tang Empire, where the Gate of the Abyss is located, to which it belongs, did not say anything. The group of people who shouted the loudest were all magicians. Not surprisingly. And if you look closely at their backgrounds, they are all elders or powerful figures in magician associations in various places. In this case, why not ask the magician to hand over the control? There was such a voice in the crowd. Suddenly, the speaker attracted everyone's attention. Although there are no legal provisions such as personal property is sacred and inviolable, Mitty also knows one thing. If you want to rob others, it mainly depends on your strength. The robot fleet that destroyed the allied forces of demons and the underground world in one go is still hovering over everyone's heads. Guess who the magician will be willing to compromise with? The old guys who wanted to go to the gate of the abyss to protest were all shot to death. Guess who is robbing whom now? No one was too lazy to reply to such an opinion. And Ezio asked everyone again. I want to ask, who controls that magic tower? And does it have anything to do with you? A group of people looked left and right, looking at each other. Ezio said, what we want is to seal the door of the abyss, so that demons cannot invade in large numbers. So no matter whether the door is closed or blocked by who, for us is it important? It seems, indeed, it's really not that important. Someone said not so confidently. Yeah. Since it's not important, then why should we respond to the call of those magicians with selfish motives and fight to the gate of the abyss to confront that magician and those ghosts in the sky who don't know where they come from? And you may even have to confront the bank lady. If you think your life is too long, just go ahead. I will not object or stop you. Anyway, I will not do such a stupid thing. Ezio came to a conclusion and spoke decisively. But he didn't prohibit others from doing anything. And he didn't want to get involved in such nonsense. Anyway, he has already said everything that needs to be said. If someone wants to die, if he tries to pull him away, he will get complained. So it is better to watch his show. Speaking of Ezio's character, he has the courage to do his duty in the face of big right and wrong. For example, preventing the invasion of the abyss, defeating demons, etc. But when it comes to small things in daily life, his character is just like that of a certain magician. A bit bad. He will say what needs to be said. But after he says it, it is not up to him whether others listen or not, even if someone dies as a result. In short, this guy is not a good person. And Mitty does not pay attention to human rights, to the extent that various holy mothers are wreaking havoc. Chapter 1636, the beginning of the Brotherhood. Boss, I have a question. The speaker was a friend who had only gotten together during this war. A former adventurer. He is quite famous in the area where he is active. As soon as he learned about the Abyss invasion, he joined the war and experienced the Great Rout in the north. It was at that time that he and Ezio established a comradeship and became one of his die-hard supporters. Of course, Ezio would not fail to pay attention to such a comrade who could be entrusted with life and death. With a look, this old comrade knew to speak. He said, as far as I know, most of the people in the Brotherhood are orphans gathered by the magician. And there are also some children whose parents are from the technical guild. No matter who they are, they all have a deep relationship with the magician. Let's not talk about the issue of whether to close the door to the abyss. If you all come up with an opinion, won't you be able to influence the magician in turn? Doesn't he ask you to serve him for 10 years? There is this level of relationship. It's not like I'm speechless. Ezio instantly understood what his partner meant. There is nothing more than 2 words in the words, forcing the uterus. Any individual who is supported by a group is, to some extent, subject to the opinions of the group. The most obvious example is the relationship between a certain time traveler's hometown Magnesium Emperor, the consortium, and the president. No need to go into details here. So in this person's mind, he simply thinks that since the magician needs people from the Brotherhood to help him, even if there is a favor, can he completely ignore the opinions of the Brotherhood? Regarding this innocent understanding of this friend, who was not from an elementary school, all the friends showed wry smiles again. Ezio said on behalf of everyone, what you said is not wrong, but it is based on the fact that individuals and groups are dependent on each other. The current situation of the Brotherhood is that although the magician requires us to serve him for 10 years, we will be free. But in fact, after we came out of elementary school, he didn't assign any serious tasks to us. To put it nicely, he gave us more freedom. But to put it bluntly, in his eyes, we were just idle chess. Dispensable. Kind. In this case, let alone influence him. Sometimes even if you want to give an opinion, you may not be able to see the person. Besides, if you have such power, Ezio pointed towards his head, Everyone immediately understood that this was a hint to the metal monster in the sky that covered the clouds and the sun. Will that person really think highly of us? Thinking of the Brotherhood, countless outside manpower, and the help of the two empires, they can't compete with the demons and the Underground World Coalition. And they have been declining recently. As soon as they took action, the matter was resolved. With such a gap, it would be a joke to say how much influence the Brotherhood's manpower has over the magician. However, the person who originally asked the question did not completely give up his idea, and further said, "What if we have to do this? Directly lead the team to the gate of the abyss. Try to close the door, and cut off the connection between the lost land and the abyss. Such a situation, come on. Is it possible that the magician will take action to stop us? Why not?" Ezio's answer without thinking stunned most of the people present. The other group of people nodded at the same time with concern. Faced with two completely different attitudes, those who were stunned certainly wanted to know more. Their expressions immediately changed into those of curious babies, ready to eat melons and listen to gossip. The more reserved ones had the expression of someone passing by with soy sauce. Regardless of the excitement on everyone's faces, Ezio knew that one of the most powerful tools in persuading people is sincerity. And to show sincerity, telling the truth is undoubtedly the best way. Anyway, I am not responsible for maintaining that person's reputation. Nor am I trying to make him look bad. What he said were things that person had actually done, and he naturally said them without any burden. Ezio said, "If you want to know that magician's attitude towards us, I only need to tell you one thing, and you will probably know. That is the opportunity for the establishment of the Brotherhood." Just listen to Ezio's words. The fraternity, an organization that extends from elementary schools, is not an organization that has existed since the beginning. It gathers all the children from elementary schools. In the early days, the children who graduated from elementary school grew up lawless and barbaric. At that time, someone's attitude was the same as today. Although he was asked to serve for 10 years, he was not actually given any serious tasks. It's better to say indulgence than laissez-faire. It's a pity that someone's elementary school teaches almost everything except moral education. Children who come from the streets naturally have good and bad personalities. When I was in elementary school, because we lived in a group and were suppressed by a few leading older kids, the bad kids had no place to show their talents. When they return to the streets and are unchecked, they are like tigers out of control, wreaking havoc everywhere. He has the skills he learned in elementary school, and he uses the name of a certain magician as a banner. For a time, a few black sheep made the children from primary schools infamous. He doesn't even want to see anyone who is the same as him. At that time, a very bad female murder incident occurred. When the family of the deceased even came to the door, the matter finally came to the magician. The murderer was quickly caught in front of the magician. After all, they neither ran away nor evaded. They were even proud of what they had committed and did not think it was a wrong thing at all, let alone a bad thing. They defended themselves plausibly. "Sir, don't forget how much money you have spent to cultivate us. Less than 2 years have passed since the 10-year service agreement. We still have more than 8 years of debts to pay. Still, are you willing to let us die now?" This shameless, debt-oriented attitude made a certain magician so angry that he lost all expression on the spot. He raised his hand slightly, and in a blink of an eye, he used the flash technique to take off the heads of 3 people. The magician asked his apprentice to hand over the body of the perpetrator to the family of the victim and let them do whatever they wanted. Apart from this, there is no condolences or compensation to the families of the victims. It's not that someone is really so callous, but that the victim's family members are also encouraged to make things bigger. So after seeing the murderer beheaded and the body brought to them, they still refused to give up and asked a certain magician to come forward and apologize for their mistakes. Then there were a few more corpses. At least anyone who dares to make a scene in front of the magician's house can't escape. It doesn't matter whether these people are real family members or fake family members. In the end, the family without a daughter only took away the heads of the 3 murderers and left in a hurry. Of course, I don't dare to bring the matter to other people. And the extra dead people became the old black dragon's extra food. And no one cared about them. What looked like a conspiracy was actually solved because of problems caused by children from elementary school. For this reason, the magician summoned everyone for the first time, including graduated and ungraduated children, to give a stern warning. Don't think that because you still owe me a debt, I won't be willing to bear the loss. So I condone your behavior. Such non-performing assets cannot bring me benefits, but bring trouble. Even if I lose money, I will not lose money. hesitantly choose the punishment when there are too many non-performing assets. I will reconsider the necessity of your existence. So if you want to live well, it is best not to have similar things happen a second time. Even if it happens, be smart and don't bring it to my eyes, because I can't stand such a thing. Let me know that the person who committed the crime will definitely die. Just take care of yourself. After the magician's warning, the Brotherhood was established under the leadership of Ezio. The original purpose of its establishment was to supervise each other, and when certain evil deeds occur, it is used as an internal executioner. However, members of the fraternity, and even children in elementary schools, will not force everyone to become saints. It's a bit too exaggerated to think that one's hands and feet would be cut off for petty theft. Therefore, there is only one method of punishment within the Brotherhood: murderers must pay for their lives. Unless the person killed is a recognized evil person, or a sinner with sufficient evidence of guilt, but his evil deeds have not been known to the public. It's like Ezio once sneaked into the Kingdom of Silk and killed the traitors of the Brotherhood, the three Bobo-Sia brothers. It wasn't because they stole the magic silk technology and handed it over to outsiders, but because they killed their original Brotherhood partners during the theft and escape process that Ezio came to visit. As for the theft of technology, unless the magician spoke in person, Ezio would pretend he didn't see it. It's not your own loss anyway. General crimes are handled by the law enforcement agencies at the place where the crime was committed. The reason why the murderer is dealt with within the Brotherhood is because the family affairs are best understood by the people in the family. Children in elementary schools are not inferior to the martial arts taught by those military nobles in terms of martial arts. Think about it. The main instructor is the former captain of the Demon King's guards. The Demon Prince Azad provides practical combat opportunities from time to time. If he fails to pass the test, he will die. Therefore, children who take the path of warriors have abilities that cannot be solved by ordinary town militiamen. Once these people commit heinous crimes, if the Brotherhood does not take action, it is very likely that they will be like the three bastards at the beginning, and ordinary people will not be able to deal with them, and the trouble will get out of control. In short, one of the main reasons for the establishment of the Brotherhood is that children from elementary schools are regarded as dispensable by magicians, and can be given up at any time. In order not to be given up, this may involve a more cruel way to deal with the aftermath. So some brothers will respect themselves, even after the fraternity absorbed the experience of the Ikaruga Alliance. It also selectively absorbed members from outside elementary schools, adding many mutual aid functions. But the most basic internal self-suppression function has not been abandoned. It can be seen from this that it is basically impossible to use the opinions of the Brotherhood to control the will of the magician. I really want to think that because of the relationship between the Brotherhood and the magician, I have the golden body of immortality. He just pulled the team towards the door of the abyss and tried to close the door. Guess what the magician will do? Generously forgiving the big fraternity kids? At a loss what to do and don't know how to deal with this level of military remonstrance. Or just let the robot fleet take action and get rid of it once and for all. Anyone with a good brain can guess what the magician will do. Chapter 1637: The Grievances of the Karlsruhe Empire. However, from the very beginning, those who were pessimistic about the action of swaying the magician's will through public opinion were not only the members of the Brotherhood, but also many young nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire. Someone asked, "Noah, we now know the situation of Ezio and his family. But why are you so pessimistic? Your status as a noble of the Empire is not fake, right? Are you still afraid that the magician will touch you?" I ask this because someone's plan to bring down the entire ruling class in Lost Land has not been exposed. The emperors of the two empires and the 11 important ministers of the empire, including the old Duke Kawe, who knew the contents, did not disclose the relevant information. After all, such threats can be effective against a few people, but if they are made public, they will only intensify conflicts and make things uncontrollable. Not everyone has enough sense to judge things, and most of them have a powder keg temper that explodes at the drop of a hat. And they didn't care whether they hurt anyone or not. They were blown up to the sky anyway. It can be said that if we want to break the cooperation between magicians and humans, we just need to make this plan public. At that time, the two sides will inevitably reach a point where only one can survive, and they will be unable to reconcile. Therefore, no one who knows about this plan wants this cooperation to be disrupted, so they keep it strictly confidential. That's why the person who asked the question knew nothing, asked such a question naively, and used his status as an imperial noble to suppress the magician. Noah von Kram III, an aristocratic son of the Imperial Air Cavalry, said with a bitter look on his face. You know that many of my uncles have stayed in Linhai City and earned huge profits from maritime trade for the family. Now I want to, when we remember them, we can only take a boat to the sea and pay homage to them on the Hai clan's territory. Linhai City, a pearl in the Karlsruhe Empire, the Grand Dukedom of Frias, and one of the main ports for trade with Dragon Island, was wiped out 12 years ago. Buried with him were all the territories of Grand Duke Frias and all the creatures in the territories. That was not just a matter of extinguishing a great noble's heirs. Instead, all its territory and people were slaughtered, turning the title of the great noble into an empty title that no one cared about. Now in the Karlsruhe Empire, the Frias family name has been reduced to a duke status, and it is still an empty title, because there is no actual territory to infect. No one was willing to give up their territory to the former Grand Duke family, including the Emperor himself. In fact, there are still people alive in the Frias family. Len originally ordered the robot fleet to destroy only his territory and his mansion in the Imperial City. Some family members who lived outside these two places survived and did not suffer the treatment of extermination. But those who are still alive, including the current Duke of Frias, can only rely on industries outside the original territory to maintain their family, losing their past power. This includes the support of relatives and close friends, all of which have become strangers. Although today's Frias family has the status of a duke, it is still at the level of wealthy merchants in the empire. Even the banquet hosted by the Baron would not invite members of the Frias family. Just like a magician once said, when the interests of the territory are lost and the power to control the people is gone, who will control it? In the end, even if you have the title of Great Noble, it has no value in the eyes of others. It's just that it's been 12 years since this happened, although everyone still remembers it. Not many people take it to heart. That's why some forgetful people asked why the imperial nobles were afraid of that magician. Outsiders will forget, but people in the Karlsruhe Empire will not forget, especially when the Grand Dukedom of Frias was destroyed. The people who stayed on that land were not only members of the Frias family. There are countless nobles and non-nobles who are doing business, visiting relatives, and having connections, operating on that land. Many of these people have no direct or indirect relationship with the Frias family, and just want to come to this land to find an opportunity. But under the gunfire of the robot fleet, everyone is treated equally. No one could survive the bombardment just because they were not related to the Frias family. However, after such a long time, has anyone in the Karlsruhe Empire pursued that magician? No. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the incident and kept silent. But that doesn't mean they forget. Although there are people who are waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. But the increasingly disparity in strength means that more people choose to take a detour to avoid the magician when they see him from a distance. If you can't block him, why can't you hide him? In addition, the magician entered the Karlsruhe Empire in order to spread the glory of the goddess of gold coins and make banks bloom everywhere. It also promoted the establishment of a constitutional monarchy, which allowed power to be legally and reasonably taken out of the hands of the royal family and transferred to other people, no matter who has the ultimate vested interest. The people who could only unconditionally obey orders have now gained a few more weapons to check and balance those in power. It can be said that the people of the Karlsruhe Empire loved and hated the magician, since you can't beat him and your emotions are complicated when facing him. The best way to get along with him is to keep him at arm's length. Under such circumstances, someone planned to encourage people from the Karlsruhe Empire to challenge such a magician. How could this happen? Others don't know the meaning of the robot fleet in the sky. So will these imperial nobles not know the meaning of those disaster stars in the sky? Even if the magician who is said to be able to defeat Dragon Island alone and beat the dragon god to such an extent that his mother cannot even recognize his son, how can he challenge it? As long as the robot fleet is in the sky, the nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire will never act rashly. Perhaps the comrades around him saw how the robot fleet eliminated the demons and the Underground World Alliance. But they only saw the process of artillery fire passing across the sky, and did not see the elimination process with their own eyes. So their understanding is not deep enough. To put it bluntly, people from the Karlsruhe Empire didn't have relatives or friends who were buried with the Grand Duke of Frias. The influence of a great duke, except for his true rival, has tentacles and connections that extend to all aspects of the empire. All these people were buried with the territory of Archduke Frias. Therefore, unless the magician really reaches the ultimate limit of life and death, the first choice for the nobles and civilians of the Karlsruhe Empire is to give in. If this truth were spread, probably 10 out of 10 people would not believe it. Who would believe that an empire would give in? No one dares to call themselves an empire without the courage to do whatever they want. I really thought that once the territorial area reached, it would be automatically upgraded. But that's the fact. It's just that everyone has a tacit understanding not to talk about this kind of thing. Therefore, when everyone knew the attitude of the people who came from the Karlsruhe Empire, they were all shocked. Even if it's not an untenable level of shock, it's still a shock that clears my mind and realizes it's shaking right now. Now that they have made their stance clear, it is unrealistic to rush them. After all, when the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces clearly ordered the disbandment of the army, everyone gathered together purely because they had the same mind and the same goal. There is no question of who is superior and who is inferior. Everyone is on the same level. However, they do not plan to get involved in the matter of entering the gate of the abyss. Their respective futures still have to be arranged. Someone asked, Ezio, since you don't want to take action against that door, why haven't you left yet? Know that the person asking the question has no malicious intent, nor is it sarcastic. It is really just a question. Ezio answered truthfully. Only guard against demons. Who knows if they have escaped the attacks of those monsters in the sky and survived? Besides, everyone stayed because they were worried. I can ignore you. If you lose it, go away alone. Do you think, after the magician takes action, do the demons still have a chance? I mean over at the gate of the abyss. Although those guys in the sky can suppress the demons, they will not exist forever. If they leave, the magic tower blocking the door has not been built yet. So what should we do? Someone else asked. Faced with such a problem, Ezio really didn't think about it at first. At this time, he could only lower his head and ponder. Although most people's worries have been reduced a lot in Ezio's previous analysis, they have not been completely eliminated. It's just that they don't understand what else they are worried about. Now that the people mentioned it, they understood what the last step was, and they all looked at Ezio. After Ezio thought for a moment, he said, If I say that I have confidence in that person, I guess you won't agree much, because I don't know where such confidence comes from. But the question you just asked, the important thing is how long it will take to build the magic tower. Everyone nodded. As we all know, the construction time of a standard 3-story magic tower takes at least 20 years. However, the subsequent tinkering and modifications will not stop until the magic tower is completely destroyed. Therefore, there is a group of people who believe that the magic tower can be regarded as living because it will continue to grow and change. And this 20 years means that the magic tower used to block the door of the abyss will not work for 20 years. And the door can only be blocked by manpower. Does that magician have such ability? This is where everyone's doubts lie. Regarding such doubts, although Ezio did not understand the magician's method of breaking the situation, he found favorable conditions on the other hand, and tried to persuade everyone, saying, Do you know the Technology Guild? Anyone who has been to the holy city of Estali should know it. It is also an organization related to the magician. It is mainly a place where many craftsmen unite to share technology and innovative technologies. In today's holy city, ordinary houses can be built very quickly, and they are still strong and good. Not only are they square and square, there are also all kinds of strange shapes. This is different from the kind of mud houses with thatched roofs. No, the same. And as far as I know, that person has never given up the idea of owning a magic tower. And the reason why he is so guarded by others is because his ability to build magic towers is better than anyone else. Combining the above two factors, do you think that the magic tower he wants to build to block the gate of the abyss will take 10 or 20 years? If the danger is really that high, the first one to leave it to others to do it, that's the magician. He doesn't care about being said to be the best magician in escaping. But don't underestimate the thickness of his face and his fear of death. Ha ha. Faced with Ezio's confident speech, although everyone's doubts were not immediately eliminated, the uneasiness was relieved a lot. Chapter 1638 Inexplicable Difficulties. What surprised everyone was that it was originally estimated that it would take 10 or 20 years to build the magic tower. This was because they overestimated the level of a certain magician in the magic tower. So they accelerated the time estimate to build the magic tower. As a result, just as someone promised in that high-level meeting, it was built in 7 days. After the intervention of the robot fleet, 7 days were not enough for the 3 regular regiments of the Guana Empire ordered by Old Lord Kawe to move from their original defensive positions to the gate of the abyss. The airship from the Hater Empire has arrived, but they were hovering far away, not daring to approach the large construction site at the gate of the abyss, because there are countless robot fleets landing and taking off constantly. Countless robots of all levels have become rough workers on the construction site, transporting building materials into place. The actions of the robots are the result of precise calculations. In other words, if an unplanned strong crosswind occurs at this time and causes a certain battleship-level robot to deviate from the channel, it is very likely that the robots on the entire construction site will collide into a ball due to a chain effect. This is why the airships of the Hater Empire dare not approach. The actions of the robots are really crazy, and everyone is moving on the edge of collision. If Hater's airship approaches rashly, they might just bombard them, precisely because the airship is faster than the ground troops. The officers and soldiers of the Hater Empire witness with their own eyes how a magic tower was created from scratch with the help of robots. In just a few days it's covered within. Perhaps most robots no longer use magic, and certainly don't know magic shaping. But the robots, formerly Earth Elemental Elves, are specialized in playing with materials, and changing their shapes is like a talent. No matter how subtle the changes are, they can do it meticulously, especially after robots became robots. A large number of mathematical methods and the unification of weights and measures allowed robots to reach a higher level of coordination and cooperation. This is why the construction materials of the twin towers of gates, which are more precise than the existing magic towers in Midland, can be shaped so quickly and stacked where they should be. There are really too many robots. If one person is responsible for a brick, there are still robots who have to cool down next to them. In contrast, those who also worked on materials and made them fly were the Hagiri clan around Lynn. The biggest difference between Hagiri and these primitive elemental elves and modern humans is that Hagiri cannot create something out of nothing, but it can arbitrarily transform its material nature and characteristics with the support of sufficient energy. Turning stone into gold is a trivial matter. It's just that Hagiri can only change itself. It can't change. Therefore, it is unrealistic to expect Hagiri to turn out gold and sell it. If you let the box cut turn into gold and sell it in pieces, it would be like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Earth Elemental Elves also cannot create something out of nothing. But as long as you have the raw materials, you can make it round and flattened with just one thought. The reason for emphasizing this ability is to illustrate that no matter how detailed the magic tower someone designs is, if robots are responsible for its construction, the only thing that limits its speed is the lack of time to supply materials. So someone's original plan was to fight demons in 1 day, collect materials in 3 days, and build a tower in 3 days. This schedule has long been different from the plan in actual operation. Ordinary demons die in 1 shot. The Lord of the Abyss first tried to attack organically, wasting some time. Later, when someone did not follow martial ethics and directly used ultimate skills, 2 of them were sent away at once, and the remaining ones all committed suicide. So strictly speaking, it only takes less than half a day to defeat the demon. Then, under someone's instruction, the robot fleet went to collect debts from the 2 empires. It still took some time for the empire to take stock of its inventory materials and move them out of the warehouse. But starting from the 2nd day after someone intervened, the robot fleet began to carry the required materials and began transportation operations towards the Gate of the Abyss. The remaining 6 days of the original plan were actually all about transporting the required materials and carrying out construction operations at the same time, rather than being clearly divided into 2 progresses. Unless the materials can't keep up, the height of the magic tower will rise slowly. Even the magic tower on the Abyss side only has 1 more step to jump from the space to the Abyss, and the construction speed and progress are not inferior to those on the Abyss side. It means that the foundations of the 2 towers are basically the same. As long as the materials are in place, it will be covered naturally. Equally fast is the construction of magic circle cities. As the old Emperor of Guana guessed, the main material of this city is still cement. But unlike what the old Emperor and a certain designer had imagined, there was no limestone processing plant built near the Gate of the Abyss, where stones and sand were transported, and cement was mixed on the spot to build the house. The operation of the robots is very simple. They directly pile the relevant materials in an unprocessed state on the predetermined foundation, then directly turn fossils into mud, and the soil embryo of the house is completed in an instant. You even save time waiting for the cement to dry. The next step is to turn some leftover materials from the construction of magic towers, or lower-grade magic materials that have been prepared long ago, into tile-like building materials, and stick them on these adobe houses. As long as they are empowered, these houses immediately become magical objects, producing supernatural effects. This trick was carried out by someone at his home in the holy city of Estali. The mansion was made to look like a magic tower, and many thieves or assassins who tried to break in and cause trouble were killed. And this skill, coupled with a number of robots, also allowed the magic circle city on the side of the land to take shape. In other words, the adobe houses have been built. But due to the limited number of magic materials, some enchanting leather materials have not yet been installed. These completed houses are also equipped with new magic stone energy pools. And according to different needs, different scales are installed. The design of this magic stone energy pool is very useful even for robots with a high degree of mechanization. The robots involved in the construction process certainly gained a useful set of knowledge for free. It can be used to adjust the source power system and increase the output by a few points. With such benefits, Lin didn't require anything extra from these fruitful robots. Because compared to those who are less willing to cooperate, the robots who can help on the construction site already pay more than other robots. Then it is reasonable for them to receive extra compensation. Seriously speaking, the birth of this magic circle city also had some twists and turns. Because the urban design was not included in the original plan. It was completely completed after Lin proposed an idea and worked together with the crew. Specific urban planning and design are also completed simultaneously during the construction process. There are even cases where the design progress is slower than the construction progress. During the process, due to some reasons, the design was changed, and the original adobe house was demolished and rebuilt. Fortunately, the robots who were originally Earth elemental elves can play with mud and pile sand as easily as human breathing and heartbeat. Therefore, there is no outrageous situation where Party A changes the demand and Party B does everything. Even if the blame is taken, the blame lies within the robot. The detailed design of the Magic Circle City was all completed by robots. Lin only provides general direction and needs, and controls the scale. If they don't take their time, the robots can turn the entire land into Cybertron. It is quite streamlined now, and is planned towards a city of 10,000 people. This kind of scale is already considered a quite prosperous city in Midland, rather than a mere village or town level. In contrast, Linka had no intention of building the Magic Circle City on the Abyss side at the beginning, because from a human standpoint, the Magic Circle City is used as an auxiliary magic tower, built on the side of the Abyss. It can more effectively defend against attacks from the Abyss side. If the magic tower on the Abyss side falls, a quick counterattack can be achieved by relying on the magic tower and city on the Fascination side. But I don't know what the reason was. Maybe it was because I couldn't stand seeing the robot fleet idle. It's like some habitual bosses will try to find something for their employees to do even if they really have nothing to do. Even if it's just cleaning. Therefore, under Lin's command, the Magic Circle cities on the Abyss side also completed the construction of adobe houses. But the most important application of magic materials, that is, enchanting these adobe houses, the progress on the Abyss side is zero. No progress at all. All the materials shipped from the two empires of Guana and Hater were given priority to build the twin towers of the gate, followed by the city on the Midland side, and finally the city on the Abyss side, as the city on the Midi side has not yet been completely covered. Of course, there can be no progress on the Abyss side. However, Lin is quite satisfied with this progress. At least 2 magic towers have been completed. In other words, the foundation of the 2 magic towers has been completed, because the most important energy pool has not yet come online. It's not that someone breaks their promise, but in practice, some unexpected changes have occurred. Therefore, the completion schedule of the magic tower was delayed. From the beginning, Lin treated the twin towers of gates as 2 identical magic towers. The process of building the robot was basically consistent on both sides, so no problems were encountered. But when Lin planned to activate the energy pool of the magic tower on the side of the land, an unspeakable mistake occurred, causing the construction of the energy pool to fail repeatedly. Although it's not that we have to start over. Many processes have to be restarted. These mistakes almost destroy someone's self-confidence. After all, although Lin had transformed the Tower of the Great Sage, he had achieved results that were enough to blind countless magicians. But in terms of the experience of building a magic tower, this is indeed the first time for a big girl to get on the sedan chair, since this is the first experience of building magic from scratch. The experience of building an energy pool is certainly the first time. The methods of building energy pools are also learned from the information of the Magician Association. So Lin had no way of knowing if there were any secrets here that were passed down by word of mouth without resorting to writing. But what I do is not. After all, data is king and rigid science, but magic that allows for the existence of unreason. So Lin broadened his horizons, not limited to a magic tower, but looked at the whole thing from the perspective of the twin towers of gates and the gate of the Abyss. In the end, a very fantasy conclusion was reached. Perhaps the two magic towers on the side of the land and the side of the abyss must be opened at the same time for this to happen. I want one side to go online first, but it will be interrupted due to an inexplicable error. This may be some kind of protection mechanism that works to stop myself. As soon as such an idea came to mind, Lin couldn't help but focus on the mysterious consciousness that had never been proven to exist, but that affected his actions all the time. Chapter 1639 The Core of the Energy Pool. The foundation of the Twin Towers of Gate has been laid, and only the energy pool is left online. If you want to go online at the same time, then both magic towers must have a host, and they must be someone you can trust. This problem is actually very easy to solve. Apart from himself, the other one of the Twin Towers of Gates was originally prepared for the former Demon King and his family. Lin won't worry about whether Fin is willing to take over a magic tower. In addition to passing the chi in advance, being able to own a magic tower can be said to be the long-cherished wish of all magicians in the world. Only those who can't do it are those who don't dream about it. With the semi-infinite power support of a magic tower, how many experiments can be done, and how many results can be obtained? This is a benefit that wild magicians cannot enjoy. And the security is even worse. Don't look at the fact that Fin has been studying life magic and undead magic with the bishops and archbishops of the life system in the Church of Three Holy Lights for the past few years, as well as the new knowledge in medicine based on these two magics. Has Fin ever stopped in his pursuit of magic? Someone can responsibly say, no. Just talking about its own progress. Regardless of external objects such as box cuts. The subdimensional tower located in the dimensional gap has gone through several upgrades and is no longer what it used to be. But in daily life, this bitch still beats herself up whenever she wants. The kind that you can't even run away from. Unless he is cheating. He can use a flash technique to escape thousands of miles away. Otherwise, Fin still has a way to catch up with him and give him a good punch. He said that he shared all his research results with that person. And he even wore the one ring on his hand and never took it off. Is this not only causing trouble for myself, but also creating a natural enemy? Men should hide some private money instead of letting others hold the financial power. Maybe there is some truth to this little man mentality from back home. Although my problem today does not lie in money, there are still some analogies. Someone is thinking seriously. But don't be too busy thinking about those chores right now. Let's finish the Twin Towers first. It's not just about making a paragraph about this matter so that you can explain it to the world trees. The robot fleet has been in the Lost Land for more than 7 days. From Hefkin's various hints, it is known that some impatient robots are already in an unstable situation. If we don't send these ancestors back to the Earth elemental plane, I really don't know what they will do. As the saying goes among the magicians, never trust the integrity of elemental elves. These guys are harder to trust completely than demons. In fact, the reason behind this is also easy to understand. When death is not death in the true sense, and the behavior is not subject to any restrictions, such a being will abide by benevolence, justice and morality, and it will only be its whim. Anyway, after several days, Lin returned to his home in the holy city of Estali. Those old stubborn people who wanted to cause trouble for themselves were dismissed early by Fin and others who stayed at home, so they didn't have to worry about whether they would encounter problems head-on. In fact, I'm not afraid even if I encounter him. He just doesn't want to commit more crimes. Some people cannot make sense and cannot understand human speech. Don't talk about arguing with these people. Just look at him, and you will lose. However, when Lin returned home, he still chose a time in the middle of the night. He didn't rush into Fin's room, but stayed in his attic to make final confirmations. In his own plan, what will become the core of the Magic Tower's energy pool is a world tree seed without a target, and the stump of that indescribable thing. Lin placed both items on the small coffee table, and bathed in the moonlight coming in from the window. One exudes holiness, and the other carries a strange atmosphere. To this day, I no longer have to stare at the remains of the indescribable thing, and be pulled into the chaotic thoughts. Lin could already understand what the stump of a limb looked like. Strictly speaking, it looks like a slime-type fungal organism, and it's not a specific shape, but trying hard to aggregate into a certain form, but failing. So I have to try hard to aggregate into another form, but failing again, and so on several times. It looks like several failed biological constructs stuck together, but even the parts where the shape can be seen are not dense at all, but densely packed filaments stuck together like broken threads. Of course, this thing does not belong to this world. To use Lin's explanation, this thing can be regarded as a multidimensional unified object. That is, it has what is called divinity in the world. But the term unification here is open to question, because this stump will constantly change its shape. And it's not a gradual change, but like a comic. A certain character's actions in the previous frame are completely different in the next frame. Such a phenomenon would occur. In fact, based on Lin's current knowledge, he could probably deduce the reason. In a simple word, it means that the divine fire was not ignited and the divine personality was condensed. What the H.L. are divine fire and divine personality. What sounds like a fantasy is actually, according to Yon Lin's current understanding, an anchor point and a marking point in multiple dimensions. Just like a ship has an anchor, it won't float around. If you want to find a way to unify yourself in countless worlds, there is no better way than to find a common beacon, an anchor. When this anchor point is implemented in a specific place, it is what mortals call divine fire in Godhead. Even the kingdom of God is one of the manifestations of this anchor point. The stump of the indescribable thing in front of me can be regarded as a unity of multiple worlds, but it has no Godhead. Just like the state when Lin used the year wheel before, it will constantly switch among countless worlds, forming a silhouette-like existence. Therefore, it is the most difficult to use the energy pool created by this kind of thing. Generally speaking, the core of the magic tower energy pool is mostly strange objects from other worlds. And this world cannot be in the same dimension and plane as the mysterious land. It's like if you get a rare item from the abyss today, you can't use it to create an energy pool. And this strange object represents an anchor point of the original world. Utilize the dimensional gap between this world and the lost land to form an energy tide, and ultimately create an energy pool with semi-infinite output power. That's right. Returning to its most primitive essence, the energy pool of the magic tower has almost the same energy production principle as that of the world tree. Just saying that a magic tower can connect 3 different worlds is the limit. The world tree can currently reach 8 worlds. The residual limbs of the indescribable object with the redundant characteristics of high-dimensional information are undoubtedly more complex than the characteristics of ordinary strange objects from the outer plane. The former communicates with multiple unknown worlds, while the latter can only communicate with one at most. But from this perspective, if the stumps of the indescribable thing can be used to make the core of the magic tower's energy pool, then all artifacts with divine power can also be used for this core. This statement is correct, but no magician uses it this way. The reason is very simple. The artifact has an owner. The magic tower follows the path of the artifact to extract the power of those worlds for its own use. How is this different from taking the original power from the gods? It would be strange if the two sides don't fight. So, the energy pool of the magic tower can be regarded as an inferior product made by magicians to imitate the godhead. And it is too inferior to admit that it is related to the godhead of the god. Later people forgot about such a thing, and regarded the energy pool and the godhead as different systems. When he first came to this conclusion, Lin laughed at himself for being fanciful. It's true that when you talk about a shadow, you give birth to a child. But even when more and more evidence later confirmed that the two were not unrelated, Lin did not delve into the reasons behind it. Because no matter what the design concept of the energy pool comes from, it has little to do with what you want to do and the effect you want to get. As for the other strange item in hand that can be used to build the core of the magic tower energy pool, the seed of the world tree, it is not considered a strange item from other worlds. But the characteristic of the world tree is that it will actively explore the outer plane. And until it finds the right one, it will extend its branches. In terms of seeds, it means germination. However, the world tree is very picky about the world it wants to extend its branches to. And there are various restrictions. Therefore, the landmarks that the world trees can use are their very precious possessions. The outer plane touched by one world tree cannot be touched by other world trees, because this involves the issue of mutual interference. The specific phenomenon is that latecomers will not be able to absorb any energy tide, and will all be intercepted by the forerunners. However, if it is used as the core of the magic tower energy pool, it is not so particular. Hooking up with any alien plane can make the energy pool produce power. Therefore, using the seeds of the world tree as the core of the energy pool is the easiest and safest way to achieve it. Although there is another world tree seed in hand, which can be used to build the energy pool of the magic tower. The difficulty will be easier than using the stump of this indescribable thing. But the reason why Lin didn't use that seed was not because he didn't want to let go of the characteristic that it had its own sign and could sprout once planted. Instead, the stump of this indescribable thing has another purpose. The magic tower designed by Lin now has a large diameter reflecting telescope on the top of the originally flat tower. This is of course someone's private property, used to observe astronomical phenomena. There is no big problem here in MIDI. Ever since he settled in the Tower of the Great Sage, he has been using a set of small-diameter astronomical telescopes to observe the stars, and laid a solid foundation for his star positions in the night sky. Now at the top of the magic tower on the side of the land, I just replaced my shotgun with a cannon, and replaced the astronomical telescope that could be carried around at any time with a large diameter reflecting telescope. In terms of observation, of course there will be no problem. But on the abyss side, the situation is different. The sky in the abyss is shrouded under a layer of thick smoke-like clouds, and the sky is basically dark all day long. But the abyss also has stars and satellites such as the sun and the moon. And there are more than one. Precisely because of the sufficient amount, the sunshine can still pass through the thick clouds and scatter to some extent on the abyss. The moonlight occasionally showed its shadow in the weak spots of the clouds. Using magic, you can easily pass through the clouds and see the starry sky belonging to the abyss. But the point is, there is something else on the outer layer of the planet abyss. Countless astral-level cosmic alien monsters are scattered throughout the galaxy to which the abyss belongs. It's as if this galaxy is the lair of these monsters. Chapter 1640 Space Monster. Of course, a monster that can maintain an astral-level body shape cannot be a carbon-based or silicon-based creature as commonly understood. They are most likely the projection of high-dimensional creatures in the abyss plane. Or in other words, they exist between two or even multiple worlds at the same time. They are the essence of the indescribable things that some people say. When I first tried stargazing in the abyss, it was precisely because I saw these monsters that a large amount of high-dimensional noise was poured into my mind, which directly broke my rational line. Only then did the abyss consciousness have an opportunity to take advantage of it. And all the various opportunities for demonization in the future? The only good thing is that these monsters are dormant. Or maybe he's dead. And this is a space monster graveyard. Anyway, they have never shown any interest or threat to the star of the abyss, no matter which one it is. The sunless clouds in the abyss now seem to be a kind of protection. Protect the living things that live in it, and don't go crazy because of seeing these monsters. However, the mere existence of these monsters exudes a sense of oppression and crazy factors around them. That's why the tone of the entire abyss is mixed with madness and chaos, falling towards the darkest place. If you want to go stargazing in the abyss, these cosmic monsters that populate the galaxy are a hurdle you can't get around. Although the current me should not go crazy after taking another look at it. However, there are more monsters, and the starry sky in all directions has not been blocked. With the rotation and revolution of the abyss, you can still observe what you want to see. But what does that say when you are staring into the abyss? The abyss is staring into you. When I concentrate on observing the cosmic space beyond the protective clouds of the abyss, will I attract the attention of these cosmic monsters and wake them up from their dormant state? Although it is possible that this place is a monster cemetery, this is just a guess after all. Putting your hope on a guess that is not supported by sufficient evidence is called gambling. Someone who doesn't have good fortune always doesn't trust his luck in gambling. So in order to avoid attracting reverse prying eyes, Lin's idea was to disguise himself to a certain extent. That is to say, the stump of the indescribable thing in the hand is used as the core of the energy pool of the magic tower on the abyss side. And then part of the power derived from madness and chaos is derived and placed on the magic tower. It's a bit like a hunter wearing deerskin and hunting deer in the forest. I hope to use this kind of similar atmosphere to minimize the attention I receive. Because if the cosmic monsters that exist outside the abyss in his memory riot, let alone the demons, the evil gods of the abyss, and the lords of the abyss, even if they are bundled together, they are not enough to kill them. No one thought that a monster with an astral-level body shape would obediently transform into a clone and land on the ground to compete with the demons of the abyss. And then he loses inexplicably. Is it possible for this kind of third-rate science fiction movie script to appear in reality? It was precisely for the purpose of camouflage that Lin decided to use the remains of the indescribable thing that he had treasured for a long time to build the most important energy pool on the magic tower on the side of the abyss. In fact, Lin has been trying to analyze the stump in his hand for more than 10 years. Of course, there are a lot of gains, but there are also a lot of troubles caused by it. Fortunately, it didn't cause a big fuss, but it always made someone feel that the gains and losses were out of proportion. So after a few quarrels, the piece of mincemeat was sealed again. In general, the unknown still accounts for the majority, and I still haven't figured out much. To achieve your own ideas, the construction method of the energy pool will not be traditional means. The traditional magic tower energy pool is like a dam, covering the source tightly. leaving only a trace of leakage hole, relying on the trickle to run the entire magic tower. And if he wants to channel some of his power, it's like digging a bigger drainage hole. Of course, there are risks in such behavior, but after calculation, it is still within the controllable range. The uncertain part is that these calculations and simulations are only on paper, and have not been verified by actual operations. So when he was repeatedly frustrated when trying to complete the energy pool project at the magic tower on the side of the land, Lin once doubted whether there was something wrong with his design. Although there is a magic tower on the side of the land, the core of the energy pool is the seed of the world tree. But the structure and design of the twin towers of the gate are exactly the same symmetry. The energy pool on the abyss side has relaxed some restrictions, and the energy pool on the side of the abyss will also be relaxed. This is the situation someone encountered. But looking back now, fortunately, something happened while building the energy pool of the magic tower on the side of Midland, which gave me a reminder. What would happen if the part on the abyss side was built first? Thinking back on the past, the possibilities make someone shudder. He quickly retrieved the blueprint of the improved energy pool and checked whether he had overlooked anything. The relationship between a traditional magic tower and an energy pool is like a power supply and a circuit board. As soon as power is supplied, the circuit board will automatically operate as designed, no matter what functions are designed on the board. Therefore, the name energy pool is not wrong. The function of this core device is to output power for the operation of the magic array on the entire magic tower. But what Lin wants to build is certainly not a traditional magic tower. Although he did not transfer all the design of the subdimensional tower with 108 floors plus one floor, Lin still tried his best, and used all his skills to design the twin towers of the gate. The energy pool has also been elevated from its original status as a power supply to a trinity of functions such as power supply, central processing unit, and hard drive. Don't think that if the same energy pool is given so many additional roles, it is a question of whether the energy pool can bear it. Perhaps it was the danger of the energy pool itself that made the old magician's conservative style break through the sky. The utilization rate of the energy pool was less than 1%, so it was ridiculed by someone as a semi-infinite power. Even if it is used 100%, it is still in the green safe area outside the red line, and will not affect the stability of the energy pool. What Lin wants to do is to utilize the energy pool to 200% or 300%, breaking through the original safety restrictions, or even more. Even if the output of the energy pool is increased to 15 times the current upper limit, there is still a considerable buffer zone before the red line that causes the energy pool to collapse out of control. Such calculation results allowed Lin to safely and boldly design the twin towers of the gate. Compared with the utilization efficiency of the world tree, the energy pool of the magic tower is still a little too young. Perhaps it's because I was lucky enough to witness it up close and study the world tree in depth that I had such an idea today. Sure enough, vision not only determines a person's pattern, but also limits a person's courage. "You're back?" A sudden sound startled Lin, who was deep in thought. No matter how good he is, how can he still be approached silently? Looking back, he saw the former demon king wearing a green silk nightgown. The black hair that grew longer again was tied up with a hairpin, but it was not carefully arranged, with a few strands of hair hanging down behind the eyebrows and in front of the ears. Of course, the face is barefaced, and the cosmetics items in MIDI are not large enough to allow women to magically change their appearance at any time. The ex-demon king himself has a good foundation, coupled with careful maintenance and regular work and rest. He can make countless women feel ashamed even if he just wakes up without makeup. At this moment, she was leaning in front of the attic door. He also raised his green hands, half covered them in front of his mouth, and yawned. If it was this person, then it would not be so unusual for her to escape his detection. What's more, most of my energy just now was concentrated on the simulation of calculating various possibilities. With this interruption, Lin also noticed that the sky outside the window was getting brighter. It turns out that I spent most of the night just reviewing the design of the energy pool. Seeing from walking over, Lin casually shook the bell on the side. The sound is not loud, but the magical effect allows the ringing to really alert certain people, and then someone will naturally bring breakfast and hot tea. At the same time, Lin unfolded the revised design of the twin towers of the door in the attic room. The focus was of course on the energy pool on the 3rd floor. Said, "The last remaining energy pool of the magic tower has not been activated yet. I need your help. The 2 towers should be activated at the same time. I have failed several times when a single tower went online. Fortunately, it did not cause damage to other places. And this is my revised plan. Lin is no stranger to the design of the twin towers of the gate. Lin has a lot of knowledge and designs, and he will discuss them with Lin. It's not that he encountered any problems in this area, so he wanted to ask someone about it. It's not that Lin was better at the field he was involved in, so he wanted to ask her. Instead, Lin hoped to see through the eyes of a third party whether he had made any omissions. People often think that people who have never done it and experienced the hardships are not qualified to criticize. In fact, sometimes, an outsider can point out things that outsiders don't see clearly. Otherwise, how could people say that the authorities are delusional? Of course, if you let an outsider evaluate it, 9 out of 10 sentences can usually be ignored. Then he said something to the other person. If you haven't done it before, you are not qualified to criticize. There is nothing wrong with that, because such people are usually irrational and just make sarcastic remarks. But Fin doesn't have these bad habits. She doesn't like to take advantage of words. If she feels uncomfortable, she usually takes action directly. Who would say sour words and nonsense? So the former demon king who had just woken up did not care about his own image at all. So he walked into the attic with bare feet and carefully read the information that someone had unfolded. The three-dimensional light design pattern rotated up, down, left, and right, occasionally zooming in and out, under Fin's skillful hands. With the current computing power and memory of the two of them, they have long been separated from the drudgery of holding formulas with pen and paper. The answer can be known as soon as all the data comes into view. After browsing for a while, the Marquise's servants hadn't even brought breakfast. Fin pointed at the energy pool design that was very different from the traditional one and asked, "This is very similar to your old magic tower energy pool design, but it condenses electricity. The plasma flow part only has 2 poles. But there are 6 poles here. What's going on? Also, the electrode arm part is different from the past. It's much more complicated." Lin glanced at it and said suddenly, "Oh, this is what I learned after going to the floating island not long ago and observing the Miser energy core at close range. In terms of the efficiency of power calling, it is much better than the traditional form. So now I'll use this instead, since it's a facility used by the magic tower. You're not very interested in it, so I won't talk about it." Chapter 1641. Difficulties in recreating the Miser energy core. Hearing that it was the core device of the Miser energy core, Fin took a closer look at this sophisticated device. After understanding it, I couldn't help but frown and asked, "Can such a thing be made?" Lin was stunned for a moment, then realized Mitty's craftsmanship level is basically that of holding a carving knife. However, some parts of this Mithrin Core 6-legged electric shock device are already within the scope of micron-level precision machining, which cannot be carved with a carving knife. But to be honest, Lin has never been worried about this part. By manipulating your own materials, you can cut them down to the molecular level. You can be as precise as you want. Lin suspects that as long as his knowledge of physics improves, Shikiri may be able to perform operations at the quantum level. Instead of being like now, we can only use the characteristics of the quantum realm to do things. The robots do not have the level of operation methods for box cutting, but micron-level processes are not a problem. Therefore, Lin handed over the construction of the Magic Tower Foundation with confidence. Anyway, helping the magician build a house or make anything else is the business scope of the Earth Elemental Elves. Even if you transform into a robot, you don't have to worry about them not agreeing. But as the old saying goes, although the Earth Elemental Elves are good at manipulating materials, they are only good at writing scripts. Summon them, and if you have enough materials, you can mass-produce standard armor and weapons. But without creativity, they cannot create legendary-level magic weapons, or even artifacts, like some skilled craftsmen. So regarding Fin's doubts, Lin naturally said, "It's very simple to do this, even if the magic shaping technique is not up to standard. Summoning the Earth Elemental Spirit can solve it." Fin shook his head and said, "I do not deny that there is lost knowledge in the history of the development of magic. But magic is constantly improving, especially after several changes in the world. The entire magic system will be as if it has been destroyed and retrained. Maybe the theory of some knowledge will be passed down, but in practice, it is no longer the same thing as it was in the past." Pointing to Lin's explanation, he also came up with a technical analysis of the original Miser energy core. "Do you think that if you leave it to the people from the Technology Guild, they can make the same thing without considering the materials? That is, in terms of manufacturing process. Can the craftsmen who have inherited the latest technology pass the test?" After a quick glance, Lin had to admit that what Fin said made sense. The craftsmen of the Technology Guild, no matter how high their skill rating is, are still at the stage of using carving knives in Lin's eyes. Although you can summon earth element elves, you can summon robots to create more precise details at a huge cost. However, it is difficult for people who work with engraving knives to think outside the box and think about how to design micron-level details. Since it can't be designed, it certainly can't be built. It's like having a bullseye for nothing. If you only raise chickens, there's nothing you can do about it without using a bullseye to kill the chickens. It's not that I don't want to kill the cow. There is no cow to kill. Therefore, how the magicians in the Magic Empire era created the missile energy core is a good question worthy of archaeology. At least it satisfies curiosity. Lin didn't think that knowing the craftsmanship of the old era would be of any help to him. But now is not the time to do such a thing. Just when I was about to tell Finn to put this matter aside, someone provided the answer. The 6 poles in the missile energy core. Those parts that you can't understand are also Shikiri. Instead of encasing himself in a human SH.L., the Khan appears in sword form. The Shikiri Kimru that originally formed the human SH.L together with it now transformed into sparkling fine crystal sand. They were held under the Khan, flying like water in midair in the attic room, looking extremely coquettish. Ignore Khan's coquettish demeanor, Lin said. Are they also Hakiri? Why don't I feel like they are different? Hagiri's original method of communication relies on radio waves in a certain frequency range to convey rather crude messages. Only the closer you get, the more complex the message can be. If they are far enough away, then the Hagiris can only sense whether a certain companion is still there or has disappeared. Even though communication methods have been upgraded several times, Hagiri still emits radio waves in that frequency range. It's like the instinct of human breathing and heartbeat. As long as you are alive, it will not be interrupted. So of course Lin is monitoring this frequency range in his own environmental detection. Anyway, many of the capabilities of the box cutter are based on this frequency range. As long as you sense fluctuations in this frequency range, there is a high probability that there is a Hakiri around you. Lin was deeply impressed by the opportunity to study the Miser core at close range. And all the investigation data were retained, so he could naturally confirm whether he encountered Hagiri at that time. But he checked again, and there was still no relevant record of Shikiri. Khan seemed to see into someone's mind, even if they weren't in contact. It said, "You don't need to look for them, because they are not Hakiri in normal condition. We did not show up at that time. Not in a normal state." "What do you mean?" Lin asked puzzledly. "Generally speaking, when Hagakiri's consciousness ends, our body will also dissipate, and the main material plane of the land will leave no trace of the existence of Hagakiri. But those magicians don't know what to use. This method allows those box-cut consciousnesses to disappear completely. But the body remains and becomes a part of the myth energy core, which will never change," Khan explained. Lin asked in surprise. "You can do such a thing?" "Yes. Do you want to give it a try?" Khan said in a sinister tone. "Ha. Forget it. How can I permanently fix you? Things that cannot be upgraded will be eliminated sooner or later. This is a waste of your talent. It's just," Lin said slightly worriedly. Khan noticed someone's thoughts and said with a smile, "Are you worried that we will find ways to take revenge or poach our companions back? You are thinking too much. We are not interested in such things. All right. The idea of a Hakiri life is indeed different from the petty ideas of human beings. After all, the physical needs and psychological desires of the two are different. It is normal to have different ideas about the same thing. But this also reminded someone of another problem. If one of the materials used to make the Mithrin core is Shikiri, will someone from the floating island come looking for it one day? After all, now he is all the Hakiri in the entire land of fans. And even the demon sword in Zedu has been recovered. The little worry in my heart was quickly thrown aside by someone. So what if the heavenly beings from the floating island came to visit him? Now he even dared to confront the Emperor of the Empire. If those magicians dare to come, let's see whose magic is sharper." But Finn didn't think too much about it. After getting the answer to her question, she stopped thinking about how things might develop. In fact, she would question craftsmanship issues, and she was insinuating that someone was copying homework, and whether there was a possibility of copying mistakes. If it proves that the Magic Empire thousands of years ago was unable to achieve such fine processing, doesn't it prove that the design in the picture someone provided is just someone's imagination, and it is not the real Mr. Core? But now that someone could prove it, Finn quickly focused his attention on whether the revised Magic Tower design could squeeze out more potential. Yes, then isn't putting himself in the role of a bug-catching programmer. If someone dares to take out something, unless it is said in advance that there are some parts that cannot be solved, it must be error-free and run normally. But it can be run, which does not mean that there are no redundant actions in the design, and the efficiency has also reached the optimization of the best solution. Fun has positioned himself in such a position. How can you show that you are better than others without pointing fingers at other people's works? Right. Compared to others who only care about nitpicking, Fun can still provide some useful information. At the beginning, the former Demon King was still in the position of asking questions. As for the modified Magic Tower design, she would ask questions whenever there was something she couldn't understand at first glance. Gradually, Fun's questions were no longer just about the parts she didn't understand. The expression "would it be better this way" is used more and more often. In the end, it was the "why not" voice that dominated the conversation. Some opinions can be adopted, but some opinions are simply cognitive gaps. Lin will also explain a few words about the latter. If he encounters the former, of course he will directly change the picture. Although the Magic Tower has been built, as long as the energy pool is not online yet, modifications are not a big trouble. Moreover, these two towers were not built for others, but for their own use. Of course, they must be built to perfection. During the discussion, the Marquise's servants finally brought breakfast. Under the shocking education of Fun, the former Demon King, the chef in charge of meals, is on the verge of changing his job to become the god of cooking. As for a certain person, although he comes from an arrogant foodie empire and is proud of it, he still has a happy-go-lucky personality. Therefore, when it comes to food requirements, we don't say that everything must come from the 8 major cuisines. If there is no abalone or bear paw, we will not eat it. The trend of family chefs changing careers and upgrading is of course welcomed with both hands. There are many times when people are not ashamed to ask themselves how to make a certain dish. Although it didn't completely recreate the taste of hometown, it at least soothed my mood and belly. Let's talk about today's breakfast. The luxurious style of Cantonese-style tea drinking. There are 7 different kinds of refreshments in a steamer, each of which is both beauty and taste. It is pleasing to the eye and stimulates the taste buds at the same time. The only pity is that there is no tea in Midi. There was obviously coffee, a drink that had been classified as a magic potion for energizing people. But there was no tea that was also rich in caffeine. Some teas are mainly scented like elf flower tea, but actually have no benefits. While someone was eating various kinds of siamai and crystal dumplings, he poured 1/3 of the coffee, 1/3 of the scented tea, and 1/3 of the milk into his big cup, and then deceived himself. This is Yuanong milk tea. Drink it in 1 sip. This mouthful should contain the bitterness of coffee, the astringency of tea, and then be mixed with milk to create a taste that only adults can understand. But without the astringency of tea, people can't help but feel a sense of loss. At this time, the 3 guys who were apprentices in the family also came. Chapter 1642 Helper. Although they are said to be apprentices, in fact, Halumi and Kaya are both older girls in their 30s, and they are still shamelessly wearing 2 silver threads, maintaining the rank of 2nd-level magic apprentices. Marquis Balin had already changed into a golden thread and became an official magician. The 2 eldest girls who were raised by him and are still unable to marry are probably to avoid the requirements of the Magician Association, which requires every magician to bring at least 2 official magicians in his life. Although this stipulation is clearly stipulated in the convention of the Magician Association, there is no mandatory punishment method to force the magicians to do it. The association only uses the method of subsidizing magicians to reduce or even eliminate those who do not obey. Simply put, if you can't threaten, you can only induce. For some magicians who are living in poverty, the association's subsidy is the key to their ability to successfully carry out magic research. As we all know, studying magic is expensive. They have reached the high position of a magician. As long as they have hands and feet, it is impossible for them to starve to death. But it's not certain whether there are extra funds to support magic research. Of course, some capable people can ignore the association's little subsidy. Lin, who had been on the blacklist of the Magicians Association for a long time, naturally ignored the association's innocuous rules and allowed the 2 big girls to do what they wanted to do. As for whether they had other reasons to stay, Lin didn't think too much about it. Some things are just good to get used to, and you don't have to get to the bottom of everything. Although Marquis Balin is in her own home, but when she was going to meet a man who was not a family member, she still covered herself up tightly, wearing a black robe and a veil. Lin was thinking that if it weren't for the cooling magic circle inside the clothes, this girl wouldn't be sweating. These three people would appear. So naturally Lin sent someone to call them. Even though Marquis Balin was not her apprentice, the little guy didn't mean to force someone to say that since he was not her teacher, he had no right to order her. After all, his closest friend is this old guy's apprentice. And this is his home. The three apprentices came here. And of course, they couldn't be as inappropriately dressed as Finn. But they also wear daily clothes at home and take care of themselves neatly and cleanly. As soon as he saw Lin Hufen present, he immediately knelt down and saluted. In terms of etiquette, the three of them were meticulous, and no one could find fault with them. The fact that the three older girls behaved so strictly was to some extent influenced by the aristocrat Marquis Balin. Although the latter doesn't like to be close to people, the aristocratic etiquette seems to be in his bones. And he disguises himself all the time. And they have long since passed that impetuous age like children. Although they no longer have the youthful agility of girls. Entering the age of tiger and wolf also means that they have clearer expectations for their future. In terms of external performance, he is much calmer. The year of the tiger and the wolf is actually not a derogatory term. But men and women at this age have clearer goals in doing things than those who have just grown up. And their behavior is still a little frivolous and impulsive. At least they know what they are doing and go through their brains before doing it. Although he lacks the innocence of a child, it is a beautiful thing to watch the people around him grow in a good direction. No wonder nurturing games are so popular. Not to mention the random thoughts in someone's mind. As the most outgoing person, Halloumi naturally becomes the external window among the three. She asked, "Teacher, do you have any orders when you summoned us?" Although the apprentice learned about someone's misbehavior these days, from other people's reports, he was still very concerned about it. At least, they will want to know when something will involve them, so that they know when to run away. It's very tiring to have a teacher who cheats his apprentices. Before anyone came in, Lin had already put away the two strange objects on the small coffee table. It doesn't matter if the seeds of the world tree are seen by outsiders. At most it will only reveal the wealth. But the stumps of the unspeakable thing were seen. And there were several lunatics in the family. Now the three apprentices only saw the complex lines composed of light and shadow written on the whiteboard in front of their two teachers. This could be anything from a spell model, a molecular biology framework, or a blueprint for a device. What kind of thing it was, they couldn't tell with just a few glances without some explanation. So they simply asked directly. Anyway, when it's time to explain, your teachers will naturally explain it clearly, or at least to the extent that they think they should know. However, Lin did not explain anything to the three older girls about what was in front of him. Instead, he gave another instruction. Go get ready and put on all the combat equipment. I will take you to the magic tower later. I need your help with something. Before the three older girls could ask questions, Finn questioned. Are you sure you want to take them there? Lin shrugged and said, sooner or later they will move there. There is nothing wrong with going there first to know the way. Besides, we are going to activate the energy pools of two magic towers at the same time this time. So we still need helpers. Even if they are not able to help with the main job, and can also handle some chores. Otherwise, when we have to temporarily withdraw our hands, they can support us for a while. It's better than finding an unfamiliar person who has to explain for a long time to ask for help. Finn accepted the argument, but she noticed another important point and asked, we have to temporarily withdraw our hands? What do you mean? Will someone come to cause trouble? At the same time, the three older girls also followed Finn's words and cast questioning glances at someone. Lin nodded and said, I do worry about that. Who? Don't tell me that you are calling here now. Those guys in the sky don't care about helping to protect the magic tower. If so, your face is too worthless. Finn mocked. As a former demon king who helped someone conquer the 4 elemental planes at close range, Finn was very aware of the big hole someone dug for the robot. Although he did not sign the useless magic contract, all Earth element elves were required to swear an oath before transformation. The weight of this oath will affect the robot on a deeper level. It may be that the path to growth is cut off, or that when one chooses to rebel, the robot will eat its own way. Anyway, the price of breaking the oath will definitely make life difficult for these elemental elves whose lives are almost eternal. I saw Azad in the abyss, Lin said. With a simple answer, Finn wrinkled her beautiful eyebrows again. She has always been confident and can keep her emotions calm. The frown is more of an expression and does not represent her emotions. But this time I was really worried. The demon prince Azad is a representative figure of chaotic evil. Although Finn is not afraid of this guy, he will also find him troublesome in every sense of the word. What is he doing over there? Finn asked. Lin shook his head and said bluntly, I don't know either. But seeing him appear, there is a good chance that nothing good will happen. That's why I have to prepare in advance. Azad is busy fighting for the status of Prince of the Abyss. This news has not been made public and widely spread, so no one knows it. Otherwise, he would definitely use this time more boldly instead of being as cautious as he is now. Finn asked again, if the matter is related to Azad, they can't be used, right? Even if they were all the belongings on their bodies, they can't deal with Azad. The three older girls looked slightly disappointed, but they also had to admit that they really weren't good enough to die when they met the Demon Prince. Of course we can't count on them, Lin said frankly. I just hope that when we have to come forward, someone can temporarily help us maintain the process of bringing the energy pool online. And asking them to be fully armed will only make them vulnerable when encountering the enemy. Sometimes, you can hold on for a long time until we come to rescue. Of course, it is best if nothing happens and the energy pool is activated smoothly. That also agreed with someone's statement and said to the three older girls, well, you go and prepare. By the way, help me inform Sherdong, and he will make the same preparations. I will take him with me then. The former commander of the guards of the Dark Legion, the stitched corpse made by Finn himself, is now endowed with a perfect body designed by original genes. If someone dares to go beyond the former devil and order a little girl like the Marquise Balin to do something, it is because he can gain some face from the Marquise Balin by relying on his friendship with the old Mr. Kawe. But Lin had no intention of communicating with the undead head, who refused to listen to anyone. That one wouldn't move at all without Finn's nod. So it was up to Finn to decide whether to take him with him or not, and what to do with him. Someone is not going to do it for you. As the former demon king who was more authoritative than someone else in the family spoke, the three older girls naturally went down to prepare. Marquis Balin also experienced the baptism of war in this war against the Abyss invasion. Besides, to become an official magician, it is impossible to not see blood on your hands. Although there were people sent by the Kawe family to protect him at that time, he was not a young bird that could not survive or see blood. Therefore, the Marquise would not resist her teacher's request, and even vaguely expected it. It can only be said that there is a violent factor hidden in people's hearts. But when it is released, the strong can hurt outsiders, and the weak can only turn back on themselves. So people will look for weaker people to release their violence, such as children. However, the two people who are currently discussing the construction of an energy pool have long passed the stage of being full of vulgar taste. Then asked about serious matters and said, since the two towers are going to be activated at the same time, which side do you plan to put me in charge of? Lin did not hesitate to conjure the seeds of the world tree, took them in his hand, and handed them forward, said, the magic tower on the side of the lost land is left to you, because the activation of the twin towers of the door actually requires two towers to be completed at the same time. This reminds me that maybe during the activation process, I will encounter unknown mysterious forces again. Only you have enough knowledge reserves to solve such problems. If I come, I may be too close to the scientific side. Thinking will lead to bad things. You mean, you plan to violently crack the magic tower on the other side of the abyss? Finn asked. No. What I mean is that on the abyss side. Since I plan to deal with those things, it is more appropriate for me to handle it from the beginning. Besides, if Azad dares to bring a bunch of demons to cause trouble, I'll just ask the Khans to solve the problem. Chapter 1643 Inspection. On the side of the Lost World, Finn took the seeds of the World Tree, his apprentice, the necromancer Marquis Balin, and the guard stone who had been serving him for a long time, to the twin towers of the gate, the magic tower on the side of the Lost World. Forward, on the abyss side, Lin took Halumi and Kaya directly to the third floor of the magic tower on the abyss side, in front of the planned location to build the energy pool. On the other side of the puzzle, Finn put on the Force Spirit robe, inserted the Phoenix hairpin, and held a short wand made from the branches of the world. This is her strongest attack form. The reason why she doesn't use Hagiri weapons is because she doesn't like people prying into her inner world, and she doesn't believe in Hagiri's integrity. Behind her, Marquis Balin was wearing a black robe made of magic silk. The robe not only has a hood and veil to cover your face, but the long sleeves and hem also cover your limbs, not exposing an inch of skin. Stone put on a simple breastplate, wrist guards, and leggings, with a row of lightsaber hilts inserted randomly around his waist. The lightsaber blade is materialized by a very high concentration of 8 powers. It is extended only in battle, and is suitable for different situations. And he was holding a wooden box in his hand. The box contains precious world tree seeds, which are used to create magic tower energy pools. In fact, the wooden box also has its merits. But here it is just a gadget that prevents the breath of the world tree seed from leaking and avoids attracting attention. On the side of the abyss, Lin was wearing his most powerful sky blue Confucian robe at this stage, holding a colorful pearl feather fan and shaking it gently. It's just that this pretense has no effect in front of his 2 apprentices. Speaking of which, I've seen the naked buttocks before, and I wonder how much more I can pretend to be. Halloumi was wearing a light ivory yellow robe, which didn't seem to have any fancy decorations. But if you look closely, you can see that there are silk threads of similar colors on the robe, woven with unusual magic secrets. Under the light source at a specific angle, this robe can reflect the silk luster of different colors. This will make the people who see it feel as if their souls have been washed, making them feel refreshed and calm. The clothes Kaya wore were not so much a robe as a purple dress that made her look as noble and elegant as a noble. Although the style is simple, the tailoring is not revealing. A one-sided left shawl, paired with this dress, combined with her own quiet atmosphere, made her temperament different from that of a secular aristocrat, like an otherworldly goddess. Now that she is over 30, she no longer has the 2 childish braids she used to have, but the curtain-like bangs on her forehead and the long straight hair tied into a ponytail made her teacher still confused about her new look. I can only sigh that this girl's aesthetic sense is as unique as when she was a child. Unique and different from ordinary people. He used to be an elementary school student, but now he has only evolved to the level of a junior high school student. But this was certainly not the time to criticize his 2 young apprentices. Lin sent the 2 of them to inspect the various facilities on the 3rd floor of the magic tower on the abyss side. Make final inspections before the energy pool goes online. At the same time, on the side of the Lost Land, Thun took his apprentices and guards and spent some time admiring the large construction site where the robots were busy. An unprecedented magic circle city. Due to limited material supply, the matter of enchanting houses has not yet been fully completed, and most houses still only maintain the appearance of soil embryos. The project is basically centered on the magic tower and radiates outward, but it is not done one by one as a unit, but as a unit of some kind of specific combination. And this combination is a complete functional loop, although it may only be a small part of a large magic circle. As long as a circuit is formed, the magic circle can start to work. Coupled with the new magic stone energy pool, it means that the magic arrays deployed in this part of the city were activated earlier than the magic towers. However, because the magic circle has not yet been fully deployed, there is only a small part, so the effect it should have has not yet been achieved. This means that the houses close to the magic tower have been enchanted, and the construction part is the adobe house farther away. Therefore, the operating range of the robots is far away from the location of Fun and others. In fact, the moment Fun appeared using the flash technique, it also aroused the vigilance of the robots. But as one of the 2 humans who participated in the unified battle on the Earth elemental plane, Fun's appearance was also familiar to the robots. So after confirming the identity of the visitor, the robots no longer cared about matters at the magic tower. It was said that the request for temporary changes sent by the magician cost them a lot of effort. In someone's mind, micron-level operations are something that robots can do. But not all robots can do this. Otherwise, all robots would be able to transform and repair themselves. There are only a handful of robots in the entire group who can carry out design modification projects. Their daily routine is to help robots carry out the transformation of core categories. The workload is so heavy that ordinary people can hardly imagine it. Even when preparing for the battle in Lost Land, the related work did not stop. So when someone makes a temporary change request, the robot can be said to be in a state of panic. The big guys who can do this kind of micron-level operation are dissatisfied and shouting that they want to go on strike. Only in the end, they finish the job before someone arrived. There is no reason. It is different from Party A, who is responsible for paying the bills in a certain way. This is not just about having money and being a boss. If Party A has the ability to beat up Party B, he or she will not be responsible afterwards. Probably no Party B dares to work hard. What's that saying? It's better to sweat than to bleed. The robot fleet bloodbath the demons. The Lord of the Abyss bloodbath the robots. And a certain magician bloodbath the Lord of the Abyss. It's a joke to think that the devil can turn around and beat up some magician. So it is very reasonable to obey the magician's request. Therefore, The reason why the robots work hard is not because they are willing to abide by the agreement. Nor are they all deliberately trying to please a certain magician. They are simply succumbing to the great power. Finn didn't care what the robots really thought. In other words, there weren't many things in this world that she cared about, including what she was about to do now. When living is just living, and doing anything is just to pass the time, that person's mood will be the same as Finn's now. And it doesn't matter what he looks at. So after taking a look at the large construction side of the robots, she didn't have any unnecessary emotions, and led the two people behind her to the inside of the magic tower. On the Abyss side, Lin had to prepare much more than Finn. Although the two magic towers on the Abyss side and the Lost Land side have exactly the same structure and design, the most critical energy pool and the strange objects that form its core are completely different. As mentioned before, it is quite easy to use the seeds of the World Tree to build an energy pool. He is a magician and can copy lessons according to the schedule. Therefore, Lin was very relieved to leave it to Finn. Even if there was any emergency, the former Demon King's knowledge reserve would be able to handle it properly. But the magic tower on the side of the Abyss will use the remaining limbs of the indescribable thing to build an energy pool. If various strange objects are used as the core of the energy pool, there are levels of construction difficulty. Then the energy pool of the World Tree seed is undoubtedly the least difficult. When using any part of the indescribable thing to build energy, the difficulty is the highest. The simple difficulty issue is certainly not the reason that hinders Lin's actions. Who has ever seen an otaku shrink back because the game is too difficult? Even a soul-based game has to be played until it breaks through. Of course, this requires time to study and practice. Similarly, using the strange objects in your hands to build an energy pool is just difficult, not impossible. In order to complete this difficult task, it is essential to make preparations in advance and make plans for all possible accidents in case of emergencies. For this reason, Lin needs helpers to help him and make his success a little more guaranteed. The two older girls are no strangers to the magic tower. Of course, Halumi and Kaya are also very familiar with mathematics, and even the various mechanical structures and technological products that someone likes to use. Maybe they are not as high as robots or Hikiri, but they still know better than the craftsmen of the technical guild. In addition to being closer to their teachers and having more resources, craftsmen focus more on the knowledge required for their crafts and rarely broaden the breadth of their knowledge. This is like someone's hometown. In most cases, theoretical scientists have a higher academic foundation than applied scientists. The latter focuses most of its energy on how to put knowledge into practical use and then find more suitable processes, which is the so-called commercialization. However, it is not impossible for the former to do the latter's work. It just needs appropriate guidance, and there is a difference in efficiency. It's just that the situation of the two older girls is still a little different. If Lin and Finn are already professor-level intellectuals in MIDI, the ordinary people in MIDI are considered illiterate, and the craftsmen of the technical guild are in primary school or junior high school. Then the two older girls are at the college level. To put it simply, you have to act according to your own idea as well. Maybe the two apprentices' hands-on ability is not as good as those of the craftsmen, but their understanding and cooperation are definitely much better than those of the craftsmen. Therefore, your own apprentice is the best helper. Among trustworthy people, there is no better choice. In order to allow Halumi and Kaya to help in the next steps, Lin spent some time explaining what he was going to do, what the two apprentices should pay attention to, and what they could and should not do. At least, Lin didn't want to destroy the energy pool of the magic tower on the Abyss side at the cost of two crazy apprentices. Therefore, pre-trip education is very important to let the two girls know that it is more important to protect themselves. As for the idea of excluding them altogether in order to protect them, Lin never even thought about it. One cannot stop eating because of choking, nor can one deprive others of their right to make mistakes in the name of love, as long as the mistake is not fatal, or you can repeatedly jump on the edge of the mistake. It is better to accumulate such experience than to face similar challenges without any experience. Sooner or later, danger will happen to the people you love. Instead of protecting them at all times and then regretting it when you are negligent, it is better to teach them to protect themselves early on. So someone goes to great lengths to trick his own apprentice, and then categorically says that this is training. Chapter 1644 Final Preparation. Compared to someone leading his apprentice, he is familiar with everything that will be done next. On the side of Midi, it was Finn himself who was leading his apprentices to get acquainted with each other. So the former Demon King chose to enter from the main entrance of the magic tower and started walking from the first floor. Walk around and take a look at each place to make sure that the construction work by the robot is carried out in accordance with the drawings, and that there is no self-righteous attempt to do something private. Compared to someone's understanding of elemental elves. Fun. The demon king who once ruled an era only has a deeper understanding of elemental elves. You must know that she started out with undead magic. Although she had few dealings with demons, she at least kept them from going too far. I have dealt with elemental elves more often. After all, if you want to kill the gods, if you don't rely on demons, you must rely on magic supported by the power of the four elements. If you come into contact with the power of the four elements, you will inevitably come into contact with elemental spirits. Although the elemental elves only know how to copy lessons according to the table, they have no creativity at all. This is a well-known thing. But some people with bad personalities will play pranks. Maybe in their eyes, it's just a harmless joke, but when it comes to the magician who summoned them, it may be fatal. Think about how much damage innocent and naughty children can cause under the indulgence of their parents. It is estimated that if the nuclear handbag is within their reach, they will use the excuse, because the button is over there, so I want to press it to see, and happily press it several times, out of distrust of the elemental elves. Then personally walk through every corner of the magic tower. Especially the parts related to the energy pool are the focus of inspection. There are still opportunities for modification in other places afterwards. If there are problems with the devices related to the energy pool, it may hinder the final use of the energy pool. So I can't help but feel careless. Although she is completely living her life now, it does not go against her own mood to finish the things at hand well. There is a sense of accomplishment when things are completed, and there is a sense of loss when things are messed up. This is human nature, and she is not immune to it. Then also went up to the top of the tower to take a look at someone's long-cherished reflecting telescope. In order to avoid suspicion, someone did not use the semicircular retractable dome common in his hometown observatory, but left the huge telescope directly exposed. This will prevent people from misunderstanding whether this magic tower is 3 floors or 4 floors. There are some existing rules that Lynn doesn't want to challenge. In addition to avoiding the expansion of the front line, it is also to reduce misunderstandings. There is a circular track on the ground at the top of the tower. And of course, there is a gear set on the bracket to provide angle adjustment. Regarding the problem of rainproofing and windproofing, someone still solves it in the old way. Science is not enough. So magic comes together. It is too simple for a magic tower to create a magic that can protect you from rain and wind. Before coming to the top of the tower in person, Lynn only saw the dimensions on the design drawings. But the shock of seeing the real thing with your own eyes is definitely not comparable to looking at the data. Although the thing in front of me is not bigger than some giants or giant monsters in Lost Land, compared with the astronomical telescope someone used before, it is really like the difference between an ant and an elephant. While Feng was inspecting the entire magic tower, on the side of the abyss, Lin Zheng took his 2 apprentices and arranged some devices to assist them. These devices can keep 2 older girls away from the 3rd level of the magic tower. Just stay on the 2nd floor to monitor data, and do some limited remote control. These devices will be dismantled after the energy pool is officially put online. Because Lin needs his apprentices to not face this thing that should not exist in the world and lead to madness when he takes out the remains of the indescribable object for work. So there is no need to consider aesthetic issues when setting up. Then, there will be a barrier placed on the stairs from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. It is also to prevent the breath of indescribable things from leaking and affecting others. You know, when you first encountered this stump, it affected an entire 3-story underground city. And it is still expanding. In terms of area and scope at the time, it was larger than a 3-story magic tower. Therefore, if the thing in front of us really gets out of control, the impact will definitely reach outside the magic tower and affect the surrounding abyss world. Of course, Lin could not let this situation happen, because it would mean his own failure. Previously, on the side of the Lost Land, I used the seeds of the World Tree to build an energy pool, but the failure to activate it did not bring any losses. It's just a waste of time, and you have to start from scratch. But on the abyss side, using such a dangerous thing as the core of the energy pool, Lin couldn't even imagine the consequences of failure. When everything was ready, Lin made the final arrangements. Alumi mainly communicates with the magic tower on the side of Midland to coordinate the progress of both parties, as well as the main team members. They handle some minor chores. Kaya monitors all observable data, using her own sensitivity to data, hoping to predict things before they happen. And it can remind someone of the progress, at least with digital prompts, making it easier for people to understand where they are now. but on the side of Midland is also making the same arrangement. Because the seeds of the world tree are not as dangerous as the unspeakable things. The helpers do not need to be driven to the second floor. Everyone is currently on standby in front of the planned energy pool on the third floor of the magic tower. Of course, the original Suture Corpse Stone was not completely unfamiliar with magic. But the former captain of the Imperial Guard had only learned some of the magic that could be used in combat. And it was still the most superficial way of using it. If you want to ask about theory and spell model construction, you may be confused. Therefore, in the magic tower on the side of the Lost Land, he is responsible for similar tasks to Halloumi, contacting the other tower, and reporting the progress of both parties at any time. As an unemotional repeater, Stone is fitting for this task. Marquis Balin, who has become an official magician, is of course the person responsible for monitoring data. Just comparing the difficulty of getting the magic tower energy pool online on the Abyss side, there is almost no difficulty on the MIDI side. Even if Finn does it alone, there won't be any big problems. But he summoned his student out of nowhere, and it wasn't a problem to make her stand aside. So he just stared at those numbers. This is the true thought of a certain former demon king. Preparations are completed on the Abyss side. Halloumi rarely used his own instant messaging system, and it not only has text display function, but also directly activates video and voice. Marquis Balin, who was on the other side of the world, was startled when she suddenly heard such a voice. I thought Halloumi, who was supposed to stay in the Abyss, came to this side of the Lost Land. Soon, the Marquis saw the source of the sound. The water mirror screen in front of Stone. It has Halloumi's head on it. And it's moving. Not a still picture. In fact, Midland has already had the magic of video communication. That is, the Charles calling technique used by the magic tower. As long as there are specific runes, the energy pool water mirror of the designated magic tower can be opened, allowing the two tower owners to talk as if they were face to face. However, the consumption of this magic is staggering, and it can only be used from tower to tower, and non-magic towers cannot be used at all. Secondly, this magic is a type of forced access, and the party being accessed cannot refuse. Therefore, this magic can be regarded as a typical example that people hate and ghosts hate. But even though many people hate it, there is still no denying its convenience. Since the rise of the forum, many people have used their brains to consider this aspect. Due to the incompetence of most people in the basic skills of programming languages, there is no ground for the emergence of this type of programming software. Even if everyone tried to force the founder of the forum to create software with long-distance real-time communication using various threats and inducements, someone ignored them. There's nothing we can do about it. Although in the MIDI forum ecology, it is quite popular to ask for offline PK with real people if they don't agree with each other. At least you still have to talk to people online. Although a certain person is the founder of the forum, he only uses the convenience of the forum to look up information and never wastes time on it. As a time traveler who has come through the era of proliferation of social software, there is really nothing to miss about this BBS level function. But instant messaging software is still very useful. So useful that it can change the world. Various messages that have been read and cannot be answered, and will be contacted after get off work. Hookups and scams. Not to mention using them in wars. The thought of them can make a time traveler tremble with fear. In short, someone doesn't want to step too fast and get their eggs hurt. Therefore, even if instant messaging software is developed, it is only for internal use and has not been made public to this day. But having said that, in fact, the limited number of people inside rarely use it. This is of course related to the environment. It's like a war between various instant messaging software across the country. Only 10 people use it. 10,000 people use it. Or 1,000,000 people use it. The stickiness is completely different. When everyone chooses a communication method, it is not necessarily the most convenient one, but the one that is used by the most people. Because on the latter platform, it is easier to find enough friends. For this reason, the few people who can use instant messaging software are actually still used to talking face to face, or using various notes and letters to convey some things that are not so important or do not need to be known immediately. Therefore, before today, Marquis Balin did not know that such a thing existed, until Halloumi spoke from the water mirror screen in front of Stone. Now that she knew it, her good friend certainly didn't hide her intentions, and the two quickly established an instant messaging connection. Although he had no objection to the Marquis joining their small group, Lin still warned the necromancer, who was a high-ranking noble, from above, prohibiting the disclosure of this software to anyone other than them. Of course, Marquise Ballon would not disagree. This nobleman, who has autistic tendencies due to childhood trauma, is not a social person. She wished that no one else existed in her world except for a few close friends she could rely on. In short, after a brief exchange, the two close friends temporarily put aside the method of continuing to talk through the air and dealt with the important task at hand first, which was to assist their teacher in completing the energy pool of the magic tower. It may have taken a little longer, but after carefully confirming that every preparation on the list was completed, Sherdong turned to Halumi on the water mirror screen and said, "The preparations for the midi side are complete." Chapter 1645 Ignition. On the other side of the puzzle, Stone was standing behind Fun, so naturally his voice could reach Fun's ears. But on the abyss side, the two older girls were isolated on the second floor of the magic tower. Of course, their voices could not reach the third floor. Lin didn't dare to keep in touch with them through video calls. After all, he didn't know whether the terror from the unspeakable things would affect the people on the other side through the non-physical channel such as video calls. You know, Sadako will crawl out of the TV and find someone to chat with. Therefore, the way for his two apprentices to contact him is to use the prompt tone of the instant messaging software to communicate. They also agreed in advance on what one knock meant and what two knocks meant. If the message you want to convey is too complex, just use Morse code. At this time, Lin also heard the promised dong sound from the water mirror window that opened and closed instantly. Then, there were 3 beeps 1 second apart, which corresponded to the countdown from Sherdong's mouth on the fascinated side. As soon as the 3 sounds were over, Lin put his hands half on his chest, as if he was holding something. The next second, a finely crafted egg-shaped metal object slightly larger than a human head, with a pine cone structure appeared in the hand. This is an edge, that is specially used to store indescribable things. I don't know how many generations it has been. After all, the thing stored in it is extremely corrosive, and the outer shell of the storage must be rebuilt from time to time. With both hands holding the base, the fingers dug into the mechanism of the shell, and the pinecone-like wing-shaped leaves unfolded outward one by one, revealing the strange objects hidden inside. A stump of something nameless. Press your fingertips harder, and the second stage of the mechanism will be activated. The fin-shaped blades that make up the shell unraveled and fell to the ground until the tray in Lin's hand was left. Before those fallen leaves hit the ground, Lin used the flash technique to temporarily send them to other places and deal with them later. Just as Lin slowly lifted the tray up, Fin in the magic tower on the side of the land was also doing the same action. But in the previous steps, her part was relatively simple. She just took out the scheduled World Tree seeds from the wooden box with bare hands, then held the World Tree seed in one hand and raised it up to the center of the 6-pole support arm. This does not mean that she is disrespectful of the things in her hands. Fin's other hand was operating the magic circle of the energy pool, preparing to wrap the strange object in his hand in it. On the abyss side, Lin's operations were left to Halumi on the second floor. Lin only needs to tap the temporary mechanism with his toes, and the same notification tone will naturally sound on the second floor. The people downstairs naturally know what they should do, because every step is arranged accurately to the second. Therefore, after the first countdown, the magic towers on both sides of the lost land and the abyss stopped counting down. Just proceed step by step according to the scheduled schedule. As for the issue of counting seconds, with Lin and Fin's current abilities, even if they are not looking at computer props, their biological clocks can support their control to the nanosecond level, unless it is a drastic change operation that is too fast for the body to keep up with. Of course, when one party makes an error, it will warn the other party and suspend the entire process, according to the traditional activation method of the magic tower energy pool. At this time, the magician should stand in the restraining magic circle used by the energy pool and communicate with another world through the strange object as the core, and use the position difference between the two worlds to divert the energy tide. This process is very dangerous. If it is not controlled well, it is likely to cause a collision between the two worlds. At this time, the restrained magic circle will play another role, throwing the space within the magic circle into a different dimension and cutting off the path of energy tidal impact. Usually those who are thrown away are also the magicians who preside over the activation of the energy pool. If it can be drained smoothly and the scale of the energy tide can be controlled, then the second action is to convert these alien energies into 8 powers. Generally speaking, this action requires the assistance of a magic circle, mainly praying to the 8 lords of power. The gods of Lost Land played another role in this process. It's magic. No one can fault it. Anyway, If magic can't do it, the gods will do it. The final step is to continuously condense the 8 powers until they are materialized and liquefied. When the liquefied weight exceeds a certain critical point, a dynamic equilibrium will be formed. At this point, the energy pool can be stabilized and used by the magic tower. It is precisely because the 8 powers will condense into a mercury-like liquid and spread out into a flat surface like a mirror, forming an internal and external space. That's why the energy supply device of this magic tower is called an energy pool. Lin certainly won't be satisfied with traditional inefficient utilization methods, regardless of whether it is on the side of the maze or the abyss. The moment the 6-pole support arm, which is referenced from the Miser energy core, is activated, a balance point of force is created at the center point of the 6 poles, forming an extremely unique field. This allows the material at the center to escape the constraints of gravity and float in midair. With his hands free, Lin Hufen began to quickly adjust the output data of Liuji. This is to make corresponding changes according to the scale of the energy tide. Since I've never done anything like this before, I don't have any experience to draw from. It depends entirely on the calculation power and reaction of the 2 people to obtain the most appropriate operation method at the moment. If the progress bar goes from 0 to 100, it takes 100 seconds to complete. Then the 2 of them want to control the output of the 6 poles to only increase by 1 every second. And this step is to tear open the alien world communicated by the strange object as the core and create an energy tide. Don't go too fast because you are afraid of using too much force and tearing the hole too big, which will be difficult to clean up later. It's okay to go slower, but the progress on both sides must be consistent. So I adopted a compromise approach to let 2 people who are not in the same place know how far they need to go. There is no doubt that at this step, the difficulty faced by Lin on the abyss side is relatively high. But no matter where they are, the 2 people who preside over the activation of the energy pool don't spend much brainpower on handling such trivial matters. When the progress bar is full, the outer plane communicated by the strange object opens a small opening on the main material plane of the lost land. The energy tide that should have arrived like a violent storm was suppressed to a minimum, which allowed the field formed by the 6 poles to easily control this force. This is very important, because when the energy pool is activated, that is, when the fire is ignited, the 6-pole control arm does not have any source of power supply, except for the control by the controlling magician with the power he possesses. If the first wave of energy is too strong, even if Liuji is designed to control this level of energy surge, in order to support such control, it is possible to drain the magician dry. As a result, the ignition process failed, and a magician was spared. With Lin Hufen's current strength, if they were to be drained, the impact of the energy tide would be unimaginable, and it would take World Tree himself to stop it. But who would take the initiative to adjust the difficulty when nothing happens? Those who play games like playing HL mode. Give them only 1 life. If they don't pass the level, they will be finished. Seeing who dares to challenge directly when no rules are clear is the most difficult. A soul-type elder cannot be cultivated in a day. Neither Lin nor Fen were interested in directly challenging the limits on such an extremely important occasion when faced with something they had never experienced before. Everything must be controlled under the safest and most secure conditions. In this way, when there is an emergency, there will be sufficient reserve to deal with it. However, it is not what the law says. When things can get worse, then that worse situation is bound to happen. In fact, according to the process, as long as the first stage of ignition can be successful, the next step is to control the incoming energy tide and constrain it in the field formed by the 6 poles. The field formed by the 6-pole cantilever itself has the function of converting any alien energy into 8 kinds of powers. Therefore, the controlled energy tide will be directly converted into power and radiated outward. Of course, the power that radiates outward will not just spill into the air, but will be captured by the field formed by the 6 poles, and it will be continuously condensed and concentrated. Eventually a spherical, fluid mercury-like object is formed, similar to the plane formed by the traditional energy pool. This spherical mercury body is a new type of energy pool constructed under the constraints of 6 poles. The volume of the sphere will only be the size of the tip of a normal human finger. The area of a traditional energy pool would be as large as a normal person's arms and legs. Although it is irregular in shape, it is still far from a sphere the size of a fingertip. The area of the traditional energy pool is so large, in addition to the fact that the magician's restraining magic circle is not powerful enough. Another reason is that such a mirror can be used for many other purposes, like the infamous Charles calling technique, or letting the traditional arcane eyes peer into the distance, where the scene appears. But Lin doesn't need to use these functions on the energy pool. After all, he can pull out the water mirror screen at any time to replace it. The traditional energy pool cannot be reduced, so it means we're using waste. However, the focus of the energy pool is only to communicate with alien planes. Through the plane gap, energy tides are created for utilization. So the energy pool actually only needs to be able to separate the main material plane and the alien plane. The communication channel between different planes is formed by the strange object as the core. So that inside of the energy pool is actually the alien plane channel expanded by this strange object. This channel has no physical size. Therefore, whether it is a sphere the size of a fingertip or a plane larger than a human being, it is enough to cover the strange object that is the core, in addition to generating a field that restrains the energy tide and converts it into power. The 6-pole cantilever also has another function of extracting power for use in the magic tower. Once the magic tower is activated, the size of the mercury body formed by this new energy pool will depend on the amount of power extracted. When the entire magic tower requires more power, the sphere will become larger in order to maintain balance. When the pump is drawn urgently, the ball may not be able to maintain a positive shape and may become uneven. At this point, the energy pool of the magic tower is officially online. But reality can't be that easy and relaxing. The steps described before are based on building an ordinary magic tower. Even though the energy pool someone is planning to build is something completely different, its purpose is very common. However, the twin towers of gates could not be regarded as ordinary magic towers from the very beginning. The greater test came to the two hosts at the moment the fire was lit. Places in the world that belongs to consciousness. Chapter 1646, The Realm of Consciousness. At the moment when the twin towers of the gate were ignited, Lin and Fin, who were in charge, were deprived of all consciousness in an instant and were thrown into an unknown world. The reason why it is said to be full consciousness is because they are good at being distracted and multi-purpose. And now they are completely unable to sense the seeds of consciousness they left behind in other places. They couldn't even confirm whether their physical bodies were still in the magic tower. When Lin understood that he had been captured in another place, he immediately realized that he was not in the main material plane. Because if he were still in the main material plane, he wouldn't be naked. But saying bare buttocks is not very accurate. Strictly speaking, I can't even maintain a human form now. Of course, I can't continue to wear the carefully prepared clothes and bring a set of life-saving props. The strange sight in front of him also showed that the environment he was in was not under the physical laws of the main material plane. If you want to use a metaphor to describe your situation, a certain time traveler would describe it this way. He is like becoming the protagonist in Elf, and the world in front of him is an end to the nth power of an ultra-high-dimensional maze. An approach is 1/2 infinity. 1/2 of infinity is still infinity. But why would someone emphasize this 1/2? The reason lies in the soles of the feet. Although he has the round appearance of an elf, or has no fixed form, he still has the feeling of a phantom limb. In other words, I can sense my feet, but I can't see them. But his feet were still standing on the surface of the water, making ripples. The point is that the reflection you can see through the water is not yourself and your environment. In the reflected world is the former demon king. In other words, half of the world does not belong to you. The situation is quite similar to Lin's. But her consciousness is not the kind of monotonous ball that only remains. The shape of her consciousness is quite close to that of a human. But her appearance is slightly different from that of her in reality. Strictly speaking, Thun's appearance has been adjusted as a perfect body reconstructed by genetic biology. Even if she doesn't admit it, the appearance she now presents in the world of consciousness is the person she was in her distant memory before she became a necromancer. The difference between the two is very small. If I really want to say it, it is that Fin now has more of a noble and cool queen style, while in the past she was a little naive. It makes sense to say that this difference is due to the fine adjustments the former demon king made when shaping his body. But considering her growth experience, it is very reasonable for such a change to occur to her. The only difference from ordinary people was that she had turned into a lich at one point in time, instead of continuing to grow and change slowly. However, in this special world of consciousness, except for the face, the rest of Fin's face was only an outline, with no details visible. You could tell she was a woman, but her hazy beauty was like that of a person with more than 1,000 degrees of myopia who sees without glasses. In addition to Fin's ideology being quite different from Lin's, her environment is also different. The same thing is the level of complexity. It's so dense that it's hard for anyone to figure it out. The difference is the complex type. What Lin faced was like a maze, while what Fan faced was like a spider web of connections. And it's not just a spider web. Each node of the spider web will extend to another spider web, or overlap with the nodes of the third and fourth spider webs. The structure of the entire world is like a layered structure that extends to infinity. Of course, in Fan's world, this strange environment only accounts for half. Her feet also seem to be standing on the water, with the arches pointing relative to where someone's phantom limb would be. There are two worlds under the water and above the water. Although they are separated, they are related to each other. Both men looked below themselves. It was supposed to be my own reflection, but what I saw was the appearance of another person. If they are in two different worlds, and what they see is actually another person's situation, then the two people above and below the water should be able to act independently. But the reality is that two people must act like reflections of each other before they can truly move. One person wants to raise his right hand, and the other person also wants to raise his right hand, and then the right hand can be raised. Otherwise, it's like there is some kind of force that restrains you and makes you unable to move. So the question is the other person under the water real? Or is it really just a reflection? But it looks different from myself. Anyway, this is an irrational world, and nothing that happens is surprising. If they think so, then the two of them will be stuck in this place forever. The thinking of a magician is that when facing problems, you must move firmly towards the original goal. This is called determination. It is very important when breaking through confusion, mental prisons, soul labyrinths, inner demons, etc. Such a firm will is particularly important when acting in the non-primary material world. Some determined people may even be able to change a situation into what they perceive it to be. This statement seems outrageous, but in fact, this is a competition of spiritual power, a battle between souls. In this kind of metaphysical struggle, the strong does not just defeat the weak, but the strong dominates everything. The meditation training that magicians have been doing not only accelerates the speed of accumulating power, but also exercises their soul and mental strength. It's just that there is no shortcut to the former, and how much you have accumulated can tell your level in practical application. For example, if you throw 3 fireballs today, you will be exhausted. But if you can throw 4 fireballs tomorrow, this is progress. But there are shortcuts for the latter. But there is no more intuitive way to know whether it is strengthened or weakened. The so-called shortcuts are actually various philosophical theories and self-awareness. A confident person and a confused person are two completely different things. However, no matter how high your self-confidence is, you may be beaten to the point of losing your confidence. Therefore, the power in this area is likely to decline. And even sudden rises and falls are quite common. Fan, the former demon king, won't say anything. Lin, who had inexplicably traveled to the lost land and experienced so many things, was no longer the fat house he used to be. Apart from going to work, I just watched various two-dimensional works at home. Lin's experience allowed him to maintain enough rationality to face various emergencies, especially after he killed his 2 incarnations one after another, and after he slashed at himself with a sword in that strange zero-dimensional world. Although there is no clear evidence to prove it, Lin has always felt that his situation is very similar to the so-called Taoist method of killing 3 corpses. However, there is no qualified guiding master, and there are many things referred to in Taoist classics that cannot be understood literally. This can stump a person who has grown up in scientific education, even though he now possesses the classics of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism due to his special experience in the zero-dimensional world. Lin dare not say how much he has mastered. Many times, when I encounter a problem that cannot be solved by science or magic, I look for some plausible philosophical answers from those classics. But it is undeniable that whether you rely on violence or wisdom to solve the problem, someone's self-confidence has been cultivated. The root of this self-confidence is that even if you make a mistake, as long as it is not too wrong, you can get it back in the end. As long as the results are good, everything is fine. This concept cannot be said to be correct or not. But this is how someone was raised. Faced with this unprecedented situation, Lin and Fan unanimously made the same decision. That is, to unlock it, no matter what the conscious world in front of you looks like. It must be related to the twin towers of doors you are building. Magic is a process of finding order from chaos and formulating rules, facing a chaotic and disordered world of consciousness. As a magician, it is almost instinctive to figure out the world and bring it back to order. As for being under one's own control, this choice is almost instinctive. The situation we are facing is very complicated? The answer to this question is yes. But in Linhufen's eyes, this is a problem that can be solved using mathematics. Not a metaphysical problem with no correct answer. And as long as it can be solved with mathematics, even if it is just addition and subtraction, the answer must be calculated for him by hand calculation. So the two didn't say anything nonsense. And they didn't even exchange eyes. After all, one of them was just a ball, and he didn't know where his eyes were. But they all began to analyze the chaotic world of consciousness in front of them. Lin's work is like playing with a Rubik's Cube. It's just that this Rubik's Cube is a bit big. N to the nth power. But again, if the problem can be solved, it can be solved. It just takes how long it takes. In his half of the world, the chaotic maze was controlled by someone's consciousness. And he moved the first square with difficulty. The result of moving one grid is not just a change in one grid. It will trigger changes in other places, secretly conforming to a certain rule. In fact, this so-called fit does not have any beeps or obvious actions to prove that you have done it right. But Lin had an idea in his heart that he was doing the right thing. So he was right to continue in this direction. On the other side of the water, Then was doing the same thing. She is flipping the connecting threads. And the flipping of each thread is accompanied by the rotation of the parts connected to it at different angles. The level of complexity faced by both of them was on the same scale. In order to solve the problem, and solve the problem as soon as possible, they devoted almost all their energy to the things in front of them. The reason why they are in such a hurry is because they cannot know what the situation is like in the real world. Will it happen that a dream lasts for 1,000 years, and a yellow beam lasts only a dream? Lin can say with certainty that he can never guarantee that it will not happen. In this case, procrastination and wasting time will most likely not bring any good results. But because they both have their own immediate problems to solve, there is no way for the two to cooperate or even have time to communicate. Put all your energy on the problem in front of you, and squeeze your brain power wholeheartedly to solve the problem. However, the two of them restrained each other, because they have to make mirrored movements in order to actually act. Because they were so focused on their own problems, neither of them noticed that every time their progress moved forward a little bit, there would be corresponding changes in their bodies. Chapter 1647 The Guardian's Opportunity. A ball of light belonging to Lin. Whenever he makes some progress, there may be an extra scale, a piece of strange flesh, or a strange hair on the ball of light. Then situation is no different from Lin's. It's just that her vague figure is not filled with strange things, but vines that are thinner than fingers, wrapping around her upper body one by one, or passing through her body. Sometimes the change is just an extra leaf, and sometimes a certain vine becomes a little thicker. Otherwise, there will be many buds and new branches. All changes should be so small that they are smooth and silent. However, the two people's operations were so fast that the changes on both of them were like suffering from some explosive deformation disease, which spread rapidly from point to surface in a short period of time throughout the body. Ordinary people may think that solving problems becomes more difficult as you go to the end, so the problem-solving speed should be slower. But that is the result of the question maker arranging the difficulty of the questions from easy to difficult. Step by step. The problem Lin Huffen wants to solve is actually just one question. The hardest part is at the beginning, as you solve more problems and analyze the patterns and rules. The problem-solving speed will become faster. In addition, there are more parts to be solved. The complexity of the entire scene is reduced, and the difficulty of solving the problem is also reduced, which also speeds up the solution speed again. The result of speeding up is that people can't help but become addicted to it, and their concentration is once again improved. Even though this will not significantly improve the speed of answering, it is certain that the two people involved have no time for other things. Besides, their conscious bodies are not real bodies, and there are no nerves on them that will give back any feeling. If they don't notice it themselves, they may not know what's going on, even if these changes erode the foundation of their consciousness. When it comes to the final stage, there is no need to even calculate or anything. It is just a matter of sweeping the stage. Both Lin and Fin operate mechanically, relying on their eyesight and hand speed. When Lin collected the last straight one-way passage, one by one, they overlapped in one place. In the end, this chaotic world turned into something like a seal. It was square in shape, glowing with dark golden light, and seemed to be of great weight. There is great terror in the seal, which makes people afraid. When Fin folded the last silk threads section by section and gathered them together, there was only one green sprout left in this mesh world. This new shoot seems to be there or not, as if it does not exist in front of you, but people can't help but focus on it. In short, the complex world of consciousness was cleared up by the two of them. and all the messy clues were neatly organized and stacked. There is nothing in this world but yourself, and that which is all one. Only then did Linhuffen have time to look at his own appearance. Look at the appearance of the other person under the water. This was originally just for the two of them to look at each other and smile at each other. If you can, use your mouth to compliment the other person. Well done. But what I gained at one glance was very different from what I imagined. A certain time traveler transformed himself into a monster that normal people can't explain. What originally looked like a harmless ball of light now looked like an ugly, rotting mass of flesh. The strange hairs grow randomly like weeds. Here and there in the west, some raised sarcomas look like a baby's hands and feet, or a small section of an adult's hand or foot. The weirdest part is the mass of flesh that is constantly flowing like soft mud. And from time to time, there will be an outline like a human face. These fleeting faces also carry various expressions, ranging from crying to sorrow, shouting, and roaring. It's like countless souls are imprisoned in a mass of flesh. And these souls are seeking to break free. Thin's condition wasn't much better. She now looks similar to the incarnation of World Tree Fasces, who eats dead trees. The originally vague human form and beautiful face are now entangled and covered by various plants, vines, and flowers. On Thin's head, a tree crown-like object was formed. This statement is used because this tree crown is not a specific tree species. It's like a hodgepodge of leaves, with various shrub species, tree species, broadleaves, needle leaves, and banana leaves gathered together in one place. Thin now seemed to be carrying all the plant species in the land on his back, letting them crawl all over his body, leaving only his face and part of his limbs exposed. She couldn't look down at the bottom of the water to see what the other person looked like under the water, of course. She couldn't know what she looked like. After all, there is no mirror here, and there is no way to turn around now. But Thin knew that his predicament was also that person's predicament. The form may be different, but the situation will not be the same, compared to Thin, who cannot turn his head. A person who has traveled through multiple consciousnesses without clear visual organs is also unable to see what is happening to him from a third-person perspective. From a geometric point of view, it is also impossible for the eyes on the surface of the sphere to see their own appearance. But after someone becomes an evil god, he is no longer a perfect sphere, but an irregular shape to some extent. It wasn't that difficult for him to see part of himself. Of course, it would be easy for Lin to see what Thin looked like under the water. There is no need to move the eyes. There is no such organ anyway. If you want to see what's going on underneath, you can see it. But it's a good thing I didn't watch it. An unexpected situation happened immediately after I watched it. Someone is actually hungry. It's not quite accurate to say I'm hungry. It should be said that seeing Thin under the water actually gave someone the feeling of whetting his appetite. I want to eat the other person in one bite. This is not eating in an ambiguous sense, but the eating method of my great Dr. Hannibal. And this desire is so strong, like a person who has been hungry for 7 days and 7 nights. Even if he sees a piece of raw meat in front of him, he will tear it whole. This excitement caused someone's alien-shaped fleshy appearance to tremble. In contrast, the strange tree transformed by Thin did not move at all. Lin certainly didn't think such emotions were normal, let alone that the plant under the water looked delicious. But in this situation, I am eager to gain the upper hand in the competition on both sides of the water, and then devour the opponent. And until all this is completed, neither he nor Thin can leave. In fact, this is not explicitly stated or implied. It's just that someone has such an idea, and what he thinks of it is very likely to directly become a fact. As for the reason, a term suddenly flashed in someone's mind: Guardian. I just want to build the twin towers of the gate, so that the two magic towers can be separated on both sides of the abyss gate to play a coordinating role as guardians. But now it seems that because of the process of igniting the magic tower energy pool, I and Thin were deeply involved in it, which gave myself and Thin the opportunity to become guardians. Such a result is certainly not what anyone is willing to accept. You know, Lin is not even willing to try the opportunity to condense his divine personality and ignite the divine fire, let alone become a guardian. Think about the near-immortal guardians you met. Their appearance is so old that they almost look like decayed objects, with confused memories and slurred speech. Lin would rather live like that. But if you really become a guardian, it is very likely that even death will be a luxury. Maybe suicide is still possible. But there is a high possibility that, like the Moth King in Mount Forest, he will continue to be reborn on the same spot and continue his mission. I just want to build 2 magic towers and let the towers take over the role of guardians. Why did he get involved with the former Demon King? It would be fine if they could be a pair of mandarin ducks with the same destiny. Now it seems that only one of the two can be left. This is really intolerable and unbearable. Unwilling to give up, Lin began to struggle hard. I don't know if the rules have changed because the whole world has returned to order, or for other reasons. In short, any movement someone makes must be coordinated by Fin under the water in order to move normally. But now, he can get rid of the situation of having to synchronize with Fin and start moving on his own. Whether it's pulling hands, kicking, or twisting the body, it can be done. But it's just a little inconvenient. My current situation is like being trapped in a swamp. If you use the wrong force, you will only sink yourself deeper. It can also be said that it is like being trapped in quicksand. If you don't do anything, you will fall into the depths. In the end, let alone trying to break away, it might be difficult to even move your fingers. So the key to breaking free is strength? This hypothesis was quickly rejected by Lin himself. Although I have regained the feeling of my hands and feet, I still feel helpless. It may be very difficult to escape from this predicament in this state. So now, Lin began to seriously study his current situation and what it was like. If in this space, willpower really determines everything, then how far can you achieve it? Simply put, if you imagine that you are a Kryptonian who has been exposed to the yellow sun, can you become Superman and kill everyone? However, facts have proven that such unreasonable imagination has no chance of coming true. Or maybe, someone doesn't think that he is suitable for wearing red underwear from the bottom of his heart. But if you want to get back to what you should be, you can still do it. This is not science, but philosophy. Specifically, the visualization method in Buddhism is most suitable for the current situation. There are no necessary rituals or steps for visualizing the method. It is actually just a trick. And then stay still. This concentration is probably the most important key. It is not only used in contemplation, but also in all Buddhist methods. This concentration is the most important. To explain it crudely, it means that when you enter a certain realm, you should not doubt it. Don't think about things that are there or not, and think that you have to go through some sideways to enter such a realm before you can truly enter. This is not a simple display of confidence, but an attitude that comes from the heart. Let your essence be revealed in every gesture, without any external appearance. It's like a descendant of a noble family who has passed down a family of poems and books, and a nouveau riche. Both of them can afford expensive accessories and expensive clothes, but they give people different impressions. The former's expensiveness is his daily life. The latter's expensiveness has a feeling of being crowned by a monkey. If you want to catch up with others in one life, you need to practice. To put it bluntly, it means working harder than others. However, Lin, who had cut off his ego and superego, had only one me left in his heart. Isn't it too easy to visualize what I look like? The next moment, an arm pierced through the rotten flesh above the water like a cocoon. Chapter 1648 Fin situation. Although the pierced arm was covered in sticky mucus, nothing was actually stained on it. This is not the magical power brought by someone's sky blue Confucian robe, but a cognitive result, something that only happens in this unique world of consciousness. I saw the arm bent, pressed on the surface of the meatball, and struggled to hold it up. Lin's half body broke free and got stuck on the meatball. As for his other arm, the palm is still stuck in the ball of flesh. Lin used all his strength to suck the milk. In addition to using the strength of his stuck arm, his other hand also came over to help pull out. And then he pulled out the stuck hand. With his hands free, of course he had to find a way to pull out his lower body. But the process was not as smooth as expected. It seems that the more parts of myself are freed, the more tightly the remaining parts become bound. Originally, I just felt like I was in thick jelly. Now the upper body is free, but the lower body seems to be stuck in a clod of simulated soil that is about to dry out. It is extremely difficult to even swing the 2 feet like water. But now I am no longer the helpless person I was before. The demonic body that controls the power of the abyss has several tons of strength, if not the power to lift mountains. Press the rotten flesh of the meatball with both hands. The soft pieces of rotten meat are actually not a good place to apply force. But for Lin, who has mastered the technique of exerting force, it is not very troublesome. Press your fingers and palms evenly on the meatball. Bend your arms, and let your energy sink into your dantian. While raising his breast sharply, he straightened his arms, bent his body, and pulled out a large section of his lower body. If the substance in the meatball was not brought out at the same time, someone might have already withdrawn. Instead of like now, the part below the calf is still buried in that strange substance as hard as cement, because his knees couldn't make unnatural bending movements. Lin could only use his waist and hips to keep himself upright on top of the mass of flesh. There is no way to put your hands on the ground to save yourself some effort. How to pull out the part below the calf has become a big problem. If you want to repeat the previous trick, it will definitely not work. In addition to not having a good posture and point for applying force. When I put my hands on the meat ball and exerted force, my two palms were still vaguely sinking into the meat ball. Fortunately, I opened my hand as much as possible to allow more area to contact the meat ball and exert even force. So when it sank in, it didn't sink too deep. Just the surface of the palm was slightly pressed into the flesh. But with this depth, it takes a little effort to pull it out with the palm of my hand. Lin stared at the big lump of flesh beneath him. It is conceivable that if you want to rely on it as a support point and pull out your legs, you will probably sink in instead. It won't be over then. However, looking around, in this empty world, there is nothing that can be used as a point of support for him to exert force and escape. As for the square seal, Lin didn't even want to look at it. Now he can't solve all the troubles he has. This thing is obviously evil. You have to be stupid to think of relying on it. There's just not enough time for someone to think it over. Lin's body, which he struggled to hold up, was suddenly stuck by several tentacles emerging from the meat ball. These tentacles are like living things, wrapping around someone from the sticky point. This is the place where it was touched, and there are no holes around it. Otherwise, Lin can't guarantee whether this thing will find holes to drill. As a man, being entangled by tentacles, and then being moved in and out. As soon as this thought came up, Lin felt bad. So he stared fiercely at the ball of meat that was about to shoot out more tentacles to catch him, and stuff himself back into his body. And cursed. Damn bitch. If the tiger doesn't show off its power, you really think of me as hello_kitty. You really think I didn't fight back. What's the matter? Although the Antion robe was on his upper body, Lin knew better than anyone else that this Confucian robe was just an image and not the real thing. I'm afraid this knockoff doesn't have any of the protective effects that the Ant Sky robe should have. The only thing he can rely on is his own strength. Although the demonized body has brute strength, it is of little use in such an environment. But don't forget, there is a group of people around Lin. Although they also exist in the main material plane in the form of matter, their roots may be more mysterious and elusive. As for his own flash technique, as long as there are clear coordinates, even the conscious world can be revealed to others. After all, someone often walked into the dream world before. Is there any difference between the dream world and the conscious world? Except for the difference in coordinates. Both belong to the metaphysical world and have their own set of physical laws. So Lin is no stranger to this kind of metaphysical world. Since they were no strangers, and the target he wanted to summon also had a mark for locating the flash technique, Lin had no reason to let go of his greatest help at this moment of turning against each other and starting a fight. I saw his right hand raised high and his fingers grasping. There are no slogans shouted loudly, and there are no gorgeous sound and light effects. Just like that, the year wheel appeared in someone's hand, a weapon that had absolutely nothing to do with ordinariness. Holding the sword in his hand, Lin directly rubbed the sword tumbler on his arm. In this world without air and naturally without sound, a whimpering sound came out, as if mourning for the end of something. Holding the sword in his hand, Lin's eyes showed a fierce light, and he stared at more and more tentacles rolling towards him, and shouted, "Come on! Let's fight to the death. I don't care whether you are a guardian or not. Hack you. Go to the twin towers of the gate. Go to the gate of the abyss. Go to the ninth power. Go to HL if you want to mess with me. Don't make it easy for everyone." As a time traveler, I understand one thing very well. Either it explodes in the tentacles, or it is enjoyed in the tentacles. Obviously, Lin didn't want to be part of the group that enjoyed it. So he hit it big when he got started. If this move doesn't work, the next move is suicide. Without discussion. And the response he got was equally crisp and clear. Not only did the tentacles retract all, but even the material that grabbed his feet and became as hard as mixed soil seemed to spit out. Because of this unexpected move, Lin suddenly landed on his face. The wheel of time almost hit his body, causing a gorgeous self-destruction. This time Lin could finally see the appearance of the meat ball from a third person's perspective. And that kind of disgusting, weird, and confusing meat monster that even the prop masters of horror movies and the art designers of horror games can't make. At this time, they are constantly squirming in place, change various postures. It feels like it's enjoying itself, stopping the rotating barrel on the harpoon of the year wheel sword. Lin hid the sword with his backhand and dusted the sleeves and hem of his clothes with his other hand to remove the dust that had not been left behind. Lin pouted and said, "I thought you were so tough." "That's it." Ridden seemed not to understand someone's cynicism, and was still playing with himself. Lin didn't think it was because the lump of meat was acting up, but rather that it seemed like the lump of meat hadn't gone through the entire process yet. So it was evolving, or developing. The key, perhaps, was the square dark golden seal in front of him, and it. But there's no rush to finish this thing. Lin looked at the other world under the water. And Finn didn't move at all. Use flash to get there? Although the world under the water can be observed with the naked eye, Lin can't guarantee the coordinates there. In the metaphysical world, what the naked eye sees and the actual coordinate distance are not necessarily the same thing. So Lin decided to first use a method that might be useful and more intuitive to cross the water. He just stood up straight and fell back. Lying back like this actually requires some courage and concentration. Otherwise, people's subconscious actions will shrink themselves into a ball to protect their vital points. But for Lin now, this level of concentration is really nothing. When he was lying down, the back of his head did not hit the ground, nor did he seem to be lying on the water and floating. Instead, with the position of the sole of the foot as the center of the circle, it was thrown 180 degrees, directly through the water, and stood upright in the world on the other side of the water. Without looking at the green bud suspended in midair, Lin walked towards Finn, who was trapped in a complex of various plants. "Have you given up?" Lin asked softly, looking at the beautiful face with her eyes closed. "You jumped out. Then shouldn't someone take over the affairs here?" Finn did not open his eyes or speak. But her voice can reach other people's ears? "If you want to find a place to die for yourself, this is not a good place. Because you become a guardian. You can't die. You can only rot in endless years. Don't you think such an ending is even more tortured? It's pretty bad. And who told me to stay for her? I stayed. But she wanted to run away as a deserter and die. Do you think it is possible for me to agree to such a thing? I never said anything like that. Anyway, I heard it. Whether you admit it or not. That's to give Leonard a chance. He needs it more than you do. This is the same excuse I used before. Use a new one. Don't imitate me. Then you misunderstood me. I never thought of it that way. That's what I think anyway. It doesn't matter what you originally meant. You have too much self-awareness. This is a disease that needs to be cured. Go and be reincarnated. Not only do I have excessive self-awareness, but I also have a thick skin. This disease cannot be cured. Nor can I be reincarnated. Then what do you want from me?" Finn said impatiently. "Come out. Let's go home." Lin stretched out a hand toward the woman buried in the tree and said, "I won't come out. It depends on what you want. Drag me out? I respect your wishes. But I can wait. This is emotional blackmail. Besides, aren't you afraid of changes in the real world? Just now I was planning to use the year wheel to throw the blame. I don't care about him that much. Isn't the Ninth Power Project important to you? Important. But not worth trading you for. You're such a licking dog. Can you stay away?" "No," Lin said simply. "Let me go." "Can't you? This is even worse. Then how can you let me go?" "Don't think about it in this life. Don't think about it in the next life. Don't think about it in several lifetimes. Why? Tit for tit. You asked me to stay, and I stayed. Since I stayed, you can't even think about leaving. I'm committed. Go to HL. Come and kill yourself. I don't regret dying. It would be even more painful to die of boredom without you." Lin Jiang extended his hand forward and stretched it farther. But this time, a slender hand stretched out from the tree and grasped it with all its strength. Chapter 1649 Success. How two people who fall in love and kill each other will solve the problem afterwards will have to be dealt with afterwards. At the moment, because both men have become deserters, the position of guardian is pending. The whole world seemed to be stuck. Forgetting the meaningless conversation just now, Lin returned to the world with squirming meatballs. He and Finn stood in different places, thinking about the next development together. Well, maybe the former Demon King wasn't thinking. She was being petty, emptying her head, not doing anything, just waiting for someone's instructions. Being willing to cooperate is already her biggest concession. In short, it can be deduced from the situation where someone stayed in the meatball before, and saw the tree, and developed an appetite. Pushing one party to eat the other seems to be a choice. But Lin subconsciously didn't want to use this method, whether it was to let the meatball eat the tree, or vice versa. One of the ancient sayings from my hometown, if the sun does not grow, The shade will not grow. Moderation is the right path. Translated into vernacular, it is called hexini, which does not indicate who is the king. So Lin didn't want to think about which side would be most beneficial to him if he supported the other side. Think about this question as if you have lost something, recalling that when I pulled the person out on the other side of the water, the strange tree with various plants on it did not rush to catch the person back like a ball of meat. This can't be done? Does it matter? Or are you afraid that you will talk about the time wheel again? In addition to the meatballs and strange trees, there is also a square seal and a green bud in the two worlds above and below the water. Unraveling these two things and restoring the original maze and spider web appearance is definitely not the correct answer. Otherwise, there would have been no need to put so much effort into sorting them out before. I'm afraid things started to progress on their own halfway through. Thinking of this, Lin made an experiment and drew a spell model in the air. However, in this world without the 8 powers, the spell model will certainly not play any role. This is just like the Ant Sky robe on my body. It only has its shape, but has no effect. Therefore, it is impossible to weave a circuit system in this world by relying on your own magic knowledge. There are only 6 objects that can work: meatballs, strange trees, seals, green buds, forests, and fen. Of course, the last 2 items need to be eliminated. He will eventually return to the lost landlord plane. And there is no way he can stay here. The same goes for the angry former demon king. So how to arrange and combine the remaining 4 items seems to be the way to solve the problem. But unfortunately, it seems that I only have one chance. There is no possibility of repeating the experiment to obtain the best solution. Well, maybe. But Lin didn't have the courage to give it a try. He wasted his first chance and tried to see if he had a second chance. If science is not enough, magic will help. If magic is not enough, gods will help. If gods are not enough, philosophy will help. Why is the final stage philosophy? Because as long as it can be justified, even if it is nonsense, it can still play a role in this magical world. This knowledge is very important in the metaphysical realm. Because in a world like this, there is no right answer. As long as it makes sense, it can be done. Of course, it is not completely cost-effective. In the face of feedback or resistance, if you can get over it, things will work out. If you can't get over it, things will naturally end there. After thinking about this, Lin understood the situation in front of him. Meatballs, strange trees, seals, and green sprouts. No matter how these 4 things are arranged and combined, whoever devours whomever is the correct answer will have the result. We don't want to achieve the final result by devouring each other and leaving only one of them in the end. Lin could only think about the possibility of letting 2 things coexist, or even 4 things coexisting. So how can multiple things be preserved but connected to each other? The method of using the 8 powers to build bridges will definitely not work. Because there is no power here. If they come into contact with each other, the phagocytosis mechanism will be triggered, and there will be no reservation. Then the only way left was, as soon as Lin's thoughts changed, he forgot about the woman under the water. There was no conversation, and certainly no discussion. As soon as their eyes met for a moment, Lin stretched out his hand and placed it on the seal. And they understood each other's thoughts. Then also made the same move, placing his hand that was so blurry that only the outline could be seen, but no details, on the green bud. The 2 people's movements seemed to have returned to the previous rules, reflecting each other on both sides of the water. There was also no conversation, no eye contact, and no intersection between the 2 parties. But at the same moment, they waved their hands down. Lin and Fen both avoided direct contact with the seal and green bud, but still pushed it diagonally downward. The direction is exactly where the strange tree and the meatball are in another world. The seal and the green bud touched the water at the same time and at the same point. However, there was no collision between the 2. Just like the object in the mirror and the body cannot collide, but they did not float on the water or bounce up because of this. The seal and the green bud just crossed each other, crossed the water boundary, came to another world, and fell into the strange tree and the meatball respectively. The imaginary swallowing did not happen. The seal and green sprouts were like meat fillings thrown into the dough, making the flat dough dent and starting to distort the shape of the strange tree and meatball. But the seal and the green sprouts did not penetrate the strange tree and the meatball, even though the strange tree and the meatball were only pulled by a thin film under the impact of the seal and the green sprout. This makes them like a ball caught by a glove in baseball, with huge momentum rushing forward with the glove. However, The roots of the strange tree are fixed, although the meatball has no legs. It is not carried away by the green shoots driven into the meatball. The original straight-line momentum of the seal and the green bud was captured by an object with a fixed axis and converted into an arc motion, hitting the water. It was different from the situation when the seal and the green sprout passed through the water. The moment the twisted strange tree and the flesh ball hit the water, their respective devouring mechanisms were triggered. The active party should have swallowed up the passive party and become the final winner of this battle of guardians. But the twist is that both sides can, actively, crash into each other. And there are two more tonics. Seal and green bud, that should have been swallowed by the meat ball and the strange tree respectively. The four things came together forcefully and suddenly exploded with hundreds of millions of lumens of light, blinding the eyes of a certain time traveler. Before he could cry in pain, Lin was kicked out of this world of consciousness and returned to reality. This made the petty former demon king not so unlucky. After pushing out the green sprout in front of her, she turned her head away from what someone was planning to do, thus avoiding the direct glare of the light. But even if she didn't look directly at the light source, the terrifying bright light still stimulated the visual senses of her perfect body, causing a brief dizziness. It was during this time that she was expelled from the world of consciousness and returned to reality. In reality, there is no such accumulation of dust, as if it has been thousands of years. The layout and scenery in the magic tower were the same as when I was about to activate the energy pool. The only difference is that in the center of the 6 poles, the mercury-like sphere has condensed and reached equilibrium without any drastic changes. Lin and Fan only need to start the final step, which is to start extracting the power from the energy pool to supply the entire magic tower. At this point, the function of the magic tower is officially online, and the project of building the magic tower is completed. However, the two of them had a tacit understanding and did not activate the magic tower immediately. When you have just come back from a strange world, you always need to confirm whether the surrounding environment and the people around you are safe before proceeding to the next step. Otherwise, if there is a problem somewhere, and you act recklessly without knowing the situation and cause greater damage, then it will be your own responsibility. Anyway, the energy pool has been ignited successfully, and there is no time limit or urgency for the next action. Nor will the energy pool go out just because the power has not been extracted for too long. To be on the safe side, Lin decided to contact Fan first, and the two of them checked the conditions of the magic towers on both sides at the same time. Of course, Fan had no problem with that. The way she has grown to where she is today is not due to recklessness. She has always had a very respectful attitude towards magic, because if you don't respect it, no one knows when magic will betray you. This statement actually personifies magic in some ways. But it's actually the same as a saying from a traveler's hometown: those who are good at swimming drown. Because they are too familiar, they treat them with a casual attitude. Little do they know that accidents can easily occur and cause injuries. Isn't this similar to betrayal? Anyway, then use the same cautious attitude to check the parts she should check. The investigation of the magic tower on the side of Midland is easy. Both Stone and Fan's apprentice, the official magician Marquis Balin, are standing within sight of the former demon king. The two of them did nothing extra except look at the owner who disappeared and reappeared with suspicious eyes. As for the situation in the magic tower, Fan decided to let the three of them work separately, and actually walk through it to confirm with his own eyes that everything was normal in the magic tower. On the abyss side, Lin's situation was not as good as on the lost ground side. The difference between the front and back of the 3rd floor of the magic tower on the abyss side, except that the energy pool is officially online, has not changed much. But the injury occurred on the 2nd floor. Strictly speaking, it was 2 apprentices from a certain time period. Both Halumi and Kaya curled up and lay on the ground with their heads in their hands, motionless. And judging from the vital signs, the situation is a bit pessimistic. Lin rushed forward immediately and made his 2 apprentices lie on their backs. Observe their condition at the same time. Both of them had no external injuries, and even the clothes made of magic silk showed no traces of the battle. But both of their faces were equally pale and bleeding from all 7 holes. He forcefully opened his eyelids, only to see the eyeballs covered with red bloodshot eyes, and the pupils were dilated, as if he had seen something terrifying. Looking at this situation, Lin knew what situation they were encountering without shaking them awake and asking. It was the negative impact of that indescribable thing that I tried my best to avoid before. It seems to be the process of ignition, a strange object used in the core of the energy pool of the magic tower on the abyss side. For unknown reasons, its power broke through the barrier on the 3rd floor and spread to the 2nd floor. As a result, his own apprentice was hurt. Lin now regretted asking them for help. But there is no rush to regret now. We must save people first. Naturally, he informed Fin, who was over there in MIDI. When it comes to saving people, no one is better than her. Chapter 1650 Changes in Reality. In addition to Fin, the Marquis Balan also came to the magic tower on the abyss side. How could the Marquise sit still after hearing that her close friend fell into a coma? Sure, Dong stayed at the magic tower on the side of Midland to guard against other accidents. A group of people hurriedly sent the two unconscious older girls to the second floor, which was originally planned to be used as a living room. As for the furniture, Lin moved it directly from his home in the holy city of Starry. Anyway, the most important thing now is to have a bed where you can lie down properly. I don't care about the feng shui and the position of the bed. The layout of the room is the same. When Fin wants to examine a patient, he does not need to rely on various professional instruments, like a certain traveler. A thorough physical examination would be more troublesome than Guan Gong's victory over 6 generals. It would be difficult to complete even if it takes a day. But as a magic master, why do you need all kinds of machines? Although it is not so strong that it can even find defects in the genetic spectrum with just 2 eyes. However, the method inspired by traditional Chinese medicine, which includes 4 items of inspection: hearing, questioning, and examination, plus at most 1 blood test, allows Fin to grasp more than 90% of the patient's condition. The remaining 10% is not a problem. If no problem can be found through the previous 5 measures, then it proves that the patient's condition is caused by magic. Or to be more precise, it is caused by a curse. Basically following this routine, Fin has not made any mistakes so far. However, both Illumi and Kaya fainted, so naturally they couldn't find out the reason. You can only check it in other ways, coupled with Lin's own inference. That is, the idea related to the indescribable thing. This allowed Fin to confirm the situation of the 2 older girls. When it comes to understanding the indescribable things, as a lich who has relied on the remnants of these outer gods to haunt the old gods for a long time, Fin is certainly familiar with the various situations after being affected, such as going crazy, killing each other, or even tempting the old gods to trace their origins and find the outer gods for a gorgeous showdown. In the early stage when Fin was determined to take revenge, this was her only way to win. In this process, no matter how careful you are, you will inevitably suffer some consequences. Therefore, Fin has some experience in confronting those indescribable beings. Although the condition of the 2 older girls looked bad, their situation was not that serious compared to the real terror of being eroded by the external gods. According to Fin's speculation, the clothes made of magic silk on the 2 apprentices provided the first layer of protection. Then, there is also a set of rings made by someone for the positioning of blink, which also provides a certain degree of protection. With these 2 layers of protection, among the 2 major types of damage caused by indescribable things, corrosive damage from alien energy can basically be eliminated. This kind of energy corrosion is a comprehensive damage to things that exist in the main material world. It is very difficult to treat, and most of the symptoms are irreversible. According to a certain time traveler, after the phenomenon of evil deity transformation occurs, there is no other way to save it except cremation. The other is because they witnessed high-dimensional creatures and were blown away by the redundant information they brought. This is the main reason that can drive people crazy. And it is also irreversible damage. But mental illness can be controlled and comforted, which is different from the situation of evil spirits, where there is really no cure other than reincarnation. So when faced with this situation, people will not despair. Fortunately, Illumi and Kaya knew what they were facing and took corresponding protection as soon as the change occurred. Although he was still injured, according to Fin, the extent of the injury was not serious, although the symptoms looked terrible. As for how crazy they will be and whether they can return to normal, we have to wait until the 2 apprentices wake up to make a judgment. However, one possible benefit is that moderate stimulation may actually enhance the mental strength of the 2 apprentices. This is a blessing in disguise. However, Fin's words sounded like he was comforting Marquis Balan, who was worried about her close friend, and made her feel a little more at ease. Lin didn't think that things would develop so easily towards good things that only had a small chance of happening. There was a higher chance that things would turn bad. It's just that this kind of words is certainly not suitable to say. In addition to making the close friends of your apprentices more worried, it also sounds a bit like a crow's mouth. When they were first discovered, their vital signs were on the verge of collapse, which was actually a side effect of brain confusion and massive endocrine disorders. Under the strong suppression of Fin's life magic, The vital signs of the two apprentices have stabilized, which is better than any medicine. Now that the two apprentices were okay for the time being, Lin and Fen's attention turned back to the magic tower. The Marquis of Balin and the two big girls were sent back to their home in the holy city of Starry with a snap of someone's fingers. The Marquise would naturally find someone to take care of her. Although it was okay to stay, in order to avoid any accidents, it was better to send him away. As for checking the magic tower, Lin Heffen could only do it in person. No one can do it for them. For the two of them, this was like a formality. They didn't expend much energy and didn't feel tired at all. But after walking around like this, both of them found that there were many things on the magic tower that were different from the previous inspection. These changes are quite subtle, and most do not affect the original functionality. Even when someone was designing it, the power circuits of the magic tower were already arranged quite tightly, leaving little room for change. But even so, a little change was still squeezed out. Most of them are not affected, which means there is still a small part of the original functions that are affected, even to the extent of changes. These changes cannot be said to be good or bad, but more of a qualitative change. For example, the magic circle that uses the wind element becomes a magic circle that uses the water element, and other small changes. Overall, the functionality of the magic tower does not deviate from someone's original design, and those changes do not affect its use. Even at the most critical moment, the function you use to save your life will not turn into a life-saving function just because of such a small change. But it doesn't make sense to say that those small changes made the entire magic tower more efficient or made it better in some aspects. However, these changes were not the focus of Lin's attention. The point is, what caused these changes? According to the simulation, the reason why the magic array runes on the magic tower undergo these changes is because something once squeezed into these vacated gaps. And this thing is gone now. So the position is vacant. As for what this thing is, thinking about what was causing trouble in the conscious world before, it is not difficult to guess who is the initiator of the change in the magic tower. In other words, when you are trapped in the world of consciousness that appears due to the ignition of the energy pool, the magic tower is likely to be parasitized by the strange object at the core of the energy pool. Because of this, the two apprentices of my family saw the indescribable things and were contaminated by them. This guess was soon confirmed by Lin from Hefkin's report. When the energy pool is ignited, the robot fleet is deployed above the magic tower to guard it, whether it is the side of the land or the abyss. During their monitoring, for a period of time, the two magic towers suddenly experienced changes. The magic tower on the side of the lost land was suddenly replaced by towering trees. If it weren't for the tree trunk near the root, I would have seen a building with a magic tower. The robots all thought that the magic tower had disappeared and was replaced by the world tree. You have to know that a giant tree of that size, even in the magical world of Lost Land, not any plant can grow that tall. If a tree can have the size of a small mountain, it must be a world tree. In addition to the magic tower being replaced by tree shadows, less than half of the magic circle city that the robots had worked hard to build was destroyed by tree roots that randomly traveled through the ground. The enchanted houses are still strong, but the adobe houses that have not been enchanted due to insufficient materials will suffer. Compared with the abnormalities on the side of the lost land, the side of the abyss is more terrifying. A magic tower is shrouded in the shadow of an alien god, and that city with only adobe houses turned into a scene of demons dancing wildly. Even though this place is an abyss, the scene that makes demons scalp numb after looking at it is really worse than H.L. Fortunately, the robot fleet cleared the area before the tower was built. So at this time, there were no demonic creatures within 10 miles of the magic tower. And of course, no demons saw that terrifying scene. The robots on the side of the abyss actually saw it. But the indescribable things are not that harmful to the elemental elves, even now that they are transformed into robots. This may be because both are high-dimensional creatures, or have other similarities. But even if the robot doesn't go crazy because he sees something indescribable, he plans to transform into Skynet and stage a judgment day or something like that. They also had no way of recording what they saw and providing it as evidence to someone, because it needs to be turned into a photo or video. Even if the magic of the arcane eye records not only the picture, but also something deeper, the indescribable thing contains too much information to be completely recorded. Unless someone plans to watch a mysterious version of a supernatural video, the robots may be able to pull out a large capacity video containing noise from their memory unit to give someone a try. It's just that what I saw at that time was not a videotape of the level of Ghost Stories of the Seven Nights. Even the robot can't guarantee what the thing he pulled out from the memory unit is. Thanks to the fact that the magic tower's evil transformation only lasted for a short while. Everything returned to its original state, without any enchantment treatment. The adobe house, that was intended to be a magic circle city, was completely destroyed. Even if it didn't turn into a mound, there would be no way for people to live there. So on the Abyss side, the robot fleet is busy rebuilding the adobe houses in the magic circle city. After all, someone hasn't accepted it yet. Of course, it's impossible for the robots to hand over a pile of dirt to him. For this reason, Hefkin was complaining. Only then did Lin know that the magic tower on the side of the Abyss had experienced such an incident. But this also explains very well why 2 of his apprentices fell. It can only be a problem when the magic tower transforms into an evil god. After confirming that those small changes would not affect the magic tower, Lin was not in a hurry to make the changes immediately. He quickly activated the magic tower and sent away the robot fleet in the sky. Speaking of which, today is already the 8th day. It has exceeded the originally expected time, and the situation of the robots has become increasingly unstable. There is nothing wrong with activating the magic tower early to intimidate the robots. Chapter 1651 Big Earthquake. After the magic tower is ignited in the energy pool, it is not officially opened yet. The reason is very simple. Because the power is extracted from the energy pool and supplied to the entire magic tower, so that the magic array runes on the magic tower can exert their due effectiveness. Such an action has not been done yet. Lin and Fin came back to the 3rd floor of the magic tower on the side of the Wonderland and the Abyss. In front of the energy pool, Lin and Fin were counting the numbers silently in their minds based on the principle that the 2 towers must coordinate their operations. Because all the previous actions were coordinated and, okay, by both parties. Even when entering that strange world of consciousness, these conditions were not relaxed. Therefore, the 2 did not want to violate this principle when starting up at the last moment. Who knows, if I don't follow the instructions, there will be some mistakes that shouldn't be made, and the whole thing will be messed up. In line with the idea that doing more is worse than doing less. No matter whether it is a certain time traveler or the former demon king, they will not care about coordinating time and carry out this method simultaneously. At the moment when the countdown reached 0, the 2 stood in 2 places and fiddled with a certain rune on the 6-pole cantilever at the same time. The 6-pole cantilever originally only extracted the power from the energy pool to form a field that restrained the energy pool. Now it increases the amount of power extracted and transports it towards all parts of the magic tower. The magic array runes that have passed the power for the first time, even if they are not specially designed, are like electrified light tubes, gradually lighting up. This is the spiritual light belonging to magic, which descends from the 3rd floor of the magic tower, with the energy pool as the center, and spreads outward. And those subtleties affected by the vines produced by the indescribable things, or the seeds of the world tree, such as the simulation results of Lin Hufen during the inspection, do not affect the normal operation of the magic tower. Of course, there is no abnormal vortex of power that creates unpredictable additional effects. The defense and monitoring functions that the magic tower should have came online in an instant. In the main control room on the 3rd floor, the water mirror screen walls lit on the left and right sides display the monitoring results at the same time. The deep space telescope installed on the top of the tower and used to detect the starry sky, its orbit, which is used to adjust the direction and angle, has also begun trial operation and self-inspection operations. Under the attention of the robot fleet, the telescope, whose caliber was comparable to the main gun of a battleship-class robot, swayed up and down, left and right. The most important function of the twin towers of the gate, which is to coordinate the 2 sides of the Abyss gate and stabilize the magic array runes in this space channel, only takes effect at the end. Because this function is not limited to the magic array in a certain area, but is based on the entire magic tower body, including 36 small magic arrays and 72 auxiliary magic arrays. A huge magic circle. To compare with this scale, only Lin observed the 6 united towers from a distance when he was in the holy city of Estali, and used the 6 towers to combine to form a magic circle to protect the Great Library. The reason why the 6 united towers magic circle is large is that it contains many functions in different directions. In addition to resisting external energy and non-energy attacks, it also has functions such as delaying internal time, dust removal, noise reduction, etc., for the purpose of maintaining the large library. But in fact, from Lin's perspective, if he wanted to achieve the same function, he wouldn't need to occupy so much space at all. Especially since this is the arrangement of 6 5-story towers at the same time. Although in the eyes of outsiders, this is an unprecedented amount of effort and difficulty. On the twin towers of the gate, the magic arrays used to coordinate the two sides of the Gate of the Abyss were to be deployed according to the rune design of the 6 towers of Starry in the Holy City. If there were not 10 or 8 towers, they would probably not be able to accommodate Lin, the designed runes. And when these talismans exerted their due effect under the transmission of power, outside the tower, the complete Abyss door, that was already quite stable, seemed to rise another step, showing the world on the other side. Be lifelike. If the Gate of the Abyss is incomplete, there will be no chance to see what the other side looks like. All you can see is all kinds of strange and distorted scenery. And you can even see nothing clearly. At this point, the Twin Towers of Gate is officially launched. Its function of stabilizing the Gate of the Abyss was also successfully activated. As for whether the Guardian's powers and responsibilities specifically fall on the 2 dead objects of the Magic Tower, Lin can only say that it remains to be seen. This is not like a game. When you complete something, there are always reminders to tell others that you have done it. Just as someone looked at the progress bar on the monitoring screen, all the functions of the Magic Tower were online, and the feedback for different functions were also transmitted to the screen. A strong sense of unreality filled Lin's heart. Unlike before, when I planned to queue up the Magic Towers to start one by one, there always happened to be some tantrums and inexplicable shutdowns. It didn't drag itself into unknown territory like when it was lit. No more weird things happened. The Magic Tower was successfully activated just when someone was about to conduct a full-function self-check on the condition of the Magic Tower because of the unreal feeling. A strong earthquake struck. He was shaking so hard that he couldn't stand. If he hadn't stretched out his hand to support the wall next to him, he might have fallen to the ground in a disgraceful manner. But there was no one else on the 3rd floor of the Magic Tower, so naturally no one would remember this embarrassing scene. The quality of the Magic Tower is naturally quite excellent. Made of all magic materials, it won't collapse like those tofu houses that cut corners. So Lin is not worried about whether he will be crushed by a falling wall panel or beam. But the most important question to consider now is, where did the earthquake come from? The arcane eye on the Magic Tower is already considered as standard equipment for someone. Although the monitoring of geological and landforms is not within the scope of conventional display, Lin has never neglected this aspect. Naturally, all the data from a few minutes ago to the present can be retrieved and displayed on the water mirror screen that is pulled out. The pure data may not be easy to understand, but combined with the map and the color depth, Lin quickly confirmed one thing. An earthquake had just occurred. However, the area of influence is only the Magic Tower and its surroundings, and the power of the earthquake becomes weaker the further away from the Magic Tower. But the source of the earthquake was not at the Twin Towers of the Gate on the Abyss side. The reason why Lin's position is shaking is due to a resonance phenomenon similar to that of a tuning fork. This means that the real location of the disaster is on the side of the lost world. Thinking of this, Lin didn't care whether there was anyone guarding the Magic Tower on the side of the Abyss. A flash technique. Just come to the side of Lost Land. In the Magic Tower on the side of Lost Land, everything looks like normal. Even Finn stood in front of the console normally, doing his own operations. However, this is also because the Magic Tower has just been built, and nothing that can be smashed or dropped has been moved in yet. So it is not certain whether the big earthquake just happened in Midland. Seeing Finn's back, and Sure Dong's expression squinting at him, Lin automatically ignored the latter. The guy who sewed up corpses and transformed them showed that kind of virtue to everyone except the owner who made it. Lin was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned to look at the real owner he was looking for this time and asked, "Was there an earthquake in Midi just now?" Fun, who was concentrating on the operation, didn't reply. She just threw 2 pictures over. One is the real scene outside the Magic Tower, the Magic Circle City that the robots worked hard to repair. Those unenchanted adobe houses collapsed once again. The other screen was the same one Lin had used in the Magic Tower on the Abyss side. It was a map of the surrounding area of the Magic Tower, with color information about the area affected by the earthquake added. Judging from this map with a radius of about 2 kilometers, there is no place that is not affected by the earthquake, and there is no obvious trend, which means that the earthquake power in this area is about the same. Can the display range of the results detected by the arcane eye be enlarged? It seems that what Finn is doing is his own thoughts. However, the Magic Tower has just been opened, and there is not much recorded data. Can you tell anything from this limited information? Lin was a little skeptical. The reason why they are so concerned about this disaster is not because some time traveler has suddenly become compassionate, but simply because the timing is too coincidental. It is said that an earthquake of this magnitude occurred just after the twin towers of the gate were opened. It seems a bit too arbitrary to say that there is no connection between the two. If the earthquake was caused by the establishment of the twin gate towers, then it was necessary for him to collect as much relevant information as possible. Even if you don't challenge the possible side quests head-on, you still have to be mentally prepared for it. If it doesn't matter, let's do disaster relief. Regardless of trying to cover everything, it is still possible to at least help in the most serious areas. A person may not think that he has the noble character of compassion for others, but he still has compassion. Speaking of which, it seems that I have never encountered a major earthquake of this magnitude since I traveled to the Lost Land. If you want to know the scope of the earthquake, if the magic tower is not enough, Lin has a better tool at hand. He shouted casually. Where is Hefkin? On the 3rd floor of the magic tower. In a space that should have been empty, silver sand suddenly began to gather. The gathering speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a thumb-sized mechanical girl with twin ponytails. The silver-white mechanical girl is not just sitting in mid-air absorbing the silver sand. When she first appeared, she flipped forward nimbly, with graceful and smooth movements. When she landed on the ground and rolled forward, and when she got up again, she already looked like her usual pocket-sized robot. First he made a posture with his legs raised and his skirt twirled, and then he changed to a front and to back posture, with his scissor hand still pressed against his cheek. The Hive Queen appeared and said, I feel you summoned me in a very rude way, but I forgive you this time. Tell me, why did you call me out? Lin didn't say much nonsense and asked directly, how much do you know about the earthquake in Niddy? I saw a certain magician calling the commander of the robots and asked him directly about the earthquake. Then also put down the work at hand, turned his head, and cast his eyes full of indescribable emotions. Hefkin stood up straight and projected a map of the Lost Lands with her eyes that were so big that they occupied almost a third of her face. Above is a color block distinction similar to someone's habit, showing the power of earthquakes in various places. Suppose Hefkin's data is correct. So this earthquake in Midi is a terrifying super earthquake that affects the entire Midi continent. The epicenter, where the earthquake was most powerful, fell within the scope of the Guana Empire, because the map of the mystery that Hefkin showed was only related to the general terrain. There was no division of the Mist's forces, and there were no other obvious boundaries, so it was not easy to judge the detailed location. As for the location of the epicenter, Lin could only roughly compare it with the map in his mind. He said in surprise, It seems like Chapter 1652 Advancement to the Nine Realms. Because the robot was conducting direct reconnaissance from above, the map must be quite accurate. It's just a matter of what kind of projection method is used to change it into a flat map. So Lin wanted to compare the map provided by the robot to see which sphere of influence he knew. But it took a little effort. But Hefkin, as if on purpose, pinched someone at the point when he was about to come to a conclusion and said, You read that right. That's the location of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. It's not his. The problem with the Wood Elf tribe is the problem with the tree. Well, it's not actually a problem. It's their longing. If Lin couldn't understand such an obvious reminder, it would be a waste of time for him to have a brain on his neck, he exclaimed. Advanced? No. Someone flashes and disappears. Yes. Looking at the empty position, Hefkin suddenly felt discouraged. It's polite to wait for the person to finish speaking. It's polite. Do you understand? Humans? Ha-ha. Looking at Hefkin, who was so angry that he stamped his feet, then laughed twice, and then followed someone's footsteps to watch the fun. This caused Hefkin's anger level to rise again, and the entire pocket-level mechanical body jumped in anger. It's just that she didn't remember where she was for a while, and her jump was filled with anger, with the mentality of stepping through the floor. Then before Finn left, he didn't forget to turn on the defense function of the magic tower. The result was that the white destructive light was densely woven like a web, horizontally and vertically, directly cutting her into thousands of peas the size of fingertips. If it were an ordinary creature or other robot, this would be a fatal blow. But for the Queen of the Hive where the nano-worms have gathered, it's just a temporary dissociation. Although many small bugs died, compared to her total number, they were nothing. However, I remembered that I was in the magic tower. The energy pool was online again, and all functions were activated. Hefkin gave in immediately, broke into pieces, and disappeared on the spot. It's not that she can't deal with this magic tower. As one of the tower builders, even if there is no backup plan hidden inside, he will still study the weaknesses of the magic tower. But if the tower was really touched, Hefkin gave up the idea of destroying the tower for revenge just by thinking about the people and things involved. It is true that she is very confident about herself now. But she is not confident enough to be an enemy of the whole world. It's just, you still have to go see the excitement. In her long life as an elemental elf, she had never encountered such a major event as World Tree promotion. Even if it is known, it is only news after the fact. Now that I had the opportunity to join in the fun, there is nothing wrong with taking a look and gaining some knowledge. With this thought, the nanoworms from far away began to gather, adding to Hefkin's many clones. The location is right on the edge of Yggdrasil's territory. The territory of the World Tree is the scope of its root system expansion. In this area, even with powerful divine power, there is a possibility of suffering a loss. The only way to compete with it is to invade its territory with the essence of other world trees. The higher the quality of the essence, the lower the oppression from the World Tree realm can be reduced. Of course, there is no such thing in Hefkin. And she is not like the magician who can stand on an equal footing with the world trees. In order to avoid being treated as an enemy, the Hive Queen simply stayed far away, standing outside the realm of the World Tree and staring inside. Generally speaking, the world inside and outside the realm of World Tree can be regarded as two different worlds, and the scenes that can be seen are naturally completely different. But for Hefkin, who was new to space and mathematics, it was not difficult to stand at one end and look at the other. So just to be on the safe side, the Hive Queen decided to just watch from a distance. It was too reckless to run into the realm of World Tree, especially an ancient one. Who knows if there are any taboos in their promotion? If they violate it, how bad it will be. Compared to Hefkin's cautiousness, Lin holds a high seat in the Turtle Dove Alliance, although Finn did not enter the high seat meeting. She was also involved in the early stages of someone's contact with the World Tree. Naturally, the World Trees are no stranger to her either. Under normal circumstances, outsiders are not welcome to visit the World Tree. However, Lin and Finn had a history of helping World Tree advance together. So when they appeared, Yggdrasil was not distracted by asking the Wood Elves under his command to drive them away. It means that this ancient man doesn't have time to care about these trivial matters. The cause of the comprehensive earthquake in the Lost Continent, as well as the constant aftershocks now, is indeed the World Tree Yggdrasil. Over the long years, this ancient man's accumulation has long since exceeded the threshold for upward breakthrough. The reason why it has been unable to break through is of course, that this world does not allow it. When the restriction that restrained him disappeared, his strength, which was already on the edge of pressure, inevitably surged upwards. So Yggdrasil, the World Tree, advanced. It can be said that he has been prepared for this change for a long time. Or it can be said that he is not prepared enough. I have been preparing for a long time because everything seems to be falling into place. And I am making rapid progress on the broad road irreversibly. The lack of preparation was because it happened so suddenly. He was not prepared and did not expect it to come so violently. So when the opportunity for promotion came, this ancient man only cared about himself and could not care about reducing his influence. So the earthquake happened. For an ancient person who has already connected 8 alien worlds, regardless of the energy tide caused by connecting one more world, its power should not be much different from any other time in the past. So he can naturally handle it easily. In fact, in the process of promotion, he has to reconstruct his own protection methods so that he can resist the 9 energy tides from 9 different alien worlds. This power will be superimposed. Instead of being able to cope with one, you can cope with 9 situations at the same time. Because of this, the difficulty of advancing to the World Tree will become higher and higher. In addition to what Yggdrasil experienced, it was the first time in the history of Lost Land to advance to the 9 realms, without any previous experience to refer to. We could only rely on the foundation of World Tree itself. Therefore, this ancient man simply did not have the energy to take care of things that were not helpful to his promotion. Regarding the occurrence of major earthquakes, even if they are aware of it, they are powerless. Knowing the situation of Yggdrasil, Lin couldn't help but feel lucky. You know, there are 2 ancient world trees in Lost Land. Fortunately, another person gave me a world tree seed with a sign from an alien plane as a gift more than 10 years ago, at the cost of a decline in his realm. World Tree Fastness, who is also an ancient, has not yet had time to improve his realm and return to the realm of the 8 realms. So at the moment when he broke the shackles, he did not follow in the footsteps of Yggdrasil and advance together. If this had been hundreds of years earlier, the magic tower had not been planted all over the Lost Continent, and there was a gap in realm between the 2 world trees that had been fighting for their entire lives. The dominant side did not immediately gather all its strength to strangle the weaker side. It's for revenge, but also to avoid future troubles. But in this era, the relationship between world trees has changed from competition to cooperation. As long as the new world tree does not join in and disrupt the existing order, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are one body and have the same destiny. Although Phases regretted that he was a step too late, he did not blame others. Such negative emotions do not exist in World Tree. The regret of World Tree Fastness is the luck of all creatures on Earth. Lin couldn't imagine that if Fastnath also entered the promotion state at the moment when the shackles were lifted, he would be as unable to take into account the situation outside of himself as Yggdrasil. So what will happen in Lost Land? Someone will not foolishly think that an earthquake will happen. Things won't get better or worse with one more person joining in the fun. What's especially bad is that when two ancient beings get together, will the power of the earthquake add up or multiply? Don't think that when two ancient beings have a chance to advance, they will, for the sake of Midi's righteousness, give in to one of them so that the other can embark on the path of advancement first. Even if you let other trees be the pioneers, it won't work for you to explore the way for yourself. Therefore, it is Midland's great luck that the ancient man Fastness failed to advance in the first place. And this development also confirms one thing. That is someone's 9 power plan, which is indeed helpful for the development of the world trees. Yggdrasil embarking on the road to promotion also means that Lin has fulfilled the agreement he made with the world trees and repaid his biggest debt in the Lost Lands. This also means that I have a reason to lie down in the magic tower in the future, regardless of the thunder and lightning outside. Implement my home principle and live the same life as before time travel. No, better than before time travel, because you can work from home. You don't have to go to the company anymore, and you don't have to look at your boss's face. So beautiful. A certain magician, who was watching from a close distance, was thinking so in his heart. The reason why he and Finn can stand in this position and watch the advancement of World Tree at close range is that in addition to the good relationship between the two parties and Lin's stance that makes him non-threatening, the bigger reason is that Yggdrasil, I want to demonstrate, just like the hometown of a traveler. Every country's military parade ceremony tries its best to invite state guests from all over the world to visit. In addition to promoting our country's prestige, what other benefits does it have? With Yggdrasil's accumulation and his past experience, this unprecedented promotion to the 9 realms will be equally difficult for him. But it won't cause any major problems. Probably the only thing that cannot be taken into consideration is the environment outside of itself. That is, disasters such as earthquakes on the scale of the entire Midland continent cannot be effectively suppressed, since he is sure of his promotion. And the challenge is to advance to the 9 realms, which has never been attempted by World Tree. Why not find someone to witness it, so that others can promote his reputation afterwards? It's not that the World Tree is a plant, so it doesn't have the same desires as humans. There are also comparisons and needs among the World Trees. Otherwise, what was the purpose of attacking the World Trees in the past? It was just to seize the landmarks and foundations of other trees as a basis for one's own advancement. Although the World Trees have now changed to a cooperative relationship, the two ancients are undoubtedly the leaders of all World Trees. But isn't there any competition between the two ancient beings? They are old rivals who have been fighting each other for most of their lives. Vasez gave birth to a seed with a beacon on the condition of descending to a lower level. Could it be that his brain is broken? Although plants have no brains, Vasez's intention in doing this was to actively find a way for the World Trees to continue climbing to the top. Such an attitude has invisibly affected the views of other World Trees on him. Of course, Yggdrasil, who is also an ancient, wants to win back the victory. Through the mouth of the neutral. Chapter 1653 The Impact of Promotion. Of course, Lin didn't know what the ancient His Majesty in front of him was thinking. Yggdrasil was busy with his own affairs. And of course, he didn't have time to explain to a certain magician. In fact, if he really wants to achieve his goal, this ancient man will not use such crude methods and let someone use a loudspeaker to help him publicize it everywhere. All that is needed is for someone to stand here. And if someone else or another tree asks about it in the future, he can mention it. And that is enough. It can be said that as long as someone who joins in the fun appears here, His Majesty the Ancient One's plan will come true. However, this kind of thing itself is not considered a loss or a gain for Lin, since there is no profit or loss. It doesn't matter. It is better to watch it with concentration. You may make some different discoveries, and even use it to improve yourself. Lin once helped World Tree advance. But that person was just moving from the first realm to the second realm. Although it is different from the level of progressing from 8 realms to 9 realms like Yggdrasil. But there are no big changes in terms of opening up the alien world and welcoming the energy tide. The focus of Yggdrasil is to reconstruct its own defense system. Just like building a stronger embankment. This process is much more complicated than when I first assisted Wall. After all, the two have to cross different levels. The whole process, given someone's computing power today, would not be difficult. Lin had already made an in-depth analysis of all the mysteries of the World Tree a few years ago. However, I am still at the stage of understanding it, and have not yet fully comprehended it. But figuring out what World Tree is doing is no longer a big problem. All the actions of Yggdrasil, the World Tree, were within Lin's expectations, and there was nothing outstanding about them. Perhaps he was the one in the middle of the game, and care would lead to chaos, so he didn't spend any time restraining his own power. This resulted in constant earthquakes and disasters in the outside world. In line with the principle of helping whenever he can, Lin mobilized the power of the deeper roots of the World Tree. That is, the Earth's veins. Doing this will not affect Yggdrasil. It only needs to rely on the power of the other 24 World Trees to suppress this disaster that is spreading throughout the entire land. It seems that the earthquake in the entire Lost Land was so severe today, and it has nothing to do with me. It was he who changed the direction of the Earth's veins in the Lost Continent, making the locations of the 25 World Trees the nodes of the Earth's veins. This allowed Yggdrasil's out-of-control power to affect the entire Lost Land through the Earth's veins. When the World Tree Waldwo advanced, except for beings at certain levels and above who could feel it, ordinary people had no idea that such a thing had happened. At that time, the connection between the World Tree and the Earth line was not as deep as it is today. Today, if we want to reduce the influence of Yggdrasil from spreading to other places, it is not difficult as long as the World Trees on the ley line contribute to suppress it. The bad thing is that the attitude of the World Trees towards various climates and disasters in the land is always high. Even if the matter has something to do with them, they never take the initiative to help people avoid disasters or reverse any phenomenon. Plants, do you expect them to be so merciful and take the world as their own responsibility? The World Tree only cares about 1/3 of an acre within the scope of its root system, and does not care about an inch beyond it. It's just so personal. But if someone takes the lead, they will not hesitate to lend their power. Although the main premise is that this person is recognized by them. There is no doubt that Lin is such a person. In particular, Yggdrasil has been promoted with great fanfare. Perhaps after he has been promoted to this level, he does not know that he will be stuck until the year of the monkey and the moon of the horse. But the other World Trees are on their way. It can be said that these big guys are in the right mood. If a certain magician wants to use their power to suppress the earthquake in the Lost Land, there will be no problem at all. There should have been constant aftershocks in the area, but those swaying moments disappeared without a trace. This is a good thing, because according to someone's estimation, although the first earthquake is the most powerful now, there will be aftershocks next. But the real killer will be later. The moment the World Tree Yggdrasil builds its own dam and successfully guides the energy tide of the 9 realms. The huge energy impact poured into the World Tree will inevitably follow the Earth's veins and affect the entire mystery land. That is the most powerful moment. At least 2 to 3 times more powerful than the one at the beginning. If left alone, some poor quality magic towers may be damaged. Don't think that any magic tower is like a castle or fortress. It can be compared to being made of steel. When someone first settled in the Tower of the Great Sage, someone opened a balcony in that tower, allowing for good air circulation and beautiful scenery. If no one comes in to maintain it, it is not impossible for it to be ruined. Returning to the issue of disaster, Lin suddenly thought that the subsequent major earthquake was suppressed by him and the World Trees. Even if it still shakes, it is at most on the verge of feeling an earthquake and won't cause much damage. But what about before? Around the twin towers of the gate, the houses that were intended to be a magic circle city fell down as long as they were not enchanted. How serious will the disaster be in other places? You must know that the houses that will collapse around the twin towers of the gate are just adobe houses. But they were also built by robots, who were the original Earth Elemental Elves. It is impossible to cut corners, and all kinds of foundation and compaction work are even more meticulous. This level of quality is unimaginable elsewhere. Although this era of MIDI is not like the hometown where a certain time traveler lived. There are high-rise buildings with reinforced concrete everywhere. Once it collapses due to an earthquake, there is no construction machinery to excavate, and it is impossible to save it by human hands alone. Apart from castles and towers, there are basically no high-rise buildings in the Lost Land. At most they are 2 floors. And even 3 floors are rare. Most of them are still built style houses, mainly made of bamboo strips and mud. Or they are wooden houses. If such a house fell down, although the damage would not be as serious as the situation in a certain time traveler's hometown, people would still be killed. If the person who is suppressed cannot be treated quickly, he will die. In this world, there are always weaknesses. So, how many people were injured in the previous earthquake? How many people died? It's okay not to want to. Once you think about it, nothing will go well. Lynn began to think about the available power at hand. In order to achieve a rescue on the scale of the whole land, there is only one person that can be used. And I can't help but look to the sky, even though they were among the Wood Elf tribe. With the canopy of the World Tree blocking the sky above their heads, the presence of the robot fleet was still strong. The battleship's main cannon may not be able to harm the World Tree itself, but the protected elves are probably out of luck. This is like the demon army commanded by the Lord of the Abyss. When facing the robot fleet, even though the Lord would not be harmed, they could not protect any demon. When it comes to investing this power, Lynn has no hesitation. After speaking to the priest of the Wood Elf tribe, the man flashed onto the bridge of Hefkin's battleship clone. Generally speaking, battleship-level robots do not require an operator and can perform various qualified tactical actions. The robots on it are more of just crew members, just watching the show, and they have no combat mission. But Hefkin's normal battleship is not a colonial ship-level super battleship like the imaginary number. It's the Battle Patrol class, which is a big guy with strong firepower but thin skin, because she needs to maintain other nanoworm clones scattered around for communication or special tasks. If you want to gather them into a colony ship, you have to recruit all the nanoworms. It's not that she can't continue to increase the total. It just doesn't make sense. The bridge of her battle patrol is very different from the unmanned control of other battleship-level robots. There are many pocket-sized twin-tailed mechanical girls, wearing different sailor or officer uniforms, staying at various posts and responsible for operational tasks. Even if they can access the programmed operating interface, they can achieve microsecond level or even faster micro-operation. But these mechanical girls still like to operate with their hands, and they are full of bad taste. When Lynn boarded the bridge, he enjoyed the expressionless attention of everyone on the bridge. The feeling was even weirder than the atmosphere in a Western cowboy movie when the protagonist enters a bar and the whole place goes silent. Hefkin, who was wearing an aqua blue officer's coat and a white, black-brimmed large-brimmed hat, jumped down from the captain's seat with her short legs. He came to a certain magician and asked, "Your Excellency, you have come to me specially. Do you have anything to give me?" Then followed and appeared behind someone, although she looked like a little follower. In fact, she noticed the change in someone's face throughout the whole process, and then decided to follow him. Lynn ignored the conversation with the former Demon King and asked Hefkin directly, "Do you have a real-time picture of my house?" As one of the robots, who had been following the magician for a long time, Hefkin certainly knew that the home he was referring to was the mansion in the holy city of Estali. The twin-tailed mechanical girl didn't say much nonsense. The mechanical girl in officer's uniform on the captain's seat nodded, and underneath, there was a communications officer operating the console in front of her. After a while, the real scene of someone's home was shown through the lens of the surveillance bug and put on the main screen of the bridge. Strictly speaking, that mansion was a magic circle city similar to the Twin Towers of Gate, an ordinary house with magic materials added to it, based on the conditions in the magic circle city. Any enchanted house could withstand the earthquake disaster, but all the adobe houses fell down. It may be that the holy city of Starry is much closer to the World Tree Yggdrasil than the Twin Towers of the Gate, so the earthquake is much more powerful. At least the big house that I have lived in for more than 10 years has collapsed partially, although it has not completely collapsed. You can see on the screen that many people are rescuing people from the rubble. I don't know if anyone is trapped underneath, but there is the old black dragon. Although it is disabled, it still has one hand intact. With the size of a giant dragon, not only is it better than heavy engineering machinery, it is also much easier to use than an ordinary excavator. I wonder what happened to those 2 girls. It means staying in the magic tower and being tricked by that indescribable thing. After sending them home, they encountered another earthquake and the house collapsed. With this kind of luck, it would be better to teach them to burn incense and worship Buddha after returning, so as to change their luck. "It's so miserable. Are those girls okay?" someone said unconsciously. "I'll go back and help," then said from behind Lynn. Lin Lu tilted his head, thought for a while and said, I still have something to ask the robots to deal with. I will go back after I finish explaining it. Now that the former Demon King has returned, he doesn't have to rush back immediately to join in the fun. Anyway, Then has a way of resurrecting people after they die. So why not stay and finish the whole thing properly? Then flashes out of sight. One person was left behind, looking at the twin-tailed mechanical girl across the bridge. Chapter 1654, Rescue. How is the earthquake damage in various places? Are there any pictures to see? Lin asked. Hefkin directly called up real-life images from all over the land, including those from other robots, and some of his own surveillance bugs scattered everywhere, coupled with a map of the whole land on the side, marking the source of the image. More than 10 frames flashed every second, from north to south, from east to west, regardless of whether they are nobles or commoners, rich or poor. They are all treated equally in the face of natural disasters. No one will be spared because of their status, nor will the old, weak, women and children be spared. Maybe the houses of rich and powerful people are built more solidly. But when he fell down, the pressure was relatively solid. The most difficult ones are those who live in castles and fortresses. In Midland, such sites are usually made of stone, and the stones are all piled up, and no adhesive or other items are used to strengthen the connection between the stones. This kind of building is usually very stable, but if there is a big earthquake, it will fall down like shaking building blocks, and no one can stop it. If unfortunately you are suppressed, you will usually settle the account directly. Anyway, whatever you suppress will be destroyed, even if someone is lucky enough to be in the gap of the collapse. They will either die of thirst or starvation when they are rescued with the help of MIDI's disaster relief methods. Although magic can do many things, the magic in the Lost Land is still mainly for killing, followed by living and manufacturing. And there is no disaster relief at all. This also means that the people in the Obsessed Land do not have much awareness of disaster relief. So you can only imagine how many people they can rescue in the golden time. Although someone doesn't really want to bring such a disaster to himself, he can't say it cruelly that it has nothing to do with him. World Tree can make such a big fuss. Isn't it because he is adding fuel to the flames? If you really can't do anything, you might just go home, cover your head with a quilt, and pretend you don't know anything. But today there are organic people, and it is easy for them to annihilate demons. It is not difficult for them to destroy any kingdom or empire. It is certainly not difficult for them to provide disaster relief. After all, they were formerly Earth Element elves. Stone houses and adobe houses are easy to talk about. In fact, wooden houses are also within their business scope. Strictly speaking, as long as it is matter, they can use elemental talents to control it to a certain extent. Perhaps the more delicate operations must be performed by higher-level elemental elves. Or only those elemental elves with talents in this area and specially trained can master them. But building a house is something that no elemental elf can do. So after making up his mind, Lin said to Commander Hefkin, who was sitting on the captain's seat, "Let the robots do it. Restore the collapsed house due to the earthquake to its original state, and rescue the people buried under the rubble." After all is completed, the mission on the MIDI side is over, and you can return to the Earth Elemental Plane and disband on the spot. This is completely unrelated to the task of fighting demons and constructing the twin towers to protect the gate. In this case, it will not be easy for me to order other people, Commander Hefkin said awkwardly. Lin waved his hand impatiently and said, "Ah, I understand. Once this is done, just treat it like I have used up another promise." In short, there are 3 steps: disaster relief, rescue, and return home. It's all done. It counts. What if someone refuses to save me? For example, those nobles with many secrets, or magicians? Hefkin asked. If you don't want to be saved, you won't be allowed to be saved. Just skip it and treat it as if you have been saved. But don't think about being lazy and saying that the entire area is not allowed to be saved, so the entire area is ignored. Just don't ask. You can help me deal with the ones I skipped without authorization. Someone smiled with a toothy smile and said something full of hints. Of course Hefkin knew what the magician was planning, but she didn't mind being assigned more tasks. These favors can all be paid back later. But she asked again, what if someone doesn't plan to go back after everyone is done? Send it back to its hometown. You are good at this, right? Do you still need me to explain it? Ah, by the way, notify the imaginary numbers that they are coming back from the abyss. After they come back, they will take on the task of supervising the army. It is enough to rely on other people for disaster relief. The transportation tasks and the construction of the Magic Circle City will continue to be included in this new commitment. So don't think it's unfair. Okay. Lord Tripwood. Communications Officer Hefkin. Please convey the order to all fleets. The mechanical girl commander at the captain's seat jumped directly to his seat. He stood up straight, put his halberd on his waist, and commanded with the gesture of commanding the world. The mechanical girl on the communication seat heard a crackling sound on her keyboard. After a while, she turned around and said, Captain Hefkin, the order has been passed on to the entire fleet. Well done. Communications Officer Hefkin, I will go to your room to reward you tonight. After saying that, the mechanical girl standing on the captain's seat made a playful gesture and raised her feet to send him a gift. Autumn. A certain human watched from the side and was speechless. By the way, where is the fun in a group of themselves acting out this kind of drama between a bad captain and a female officer? Someone can't understand it at all. And it's a disaster situation down there. The heartlessness of the elemental elves can be seen from this. However, now that the order has been conveyed, the real-time pictures sent back from various places also show that the robots are indeed moving to carry out disaster relief work. However, there was one aspect that both Heg and Hefkin ignored, which was the treatment of the injured. In such a catastrophe, of course, there will be those who are lucky and may only have small scratches or even no injuries at all. But if they were crushed or smashed, even if the house is restored to its original condition, the injuries on their body will not recover instantly. Not to mention the dead ones. Lin's so-called rescue request was only to drag the injured out from under the collapsed house. Otherwise, these people might have hindered the reconstruction of the house. And this requirement does not include healing people or even resurrecting the dead. On the one hand, these robots who were born from Earth elemental elves are not in the same profession. On the other hand, they leave some things for others to do. Churches of various gods will always be particularly diligent at times like this. After all, it is a good opportunity to attract believers. If he insists on it, the Earth elemental elves will treat the injured and even find ways to resurrect those who died in the earthquake. If you really want them to do these things, the elemental elves still have ways to do it. After all, they are the creatures closest to gods. In the past, he was a powerful elf who could do anything if the magician made a wish, as long as he could pay enough price. But from someone's point of view, it doesn't make sense. The robot fleet, the annihilation of demons, the establishment of the twin towers of the gate, and the promotion of the world tree all happened within a similar period of time. Is there any smart person who can connect it all? Lin can't guarantee that there won't be any. Especially those situations where insiders may leak information. When the matter is made public and people with good intentions guide public opinion. Then even if someone demands that the robot fleet be perfect today and no human beings die, will this be able to gain a good reputation? The disaster has been caused. Even if the physical injuries are gone, the mental trauma is still there. Today's mistake has been made. Don't try to clean yourself up no matter what. In this case, leave some opportunities for others and do some favors. Those nobles and lords who need to rely on disasters to gain profits, or who use this event to divert some unfavorable focus, have to share this, regardless of whether they agree with it or not. This can be regarded as taking the high-level route. As for whether this favor should be returned in the future, it is not within the scope of anyone's consideration. Maybe this is just an excuse for someone to be lazy. However, making up for the situation before it is too late is the best Lin can do. If he is asked to be responsible for all the lives lost in this disaster, he does not have such strong shoulders, nor such a strong will. I really want to blame everything on him. To be honest, in the early stages of the Abyss invasion, humans died more and more miserably. These people died due to his deliberate inaction. Lin Du was able to turn a blind eye. The earthquake disaster was something special. If Hefkin can still be content when facing these things, it is because the difference between elemental elves and humans makes it difficult for her to empathize with human casualties. So the elemental elves behaved heartlessly. Then someone's indifference is the unique hard-heartedness of people who have grown up in an era of alienation. To be honest, instead of actually dying in front of someone's eyes, through the screen, it can easily be regarded as a number on the news or in a game, which makes people indifferent. After the tasks assigned by the robots were over, Lin did not intend to demote himself to the role of supervisor. He would watch them finish the work meticulously and let them proceed. Anyway, I have already made my request. And the scope involved is so large. If there is really an organic collusion between people, and they are cheating, I can't control that much. Someone's consistent attitude is to do their best and obey fate. Turning back to his home in the holy city of Starry, Lin happened to see a group of robots cleaning up the ruins. Not just your own home, but your neighbors as well. The robot's approach is very simple. First, it drags people out of the ruins. The action is very rough, but it's just to ensure that people don't die. Then use their talents belonging to the elemental elves to directly restore the mess ruins to their original state, like playing with mud. Done. In robot terms, even if they are ordinary materials, they will have their own memories. Therefore, it is easier to use existing materials to restore the original appearance of the building than to use new materials to build a new building. Moreover, unless some parts of a damaged building were burned down, they can all be put back together like a puzzle to its original appearance. Even bent beams and columns can be straightened without damage, and broken masonry can be easily bonded. Even because of the role of elemental elves in the reconstruction, these houses have been strengthened to a certain extent. And the more advanced the buildings, the more obvious it is. The robot moves so fast that no matter whether they were rescued or those who escaped on their own during the earthquake, they were still confused until the house was restored to its original state. Naturally, there is no talk of stopping or rejecting the robot's rescue. I'm afraid the first thought of many people is, what are these iron monsters doing? The second most common thought is, why are these iron monsters doing this? And because of the huge number of robots, it was almost impossible to know who was rescued first and who was rescued last, which caused resentment. Or maybe they understand what the robots are doing and categorically refuse the help of these metal monsters. Maybe it's because I'm homesick. Or maybe I'm impatient to continue wasting time in a lost place. Lin's request was fulfilled in a short period of time. Then the robot fleet retreated. Chapter 1655, Half-Destroyed Home. The sky was still bright after the robot fleet retreated. White clouds hung high. The sky remained blue. And it was so peaceful that one could hardly feel that a few days ago, mankind was almost about to encounter a terrifying crisis that could lead to extinction, whether it's from demons or robots. Lin looked at his mansion that had been rebuilt by the robots. They are no different from their original appearance. And there is no sign that they have partially collapsed due to the earthquake. Everything is back where it's supposed to be, or so it seems. However, this is an ordinary building with magic materials attached. There are many things with magic effects that are not like puzzle pieces. As long as they can be put together, they count. Although based on the ability of robots that were once elemental elves, repairing some simple magic items is not a big problem. But there are no simple magic props produced by someone. If the robots had the design drawings, it would be better to say that when everything had to be explored, the thing they put together did not turn into a goblin version of explosives, which is already a very good performance. In other words, although your house seems to have been repaired, in fact some of its defensive functions have been destroyed. If you want to fix it, one thing everyone knows in the coding world is that debugging is much more difficult than tearing everything down and starting over. The funnier thing is that even if you tear everything down and start over, there is no guarantee that the new stuff will be bug-free. At this time, we can only accept our fate. But with the new residents, namely the 2 magic towers, the complete restoration of this mansion is not so urgent. Someone thought so. With steady steps, Lin slowly walked to where the people who had been rescued from the mansion gathered. There may be some people inside who escaped from the intact parts. At least they don't look gray and tattered. The condition of the injured was not particularly bad. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that among this group of people, there is a lich who can play the role of resurrecting the dead, and another necromancer who also practices life magic. Then didn't take action herself. She just stood aside and watched her apprentice rescue him. From time to time, he would point out some inconsiderations, or give an opportunity to educate and explain on the spot. Most of the injured were servants of the Marquis's family. His own apprentice woke up, but was in a listless state. He was wrapped in bed quilt and sitting back to back. Although there was no visible trauma, his vital signs were stable and there was nothing abnormal. The reason why Lin was not very worried was because some parts of this mansion, which simulated the aristocratic system, had been specially reinforced, such as near the bedroom, because someone doesn't want to have something like the house collapse suddenly while he is sleeping in the middle of the night. Therefore, after watching the real-time image displayed by the robot, it was confirmed that as long as his apprentice did not stay where he shouldn't be, he would not be harmed by the earthquake. But it doesn't rule out that it's really that unlucky. As for those who were injured, it was probably because the routine cleaning work during the day kept them in a less well-protected part. The houses in this part of the house collapsed in a strong earthquake, so they were injured. But it seems that no one died, which is a blessing among misfortunes. The old black dragon, who had helped dig up the ruins before but had nothing to do after the robots took action, returned to his human form from the dragon body and collapsed to the side. Now his physical strength is getting weaker and weaker. If he moves for 3 minutes, he has to rest for a whole day. I don't know if this old man is really superhuman, or if he was infected by someone's laziness. As for the casualties elsewhere, someone has nothing to do with it. Letting the robot fleet carry out the rescue was already his best effort. If he really wanted to rescue the injured on a large scale, he would probably have to send people to reincarnation on a large scale. Arriving next to the former Demon King, Lin asked, "What are our losses?" Originally, I should ask my apprentices such a question, but seeing that the 2 items were as wilted as dried cabbage, I knew there was no need to ask them. It's even more impossible to ask Marquis Balin. This girl doesn't talk to men. There was no point asking her servants, as those people were not under the control of a certain magician. As the pride of nobles, these people may show a certain degree of humility in front of a powerful magician, but they will not show meticulous service like they serve their master. So someone had to ask the former Demon King. This is better than nothing. Of course, Flynn can't be like a housekeeper, checking and recording in detail what is missing and what is extra. She simply said, "As you can see in front of you, the house is half shattered and people are injured but not dead. But the most serious damage is probably over Jamsil. Because of the collapse caused by the earthquake, many small insects flew away. The Jacquard machine was also damaged to a certain extent. At least its ongoing operations were interrupted. When those big guys saw the Jacquard machine, they didn't even think about moving it. They repaired the house and left. Although the precision and complexity of the Jacquard machine is not the most advanced among the various transportation inventions made by someone in the Lost Land, it is still at a level that can stump a group of elven craftsmen or dwarf craftsmen. The robots may be more familiar with mechanical structures than anyone else. But for a machine, like a Jacquard weaving machine, that has a completely different direction from its usual purpose, this group of robots, who saw it for the first time, was really stumped. So the attitude of turning around and leaving is not surprising at all. As for the damage to the Jacquard machine, from the very beginning, we never thought about preventing a major earthquake. At most, the vibration problem caused by the machine itself can be dealt with. The more complex and sophisticated the machinery, the less it can withstand the torment. Therefore, it is natural for an earthquake to destroy a machine. Someone can only wait until they have time to repair it. Fortunately, half-woven tapestry and remaining materials can still be recycled. Don't say that discontinuing it before it is completed is equivalent to wasting all the efforts and scrapping everything. This is not a wafer from a wafer factory, so it cannot withstand the slightest twist. On the contrary, the loss of the silkworm room. It's hard to say whether it is serious or not serious. It depends on the remaining moth species. Magic silk has many top-notch recipes, and the materials required are irreplaceable. Without those key moth species, those formulas are useless. And there are many new moth species specially bred by Finn. This non-genetically controlled traditional breeding method involves a bit of luck, and you may not necessarily get the same result by repeating the process. If these new varieties also fly, it will be completely lost. But what else can be done? Just run away. It is not certain whether those cultivated organisms belonging to laboratory species can adapt to the cruel elimination laws of nature in the Lost Land. The invasion of a certain species that traveled across many hometowns would not happen so easily in a world like the Lost World where Warcraft existed. If you truly understand the world of MIDI, you will know that in the natural environment, new varieties are born all the time, and old varieties are eliminated all the time. This cycle continues to this day. Therefore, Lin is not worried at all whether those new species of magic moths that have escaped will cause an ecological crisis. With a giant dragon at the top of all living things, even if the T-virus is raging, people can still purify the entire world in one breath and sublimate it in the fire. Just like in those games, official forces can use nuclear bombs to wipe out the land at every turn. In short, under a major earthquake, I will still inevitably incur losses, but it will not reach the level of physical pain for the loss of magic silk. In fact, as long as the cultivation of moth species and the research on silk thread formulas continue, better moth species and silk thread formulas will always be produced. People who are doing these things are tirelessly pursuing better and more beautiful things, not satisfied with the best available. This can be known from every piece of clothing made of magic silk by the people around him. Every piece of clothing and robe is undoubtedly custom-made, and no two items are exactly the same. Even the formula of the silk thread is the same. With such a group of people here, Lin doesn't have to worry about Jamsil's problems at all. Not looking at the appearance of the former demon king, who was closely related to her, and still looking like an old god, she knew that she didn't care about Jamsil's loss, thinking that sooner or later all the focus will be moved to the twin towers of the gate. The loss of the mansion can be considered to be less reluctant to leave from a certain perspective. However, I will not completely give up on the holy city of Starry. After all, there are still many industries developing in this city, and they are deeply rooted and difficult to transfer. Not to mention the primary school, a place that houses many children. The craftsmen of the Technology Guild relied on the population and market of the holy city of Starry to develop to the current scale. It is still possible for them to send a team of craftsmen to the magic circle city of the Twin Towers of Gates. But if you want to pull them all away, it is no different from the technical guild committing suicide. Some things must be in the right environment to survive. If you stay elsewhere, you may become acclimatized or even die. Many of the things Lin has at hand have such attributes. After all, for a long time in the past, I had given up on the idea of owning a magic tower again. The arrangements for things are also based on the principle of long-term development in the holy city of Starry. Since it wants to develop for a long time, it is inevitable that the tentacles will penetrate into all aspects and form solid connections with everywhere. Only today, it is completely impossible to take those things to another place. Many times, it's not that people don't want to leave their comfort zone. It's because of my hard work all the time. And all my achievements and relationships are within a certain comfort zone. It takes a lot of courage and determination to jump out. Obviously, the magic tower is a sufficient inducement for a magician. Especially the deep space telescopes on the top of the two towers are even more impossible for a magician who wants to return to his hometown to give up. But fortunately, it doesn't mean that I must give up completely on my foundation in the holy city of Starry. It's just that the distance is farther. Besides, I have never had strong control over the industries at hand in the past. It is enough to maintain the same relaxed management method and just collect your own profits. Many established families also play this way, whether they are magicians or nobles. It's better to keep everything close at hand than to spread out the branches. Isn't it? Chapter 1656 Moving. The decision to move is an easy one for someone to make. But what needs to be done is not that easy. Organizing things doesn't have to be difficult. For a magician who has been wandering for a long time, tying all his belongings to one or several carriages is an easy job. The difficulty lies in how to organize the things that cannot be taken away, and how to arrange the arrangements for those around you. My two apprentices must be keeping up. They had asked about this a long time ago, and they had no intention of being independent from someone. If he had this intention, he would have been qualified as an official magician long ago, instead of just relying on someone as an apprentice like now. Of course Finn has to go too. There are two magic towers, but one of them must be controlled by her. The former demon king also seemed very interested in having a magic tower of his own. In the past, she had ruled the land and controlled an era, but she had never dominated a magic tower. Finn's apprentice, Marquis Balin, finally decided to follow her teacher to the magic tower. Although she has obtained the status of an official magician, she still follows her teacher, which does not mean anything. It is not uncommon to get lost. There is no hard and fast rule that says that after becoming an official magician, you must leave the teacher's rules. Most masters and apprentices are unwilling to stay together because of resource issues. The reluctance of apprentices to leave their teachers is also a matter of resources. But resources are not a problem between the master and apprentice. Whatever Finn wants to use, someone will naturally rush to pay tribute. Whatever Marquis Balin wants to use, her own property is enough to support it. The biggest problem is that the Marquise is a serious noble in the Guana Empire, with a title and territory. This is different from family members of a certain noble family who have no titles except by blood, or people who hold false titles and actually have no territory to manage. And the place she was going to was nominally within the territory of another empire. This can easily cause some problems. It is possible to be refused entry by the destination, which is an international dispute, or being away from one's own territory for a long time can easily allow some people to grow their ambitions and make some irrational choices. For example, assassinations, usurping titles, etc. However, the Marquis of Balin is a secondary title under the Grand Duke of Kauai. As long as old Mr. Kauai, the biological grandfather, is still strong, no one can touch his granddaughter's status. Although the lifespan of an extraordinary person cannot be estimated, it is much longer than that of ordinary people. Those who want to survive until the weather changes may have to endure for several generations. Since the Marquise has the qualifications to be willful, of course, it's hard for others to say anything. The people closest to you have made arrangements. Next are some followers and organizations related to themselves. At Cabinby College, the status of Emeritus Professor of Mathematics is the easiest to deal with. A few years ago, Lynn stopped even taking classes once a week. This course is actually like a seminar. There is no teaching syllabus. It is more about everyone discussing the problems they face. Although the development of mathematics in the lost world has not yet reached the level where everyone is familiar with it, for the top group, it has already caught up with someone's pace. In today's mysterious land, the abilities of those who claim to be mathematicians are no longer inferior to the original level of a certain time-traveling sect. After all, this person majored in physics and astronomy, and his knowledge of mathematics was certainly excellent. But he was not an orthodox mathematician. When faced with some strange questions, he may not always be able to answer them right away, or at least come up with a solution. As for Lin's current level of mathematics, it's hard to describe. Anyway, now he no longer needs to rely on mathematics to gain fame. So just quit and let the aspiring mathematicians have their own fun. He himself used the reason of studying magic to push forward the invitation related to mathematics. This reason is perfectly valid for a magician, and no one can find fault with it. By the way, most of those talented people who work tirelessly on mathematics have nothing to do with magic, or have limited achievements in magic. This is not to say that magicians who study mathematics are generally less qualified, but they focus on different directions and are willing to spend more time on magic. Of course, the technical guild will stay in the holy city of Starry. The members of the guild have their homes here, their connections here, and their businesses here. There is no point in following a magician who has no relationship with them to a new city. The 10,000 years president of the technical guild, Yuzov Gontia, also decided to stay. During the same 12 years, the management of the technical guild was restructured, and it was no longer a system dominated by a single president, but as the most trusted peacemaker. No matter how much power Yuzov hands over, once a dispute arises, he still has to take action to resolve the dispute. This is not a political struggle involving life and death, nor is it a battle in the arena where life and death determine the outcome. The guild's business disputes are not to the point of blocking people's financial path, like killing their parents. Since all members of the guild work under the same framework, and no one intends to fight to the death, Yuzov is the most important peacemaker among them, at least in terms of fairness. No one doubted his judgment. Therefore, this good old man from the Ikaruga Alliance couldn't save his dignity and left others behind, saying that he was going to live a retired life. Looking at this situation, some people think that Yuzov will probably stay at his job until he dies. I really don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Banks are the best organization to deal with. Pick an empty house in the Magic Circle City, put the holy emblem of the gold coin goddess, and send a few people, and the new bank will be opened. But there was a little controversy over the personnel dispatched, mainly on the president of the first bank of Starry in the holy city, the dark elf Melson. My Erzhan is one of Lin's followers, and the liaison between the magician and the world tree fastness. Because of this status, when she established the first bank in the holy city, this most important talent training bank was put in charge of my Erzhan, and no one could shake it. When someone decides to move to the magic tower, Melson is faced with a choice. She was going to give up her position as president of the first bank and go to the Twin Towers of Gates to take charge of a new small bank, or give up your identity as a follower of a certain magician and continue to stay in the holy city. Although Lin accepted this dark elf's attitude, there was no special relationship between the two. It can be said that no matter who World Tree sends as this liaison officer, he will have the same attitude. As for Meyer, she certainly pursues power, which is almost the instinct of the dark elves. It is not that easy to give up the position of president of the first bank of the holy city. Although the banking system of Midi is dominated by the goddess of gold coins, there is no distinction between banks. But compared with other church organizations of gods, the first bank has the status of a holy place in the minds of everyone, just like the national capital. But in the end, Meyerju still chose to follow the magician, go to the Twin Towers of the Gate, and wait for the opening of the new bank before settling in. A high seat of the Turtle Dove Alliance that rivals His Majesty the World Tree, and a bank position with real power. The two are not so easy to compare. But considering that the former can easily determine the candidate for the latter, it seems that it is not that difficult to decide which side is more secure. Thinking from a more snobbish perspective, if you follow the former, at least your life will not be in danger. If you want to seize the latter's power alone, there will be no shortage of overt and covert attacks. Melson doesn't think he's even half a competitor. In fact, there are many of them, and they are all deadly. The struggle between dark elves is anything but gentle. So if you want to save your life, it is obvious which side is the safest. Automobile manufacturing and R&D center. An important industry with 3 shareholders behind it. In addition to having a heavy role in the early stage, a certain person's role is just a shareholder receiving dividends for a long time. And he even tends to refuse to go to work. The talker of the Grand Duke of Kauai's family has revealed more than once that he wants to drag a certain magician away and work him like an ox and a horse. The euphemistic name is that you have to work to earn something. But in fact, you want to use the magician as a subordinate of the family. This attitude didn't stop until Lin did a few big things outside. Otherwise, even if he files a complaint with old Duke Kauai, the people below him will still do whatever they want in the name of loyalty. This can make someone hate it with itch. The Ron brothers of the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce only have the right to sell produced cars in the center. The one who really holds the power is the family of the Grand Duke of Kauai, headed by the old Duke Kauai. Up and down the center, they are all their people. Even the research and development personnel have all joined the Grand Duke family. And almost no one is left behind. It is this kind of control that makes the Auto Center like an iron barrel, with no outsiders able to bribe or poach core personnel. Even the follower of a certain magician, the silver-bearded dwarf Freya, decided to stay in the center, followed by Freya's daughter and her husband Riley. Of course, Lin certainly has no problem with this. Originally, this person would stay because he wanted to pursue an unfettered life that was different from the silver-beard dwarf Iron City and belonged to the outside world. It was not because he was attracted by the charm of a certain magician that he refused his companion's request to return. Although her companion wanted to inherit the family business after returning. That is, the leader of Taichung. And if Freya goes back, she will be an inconspicuous little follower. The kind of disposable follower who works when something happens, cools off when nothing happens, and takes the blame when something goes wrong. The days at the Auto Center are a great time for this silver-bearded dwarf to shine. Not only can she give full play to her talents and immerse herself in her interests, but she can also gain the admiration of many people, which is all the best. If she followed the magician to the Twin Towers of Gates, she would have to give up everything. This was unacceptable to Freya, so she chose to stay. Lin can understand, and will certainly not object. If he really wanted to control the silver-bearded dwarves, he would not have allowed those 2 people to return home unconditionally, and even offer them travel expenses. The most fundamental reason is that the function of dwarves is used by someone, and there are already many substitutes. Machine Man and Hagiri are all more powerful than the Silverbeard dwarves. Moreover, my demand for manufacturing machines is not as great as I imagined. Since the silver-bearded dwarves are not that important, they are not valued so much. These words, to put it bluntly, are very hurtful. But if it is based on interests, it is a true portrayal of someone's heart. Chapter 1657 The Brotherhood Left Behind. Vanna, who had been employed as a maid in a magician's Holy City home, was continued to stay in this home. In addition to the fact that her child Kish was involved in activities with the Brotherhood, Vanna was hired in the first place because the cleaning of the mansion and other matters were quite trivial. Although her 2 apprentices could handle it, they had no time to do other things. Helpers are needed to share the work. Now that we are moving to the Magic Tower, all daily chores can be done with magic. The area of the Magic Tower is not as large as a mansion, so naturally it does not require so many manpower. In order to maintain the property in the holy city of Estali, Lin did not intend to deal with the mansion as a place of residence casually. Since there is no plan to sell, it is necessary to assign candidates to stay. So Wana was upgraded to become the housekeeper of this annex. Wana's helpers are easy to find. Not all children from elementary schools are keen on fighting and killing like adventurers. People with skills can join the technical guild and become apprentices of craftsmen. But it is undeniable that there is still a group of children who are not so good in knowledge and force. Although they can stay in the technical guild as front desk waiters, or serve in hotels and taverns affiliated with the guild, the capacity is always limited. It's certainly a good thing that someone's vacant mansion can house some good kids who have left school. In this part, Lin left it to Wana to express herself freely. And Lin is not worried about whether Wana's gentle personality will not be able to suppress a wild child from an elementary school. Not to mention her children. Kish's status is quite high in the fraternity, like Ezio's right-hand man. Since the establishment of the primary school, this mother has also made great efforts. not only taking care of some younger children, but also being trusted by children of all ages. So letting Wana lead these children is not a tightrope, but it's almost enough. Similarly, elementary schools and fraternities will also stay in the holy city of Starry. The original purpose of the primary school was to take care of those children in the holy city who were unable to take care of themselves, so that they could have the opportunity to learn a skill and live on their own, rather than just being like a rat in a ditch. Born here, growing up here, dying here, unable to turn over from generation to generation. The fraternity is an organization that extends from elementary schools, allowing graduating children to have a destination instead of letting them sink. It makes no sense to bring such an organization to the magic circle city of the Twin Towers of Gates, because for a long time, it is estimated that there will be no real slums in that magic circle city, and there will be no orphans running wild on the streets. Being treated as a military camp and implemented military management is the most likely development method. As for whether we will break away from this model in the future, it depends on future development. No one dares to say for sure. It makes no sense to send the children in need of care all the way from the holy city of Starry to the Twin Towers of the Gate. Taking a child away from a familiar place can easily cause uneasiness, let alone moving from one city to another. Doing so is simply making it more difficult for yourself. And many parents in technical guilds are happy to send their children to primary schools for enlightenment. This makes the nature of the elementary school somewhat different. It has been tied to the holy city and cannot be easily separated. Besides, the main teachers are all in the holy city of Starry. In order to cope with the increasingly large scale of primary schools, many teachers are hired from technical associations to teach designated courses on a semester basis. Halumi and Kaya, who were originally the main teaching force, have withdrawn from the front line and assumed management positions. The only exception is probably Stone, the physical education teacher. This old man who had a background in sewing corpses is really not suitable for things that use his brain. And those who will move to the Magic Tower will have replacements to take over their positions. For example, children who have graduated from elementary schools and are now members of fraternities can be allowed to manage their own schools and serve as teachers. After leaving primary school, many children have the idea of returning education and have taken practical actions. All Lin has to do is give them more power. Ultimately, we will realize independent operation of self-production, self-marketing, and self-management. It was also easy to choose the person at the helm. It was Rowan, the Child King, who was one of the 3 giants of the Brotherhood and was the first to propose joining the great magician Gabrish Tripwood, compared to Ezio, who is very powerful but equally capable of causing trouble, or Kish, the silent and rigid guardian knight. Rowan, the eldest sister, is a qualified management talent. Without Rowan, Ezio would probably have to work hard for another 100 years to organize the Brotherhood. Not to mention that it has expanded to its current size, and that the membership of the fraternity is no longer limited to small schools. And the only meaning someone has in a small school or a fraternity is just a wallet to pay various fees. It can be said that no one wants him to play more and more important roles, and he himself has no desire to do so. It may be said that it is a favor without expectation of return. Or it may be said that it is to return excess funds to society to prevent the flow of funds from meaninglessly stagnating. Lin did these things with the thought of wasting his money. He has no children. There are no real luxuries in the land to attract his consumption, in his eyes. The luxurious gameplay of the nobles is so tacky that he doesn't know how to evaluate it, and he is not like ordinary magicians, who need an endless supply of materials to support your own research. Suppose at the beginning, I still expected to build a magic tower of my own, so I needed a lot of funds. After learning that he was isolated from the ranks of tower masters, someone really had some thoughts of giving up on himself. It's even better now. Someone has paid for the construction cost of the magic tower, let alone thinking about this aspect. Therefore, if you earn so much money and don't want to build a gold coffin and move it to be buried with you, you can only find a way to spend it. Taking care of a group of children and investing in their future can, in a way, make up for someone's regret of not having children of their own. Don't say Lin doesn't work hard. In fact, someone has never deliberately used contraception. But he doesn't even have an egg. Who can blame him? The situation in the distant Karlsruhe Empire. Someone never thought about himself. That empress has too much face. And she also has a real husband. As long as he didn't come to his door with a genetic paternity test report and demand an explanation, he wouldn't be so conceited as to think that he had left a seat outside. Therefore, before the profits created by the elementary school can support themselves, The dividend profits of a certain magician in the technical guild or the automobile center become the guarantee for the operation of the elementary school and the fraternity. To say that Lin had absolutely no desire to be in a small school or a fraternity would be disingenuous and untrue. But what he wants is not a group of children staring at him with adoring eyes and praising him until he feels as if he is an emperor in the world. The kind of flattery that is no different from sweet talk is poison. Someone disguises himself with evil deeds and arrogance just to avoid the corrosion of this poison. All he wants is that these kids won't hold him back or stab him in the back. That's all. Just like in the past in the Southwest Peninsula. Spending money, working hard, sweating blood, and finally being stabbed by the children you taught with all your heart. That feeling is not just a heartache. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys were all pierced, and a handful of extra salt was sprinkled on it. Shuren was also stabbed. And if such things happened less often, he would feel happier. Therefore, for the primary school not to be relocated and to stay away from this ghost place. Some people are not at all opposed to it. And they even have vague expectations. This is a bit like a timid person watching a horror movie. He is afraid but wants to watch it. So he has to enter the cinema and cover his eyes the whole time. Anyway, that's it for elementary schools and fraternities. People who know how to be grateful will naturally remember this kindness. You will get something in return when you ask for it. For those who don't understand, even if they remind themselves all the time, it may become a reminder. What does that saying mean? If you can't solve the problem, solve the people who created it. The drama of repaying kindness with hatred has never happened less, no matter in ancient or modern times, both at home and abroad. As for the movements of the last group of people, they were the servants of Marquis Balin. They will all follow to the twin towers of the gate. However, the number of people left in the end depends on local needs. After all, they were here to serve the Marquis, and it was impossible not to stay with their master. If you really dare not follow anyone, let the Marquis go alone. After going back, this group of people will have no good harvest. Old Kawe Gong will not take kindly to these servants who betray their master. With the family as a bond, the status of master and servant is maintained for generations. The loyalty they have to pay, and the rewards they receive are difficult for ordinary people to imagine. To use a term that is easier for the public to understand, it is a combination of interests. Rather than a simple master and servant, some people act as the waving flag, while others act as the flag-waving hands, ultimately forming a whole. However, the internal space of the magic tower is limited. If the tower owner does not use the space folding method to add some magic space that does not exist in the main material world, then the number of servants who can follow the Marquis will not be the same as now. It is said that the reason why the current number is maintained is because of the need to deal with this large mansion in the holy city. If you move to a small place like the magic tower, it is very reasonable to reduce some manpower. Just how much the reduction will be known only by visiting the local area. So a group of people will decide to all follow. Everything has been arranged. So other people will naturally be responsible for the specific details of the action. The two tower owners of the twin towers of the gate have more important things to do. And they cannot leave the twin towers without an owner for too long, even though there is a defense system operating in the tower. Secondly, whether it is on the Lost Land side or the Abyss side, the magic tower has welcomed uninvited guests. As the owner of the tower, of course he must personally receive these high-status guests. This is lost etiquette and respect for the other party. On the side of Lost World, what ushered in was the Suli Tang Empire, which had been fighting against the invasion of the Abyss for several years. Except for the early stage, it seemed to have disappeared since then. The Imperial envoy came majestically with 500,000 soldiers and horses, occupied by demons. It failed to trigger an all-out counterattack from the Suli Tang Empire, but being invaded by two other empires, and having a magic tower built on their own territory. How can one endure this? So here they come. On the other side, the Abyss side, there were only two guests. The combination of the demon Prince Azad and the great demon Starina. Chapter 1658. The first pair of visitors to the Twin Towers of Gate. The retreat of the robot fleet. And the fact that the magic tower seemed to be completed forced Azad, who originally thought that according to the construction schedule of the magic tower, would still have about 20 years to be operational, to show up again, planning for the supreme seat of the Prince of the Abyss. He did not want to face too many unexpected changes, because this is not a title that can be recognized by being reckless. Wisdom and force are indispensable. Although the idea of unifying the Abyss sounds fantastic, it is a necessary condition for reaching the top. Those who conquer demons with force are most likely to be demons who are unwilling to admit their will. In this case, although it seems to be overwhelming the demons, it will not be recognized by the consciousness in the dark. Just like a certain former demon king, she did manage to rule for an era, and the demons of the abyss did not dare to take a step beyond the realm and invade the lost land. But he was just called the Demon King. This is not a title recognized by the abyss. It is simply a pleasure for people who are afraid of her. How to get approval from the devil. In addition to strength, one also needs the ability to influence and dominate the devil's will. It is impossible for a demon to offer its loyalty unconditionally, but at least it must be able to command. And it is not enough to just obey the instructions, but not the instructions. In fact, this is like a lord ruling the people of a place. If he wants to gain the people's heartfelt recognition, this cannot be achieved by simply buying him off with benefits. Know the needs of the people. Present a vision that everyone can buy into, and have a way to move people forward. If you just blindly satisfy people's desires, and use the most ugly way to win people's hearts, then you are just a licking dog under power. Force is a ticket that tells others that I am qualified to stand in this position. But gaining the support of the people cannot be achieved through force and coercion. You have to have great wisdom. If the object you want to rule is replaced by a demon, although it does not have to go to the same level as the noble lords of Midland to rule the people, facing the unruly demon will be more difficult than 1,000 times. But it was precisely because of this that Azad found it interesting and wanted to challenge. Unfortunately, if someone's magic tower remains under construction, it does not count as officially settling in the land of the abyss, and can naturally be ignored. But the completion of the construction of the magic tower means that it has become a member of the abyss. Then Azad seeks to become the prince of the abyss, and he cannot bypass the magic tower. That is to say, he must also win the consent and recognition of the tower owner, and even have to bring the magic tower under his command before he can take the next step. If it were an ordinary magician or an ordinary magic tower, Azad had many ways to make the opponent surrender. But that man, and the tower that man built, the demon prince, who has always been fearless of heaven and earth, also felt embarrassed. What kind of person would irritate a psychopath? The answer is, the same kind. Maybe the two people have very different behavior styles. But in Azad's eyes, the magician and himself are the same kind of people. The kind of people who are indifferent to worldly affairs and don't care about anything. Because of indifference, no threats are of any use and no means are used. It's just that Azad really doesn't care. And Len means that this is not my home. So everything doesn't matter. Although he still sticks to his moral bottom line. His persistence is not strong at all. If someone touches the red line, then turn the table over and everyone will have a hard time. Although such people are not yet unscrupulous in their actions, they are not far off. That's why Azad thought that the man was the same kind as himself. The most troublesome thing is that his own force cannot guarantee that he can overwhelm the opponent. Especially after the opponent took control of the Hagiri clan. He became the weaker party. Although this is weak, it is only under the premise that external force can be used. If we really have to compete with our own strength, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose. But Azad knew that the other person, like himself, was also a person who would do anything. It was impossible to persuade the other party to challenge him in a one-on-one fight without using Shikiri. Even if he makes a verbal promise. Do you really believe it? When the opponent enters a chess game that he must play, he has no way to capture the opponent. So he can only find a way to make the opponent his chess piece. These are the rules of your own game of chess. The person who ends up being the only chess player is the winner. Azad also knew that he was not the only one playing this game. On the chessboard, sitting beside the chessboard, everyone and the devil have a chance. Even if someone flips the table, overturns the chessboard, and scatters the pieces all over the floor, the basic rules of the chess game will not change. It's just a different approach. A different chessboard. However, Azad was quite sure whether he could reach his destination on this trip, because he is very aware of another character of his negotiating opponent, which is lack of moral integrity. This is not the kind of unscrupulous person who would kill and set fire without hesitation in the face of interests. It's about indifference to interests. So as long as it doesn't touch that person's bottom line, there are many things that can be discussed and exchanged, even if what others want to do is murder and arson. Just don't force them to do it themselves. To use someone's own words, it is a kind of dick philosophy to a certain extent. There is no problem in drinking soup while others eat meat. Anyway, those who want to eat meat charge forward by themselves, wave their own flags and shout, and are satisfied with having a mouthful of soup. Even if you don't give me a sip of soup, that's fine. Then he will stand by and not insist on grabbing a piece of meat from someone else's bowl. He really doesn't care much about profit. But I will definitely not do anything to make a profit at a loss. It's about understanding that man's character. So Azad, who came to the gate of the abyss again, jumped off the shoulders of the great demon Starry, and walked straight into the magic tower with the door open. On the contrary, Starry stood in front of the magic tower and hesitated. Although there are only a few magic towers in the abyss, mainly in the Lost Lands, this does not prevent the demons from knowing the illustrious reputation of the magic tower. The magic tower transformed by that man even had the record of defeating an abyss lord. This is a piece of information that cannot be easily ignored by those who are paying attention to the magician. So Starry was hesitant to enter the magic tower built by that person. But in the end, this big demon, which was more than 3 meters long and looked like a gorilla with wings, changed its shape, transformed into a tall brown-skinned red-haired beauty, wearing revealing clothes, strutted into the magic tower. Although Starry seems to be very high-spirited, but from the small bat wing she still retains, and the unnatural way her spade-tip tail swings, it can still be seen that she is quite nervous. The newly built magic tower, apart from being powered on, well, activated with an energy pool, has not yet been decorated by a few women to give it a homely feel. The appearance of the twin towers of the gate is also different from the magic tower that most people know. It's not that the shape is different, but the way it looks. Magic materials that can be used as building materials are basically divided into 3 categories: wood, stone, and gold. Of course, gold does not refer to gold, but to metals in general. Wood has the best performance in conductive power, but is the worst in sturdiness. The stone type has the worst conductive performance and is medium in strength, but the largest quantity means the cheapest. Metals perform very well in all aspects, but they are expensive. The above refers to the common properties of the 3 major types, without considering special rare materials. The craftsmanship of Midland does not have the technology tree to open the mortise and tenon structure. Therefore, when building high-rise buildings, the most ideal building material is stone. The twin towers of gates have not escaped this principle, and are also mainly made of various magic stones. But don't think that entering this tower is like someone traveling through time to an ancient castle in his hometown in Europe. Even if the carefully polished stones are stacked, the surface can still be seen as uneven. Magic materials have unparalleled advantages in shaping. As long as a magician is willing to spend time, energy, and polish carefully, there is a way to make the piled stones into a flat surface. Not to mention that those who built the twin towers of the gate were a group of magical creature robots armed with technology. It's incredible to say, but in the eyes of a certain time-traveling public, the mechanical life with full sense of technology is actually an elemental spirit. Watching a large robot with the same size as Optimus Prime and Megatron rub fireballs, the sour feeling is indescribable. But these magical creatures also have the characteristics of mechanical life, which is the pursuit of perfection. Perhaps at this point, the robot behaves more paranoid. At least Lin didn't see that kind of antique in the robot that looked like it was made of scrap metal. Such a group of beings. What would the magic tower they built look like? It's dark and smelly. Will a mouse come out anytime and anywhere to demonstrate with people? No. Although the twin towers of the gate are made of stone as the main body, the plane of the stacked stones is a plane, and the straight lines are straight lines. No matter how many stones are put together, all the lines and planes look meticulous. Even if it is an arc or a curve, it all conforms to a certain mathematical formula and is still accurate. It can be said that even if the twin towers of the gate do not have the secret pattern used to depict the magic circle, they themselves have some kind of magical effect. Just keep it hidden. What's even more exaggerated is that the surfaces of these stones are polished into mirror surfaces. If people who don't know see it, they will think that this magic tower is made of metal instead of stone. Otherwise, mirrors are installed directly on the surface instead of ordinary brick walls. Then someone's design of the secret pattern of the magic circle is not the traditional 5 big and 3 thick one. It's as if you can't wait to cram more than 10 or 20 explosive magic circles into a thumb-sized area. All the textures are densely packed, making the mirrored brick wall almost look like a matte surface. And because the energy pool has just been activated, the magic tower is starting to operate. But some necessary post-processing has not yet been carried out. For example, the runes should be concealed to prevent people from seeing the effect of the magic circle at a glance. And the lighting in the tower should be adjusted. You know, the current brightness in the magic tower can be said to be that of a searchlight used for torture, which can make people's eyes hurt. These fine-tuning processes that should be done have not yet been done. Combined with the periodic flow of power through the magic array, the flickering aura brought out makes the interior of this magic tower look very different from the style of the Lost Land. If someone were to judge it, it would be very technological. Chapter 1659. Figure it out. It was such a magical tower full of technology and sharp edges that greatly increased the pressure on Starry walking in it. Several times, I wanted to give up and run away. It had seen how this magician killed people in his large mansion in the holy city of Starry. Although the person she wanted to kill was not dead, Starry didn't think she could have escaped from such a killing array. Demon Prince Azad's abilities are not comparable to those of other demons. At least Starry followed her so willingly. Not because the other party had a decent skin. However, in the eyes of the great devil, this very capable hybrid devil is now sitting on the 3rd floor of the magic tower, having a very pleasant conversation. This surprised Starry, who witnessed this scene. The smile of the demon prince is usually seen only by the unlucky ones. And the more unlucky he is, the brighter his smile becomes. Based on this alone, there is no devil who does not think that this person is not his devil, as long as he is not the one who is unlucky. The hearty laughter was accompanied by the shrill roars of other demons, or the screams of humans. Moreover, the two sides will seem to be competing in terms of volume. As one side's voice gets louder, the other side will also open up their voice more and show off their talents that they have never shown before. But this time, the demon prince actually raised his wine glass high with others, chatting and laughing. Although Starry's eyes were about to bulge, she still pretended to be obedient and stood behind Azad and at the position closest to the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. The behavior of a big demon certainly did not go unnoticed by the two people in the conversation. Even though this big demon turned into a handsome man, it didn't attract much attention. The two people here have already escaped from the realm of looking at superficial appearances. Not to mention the little thought in the big devil's positioning. They all focus on each other, looking for any possible chance to kill. Even if they are talking and laughing now, none of them would object to the big problem of the other side being solved once and for all. It's just that Azad was afraid of Hakiri, who might appear at any time. And Lin was not sure that he could rely on the layout of the magic tower and the support of Hakiri to leave the person in front of him behind. In the newly completed magic tower, except for the 2nd floor and the temporary bed where the two girls had been lying, there was no other furniture. The tables and chairs that Lin and Azad drink from now are square tables and round stools formed by using the energy pool of the magic tower to materialize high-density power. For a less skilled magician, even with the support of the semi-infinite power of the energy pool, the shaped tables and chairs may not be able to maintain a fixed shape for a long time, and will appear extremely unstable, as if they may disappear at any time. But how could the control ability of a certain time traveler be so weak? The control of magic focuses on two aspects, thinking and logic. The clearer the understanding, the clearer the expression of these metaphysical forces when they are transformed into entities. The tables and chairs that the two of them are using now were made temporarily by someone. Therefore, the square is square, the circle is round, and the length is as long as it should be. And it is done perfectly. It's just a minimalist geometric product with no surprises. If you give it more time, it won't be a problem to get a whole set of 8 Immortals tables. But don't think that doing this will save someone the money to buy furniture. The downside is that this chair burns your buttocks a bit when you sit on it. Don't even think about putting anything on the table. Not all materials can be exposed to high-density power. Lin was wearing an ant sky robe sewn with magic silk, so of course, he would not be affected. However, Azad was not wearing the bright red harem that he had snatched from someone's hand, but clothes made of someone who didn't know what they were made of. Whether it can save you, but from suffering is not someone's business. It is said that such a setup is planned, and it is more or less meant to tease people. The wine that the two of them drank was obtained by Lin from his home in the holy city of Starry. Using the flash technique, the wine bottles, including the wine glasses, all quietly used the levitation technique, allowing them to maintain an appropriate distance from the table turned into by high-density power, so as not to be destroyed. Originally, Lin just wanted to coax the boss, who was the embodiment of trouble, in front of him with good drinks and good talk. But following the other party's statement, Lin unknowingly evaluated the authenticity of Azad's words, as well as the gains and losses of his own role here. When ordinary people see a small profit, they will bite it like a turtle and never let go. This situation is something that a certain time traveler despises. But this does not mean that Lin cannot think and can only reject people blindly. When something comes before him, Lin's first consideration is not the stakes, But which option is the safest and least troublesome? It is difficult to say which of the two requirements comes first. But as long as there was something that didn't suit Lin's liking, he would reject the matter, even if there are huge benefits. If you get indigestion after eating it, then just push it away. There will be no regrets. Azad's problem has always been his repetition. Possessing strong strength and huge resources give Azad inherently more choices than others when faced with problems. So among these many choices, the criterion for Azad's choice is not the good, evil or interests of ordinary people, but the mood. There is a public opinion about good and evil. Even if someone harbors evil intentions and does good deeds, they will eventually receive retribution. And the benefits can be judged with cold numbers. How much is gained and how much is lost can be seen at a glance. Only you can know your mood, good or bad, and it is difficult for others to understand. This is why everyone who deals with the demon prince will find him very difficult to deal with. No one knows whether this person's mood is good or bad, and what might affect his mood. The most terrifying thing is that Azad has the power to realize whatever he wants. This is like a time-traveling hometown, where all kinds of second-generation people are so idle that they grow wild without supervision. How much harm can such people do to society? I'm afraid no one could have imagined it before it happened. The more important thing is that Azad does not have any directional purpose that can be called a life goal. Therefore, when he faces a choice, it is difficult for others to predict his choice. Not to mention, some of the repetitions in the eyes of others were just that these people guessed wrongly about the demon prince's actions and suffered a loss. So they put all the blame on Azad. And for some repetitions, this person's mood suddenly changed 180 degrees. But when Azad has a goal, it's like going from infinite possibilities to limited options. As an old rival, how could Lin not welcome such a change? Although it is not as good as hanging a bell on a cat, putting a bridle on a horse, or tying a leash on a vicious dog. But if Azad's behavior can be traced, then limited cooperation is acceptable. Lin was thinking about this, taking a sip of the expensive liquor that came from nowhere. Lin asked, "I know what you want to do. So how do you want me to cooperate?" After learning that the other party wanted to become the Prince of the Abyss, Lin followed up and asked how to help. If it can be done easily, then helping out is nothing. If the other party has to work hard on his own and be a weakling, then it will definitely be useless. Even if the situation is acceptable, it doesn't necessarily mean that you should do your best to help. The main mission of World Tree was finally completed, and someone didn't want to take on another mission right away. If you dare to do a mandatory task at this time, do you know what it means to shut down and unplug the power? The script is useless. I don't want to play anymore. As if he had a firm grasp on someone's character, Azad proposed a way of cooperation that Lin could not refuse, saying, "Just don't do anything." "I don't have to do anything," Lin said in surprise. "Yes. Otherwise, what else can I expect from you? Call those iron monsters floating in the sky for help? This is not like Midi, where everything is suppressed by force. If the matter was that simple, I would have solved it long ago." Azad, who might have gone to grab some clothes from Starina, put on heavy makeup, acted like a little girl, and spoke coquettishly. If he hadn't been very sure of this guy's biological gender, and was sure that the guy in front of him was the guy he met before, Lin would have thought that he had met a fake Azad. However, Lin still felt very happy that he didn't have to do anything, say anything against his will, or say anything conceited. The most troublesome thing in life is being forced to do something unhappy. Helping Azad through life and death is definitely this type of thing. Someone's awareness of cooperation is not that high. Seeing the expression on a certain magician's face that was about to burst into laughter, Azad interrupted in an ignorant manner, pointed back with his thumb and asked, "What's going on with those empty houses outside the magic tower?" Thing? Azad appeared once when someone just passed through the gate of the abyss. At that time, the area was desolate, with only a few abandoned demon forward positions and no other buildings. A few days later, when I came back to the gate of the abyss, not only the magic tower had been built, but also a city-sized building complex had been built around it. Azad couldn't help but be curious. He has a volatile temperament and is fond of pranks that sometimes go too far. But what I like most is teasing people and appreciating their regretful expressions. I have no idea about a house that no one lives in. It will take a lot of effort to demolish the house. There is no one living in these houses. So what good can it do except tire yourself out like a dog? However, when Lin was asked about this matter, he thought about it and said, "Actually, I haven't decided yet how to deal with the abyss. pulled out the city planning map of the Magic Circle City. There is no obvious feeling when you are in it. But after seeing the three-dimensional plan formed by the light and shadow, Azad, a strong man with demon blood, can easily feel the power contained in it. This is a magic circle. Even if it's just a model, it can still work its magic. Moreover, Azad believed that when the gadgets in front of him were enlarged into an entire city, the magician would definitely hide more things, making the city even more deadly. Lin also did not hide the purpose of this Magic Circle City. In addition to being a support for the Magic Tower on the Lost World side, including self-sufficiency in force and basic food, it can also be used as an insurance for cooperative forces. That is to provide an early warning for possible attacks by demons coming through the Gate of the Abyss, and even to block them as soon as possible. This insurance also serves the purpose of preventing the twin towers of the gate from betraying the Lost World and introducing large numbers of demons. But Lin had no idea what the city on the Abyss side was going to do. I just watched the robots being idle and let them cover them up. Chapter 1660 Urban Planning on the Abyss side. According to Azad's understanding, the purpose of the Magic Circle City on the Midland side is the product of compromise between the Magic Tower and various forces. The main purpose is to defend the Abyss. Although Azad didn't understand why he didn't just close the door of the Abyss, but built 2 magic towers to block the door. But from the inexplicable excitement these days, we can know that this may involve some unspeakable secrets. Azad didn't have the heart to care about things that were beyond the control of mortals. But one thing he knows is that the city on the Abyss side cannot have the same purpose as the city on the Midi side. You can tell the difference between the two cities just from the magician's words. On the other side of the Abyss, it was called a Magic Circle City, but on the other side of the Abyss, there was no suggestion that someone was using a magic circle, although the cities on both sides should be based on the same planning pattern. Azad was not entirely sure about the latter point, but considering the character of the person in front of him, Azad didn't think he would make a new design for something with an uncertain purpose. The most likely scenario is to directly copy the urban layout on the Midland side. This means that the cities on the Abyss side also have the foundation to transform them into magic formations. It's just that a certain magician hasn't thought it through yet, and doesn't know whether he should do this. Seeing Azad's interested expression, and carefully looking at the three-dimensional design of the Magic Circle City, Lin asked, "Why? Are you also interested in this?" From what Lin knew, Azad's curiosity for new things was not low at all. This guy has played with almost all the new gadgets produced at home. It's just that the popularity only lasted for 3 minutes. And the speed at which people like the new, and get tired of the old is outrageous. Sometimes, Azad will also come up with some imaginative ideas, which are refreshing. I have to say with admiration. This is indeed the kind of logic only a mentally ill person can have. But even if 9 out of 10 ideas are bad, there is still one that has a bright spot. So Lin is not averse to discussing new things with this guy, and then seizing the opportunity to complain about him. Although it would be very happy to angrily attack this guy with a strange mind, even if it would end up with him being defeated in the end. But if you don't fight back when you have the opportunity, you are simply acting like a son of a man. But this time, Azad repeatedly expressed what he was thinking as if he was showing off his beauty. After a while, he asked, "What methods do you have for this city? I'll see if there are any that I can use." Linji said, "There are several basic ideas. The first one is that if you really don't know what to do, then abandon it and use it as a place to raise rats. These are all fine. The second is to become the Adventurers Guild's forward base for exploring the Abyss. If you just do this, it can easily become a prelude to the mysterious invasion of the Abyss. I can't tell whether it will bring good or bad results in the end. The third method is to recruit some peace-loving demons to move in. Let this place become a market for transactions between the Lost Land and the Abyss. It's just this peace-loving demon. I feel something is wrong just thinking about it. Is there such a thing?" After listening to the magician's preliminary idea, Azad sighed. "Ah, you are indeed a human being. All you think about is from the perspective of the mythical world. According to your statement, it is true that demons have no human rights. They are all said to be demons. It is not normal to have no human rights. And I am indeed a human being, although I am not born and raised in Lost Land. When I think about things, it is impossible not to consider it from the perspective of a human being. However, as long as there are enough benefits, I can't bribe you." Lin pretended to be a money-grubbing Philistine, rubbing his index thumb and smiling obscenely. Such a sentence also made Azad more aware of the difference between the magician in front of him and ordinary people. No one is completely free from greedy desires. It's just that most people will change their stance and do things against their will as long as they can make a profit. This magician is no different from ordinary people. But he has a bigger appetite. Others just want to be profitable. But this guy wants enough profits. What is enough? What kind of benefits does he want? Before these issues are clarified, there is no way to have a good negotiation with this magician. Fortunately, this was no problem for Azad. If it's not easy for others to guess, it would be funny to talk about interests foolishly when facing this magician. This magician has a strange brain circuit, and his desires are completely different from those of normal people. If you talk about power, women, and money, you are destined to get nothing. It has to be said that the reason why Azad thought the two were of the same kind was largely due to his nerdy personality that was different from ordinary people. But at the moment, there is another thing that interests Azad. He asked directly, "Aren't you going to completely cut off the communication between the mysterious land and the abyss?" Lin spread his hands, shrugged and said, "Is isolation useful? In the past, when there was no gate to the abyss connecting the two places, either magicians would sneak from the abyss to the abyss, or demons would accidentally sneak from the abyss to the abyss, or this way, summon demons, or confuse humans over there to summon you. To put it simply, even if there is no official contact between the two parties, they still find ways to show off their special powers in private. Therefore, completely banning communication between the two parties seems to be correct. But in fact it is impossible. In this case, an open channel is not good. Magicians are keen to enter the abyss because of various magic materials prefixed with abyss or demon. The main reason why demons come here is for the soul and blood food, which can strengthen them. I don't want to judge whether the demon's needs are correct or appropriate. Props or weapons made with materials from the abyss or demons may affect people's sanity. It's hard to say whether such flaws are good or bad. What I want to say is that choosing to block the other party to deal with minor disadvantages is a sign of lack of confidence, limited openness and management. In addition to retaining friendly exchanges with good intentions, can also curb some people's nonsense. Doing so may lead to the possibility of losing control. So there's nothing wrong with communicating. It just depends on how you do it. How about this? Is this opinion helpful to you? Azad took a sip of wine and held it in his mouth. He kept pursed his lips, as if he was tasting the taste of wine, or perhaps thinking about something. Lin didn't know the specific conditions required to become the Prince of the Abyss. He only learned about it from Azad. But before time travel, I have read countless novels and games about fighting for kings and hegemony, so I still have some understanding of it. Since Azad is interested in the buildings built on the side of the abyss, Lin certainly doesn't mind helping out with a little help. Asked, "Suppose you ask the demons to hand over the hostages and let them live here, and I will help you take care of them. Will this be useful?" Hearing this, Azad smiled and said, "Demons have no real relatives, even if they are called father and son, mother and daughter. Who knows how this relationship came about? It can be said that except for oneself, there is nothing else that cannot be betrayed. So handing over hostages can be used in the Lost Land, but it's not very easy to do here. That's it." Lin's voice was a little disappointed. It's not that he really regrets that his opinion was rejected. It's just a pity that the dog-headed military advisor, who simply didn't take things too seriously, had an explosive personality and couldn't get the dogs to bite each other. "But your opinion also gave me some ideas. Do you want to transform the city on the abyss side into a magic circle city?" Azad asked. Lin said frankly, "If possible. Of course I would. But to enchant the entire city, the cost of materials is not something I can afford alone. Even the other side of Midland also robbed your home and the Hater Empire. It can only be built. This has emptied all the usable materials. The robots have retreated, and the Magic Circle City has not been completely built. I don't know how much more investment will be made in the future. I predict that if the people on the Abyss side really want to do it, they may have to generations of time." After the robot fleet ended its disaster relief mission and began to return to the Earth elemental world, the robots responsible for transporting and building the Magic Circle City on the mystery side also withdrew. It was expected that the Magic Circle City would not be built yet. In just a few days, most of the foundations of the two empires of Guana and Hater have been consumed. All available inventory has been plundered by the robots. Therefore, in the last few days, the number of battleship-class robots responsible for transportation tasks has significantly decreased. If you insist on moving it, you can still squeeze the marrow out of the two empires. However, the materials that could be moved next were of high quality and low use. What the Magic Circle City needs is not the top-grade magic materials that are too high. But it is not that they cannot be used as substitutes. This is really a waste. Another plan is to have the two empires contribute funds to purchase the necessary materials from the Chamber of Commerce and the Magician Association, putting aside the issue of whether or not you can buy it. If you want to do this, you will need a lot of time, because within the empire, materials of the same grade have been taken away, and they can only be purchased from outside. Although the empire's reputation is great enough, it always makes someone feel a little embarrassed to cling to the two empires and plunder them to death. Lin didn't let the robot fleet stay any longer, ended the mission directly, and headed back home. As for the unfinished parts of the Magic Circle City, just leave them to be completed slowly in the future. Anyway, this city is just an addition, not the main point. The parts that have been completed can also play their due role. When it comes to commodities, whether it is a hometown with developed commerce or a mysterious place where commerce is still in its early stages, market prices follow the laws of supply and demand. That is to say, when there is no stock in the market and there is demand, the price will naturally go up. In other words, if you really spend money to buy the materials needed for the Magic Circle City, you may have to spend twice or even 3 times the usual price to buy them. If you do this, you will undoubtedly spend more money. Now that the Magic Circle City on the side of the land has been emptied of the inventory of the two empires and has not yet been completed, we still need to find ways to find funds to continue its construction. How could someone consider the situation on the Abyss side if he still wanted to throw this mess out and let others carry it? Therefore, the completion date of the Magic Circle City on the Abyss side is far away. Today, an enemy actually came to his door to be slaughtered. Someone seemed to have no reason to turn him away. Seeing the rare beauty of the demon Prince Azad dressed as a woman, Lin couldn't help but feel pleased with her eyes.